Demon's Diary Chapter 1203 to Chapter 1257. The sudden attack of the 4 giant parasitic crabs made the human clan coalition army in a mess. Fortunately, under the joint resistance of the crystallization period cultivators and spiritual masters, it took a quarter of an hour to wipe out these white swordfish that were quickly shuttling through the army, and they gradually stabilized the battle formation. At this time, the battlefront in all 4 directions had retreated for a few miles. Above the battle group where the 5 sects of Xian Kingdom were, Lu Ming was floating in the air, and Qian Ruping stood behind him. The two were shrouded by a faint black gas, isolating the sea water. The two stood at a high place and saw the battle below at a glance. Looking at the blue light curtain that was almost restored outside the palace, Lu Ming frowned slightly. This enchantment was more difficult to deal with than he expected. Once the attack was interrupted, it could be restored in a moment. The opponent was obviously deliberately delaying time. With the background of Sea Emperor Palace, there would be many means of interference. As soon as he thought of this, he took a step forward and was about to make a move. "Brother Ming, are you going to do it yourself?" Qian Ruping noticed Lu Ming's action and said so. "If the battle continues to drag, it will be quite disadvantageous to the human clan coalition," Lu Ming said faintly. He waved one hand, and the bitter will sword turned into a purple sword light and appeared in front of him. In terms of strength, the human clan coalition army was not much stronger than the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators. They mainly relied on their momentum. Now that they were defeated by the previous surprise attack, their momentum had weakened a lot. They would inevitably be distracted in the next attack, and they could no longer gather the previous attack. According to my observation, the big array below is very similar to the water attribute high rank array, 9 true nirvana dragon array. It should be integrated with a lot of blood essence that contains the true dragon's bloodline. If Brother Ming personally takes action, although he can definitely break the array, it will definitely consume a lot of spiritual power. Maybe Siren King is planning this. He wants to lure you to break the array. When Brother Ming's spiritual power is consumed, he will sneak attack you. As long as you don't make a move, Siren King and his army will not dare to act rashly. Qian Ruping's beautiful eyes flickered as she said. A hint of hesitation flashed through Lu Ming's eyes, and he slowly lowered his raised arm. "Big Brother Ming, I actually have an idea to break the array below. Why don't I give it a try?" Ganru said eagerly. "You?" Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. "What? Does Brother Ming think I can't do it? Why don't we make a bet? If I break the formation below, you have to promise me one thing." Qian Ruping saw Lu Ming's expression and her pride seemed to be hurt. She raised her head and said, "That's not what I meant." Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Hee, then I'll take that as a promise," Qian Ruping said with a smile. There was a hint of slyness and mischievousness in her eyes. Lu Ming's face showed a hint of hesitation, then he recalled the bitter will sword. With a thought, he sent out a few divine thought transmissions. A moment later, the human race cultivators, who were about to organize a counterattack, all stopped where they were. When the cultivators in the Sea Emperor Palace saw this, they naturally did not chase after them. The fierce battle suddenly stopped, and the cultivators on both sides let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, a few rays of light broke through the water from all directions and stopped in front of Lu Ming. The light faded, and the figures of Yuan Mo, Morong Xian and the others appeared. "Senior." Yuan Mo bowed to Lu Ming. "I've already seen this situation just now. The formation of the Sea Emperor Palace is not simple. It seems that attacking blindly is not a good idea," Lu Ming said. "Senior Lu, do you have any ideas?" Morong Xian of the Fusion sect glanced at Lu Ming and said. "The Siren King hasn't appeared yet, so I can't act rashly. However, Ruping said that she has the confidence to break this formation, so I called you back to discuss this matter," Lu Ming said calmly. "Is that true?" When Yuan Mo and the others heard this, they all turned to look at Qian Ruping, who was standing behind Lu Ming. "Seniors, although I'm not 100% confident, I'm at least 70% to 80% confident." Qian Ruping was a little flustered when she was stared at by so many people. However, after calming herself down, she still spoke confidently. Yuan Mo and the others all revealed expressions of joy. Qian Ruping's reputation in the alliance was not small. Since she had said so, it was obviously very promising. As long as they could break through the defensive formation of the Sea Emperor Palace, the alliance army would be able to take the initiative. My plan is like this. Qian Ruping continued to speak and described her plan. After a quarter of an hour, the alliance army from 4 directions launched an attack on the Sea Emperor Palace again. Naturally, the cultivators and puppets inside the Imperial Sea Palace launched a counterattack. Tens of thousands of lights of various colors rang out once more, accompanied by booming sounds. The terrifying power of the collisions created hundreds of black vortexes of varying sizes within the deep sea. In addition, the Human Clan Alliance also mobilized most of the crystallization period cultivators to surround the 4 giant hermit crabs that hid their heads and attacked wildly. As a result, although the attack on the Sea Emperor Palace seemed to be fierce, the strength had been reduced a lot. On a high platform in the Sea Emperor Palace, several Beast King clan crystallization period elders such as Qing and the bald macho man appeared out of nowhere. They looked around and saw the scene outside. Elder Qing, it seems that the human clan has changed their strategy after a long time of attack. The bald macho man said. It doesn't matter. It's better this way. The shells of the 4 dragon crabs are impregnable. As long as the Jindan cultivator doesn't make a move, it's basically impossible for the human clan cultivators to kill them. We can just use this to delay time. Qing glanced at the direction of the Alliance's cultivator army outside the array in the west with some scruples, and he said so. The bald macho man and others nodded when they heard the words. It was just that they did not notice that a few gray figures were mixed in the cultivators on the west side, slowly approaching the defense array of the Sea Emperor Palace. A few people stopped about 2,000 meters away from a blue tower on the west side of the 9 True Nirvana Dragon Array. Under the cover of fierce spells, a few people quickly set up something on the ground. Rays of light fell on the ground as if they were setting up some kind of array. Seeing this, the surrounding human clan cultivators didn't know what these people were busy with, but they all shouted spontaneously and launched more fierce attacks to cover these people from being discovered by the Sea Creature clan. After a quarter of an hour, a pale golden array of several 10 meters was set up on the ground. A petite figure in a gray robe chanted in a low voice and launched several symbols. The pale golden array flashed slightly, and the next moment, the light disappeared without a trace. The petite figure in a gray robe was wearing a large robe. She didn't release any breath at all. It was Qian Ruping. Let's go. After setting up the array here, she waved her hand and flew in another direction with the others. After a while, they came to another tower of the 9 True Nirvana Dragon Array. Under the cover of the nearby human clan cultivators, they quickly set up a pale golden array like the previous one on the ground. 2 or 3 hours later, Qian Ruping and the others finally set up a set of array outside the 9 towers of the 9 True Nirvana Dragon Array under the cover of the surrounding human clan cultivators. In the west side of the array, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with layers of black ripples. He saw the actions of Qian Ruping and the others. This is the method of breaking the array with an array. I didn't expect Ruping, this girl, to have reached such a level in array. He murmured. After setting up the 9 arrays, Qian Ruping and the others, who were now in the north of the Sea Emperor Palace, retreated 1,000 meters and sat down on a boulder on the bottom of the sea. She patted her waist with one hand, and a palm-sized golden octagonal disc array appeared in her hand. Immediately afterward, she waved her long sleeves, and a surge of spiritual power surged into the disc array in an instant. The octagonal disc array in her hand seemed to be stimulated, and it shone brightly. Seeing this, the 8 cultivators on the side stood around Qian Ruping and waved their hands to take out the array flags, disc arrays, and other items. These cultivators were in an orderly manner. After confirming their positions, they raised the array flags and disc arrays in their hands. In an instant, the surrounding light flashed. All the positions seemed to be connected to each other, instantly forming a mysterious array. Seeing this, Qian Ruping slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and her hands made a series of strange gestures in a dazzling manner. She was chanting a very complicated and obscure chant. The octagonal disc array shook in front of her, and a large circle of strange golden runes flowed on the surface. Rays of light of various colors rose from their bodies, gradually forming a faint golden nine palaces formation. At the moment when the nine palace array lit up, 2,000 meters away from the nine towers of the Sea Emperor Palace, there was a golden array that appeared out of thin air, and a golden beam of light soared into the sky. An inexplicable vibration spread. The blue light emitted by the nine towers of the Nirvana Dragon formation seemed to be disturbed and became chaotic. The blue light curtain formed by the nine true Nirvana Dragon formation flickered for a while, and it became thinner in a blink of an eye. The 9 blue dragons wandering on it also slowed down and became weak. In the Sea Emperor Palace, Xianxia and others saw this situation, and their faces changed drastically. However, before waiting for them to react, Qian Ruping waved her hand to launch a few symbols, then she waved her hand to throw out the golden octagonal disc array. The golden formation plate appeared on the north side of the 9 Truths Nirvana Dragon formation in a blur. The 9 golden pillars of light that shot out from all directions gathered together under the guidance of the octagonal formation plate. They turned into an extremely thick beam of golden light that shot straight towards a certain place on the north side of the 9 Truths Nirvana Dragon formation. Just when the golden light beam hit the blue light shield of the 9 True Nirvana Dragon formation, something amazing happened. Although the 2 blue dragons on the protective shield opened their huge mouths crazily, absorbing the surrounding blue water light and continuously rushing to the place where the golden light converged. But as soon as these blue water lights touched the golden light beam, they dissipated. An earth-shattering loud noise came. Under the bombardment of the golden light beam, the blue light curtain finally had a big hole of more than 100 meters. At this moment, more than a dozen bright escape lights blasted from the big hole. It was Yuan Mo and the dozen crystallization period cultivators led by the man surnamed Mo Kill. As soon as Yuan Mo and others entered the Sea Emperor Palace, they ignored the surrounding Sea Emperor Palace cultivators and rushed toward the nearest blue tower. Not good, they're trying to destroy the eye of the formation. We can't let them succeed. Quickly stop them. Xianxia, who was on the high platform in the distance, had a change of expression as he quickly shouted. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding Beastkin clan crystal level elders had already flown out. They had various spiritual weapons in their hands. The light of spells rained down in the direction of Yuan Mo and the others. In addition, the nearby cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace also rushed over. Yuan Mo and the others looked at each other and immediately separated more than half of the people to resist. As for Yuan Mo, the man surnamed Mo, Morongxian, Fairy Sure, and a few other crystal-level cultivators with the highest cultivation, they flew all the way to the vicinity of the giant tower. Don't even think about it. At this moment, an angry shout came from the vicinity of the tower. It was 3 crystal-level elders leading thousands of cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace and densely packed beast-type puppets from the other side. Their figures were unknown, but a series of intensive attacks had already been launched. Morongxian and Fairy Sure were already prepared. They immediately took on these attacks and covered for Yuan Mo, and the man surnamed Mo. Yuan Mo ignored the shouts around him. A silver light flashed in his hand and he once again took out the silver spear. Without seeing how he moved, a raging black flame burned on his body and wrapped the silver spear in his hand. It condensed into a huge silver spear shadow that was more than 20 meters in size. He shouted in a low voice and shook his wrist. The huge silver spear shadow shot out like a huge knife and slashed at the tower. Rumble, the tower shook violently and the blue light on its surface flashed wildly, but it still managed to hold on. At the same time, a blue staff appeared in the hands of the man surnamed Mo. The surface was densely covered with spirit patterns and emitted bursts of bone-chilling cold air. He quickly chanted a few incantations and held his wand horizontally in front of him. A blue light flashed above the tower, and a blue cloud appeared out of thin air. Then, several thick electric arcs shot out from the cloud. With a series of ear-piercing sounds, they heavily bombarded the tower. A loud crackling sound rang out. The blue light on the surface of the tower trembled violently again and quickly weakened. Under the joint attack of Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo, the protective blue light of the tower finally shattered in less than the time it took to finish a meal, revealing the incomparably huge tower. Stop. At this moment, Xianxia and several crystallization period elders finally avoided the other human clan crystallization period cultivators under the cover of the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators. They flew closer, but it was obviously a little late. Yuan Mo's arm suddenly shook, and the silver spear in his hand blurred. A huge spear shadow swept out and directly swept the body of the tower. Boom! An explosive sound rang out, the entire tower trembled and cracks rapidly spread across its surface. Following that, it shattered with a loud bang, turning into a pile of rubble. Smoke and dust rose into the air. At the same time that the tower collapsed, a blue flood dragon on the blue light screen let out a mournful wail. Then, as if it had melted, it instantly disappeared from the light screen. Not far away, Qing and others saw this, and their faces suddenly turned pale. After the hemispherical blue shield lost a blue dragon, a corner of the area near the collapsed tower suddenly collapsed, and the nearby light screen became as thin as paper. On the boulder in the distance, Qian Ruping looked at the situation in front of her. She waved one hand, and the octagonal disc array in the distance flew back. It spun and fell into her hand. She breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to stand up, but her feet suddenly became soft and she was about to fall. At this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the side and supported her body. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Ming suddenly appeared here and smiled gently. "Brother Ming, I really succeeded." Qian Ruping suddenly turned her head, and a happy expression appeared on her face. "Leave the rest to me. You have a good rest." As Lu Ming said, a pure spiritual power entered Qian Ruping's body from his palm. Then, a black gas wrapped Qian Ruping and the 8 cultivators around her and flew away. Then, his body became blurred and disappeared in place. The sunken and thin light curtain collapsed under the casual attack of Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo, revealing a hole of several 10 meters in size. Before it was closed, the nearby Human Race Alliance cultivators had already cheered and swarmed in through the hole. Taking advantage of the fact that the cultivators of the Sea tribe had yet to come back to their senses, all kinds of light beams, fireballs, magic tools, and flying swords were shot out from the human cultivators, one after another. In an instant, they turned into a large wave of colorful magic power, bombarding the cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace, the bronze warship, and the beast-shaped puppets. The Sea Emperor Palace quickly reacted, but on the one hand, the warships and chariots couldn't attack at close range. On the other hand, the Alliance cultivators had already taken the lead. As more and more cultivators rushed into the shield, the formation of the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators was in chaos. After Yuan Mo and others destroyed a tower, they took advantage of the chaos of the battle and didn't continue to fight. Except for a few people staying to delay the opponent's crystallization period cultivators, the rest immediately flew toward another tower. After a series of similar attacks, the tower also collapsed with a loud bang. 2 towers were destroyed. The huge light curtain outside the Sea Emperor Palace finally shattered under a flash of blue light. The Human Race Alliance cultivators suddenly rushed into the Sea Emperor Palace like a tide. In terms of strength, the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators were still above the Alliance, but after breaking the 9 true Nirvana Dragon Grade array that the opponent relied on, the morale of the Human Race Alliance cultivators far surpassed the opponent. For a time, the Sea Emperor Palace was defeated by the Human Race Alliance cultivators. "Sir Qing, what should we do now?" The bald macho man looked at Qing anxiously. "Everyone retreat to the inner hall." Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Qing flew into the air, and his voice spread throughout the Sea Emperor Palace. When the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators heard the voice, they hurriedly retreated while fighting. After all, their strength was there. After a little calmness, they gradually recovered some of their disadvantage. However, before Qing and others were happy, a bright and dazzling purple sword light blasted. It was blurred in the air and turned into countless purple sword shadows. With an overwhelming whistling sound, it fell down like the stars in the sky. Qing and other crystallization period beast-kin cultivators were the first to bear the brunt. Qing and others' faces changed drastically. Their bodies lit up with various protective lights, and they all launched various defensive spiritual weapons. However, how could these low-rank cultivators resist Lu Ming's sword light? The protective shield of the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators was easily broken like an egg in front of the purple sword shadow. Countless screams came out. After a round of sword rain, hundreds of cultivators were killed. In the scope of the sword rain, Except for Qing Qin and a few other people who had good defensive spiritual weapons, no one was left alive. The sky full of sword shadows flashed and turned into a purple sword light. Lu Ming's figure flickered and appeared. The human clan alliance soldiers were shocked at first, then they were overjoyed when they found out that Lu Ming personally took action. However, the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators showed a fearful look. They seemed to be shocked by the power of Lu Ming's sword. The two sides gradually stopped fighting, and they each retreated a certain distance. It's you, human clan kid. Qing Qin's face was pale at the moment, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. There were many cracks on the spiritual umbrella above his head. It was obviously about to be broken. When he saw the appearance of Lu Ming in the air, his face showed an unbelievable look. More than 100 years ago, on Buyuan Island, Lu Ming was captured after taking a blow from Siren King. He personally planted an enchantment on Lu Ming and finally threw him into the seabed mineral vein. He thought that these people in the mine had all died with the invasion of the sea creature clan. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, they would eventually die due to the enchantment. But now Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him alive, and he became a great cultivator of the Jin Dan later stage. He really couldn't believe it. "Oh, you know me? By the way, I remember you. You are called Qing Qin, right? You were a subordinate of Siren King more than 100 years ago." Lu Ming glanced at Qing Qin and said with some realization. His figure flickered and fell in front of Qing Qin. Qing Qin couldn't help but take 2 steps back. There was a look of horror on his face. "With your identity, you should be a senior of the Sea Emperor Palace. Tell me, where is Siren King now?" Lu Ming asked in an unquestionable tone. After the 9 true Nirvana Dragon Great Array was broken, Lu Ming had already released his divine thought far away. He searched the Sea Emperor Palace inside and out, but he didn't find any trace of Siren King. I really don't know." Qing Qin's face stiffened as he heard the words, and he stuttered. At this moment, the space behind Lu Ming fluctuated, and a figure in a white robe emerged like a ghost. At the same time, a black and hideous palm grabbed at Lu Ming's lower abdomen like lightning. Lu Ming didn't look back. A silver light flashed on his body, and a silver light was waved behind him. There was a muffled bang. Lu Ming and the figure in a white robe separated as soon as they touched each other. Lu Ming retreated for more than 100 meters, then he turned around and stood still in the air. He didn't know when he put on a silver flesh armor. 8 thick silver tentacles stretched out from the armor, dancing gently behind him. The figure in a white robe was also shaken for more than 100 meters before he stood still. It was Siren King. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance at the moment, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Sir Siren King." When Qing Qin and others saw the figure of Siren King, they shouted with surprise and joy. "You all go down. I will personally deal with this ungrateful human cultivator. You all go and deal with the others." Siren King waved his hand gently and said indifferently. Qing Qin and others immediately agreed and flew in the direction of the other human cultivators. If I'm not mistaken, the silver flesh armor on your body is a mystic art of the ancient times. It fuses a sea creature clan beast with your body. Not only it can greatly increase your physical strength, but it can also transform into armor to wear. Siren King didn't rush to make a move, but he looked up and down at the silver armor on Lu Ming and said indifferently. In the face of Siren King's question, Lu Ming didn't mean to answer. As the black gas rolled around his body, his arms suddenly became thicker in a crackling sound. At the next moment, his figure flashed and flew towards Siren King with a series of afterimages with Lu Ming. At the same time, a pair of fists surrounded by black gas smashed forward fiercely, turning into countless black fist shadows that surged out. Siren King sneered. The blue-gray light on his body surface shone brightly, and his arm was suddenly covered by a thick layer of pale red keratin. As he broke through the air, his figure also shook and charged forward. He launched a punch that seemed slow but actually fast. With a roar, it turned into a blue-gray giant fist shadow that hit the black fist shadow. Speaking of it, Siren King's physical body had reached the Jin Dan perfect stage after the blood sacrifice illustration. At the same time, he cultivated the Sky Beastkin forging art provided by Zhong Yan. After reaching the 9th level, he had completely activated the power of the true dragon bloodline in his body. Now his physical strength was close to the early stage of celestial state. Therefore, such a head-on confrontation was exactly what Zhong Yan wanted. Boom, a loud noise came from above Sea Emperor Palace. Siren King screamed. His arm made a few cracking sounds, and the bones of his entire arm were all broken. At the same time, his figure retreated backward. On the other side, Lu Ming shook a few times in the same place, then he stood up as if nothing had happened. It was just that there were a few faint blood marks on the surface of his arm. You are just a human race gene dam cultivator, how can your physical body be stronger than mine? After Siren King stabilized his figure, his face was full of horror. As soon as he spoke, a dazzling blood light appeared on the wound on his arm. The flesh was wriggling wildly, and his arm recovered in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was also slightly surprised. Although he had expected that Siren King had been avoiding him before, and he tried every means to let Qin Qin and others delay the time, there must be some conspiracy. However, he had never expected that Lin Fan would be able to break through to the Great Perfection Gene Dan advanced stage in such a short period of time, and his physical strength had actually reached such a level. While he was thinking, a faint white light flowed on the surface of his arm, and the bloodstain immediately disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sky Beastkin's blood essence? Siren King's eyes fell on Lu Ming's arm. He was shocked at first, then he was suddenly overjoyed. Good, good. So you're the brat who ruined our plan back then. I didn't go looking for you, but you delivered yourself to me. You've saved me a lot of effort. The voice of Siren King suddenly changed and became extremely dry. At the same time, there was a faint gray gas on his face. As soon as he said that, Lu Ming's heart trembled, and he faintly felt that something was wrong. However, before he could think more, the eyes of the Siren King on the opposite flashed with resentment. His body emitted an amazing bloody light, and his whole person instantly turned into a dazzling light cluster. Then, his face flashed fiercely. His hand flashed with a bloody light, and there were 7 silver shining nails in his hand. Every single nail was faintly coiled with dense and profound talisman markings, and with a single glance, one would know that they were extraordinary. Puff puff puff, his hands became blurred, and he inserted the 7 silver nails deep into 5 parts of his body, such as his chest, lower abdomen, and so on. After the 7 nails were inserted into his body shone with a bloody light, and his aura rose again. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the scope of the Jin Dan realm. Lu Ming felt the unusual spiritual pressure exuded by Siren King. His face turned gloomy. He made a gesture, and his body flashed with a yellow light. He cast 2 mountain river pearls at once. His 2 hands kept making gestures, and the 2 mountain river pearls merged into one. They expanded quickly. With a flash of yellow light, they turned into a yellow mountain peak of 100 meters in size in a blink of an eye. Go! Lu Ming threw his hands, and the yellow mountain peak pressed down in the direction of Siren King. The mountain had yet to descend, and gusts of yellow and misty hurricanes had already whistled over with suffocating spiritual pressure. Siren King's eyes became bloody red at this moment, and there was a trace of madness on his face. He roared, and the gray light on his body condensed. A huge humanoid phantasm of nearly 1,000 meters suddenly appeared on his body. The humanoid phantasm was gray-black, and its body surface was uneven. Instead of saying it was a human figure, it was more like an iron puppet made of countless giant iron stones. Phantasm. When Lu Ming saw this scene, his face changed slightly. The next moment, the gray-black humanoid phantasm slowly raised his arm. With a seemingly casual slap, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The yellow hurricane formed by the 2 mountain river pearls was immediately defeated. The battle between Lu Ming and Siren King was so big that the Human Clan Alliance and the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators below naturally saw it. When the phantasm behind Siren King was formed, an indescribable spiritual pressure poured down, causing the cultivators on both sides to take a deep breath. For these cultivators born in the sea region, the highest cultivation they had seen in their lives was only the crystallization period. As for the Jin Dan state cultivator, it was almost a legendary existence. The amazing scene they saw in front of them had far exceeded their understanding. What they could feel was the suffocating spiritual pressure. Many low-rank cultivators were even trembling all over, they could hardly stand still. Only a few of the crystallization period cultivators showed a hint of realization about what they saw in front of them. Celestial state cultivator. Someone roared. Everyone stopped their attacks and retreated to both sides clearly. They looked up at the battle in midair that was enough to determine the survival of the two clans. At this time, the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators were naturally overjoyed, but Yuan Mo, the man surnamed Mo, and others looked pale. There was a hint of despair in their eyes. However, Qing Qin looked at the phantasm that suddenly appeared above, and his face became uncertain. He faintly showed a hint of surprise. At this moment, the vague face of Siren King's image phantasm made a roar. He opened his mouth and launched two huge fists at the giant yellow peak that was coming at him. There was a loud noise at the bottom of the mountain, and the falling momentum was actually blocked. The projection opened its mouth again, and spouted a thick gray beam of light that bombarded the bottom of the mountain peak. A loud thunderclap rang out, and the brownish-yellow mountain peak was smashed askew by the impact. Then, it disintegrated in midair with a loud rumble, and turned into two yellow beads once again. Since you forced me to use this set of Sky Beastkin nails at the cost of my vitality, then use the Sky Beastkin's blood essence in your body to compensate. Siren King looked at Lu Ming and shouted ferociously. Lu Ming in midair heard the words, and he didn't panic at all. He channeled his technique without saying a word. The black gas on his body surged into the sky, and it instantly condensed into 6 ferocious black mist dragons and 6 lifelike mist tigers. In a burst of dragon roar and tiger roar that resounded through the sky, the 6 dragons and 6 tigers pounced out. The momentum was extremely shocking. Courting death. Siren King sneered. As he made a gesture, the Iron Man phantasm behind him waved 2 giant gray-black hands like a hill, slapping at the dragon and tiger phantasms that whizzed like a fly. Pung 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 sounds rang out. The clumsy-looking iron projection was astonishingly fast, and in just the span of 2 to 3 breaths, it had vanquished the 6 dragons and 6 tigers, transforming them into surging black chi that blanketed the entire heavens. Just when he wanted to pass through the black gas and punch Lu Ming with his fist, Lu Ming was stunned. Hell purgatory. Lu Ming made a gesture with his hands blankly, and he said softly. A large black light instantly emerged from the black gas in the sky. With a roll, it actually shrouded Siren King and the phantasm behind him at the same time. In the sky above the Sea Emperor Palace, a huge black light ball with a diameter of 1,000 meters suddenly appeared. The black gas on the surface was rolling and lingering. Just when everyone below was a little stunned, a dry and deep dragon roar came from the black light ball. In Hell Prison, Siren King directly revealed his true body and turned into a giant blue dragon of 100 meters long. As he shook his head and tail, he spouted a giant blue light beam from his mouth from time to time. At the same time, the Iron Man phantasm floating on his body constantly waved its giant fists, defeating the Styx imps that came from all directions like a tide. However, he soon realized that even though the Netherworld River imps did not have a high cultivation level, they seemed to be endless and could not be killed at all. Just as one batch was defeated, another batch would be reborn somewhere else and continue to pounce on him. The Iron Man phantasm behind Siren King roared, and the surface of its body suddenly rolled up in black light. Black iron stones of a few 10 meters in size appeared. There were dozens of them. With a whistling sound, they smashed at the surrounding Styx imps like a storm. A series of explosions came one after another. Close to 100 Nether River imps were instantly wiped out wherever the iron rock passed. Moreover, it continued to defeat the newly born Nether River imps behind it without losing any of its momentum. Just as a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the blue WYRM, the black iron and stones that were flying in all directions seemed to have hit something extremely hard and invisible. With a series of loud bangs, they all collapsed. 12 giant yellow peaks of 230 meters in height emerged directly from the billowing black gas, and they quickly approached the center. The blue WYRM's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. However, just as it was about to do something to stop the mountain from approaching, a series of splashing sounds rang out as 12 surging black rivers emerged from the mountain before sweeping toward the blue WYRM in a frenzy. At the same time, a vast expanse of yellow light swept forth from the mountain. For a time, the center of the hell prison where the blue dragon was filled with yellow and black. He only felt that his movement was slow, as if the air had become extremely sticky. At the next moment, there was a muffled sound that shook the earth. The peaks smashed down one after another, hitting the blue dragon fiercely. The sound of bones breaking broke out immediately. Where the dragon's body was hit by the peaks, there was a huge pit immediately. At the same time, a huge force surged into his body. After a whine, his huge body flew out, and the phantasm that emerged on his body also collapsed. Above the Sea Emperor Palace, the black light ball of 1,000 meters suddenly burst open. The blue WYRM flew out from within, its body dripping with blood. It looked as if it was on the verge of death. From the appearance of the black light ball to the collapse, it only took a dozen seconds. The people below only heard a dragon roar and a series of muffled sounds, but they didn't know what happened. As a result, the celestial state Siren King, who was originally aggressive, was defeated. Everyone's eyes were full of shock and surprise. The black light in the sky merged into one. A figure flashed, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. Except that his face was slightly pale, he didn't seem to have any serious injuries. The battle turned sharply. Whether it was the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators or the Human Clan Alliance, they were all stunned for a moment. Soon both sides were covered. The Human Clan Alliance showed a look of ecstasy, but the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators were pale. Qin and other crystallization period Beast King cultivators saw that Siren King was defeated. They looked at each other and immediately wanted to escape. The other Sea Emperor Palace cultivators no longer had the slightest intention to fight, and they also scattered in all directions. "Where are you going?" Yuan Mo and other high-rank cultivators of the Human Clan also reacted very quickly. They immediately flashed and stopped them. The hatred between the Human Clan and Sea Emperor Palace was as deep as the sea, so they naturally wanted to kill them. Kill! Various spells flashed wildly, and the battle cry resounded throughout the bottom of the sea again. Lu Ming waved one hand, and a mountain river pearl blasted out. It turned into a yellow cloud with a bang, holding the broken body of the blue dragon. With a flash of yellow light, several thick chains appeared on the yellow cloud, binding the blue dragon's body tightly. The blue dragon struggled a few times with its last strength, but it couldn't break free at all. Instead, a lot of blood gushed out of the wounds on its body. Seeing Lu Ming flying over, the dragon's eyes flashed with a strange expression. It opened its mouth and spouted a blue light beam. Where the light beam passed, the surrounding seawater quickly condensed into countless ice cubes, blasting at Lu Ming. At this moment, a little gray man flashed out. Under the cover of the ice cubes, it galloped away quickly. It blurred and appeared 100 meters away. Want to escape? As the little gray man just flew 100 meters away, a black light flashed in front of him. A big black hand emerged and caught the little gray man in its hand like lightning. The little gray man rushed left and right in the big black hand, making a series of screams. Its body kept expanding and shrinking. But no matter how it struggled, it couldn't get rid of the big black hand at all. A black shadow flickered, and Lu Ming appeared in front of it. "Mister, please spare my life." Seeing Lu Ming appear, the grey dwarf hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. "You really possess Siren King's body. Who are you? You seem to recognize me. Also, how do you know about the Sky Beastkin's blood essence?" I'm Iron Beastkin Zhongyan from the southern barbaric land of the Middle Sky continent. I plan to refine the Sky Beastkin's blood essence with Thunder Beastkin, so I know about you. The little gray man was still a little hesitant, but he immediately said quickly when he saw the cold light in Lu Ming's eyes. "Iron Demon Zhongyan, I see." Lu Ming murmured. "Fighting with you is all because of Siren King's selfish desire. Please be merciful and spare my life. I also know many secret techniques, and I can tell you all of them." Zhongyan begged Lu Ming for mercy. "Don't talk nonsense. I still have things to ask you. I won't take your life now." Lu Ming sneered and said noncommittally. Hearing this, the grey dwarf was slightly relieved. Lu Ming quickly took out a jade bottle and waved his hand to cast a spell, sucking the little gray man and the big black hand into the bottle. Then, he took out a talisman and stuck it on the bottle. Only then did he feel relieved. Next, he put the jade bottle away and landed near the blue water dragon. Although Siren King's body was of little use to him, it was the body of the Beastkin clan of the Gene Dan later stage after all. It was a treasure for the crystallization period cultivator. Unfortunately, the power of the Mountain River Pearl was too great in the fierce battle just now. It had shattered the Gene Dan, so the effect was probably greatly reduced. When Lu Ming was about to put away the dragon's body, his face suddenly moved. This dragon's body had not completely lost its vitality. The broken parts of the body were actually wriggling slowly and began to heal slowly. This is... Lu Ming explored Siren King's body with divine thought, and his eyes flashed. Although it was very weak, there was still a weak soul in Siren King's sea of consciousness. So that's the case. It seems that Iron Demon has recently possessed Siren King's body, and he hasn't had time to completely refine the remaining soul of Siren King. Lu Ming roughly guessed what had happened. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and launched a symbol. The yellow cloud holding the blue dragon shone brightly and quickly shrank. After a few breaths, it turned into a Mountain River Pearl, and the dragon's body had been kept in the pearl. After he was done, he looked down. At this moment, the battle of the Sea Emperor Palace was basically over. Except for some of the Sea Emperor Palace cultivators who fled in all directions, the rest were either killed or defeated by the Human Race Alliance. Now the Sea Emperor Palace had been completely occupied by the Human Race Alliance. However, these Alliance cultivators were not idle, and they frantically searched everywhere in the Sea Emperor Palace. The Sea Emperor Palace had dominated the sea region for more than 100 years, and no one knew how many things they had plundered. The various sects of the Alliance naturally would not let go of this opportunity to fish for a fortune. Lu Ming shook his head, his figure moved, and he flew down. Seeing Lu Ming flying over, Yuan Mo, the man surnamed Mo and others hurriedly greeted him. Senior Lu, the forces of the Sea Emperor Palace have been completely defeated after this battle. Yuan Mo was very excited as he spoke. Good, you've all worked hard. The cultivators of the various sects have suffered a lot in this battle, but there should be a lot of cultivation resources in the Sea Emperor Palace. You can distribute them as you see fit. After that, return to the Yunchuan continent, Lu Ming said indifferently. Yes. Yuan Mo and the others were secretly delighted when they heard this. They were worried that Lu Ming would interfere in the distribution of the spoils of war. Now that they saw that Lu Ming seemed to have no interest in it, they naturally hurriedly agreed. Brother Lu, aren't you going back to Yunchuan with us? Old Man Yan of the Barbarian Ghost sect heard the meaning behind Lu Ming's words and hurriedly asked. I still have some things to do here, so I won't be going with you, Lu Ming said slowly. Although Old Man Yan did not understand the meaning behind Lu Ming's words, he naturally did not dare to disobey. Just as Lu Ming was about to turn around and leave, a fragrant wind blew over. Qian Ruping flew out from the Heavenly Moon sect cultivators. Brother Ming, where are you going? I still have some things to do. Ruping, go back with the others. I'll look for you later, Lu Ming said without hesitation. I'll go with you. Although my cultivation isn't good, I'm still familiar with formations. Maybe I can help. Qian Ruping looked at Lu Ming and said pitifully. Alright, come with me then. Lu Ming thought for a moment. The place he was going to might really need Qian Ruping, so he nodded. Qian Ruping's face immediately revealed a happy expression when she heard this. She hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. With a wave of his sleeve, a ball of black light carried the two of them and sped off into the distance. It seems that Senior Lu really dotes on martial nephew Qian. Fellow Lingyu, your sect is really lucky, Yuan Mo said to Nun Lingyu as he looked in the direction that Lu Ming and Qian Ruping had left. Fellow Yuan, don't you think you're talking too much? Nun Lingyu said indifferently. Yuan Mo chuckled and didn't say anything else. In the following period of time, the Human Race Alliance turned the Sea Emperor Palace upside down. The major sects all had a great harvest, and the higher-ups were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. After a day and night of searching and confirming that there was nothing else, the Alliance cultivators reluctantly left the Sea Emperor Palace and returned to the Yunchuan continent. Of course, before they left, Yuan Mo and the others destroyed the underwater palace to prevent it from being used by others in the future. Of course, this was all in the future. At this moment, Lu Ming was flying in a certain direction after leaving the Sea Emperor Palace with Qian Ruping. Not long after they left the Sea Emperor Palace, there was a blur on the ground and a black-clothed girl flew out. It was Scorpion, and she landed beside Lu Ming. Is it done? Lu Ming seemed to have already known that Scorpion was here and asked indifferently. Scorpion nodded and glanced at Qian Ruping, who was beside Lu Ming. A strange light flashed in her eyes as she took out a dark green storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Scorpion's gaze lingered on Qian Ruping's arm, which was holding Lu Ming, for a moment before turning into a black light and flying into the soul-nurturing pouch on Lu Ming's waist. Brother Ming, is that black-clothed sister your spirit pet? When Qian Ruping saw this, she turned her gaze and asked. She's called Scorpion. She's the Jin Dan Bone Scorpion you saw before, Lu Ming said casually as he put away the dark green ring. Qian Ruping nodded and didn't ask anything else. The two continued to fly forward. After a while, they came to the bottom of the sea. There was a large blue stone building here, but it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Most of the places had collapsed. This is... Qian Ruping looked around and asked. Many years ago, there was an underground mineral vein here, but looking at the abandoned appearance now, the spirit stone mine here should have been dug out. Lu Ming's eyes moved and said faintly. Qian Ruping saw the subtle changes in Lu Ming's expression, but she didn't ask much. Lu Ming's divine sense spread out, and after a while, he took Qian Ruping to an abandoned building. He took out a yellow talisman and stuck it on his body. High-rank Earth Escape Talisman. Qian Ruping murmured with some surprise. Lu Ming smiled silently and activated the Earth Escape Talisman. The two of them glowed with a yellow light, and they disappeared into the ground in a flash. Under the shroud of the yellow light, the surrounding soil layer quickly retreated like a liquid. Qian Ruping's eyes glowed with a crystal light, and she grabbed Lu Ming's arm. After diving down for more than 100 feet, the two of them felt light and left the soil layer. A dark and damp cave appeared in front of him. This was the underground mineral vein where he was imprisoned in the past, but now it was beyond recognition. Lu Ming scanned with his divine thought and found that most of the connected tunnels in front had collapsed. Even the remaining tunnels were full of dust and silt. This used to be a deep-sea mine. I have something to confirm here. After Lu Ming said this, he took out a moonlight stone, and the bright light suddenly illuminated the entire cave. Qian Ruping nodded. Although she was a little curious about how Lu Ming knew about this place, she didn't ask much. Although the underground mine tunnel had changed a lot compared with 100 years ago, with Lu Ming's powerful divine thought, he still walked through the tunnels with ease. Qian Ruping followed closely. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in a tunnel. He glanced around, and his face showed a strange expression. What's wrong? Qian Ruping also stopped and asked. Lu Ming didn't speak. He moved his hand, and a black gas came out of his body. It turned into a big hand and dug into the stone wall of the tunnel ahead. With a crashing sound, a large piece of rock was dug out from the stone wall, and a fist-sized blue crystal stone was shockingly revealed. Such a beautiful stone. This seems to be a water mystic stone. Qian Ruping checked the blue crystal stone and said with some surprise. Lu Ming nodded, and a strange look appeared on his face. In his divine thought, there were still a lot of crystal stones that could be mined in the depths of the mine, but judging from the situation in the cave, this place had been abandoned for no less than 100 years. He didn't know why Siren King blocked the mineral vein here. Shaking his head, he threw this thought to the back of his mind. Let's go. Lu Ming continued to fly deeper into the mine with Qian Ruping. After half an hour, the two came to a mine that went straight to the depths of the underground. Perhaps it was because it was deep underground, there was a fainting qi lingering here. I can't believe that the enchantment here is still there. Lu Ming glanced around and murmured on a stone wall. Qian Ruping heard Lu Ming's words and looked at the stone wall. Unfortunately, she couldn't see anything with her eyesight. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, shook his head, and waved his hand. A purple sword light shot out and slashed on the stone wall. A layer of white light appeared on the stone wall, but it was easily smashed by the bitter wheel sword in the next moment. The stone wall was smashed, and a big hole was smashed. The cave entrance was filled with grayish-white mist, revealing a pitch-black tunnel with no end in sight. The fog gradually drifted out, and the cold chi in the passage became more intense. Qian Ruping felt a tingling pain on her skin. She snorted and could not help but take a small step back. At the end of this place is an abyss. I'm going to investigate something inside. If you wear this, you won't be hurt by the evil chi here. As Lu Ming said, he took out the 1,000 transformation cloak and put it on Qian Ruping. After putting on the cloak, Qian Ruping really felt that she couldn't feel any yin chi. She couldn't help but feel relieved. In the following time, the two flew along the tunnel toward the depths. After 15 minutes, the two came to the end, an abnormally cold underground lake. Near the lake, the pale golden seal enchantment set by Siren King still existed, and it seemed to be stronger. Maybe Siren King reinforced it later. Ruping, you step back a little. Lu Ming waved with one hand, and the bitter wheel sword shot out in a rainbow. It floated in front of him motionlessly. Qian Ruping immediately stood behind Lu Ming obediently. Lu Ming launched a sword gesture with both hands. The bitter wheel sword in front of him shone with purple light and turned into a huge purple sword of 200 or 300 meters. The purple lightning arc flashed all over it, and it turned into a powerful thunder and lightning sword. As Lu Ming launched a sword gesture, the huge purple sword hit the void above the lake with the momentum of splitting the mountain and sea. With a loud bang, the void there suddenly twisted and blurred, and a silver-gray light curtain appeared. Chi-la, the huge purple sword gently slashed from top to bottom. The few enchantments on the silver light curtain were barely fragile under the huge purple sword. It was easily torn open, revealing a black space crack. Let's go. Lu Ming put away the bitter wheel sword with one hand, then he grabbed Qian Ruping with the other hand and flew into the space crack. The scene in front of them suddenly changed. The two had appeared in a gray desolate world. This is the abyss that Brother Ming just mentioned? Qian Ruping looked around curiously. Anyway, there was Lu Ming by her side, so there was no need to worry about danger. This is not a good place. If I didn't guess wrong, the space here should be close to the netherworld. Also, don't take off your cloak here. The gray evil chi here has a strong erosive effect on low-level cultivators. Lu Ming reminded. Qian Ruping was shocked when she heard this, and she nodded hurriedly. Brother Ming, what are we doing here? Qian Ruping asked after thinking about it. You will know in a while. Lu Ming said and flew in a direction with Qian Ruping. The abyss had not changed much in these years. It didn't take long for them to encounter a group of evil beasts, but with Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was naturally easy to get rid of them. After an hour, the two came to a place where a collapsed black mountain peak was. There was a stone forest in front of the mountain peak. It was the place where the head of the giant demon was sealed. Coming here again, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he sighed with some reminiscence. Then he looked at the void above the stone forest. There was only a gray sky above, and there was no abnormality in the space. The space node here had completely disappeared. Although he had already guessed it, Lu Ming couldn't help showing a hint of disappointment on his face. He came all the way here not to enjoy the scenery, but to find a way to return to the Middle Sky continent. It seemed that the original method would no longer work. Qian Ruping saw Lu Ming's disappointed expression, and she didn't say anything. Lu Ming sighed, landed on the ground, glanced at Qian Ruping, and didn't hide anything. He told her about how he was teleported to the Middle Sky continent from here. It was the first time Qian Ruping heard of this kind of adventure. While she was surprised, there was a hint of worry between her eyebrows. Brother Ming, do you want to go back to the Middle Sky continent? Qian Ruping asked. The cultivation resources in the sea region are too poor. I will break through the celestial state bottleneck soon. Naturally, I have to find a way to go back. Lu Ming said without hiding anything. As for the invasion of the stem borer, Lu Ming wasn't too worried. As the origin of the human race, the Middle Sky continent's strength was unfathomable. In the case where the stem borer queen couldn't cross over, it was impossible to be destroyed by the stem borer so easily. In this case, I want to go with you. Qian Ruping was silent for a moment, and said firmly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his face showed a contemplative look. Qian Ruping had such attainments in formation. It was really a pity to stay in the sea region. Brother Ming, we made a bet before. If I can break the 9 true Nirvana dragon formation of the Sea Emperor Palace, you have to promise me one condition. Now you promised to take me to the Middle Sky Continent, how about that? Qian Ruping saw the expression on Lu Ming's face, pouted, and pulled Lu Ming's clothes. Well, it seems that I have no choice but to agree. When Lu Ming saw Qian Ruping's cute and innocent appearance, he wanted to rub her head like before. However, when he stretched out his hand, he discovered that the other person was already a charming woman who was only slightly shorter than him. Thus, he immediately retracted his hand without a trace. Great, I know that Brother Ming is the best to me. Qian Ruping was overjoyed when she heard the words. She grabbed Lu Ming's wrist that was about to retract and said. Lu Ming coughed dryly, retracted his hand, let Qian Ruping stand behind him, and waved his hand to take out the white jade bottle containing Zhongyan's soul essence. Since the space node here had disappeared, if he wanted to return to the Middle Sky Continent, he could only ask this iron beastkin who came from there. He removed the talisman at the mouth of the bottle, waved his hand, and launched a symbol. A cloud of black gas came out of it. The black gas wrapped Zhongyan's soul essence. Zhongyan's soul first nodded to Lu Ming in a flattering manner, then he glanced around with a strange look in his eyes. You know this place too? Although Zhongyan's expression changed only for a moment, it was still noticed by Lu Ming, so he asked faintly. Yes, the dragon brought me here once. Zhongyan's heart was shocked, and he said hurriedly. These things don't matter. I have something to ask you. As the celestial state great beastkin of the Middle Sky Continent, why did you become like this? Lu Ming asked with a flicker in his eyes. It's a long story. After you took the Sky Beastkin's blood essence in the south, the people of Sky Beastkin Valley suddenly came to the south. After a fight, my body was destroyed. Only my soul essence escaped by luck. The dragon also took away several treasures I carried, so I became like this. Zhongyan said desolately with a pitiful look. Then how did you come to the sea region after that? Lu Ming was not moved at all, and he asked blankly. I found an ancient teleportation array in the depths of the south a long time ago. I didn't care about it at that time. Later, under the coercion of the dragon, I tried it. I didn't expect this teleportation array to lead to this area. Zhongyan hurriedly replied when he saw Lu Ming's unfriendly tone. Teleportation array. Where is it? Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard the words, and he asked hurriedly. Well, I can tell you all these things. Correspondingly, I ask you to make a heart demon oath to promise that you will spare my life afterward. How about that? Zhongyan hesitated for a moment and said as if he was negotiating a deal. Oh, are you still qualified to talk to me about a deal now? If I use soul-searching mystic art, I can also know these things. You can try. Lu Ming smiled coldly and did not continue. Although my cultivation method is not a top cultivation method, I believe that no one in the entire southern wilderness can compare to me in terms of strengthening the soul. Soul-searching technique can forget about getting the slightest information from me. Zhongyan's face changed when he heard this. Is that so? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He flipped his hand and grabbed Zhongyan's soul essence. Wisps of black gas emerged from his palm and wrapped Zhongyan's soul essence. Zhongyan let out a series of heart-wrenching screams. Streams of black smoke tried to seep into his soul essence, but they were all blocked by a strange layer of faint light. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Ming retracted his hand with a gloomy face. He didn't expect Zhongyan to not exaggerate. The soul-searching technique really couldn't invade Zhongyan's soul essence. It seems that you didn't bluff. Forcibly casting the technique will only make your soul essence explode. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Fellow Taoist is wise. Do you agree to the deal that I just said? Zhongyan's soul essence looked dispirited at the moment. A lot of the power of the soul essence had been worn away by Lu Ming's soul-searching technique. He said weakly. Since you have this kind of ability, you naturally have the qualification to talk about conditions. Well, as long as you tell me about the teleportation array, I can spare your life. Lu Ming said faintly. He seemed to casually put his hands behind his back. A yellow light flashed and a mountain river pearl appeared in his right hand. A motionless mini blue dragon with its eyes closed could be seen faintly in the pearl. With a slight movement of his fingers, rays of light flew into the mountain river pearl. The blue dragon's eyes opened slightly and its body moved slightly. Well, this deal is done. With your strength, I believe that you won't lie and keep your promise. I also don't need you to make any heart demon oath. Zhong Yan didn't notice the movement behind Lu Ming and said with joy. Well, tell me, where is the teleportation array? Lu Ming said noncommittally. Actually, it's right here in the abyss. I've just mentioned this place before, right after I teleported here from Zhongtian, Zhong Yan said with a smile. Oh, here? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he nodded in understanding. The space of the abyss here was indeed a bit unstable. Otherwise, the space node leading to the Middle Sky continent would not appear in this stone forest before. Will you lead the way then? Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. A gray light flashed on Zhong Yan's forehead, and a powerful divine sense spread out. After a while, he said, looking at the terrain, it should be not far from here. Lu Ming didn't talk nonsense. He immediately took Zhong Yan's soul essence and flew toward the east with Qianruping. 4 hours later, under Zhong Yan's guidance, Lu Ming arrived in front of a rolling black mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range was filled with grayish-black mist, which was surprisingly a rather dense evil qi. Yes, it's here. The teleportation array is in an underground cave in the mountain range. The grayish-black man transformed by Zhong Yan said so. Lu Ming nodded when he heard the words. As he was about to land, a strange cry came from the grayish-black mist in front of him. The mist tumbled violently, and more than a dozen gray strange birds flew out of it. These strange birds all had flattened beaks and long wings, and their entire bodies were covered in a gray aura. In addition to a pair of jet-black claws on their lower abdomens, their wings also had 2 claws that shone with a cold light, making them look quite ferocious. The aura exuded by the gray strange birds had reached the crystallization period, but their intelligence seemed to be very low. As soon as they saw Lu Ming and others, they immediately screamed and pounced on them. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a purple sword light surged. A purple sword rainbow shot out at lightning speed. After a blur, 36 identical sword rainbows appeared nearby. 36 rays of sword light suddenly shot down explosively and transformed into a violet sword net. In the time of a single breath, it enveloped all of these strange birds within it. Under the shroud of the huge sword and tent, the dozen strange birds felt the fear of approaching death. They screamed in horror and wanted to flee into the distance. But the purple sword net had blocked all their retreat, so they couldn't escape at all. The sword net shrank suddenly, and the dozen strange birds were slashed into countless minced meat without any resistance. Qianruping looked at Lu Ming, and Zhong Yan's eyes also had a hint of surprise. Let's go, where is the entrance to the underground cave? Lu Ming put away the bitter will sword and asked at the same time. In a canyon in the mountain range. Zhong Yan said quickly, pointing the direction. Lu Ming's figure moved, turning into a black light and flying down. Roar roar. A low roar suddenly came from the gray mist. It was similar to the cry of the strange birds just now, but it was much deeper. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he stopped. The sound of breaking through the air was loud, a huge black shadow flew out of the mist. It was a giant bird that was several times larger than the dozen strange birds just now. The giant bird's body was covered with black feathers, and its wings were more than 200 meters wide. There were 4 huge strange eyes on its head, flashing with murderous light. This black giant bird was a Jin Dan state evil beast. Its 4 eyes stared at Lu Ming motionlessly. It opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar that was full of endless killing intent. The next moment, the wings shook violently, and a gust of wind swept out from the wings, turning into countless wind blades that swept toward Lu Ming. Ah! Qianruping's cultivation was only at the condensation period. Under the raging wind, her figure was suddenly unstable. If it weren't for Lu Ming blocking in front, she would almost be torn apart. The little man transformed by Zhong Yan's spirit also changed his expression greatly. Courting death. Lu Ming's face flashed with anger. He waved his hand to launch a black gas that turned into a layer of black light curtain, shrouding Qianruping and Zhong Yan in it. At the same time, he waved his other hand heavily, and 8 mountain river pearls blasted out. They instantly grew to the size of a millstone in the wind, smashing toward the black giant bird with a terrifying power. As soon as the wind blades touched the mountain river pearl, they only made a metal collision and collapsed. Boom, the first mountain river pearl smashed on the back of the black giant bird, and a clear bone-cracking sound came out. The black giant bird let out a wail, and its eyes were full of horror. Before it could escape, the remaining 6 or 7 beads of mountains and rivers had already come crashing down on it. After a series of muffled sounds, the black giant bird's body was already broken. It fell down like a stone and fell heavily on the ground. There was no breath at all. Lu Ming waved his hand expressionlessly to recall the mountain river pearl. After his eyes flashed, he looked at the corpse of the black giant bird. The evil beast's body was a treasure, especially its bones, which were extremely hard. They were excellent forging materials. The value of a Jin Dan evil beast was no less than a Jin Dan beastkin. Even if he couldn't use it, he could bring it back to the savage ghost sect. The mountain river pearl just smashed down fiercely, even a mountain would collapse. Although the black giant bird had been smashed to death, its body was basically intact, which showed the toughness of its body. Lu Ming glanced at the giant bird's body a few times. As he was about to put the body into the sumeru ring, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he made a slight sound. "Brother Ming, what's wrong?" Qian Ruping couldn't help but ask. The cultivation of this evil beast has clearly reached the Jin Dan realm, but there is nothing similar to Jin Dan in its body. Instead, there is such a thing in its head. Lu Ming murmured. He took out the bitter wheel sword, split the head of the giant bird, and took out a fist-sized, black oval crystal. This black crystal was cold to the touch, and the smooth surface exuded a faint black light. There was no spiritual power fluctuation inside, but it seemed to emit a fluctuation similar to divine sense. Zhong Yan looked at the black crystal in Lu Ming's hand, and his eyes flashed. "Why, do you recognize this crystal?" Lu Ming glanced at Zhong Yan and said faintly. "This is the first time I have seen this thing. Maybe it is a special or formed in the body of this evil beast." Zhong Yan said with a laugh. Lu Ming smiled and didn't ask. After playing with it for a while, he kept it and continued to fly forward. The following journey was much smoother. Under the guidance of Zhong Yan, Lu Ming and Qian Ruping quickly came to the bottom of a canyon in the mountain range. Zhong Yan pointed to a flat gray stone wall at the bottom of the canyon. "The entrance is here, but in order to prevent those evil beasts from entering and destroying the array, the dragon set up a few enchantments here," Zhong Yan said after thinking about it. Lu Ming nodded. These enchantments naturally couldn't stop him, and they were easily broken by him. Boom, as the last white light curtain was shattered by Lu Ming's punch, a cave entrance that was about the height of a person suddenly appeared in front of him. There was a space in the size of an acre in the cave. It was filled with gray stones everywhere. There was a large open space in the middle of the stone pile. The open space was engraved with countless array patterns and colorful crystal stones, forming a rather simple array. "This is the teleportation array?" Lu Ming let out a long breath and said with shining eyes. "Yes," Zhong Yan said without hesitation. Lu Ming walked around the teleportation array a few times. He frowned slightly. With his array cultivation, he really couldn't see anything. On the contrary, when Qian Ruping saw the teleportation array on the ground, her beautiful eyes stared at the array patterns on the ground. She could no longer move her eyes away. Lu Ming glanced at Qian Ruping and smiled slightly. He was secretly glad that he brought this woman with him. With this array master, many things were much simpler. This ancient teleportation array seems to have failed. Can it be repaired? Lu Ming used his divine thought to explore the teleportation array. He couldn't feel any spiritual power fluctuations, so he turned to Zhong Yan and said, "The ancient teleportation array is very different from the current teleportation array. I studied it for a long time before I figured out how to use it. To activate this teleportation array, you need a magic weapon called Milieu token." Zhong Yan replied without thinking. "Milieu token, what is this?" Lu Ming frowned and asked. "It is a rare treasure that I refined for decades to activate this ancient teleportation array, but due to the scarcity of materials, I only refined 2 in total. It is similar to the great teleportation token in the ancient times, but the Milieu token I refined is a one-time consumable treasure. After activating a teleportation array, it will disappear. It is far less than the Great Teleportation token that can be used multiple times. Zhong explained. Really? It seems that you have used one. Where is the remaining one? Lu Ming said with a flash in his eyes. I didn't have a physical body at the beginning, so I couldn't keep this thing. I have been putting it in the dragon's storage bracelet. I think you should have gotten it right? Zhong looked at Lu Ming meaningfully and asked. Siren King's storage magical weapon is indeed on me, but I haven't had time to check it. As Lu Ming said, his fingers flashed in blue light, and there was already a palm-sized bracelet. Milieu token is a small blood-red token. It is made from a space beast kin called Milieu, so I call it Milieu token. Zhong said quickly. As Lu Ming heard the words, a red light flashed in his hand, and there was a hexagonal blood-red token. This is it. As long as you put a drop of blood essence into this thing and refine it, then you can activate this ancient teleportation array. By then, you can directly return to the southern wilderness of the Central Sky region. Zhong nodded and said so. Lu Ming looked at the token in his hand and pondered. Seeing this, Zhong also didn't speak. On the other hand, Qian Ruping on the side looked curiously at the thing in Lu Ming's hand, showing a little interest. Oh, it's so simple? I am a little curious. Since you can return to the southern wilderness, why do you and Siren King stay in such a remote place like the sea region? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Fellow Taoist must be joking. Back then, I was being hunted down and even lost my physical body. That was why I incited the fled dragon to activate this teleportation formation of unknown origin. I didn't expect to be teleported to the fled dragon's homeland. Naturally, he didn't want to go back. If I were to rashly return in my current state, I'm afraid that my soul will soon disperse. Zhong bitterly laughed. I see. Lu Ming played with the token in his hand and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Zhong sighed and said with a bitter smile, could it be that fellow Taoist is worried that I'm lying? I'm already in a deep prison, so how would I dare to play any tricks? Fellow Taoist will know if I'm lying. I only hope that you can keep your promise and let me go. Seeing this, Zhong sighed and said with a bitter smile. Lu Ming sneered, and his eyes fell on the bloody token in his hand. As he wanted to say something, a weak man's voice suddenly came from his body. This token is not Milieu token at all. It is Iron Demon Zhongyan's Soul Leech token. If you don't want to be controlled by him and become a walking corpse, don't touch this thing. Zhongyan's face changed drastically when he heard this. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He moved his hand and kept the bloody token into the Sumer ring. Then, he waved his hand, and there was a mountain river pearl in front of him. With a flash of yellow light, a blue mini flood dragon flew out of the mountain river pearl. With a roar, it turned into a young man in white clothes with a blurred body. It was Siren King. Siren King at the moment. The white clothes on his body were tattered and full of blood. His face was extremely pale, but his eyes looking at Zhong were full of resentment. You are actually not dead yet. Impossible, I have already. Zhong suddenly stopped talking halfway. You have already planted the soul-extinguishing leech in my soul essence, haven't you? Siren King smiled coldly. But you forgot that I also practiced your poisonous insect mystic classic. Although I am far inferior to you, I can still temporarily suppress the soul-extinguishing leech with soul power. Siren King's face showed a painful look. His body trembled slightly, but he still endured the pain and sneered. Zhong face was extremely ugly. Suddenly, his body felt cold. Lu Ming looked over coldly. Lu, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. That is definitely Milieu token. If you don't believe it, let this female cultivator refine it, then everything will be clear. Zhong said quickly. Qian Ruping, who was standing on the side, frowned when she heard this. Lu Ming's face turned gloomy when he heard the words. However, at the moment when Lu Ming's spirit was slightly relaxed, Zhong soul essence suddenly burst into gray light. It burst open with a bang, turning into hundreds of gray insects that blasted in all directions. Want to escape? Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and a dazzling green light appeared on his chest. It flashed and turned into a green bull phantasm. It was Chehuan Totem. Chehuan Green Bull opened its mouth and spat out a roll of green light. A powerful suction force came from it, instantly covering the entire cave. The hundreds of gray insects that had just flown out were rolled back by the green light. They were swallowed by Chehuan Green Bull. A faint scream came from Chehuan Totem, then there was no sound soon. Lu Ming waved his hand, and Chehuan Green Bull flashed and disappeared into his shoulder again. Seeing Zhong Yan was destroyed by Lu Ming, Xian Ruping smiled sweetly, then she continued to look down at the teleportation array on the ground. After Zhong Yan was swallowed by Chehuan Totem, the painful expression on Siren King's face suddenly disappeared. He stood up with a sigh of relief. Zhong Yan is dead, then you will tell me the method to activate this ancient teleportation array. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to say it. I can know what I want to know by soul-searching later. Lu Ming said calmly to Siren King. Lu Ming, did you forget that I also cultivated Zhong Yan's secret technique? Although it is not as good as Iron Beast Kin, if I want to self-destruct, you can't stop me. Siren King's face was emotionless as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Since this is the case, then according to the agreement I just made with Zhong Yan, you tell me the method to activate this teleportation array, and I will let you live. Lu Ming frowned and said after a moment. Is this true? Siren King asked with a flash in his eyes. Although I don't claim to be a gentleman, I still mean what I said. What's more, your Jing Dan has been broken, and you have been hit by several mystic arts of Zhong Yan. Both your physical body and soul have been greatly weakened. Even if you can barely heal your injuries, you have no hope of advancing to Jing Dan. It's not a big deal to let you go. Lu Ming said faintly. Siren King showed a bitter expression when he heard the words, and he didn't say anything. But even if this is the case, if you really want to leave, I still need to put another enchantment in your body to prevent you from causing any harm to the Yunchuan human clan after I leave. Lu Ming said bluntly. I am now a fish on the chopping board, so I have to agree. However, you and I have to swear by our inner demons at the same time. Siren King's face turned gloomy when he heard the words, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is no problem. Lu Ming smiled slightly. The two of them swore by their inner demons. Lu Ming then chanted, cut his finger, popped out a drop of blood, then waved his hand to launch a symbol. The blood turned into a bloody rune and divided into two. Lu Ming turned his hand and took out a green jade token. A part of the bloody rune flew into the jade token. The surface of the jade token seemed to be engraved, and a line of bloody text appeared. The other part blurred and went into Siren King's body. Countless silk-like bloody lights appeared in Siren King's spiritual sea, like roots rooted in the entire spiritual sea. A sharp pain came from the spiritual sea. Siren King groaned, but the next moment, the pain disappeared without a trace as if it had never appeared. This is a kind of blood enchantment that I recently learned. It has been deeply rooted in your spiritual sea. Even a celestial state cultivator may not be able to break it. But you can rest assured that as long as no one activates this jade token, the enchantment in your body will not have any effect on you. Lu Ming said so. Siren King slightly mobilized the spiritual power in his body. Sure enough, these bloodlines had no effect, then he was relieved. You want to leave this jade token in the hands of the humans on Yunchuan Island? Siren King asked with a flash in his eyes. You can rest assured that this thing is just a deterrent. I will give it to a reliable person for safekeeping. I will also order him not to use this to coerce you to do anything. Lu Ming saw Siren King's worry and said lightly. Siren King's face looked better when he heard the words. Now tell me how to activate this ancient teleportation formation. Lu Ming changed the topic and asked. To be honest, this ancient teleportation array doesn't need any special method to activate. Siren King took a deep breath and said something that surprised Lu Ming. What do you mean? Lu Ming's face turned gloomy when he heard the words. Don't misunderstand. I'm telling the truth. According to the results of Iron Monster Sex investigation for many years, although this ancient teleportation array can still barely be used, the spirit patterns of the array have become more and more fragile in the endless years of wear and tear. After each use, it will take 100 or 200 years to resume operation, So if you want to use this array to return to the Middle Sky continent, you will probably have to wait for at least 100 years. Siren King spoke like an arrow and explained quickly. Really? Lu Ming frowned and asked coldly. I have already sworn to my inner demon, so I naturally won't say a word of lies. Not to mention that 100 years is just a blink of an eye for the Gene Dan cultivator. If the array can't be used at that time, you can just take my life. Anyway, you have already planted enchantment on me. Siren King sighed and said slowly. When Lu Ming heard this, he showed a thoughtful look. Right at this moment, Qian Ruping suddenly raised her head and said, Big Brother Ming, what he said should be true. Although I haven't seen an ancient teleportation formation, I can roughly determine the situation of the formation's operation. These formation markings are indeed slightly cracked. I reckon that it will be completely unusable after another 2 or 3 operations. Really? Hearing Qian Ruping's words, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. There are still a few places in this teleportation array that are blurred. After I go back and study it, I should be able to repair it a little. Maybe it can shorten its use cycle. Qian Ruping thought about it and continued. When Lu Ming heard this, he was a little surprised. It seemed that he still underestimated Qian Ruping's array skills. She could even repair the ancient teleportation array. Siren King also glanced at Qian Ruping with surprise, but he looked away the next moment. His cultivation was now greatly damaged, and Lu Ming had set up this enchantment. He naturally didn't bother to think about things that had nothing to do with him. Well, this matter will be handed over to you. If you need any materials, just tell me. Lu Ming nodded slightly and said. In the following time, Qian Ruping spent more than an hour to carefully check the teleportation array and copied the patterns on it onto the jade slips. This teleportation array was the only clue to return to the Middle Sky continent. In order to prevent it from being destroyed by the evil beast or discovered by others, Lu Ming then spent more than a day to set up 7 or 8 enchantment arrays with the help of Qian Ruping, completely blocking the entire cave from the inside and outside. Only then did he leave with peace of mind. Half a day later, the 3 flew out of the abandoned mineral vein. Well, you and I will bid farewell here. I hope you don't let me catch any reason to kill you in the future. Lu Ming said faintly to Siren King. Siren King nodded silently, and there was a sense of loss in his heart. Once upon a time, Lu Ming was just an ant-like existence that could be killed at will in his eyes. Now the positions of the two had been completely reversed, and Lu Ming had become an existence that he must look up to. Lu Ming didn't look at Siren King again, and he flew away with Qian Ruping. Lu, please wait a minute. Siren King suddenly stopped Lu Ming. Lu Ming stopped and turned his head to look over. The female cultivator who was teleported to the Middle Sky continent with you, is she okay now? Siren King hesitated for a moment and asked with a complicated gaze. You mean Callan? She is doing very well and has already entered the Taiching Gate. She should be entering the Jin Dan realm soon. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly as he spoke. Callan had already recovered most of her memory over the years, and Lu Ming had already learned some of what Siren King did from her mouth. As for the other soul in Callan's body, although it couldn't be completely removed, it had been sealed by her master. However, he naturally did not intend to tell Siren King about this. If that's the case, I got it. Thank you, Lu, for telling me. Siren King let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. He cupped his fist and bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, then he slightly nodded his head. His silhouette flickered and disappeared with Qian Ruping in the blink of an eye. Siren King looked at the direction where Lu Ming disappeared with a complicated expression. After a while, he turned around and flew in a certain direction. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Qian Ruping returned to the savage ghost sect Jiaoying Mountain. Lu Ming originally planned to send Qian Ruping back to Tianyue sect, but Qian Ruping insisted on following him. She used a flying sword to send a letter to Master Ling Yu explaining the whole story. Lu Ming had no choice but to bring her over. He asked Marshal Ant Zhong to arrange a cave house near his courtyard for Qian Ruping to live in. Qian Ruping went into the secret room of the cave house with excitement. She couldn't wait to start studying the ancient teleportation array. In the following time, Lu Ming and Marshal Ant Zhong chatted for a while in the hall at the top of the mountain. They learned that the Jiaowing lineage did not suffer much loss in this battle due to the deliberate arrangement of the old man surnamed Yan. Zhong Wendao had been in seclusion these past few days. At this moment, he was summoned and came out to pay a visit to Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately gave him some pointers on the dark bone secret art in front of martial ant Zhong. His physique was indeed very suitable for the dark bone secret art. In just a short period of time, he had already seen some results. Very good. It seems that in a short period of time, your dark bone secret art will be able to reach the 4th level. Lu Ming said with some praise. This is all because of the help of the elixir that Master bestowed upon me. This disciple can only progress so quickly. Zhong Wendao said very respectfully. Lu Ming nodded slowly. This kind of calm temperament was somewhat similar to him. Good, go and cultivate first. If you can advance to the crystal level within 100 years, I will accept you as my disciple. Lu Ming said lightly. Yes, thank you, Master. Disciple will definitely work harder. Zhong Wendao was overjoyed when he heard this. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and gave a deep bow to Lu Ming. Seeing this, martial ant Zhong on the side also showed a gratified look. The two of them chatted for a while before martial ant Zhong tactfully said her goodbyes and left. After 10 minutes, Lu Ming returned to the small courtyard on the mountainside. He walked directly into the secret room and took out a blue bracelet. It was the storage magical weapon of Siren King. He was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to carefully look at the things inside. His divine thought entered the storage bracelet. After a while, he waved his hand, and a large number of things emerged and fell on the ground. Most of them were some spiritual materials, spiritual flowers, ores, and other training resources. There were also some spiritual stones and spiritual weapons. These things were of no use to Lu Ming. What made Lu Ming a little concerned was a black shiny iron ruler, 2 egg-sized black crystals, and a gray jade slips. The black iron ruler was covered with bean-sized golden stripes. It was a real magic weapon. It exuded a terrifying aura. It should be the usual treasure of Iron Beast kin, but this thing was of no use to Lu Ming. The 2 black crystal stones were exactly the same as the crystal stone he got from the head of the real pellet state giant bird that he killed before. It seemed that Siren King had killed other real pellet state evil beasts before. Recalling that Zhong Yan denied seeing this black crystal before, this thing should be useful, but he forgot to ask Siren King. Lu Ming played with it twice, then he put away the black crystal. He picked up the gray jade slips and probed it with divine thought. At the beginning of the jade slips, there were 4 simple beast kin clan characters, Gu scripture. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Siren King said before that this technique was the main technique of Iron Beast kin Zhong Yan. A hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Zhong Yan had cultivated this cultivation method, but he was unable to search his soul. Thinking about it, the venomous coil true scripture should be quite profound. Thinking of this, Lu Ming continued to read. Time passed little by little. After half an hour, he opened his eyes with a hint of shock on his face. According to the records on the jade slips, this Gu scripture was a secret sect in the ancient times, a secret technique of voodoo. Lu Ming had read countless ancient classics, and there were occasional mentions of voodoo. The ancient voodoo was strange and unpredictable. It was rumored that there was a strange magical power to kill people from a distance and substitute curses. Lu Ming had heard of a voodoo technique called the 7 Arrows Book. It used the enemy's hair to make a small person. The enemy's name and date of birth were written on it. There was a lamp on the head and a lamp under the feet, and it was pricked with needles. Every time a needle was pricked, the enemy would lose a soul. After 7 needles, the enemy's soul would completely dissipate, and the enemy would die in pain. The techniques recorded in the Gu scripture were not so mysterious. According to the above, the voodoo was divided into voodoo and witchcraft. The 7 Arrows book was biased towards witchcraft, while the Gu scripture was biased towards voodoo. The cultivation of the Gu scripture seemed very difficult, and the requirements for the aptitude were not low. Lu Ming estimated that Iron Beast kin Zhong Yan should not have cultivated to a high realm. Otherwise, even if he only had a soul, he would not be so controlled by Siren King. Although the techniques in the scripture had no effect on Lu Ming, some of the mystic arts related to the soul operation benefited Lu Ming a lot. The soul locking technique was one of them. The other soul-splitting mystic arts, grafting mystic arts, soul transfer mystic arts and so on were even more eye-opening to him. The methods recorded in the true scripture of voodoo were quite strange. The soul leech card, soul extinguishing voodoo, etc. that Siren King mentioned before were all recorded on the jade slip. Each voodoo technique was extremely insidious, which made people shudder. It was a pity that the materials needed to cast these voodoo techniques were too harsh. Many of them were rare spirit insects and rare herbs that were hard to find in the sky. However, one of the soul-sucking voodoo attracted Lu Ming's attention. The main material needed for this voodoo technique was the mind imitation insect. Soul-sucking voodoo was not a voodoo technique for the enemy, but it was an auxiliary voodoo technique. Once the soul-sucking voodoo was cultivated, it not only inherited the ability of the mind imitation insect to provide spiritual power to the host, but it could also absorb other souls and refine them into pure soul power. Most of it would be absorbed by itself, but it would also spit out a part to the host. Lu Ming took a long breath and forced himself to calm down. If he could cultivate this soul-sucking voodoo, his spiritual power could increase greatly, and this kind of growth was sustainable. The benefits of strong spiritual power, Lu Ming understood it more deeply than anyone else. The value of this voodoo technique was simply immeasurable. After Lu Ming calmed down, he carefully checked the materials needed for soul-sucking voodoo. Except for the mind imitation insect, he knew most of the materials needed. Except for a strange insect called skeleton silkworm that he had never heard of, although the others were precious, he should be able to collect them all as long as he returned to the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then he put away all the things on the ground, then he got up and walked out of the secret room. Now that he was in the sea region, never mind the skeleton silkworm, he couldn't even find other materials. The urgent matter now was to find a way to return to the Middle Sky continent. He walked into the hall. In the hall, a white communication talisman was buzzing and flying around. Lu Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. He was too focused just now, and he didn't notice this thing. He waved his hand and released a black gas to wrap around the communication talisman, and a thought was transmitted to his mind. After a while, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He waved one hand, and the door of the small courtyard slowly opened. An old man in a grey robe stood at the door. It was the old man surnamed Yan. So it's fellow Yan. Please come in. I was cultivating in the secret room just now and didn't notice the message glyph, Lu Ming said lightly. Elder Lu is too polite. I heard from Marshal Nephew Zhong that you've returned, so I came to visit. Old man Yan saw Lu Ming and let out a sigh of relief. Right now, Lu Ming was the most important person in the barbarian ghost sect, and he absolutely could not be lost. Old man Yan wished that Lu Ming could seclude himself in the barbarian ghost sect for 1,000 years and never leave. However, this was clearly impossible. Lu Ming had naturally seen through old man Yan's thoughts, but unfortunately, he had no intention of wasting any more time in the vast sea region. Fellow, please take a seat. Lu Ming pointed to a seat in the hall and said casually. The old man surnamed Yan expressed his gratitude before taking a seat off to the side. It's been a few days since the end of the war. What's the situation in the vast sea region? Lu Ming asked. I was about to tell Elder Lu about this. Upon hearing this, the old man surnamed Yan hurriedly said, then he reported the recent events to Lu Ming in a long-winded manner. After the Sea Emperor Palace's forces were annihilated, the vast sea region had undergone earth-shaking changes in less than 10 days. First, the Golden Scale clan, who once boasted of the vast sea royal clan, began to move. They reclaimed their original island forces on the periphery of the vast sea region, and several other sea clans also began to move. Although the 10 sea clans of the vast sea clan had been wantonly suppressed and persecuted by the Sea Emperor Palace in the past 100 years, they still accumulated considerable strength and could not be underestimated. Of course, because of the existence of Lu Ming, no one dared to provoke the humans of the Yunchuan continent. The major sects of Yunchuan were naturally not idle. Taking advantage of this turmoil, they frequently sent people to occupy several islands near the Yunchuan continent. As the most powerful sect, the barbarian ghost sect was the first to occupy the 3 most resource-rich islands. Now, sect leader Huangshi and a few spirit masters brought some barbarian ghost sect disciples to guard the islands, preparing to establish a branch there. In addition, the Sea clan also took the initiative to send people to contact the Yunchuan alliance, send a large number of materials, and propose to sign a non-aggression treaty. When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded noncommittally. This situation was within his expectations. In this way, the barbarian ghost sect would gradually stabilize and grow stronger. After a few more decades of recuperation and the various resources he brought, the prosperity of the sect was only a matter of time. By the way, I almost forgot something. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and interrupted Old Man Yan's torrent of words. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Old Man Yan, then said, "Old Man Yan, these are some of the training resources in Sea Emperor Palace that I asked people to collect when I was fighting with Siren King. You should make good use of them." The elderly man faltered slightly upon hearing this before inspecting his storage ring with his spiritual sense, upon which an ecstatic look appeared on his face. Although the quality of the various training resources in the storage ring was not as good as what Lu Ming had given him last time, the quantity was much greater, and it was more suitable for the current situation of the barbarian ghost sect. After all, most of the cultivators of the barbarian ghost sect were at the spirit apostle stage and the liquid stage. With these things, he was confident that he could double the number of spirit masters in the barbarian ghost sect in 10 or 20 years. Elder Lu, don't worry. I will make good use of these resources and live up to your expectations. Elder Yan patted his chest and promised. I naturally believe in fellow Yan's ability. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. By the way, I have one more thing to tell you. Now that the sea region has settled down and the crisis of the Yunchuan continent has been resolved, I won't stay here for too long. I will find a way to return to the Middle Sky continent as soon as possible. What, Elder Lu wants to go back? Elder Yan was greatly shocked upon hearing this and suddenly stood up. He opened his mouth to say something, but when he saw Lu Ming's calm gaze, he didn't say anything. He had been worried about this matter, but when Lu Ming really wanted to leave, he had no reason to keep Lu Ming. Brother Yan, don't worry. I only said this to remind you that the sea region is too far away from the Middle Sky continent. I haven't found a way to return for the time being, so I will probably stay in the barbarian ghost sect for a while. Also, before I leave, I will definitely make some arrangements to ensure the prosperity of the barbarian ghost sect. Lu Ming immediately added. If that's the case, then it's fine. I'll have to trouble Elder Lu to worry again. Elder Yan let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this and hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. What would come would come. For the entire barbarian ghost sect, being able to receive so much help from Lu Ming was already very lucky. If he asked for more, he was afraid that it would instead make Lu Ming unhappy. By the way, when we last met, I felt that fellow Yan's flying silver corpse seemed to be somewhat out of control. I wonder if my senses were wrong. Lu Ming smiled and suddenly changed the topic. Elder Lu's eyes are like torches. That's right. In recent years, the cultivation of that silver corpse has greatly increased. Although it usually doesn't go out of control, it is becoming more and more difficult to control. I wonder if Elder Lu has a way. Elder Yan was a little surprised at first, but then asked with great joy. Although I don't practice the corpse refining branch, I have read some related books in the scripture pavilion of the Taiqing Gate. Among them, there is a secret technique called the heart-trapping lock, which can strengthen the control of the corpse refining branch. If fellow trusts me, there is no harm in letting me handle the flying silver corpse, Lu Ming said slowly. Back then, in order to refine the celestial elephant demon corpse he had obtained in the ancient ruins of the Pegasus Plains into a corpse refining branch, he had gone through countless books. Unfortunately, the demon corpse had been taken away by Green Spirit. Even now, thinking about it still made his heart ache. If what you say is true, then I will leave it to Elder Lu. Elder Yan was overjoyed. He took out a palm-sized black gourd and a bone-white token from his bosom and handed them over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took them and his eyes suddenly flashed. He glanced at the cultivating soul pouch at his waist, then swept his gaze over the bone-white token. Finally, his gaze fell on the black gourd. The gourd's appearance was jet black, and its tentacles were smooth and delicate. It seemed to be made of some kind of wooden spirit material, but it also faintly emitted a trace of coldness. His divine sense entered the gourd. The silver flying corpse was sitting cross-legged, breathing in and out as if it was cultivating on its own. Elder Yen explained, "This item was given to me by my master. Apparently, he obtained it during a fortuitous encounter. Due to the fact that it possesses its own space within it, I refined it and used it as a corpse refinement pouch," the elderly man explained. "I see. This gourd should have some history. I can't identify its material, but it seems to contain a wisp of extremely purine qi. This gourd should be the reason why your flying silver corpse is progressing so quickly." Lu Ming's eyes flashed upon hearing this. "Is that so?" The elderly man was naturally quite surprised to hear this. Elder Yen paused momentarily before asking, "Fellow Yen, this item is of some use to me. Would you be able to transfer it to me? I will use some rare materials to raise the cultivation of your flying silver corpse to the intermediate stage of the crystallization period as compensation." Lu Ming paused slightly and asked, "Since this item is of use to Elder Lu, feel free to take it. Upgrading the silver corpses is indeed very beneficial, but with its current powers, it's already rather difficult for me to control them. If I were to make another breakthrough in my cultivation base, I most likely won't be able to suppress them," the elderly man replied with furrowed brows. "Don't worry, fellow. Leave the matter of suppressing the silver corpse to me. You can come at this time tomorrow to collect it." Lu Ming smiled. "If that's the case, then I'll thank you in advance." Elder Yen saw Lu Ming's confident expression and couldn't help but look forward to it. He knew the strength of the flying silver corpse better than anyone else. If it could advance to the crystal formation intermediate stage, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against a crystal formation advanced stage cultivator. Elder Yen briefly described the situation of the Yunchuan continent to Lu Ming before taking his leave. Lu Ming closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before stepping into the secret room. With a flash of black light, the scorpion flew out from the soul-nurturing room and looked at the black gourd in Lu Ming's hand. "What? Do you really like this gourd so much? Could it be that you recognize the material of this thing?" Lu Ming glanced at the scorpion and said. The reason why he wanted to ask Elder Yen for this thing was because of the scorpion's telepathic message just now. "I don't know, but this gourd has an aura that I like very much. I can feel that if I cultivate in it, in less than 20 years, my cultivation will be able to go a step further and reach the Jin Dan advanced stage," Scorpion said in a quite certain tone. Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. The scorpion had only advanced to the Jin Dan intermediate stage for a few years, and he was confident that he could go a step further in 20 years, however, with his understanding of the scorpion's character, without absolute certainty, the scorpion would never speak nonsense. "Alright, since this thing is useful to you, you can stay in it and cultivate in the future." Lu Ming calmed his mind and said indifferently. If the scorpion's cultivation could go a step further, it would also be very beneficial to him, so he naturally would not stop it. "Thank you, master." A happy smile appeared on the scorpion's face. Lu Ming waved his hand and sent several spells into the black gourd. He grabbed at the void with his hand, and the flying silver corpse flew out of the gourd and landed on the ground. The flying silver corpse suddenly opened its eyes. When it saw Lu Ming, fear flashed in its eyes. The wings on its back flapped, and it was about to fly into the sky. At that moment, a giant silver pincer stretched out from the side and pressed down on the flying silver corpse's body like lightning. A huge wave of power surged forth. The flying silver corpse did not have the slightest ability to resist, and it was forcibly pressed to the ground. At the same time, a terrifying spiritual pressure locked onto the flying silver corpse. The flying silver corpse trembled, and it looked at the giant silver scorpion standing beside it in horror. It did not dare to move at all. "Okay, scorpion, just press it like this," Lu Ming instructed. He waved his hand, and there was a corpse of a giant black bird on the ground. It was the Jin Dan evil beast that he killed in the abyss. Lu Ming waved his hand and launched a few symbols. He opened his mouth and spouted a black elixir fire to wrap the corpse of the black giant bird. The feathers on the giant bird quickly melted in the black flame. After a while, it turned into a grayish-white featherless bird corpse. The corpse was damaged in many places, revealing the pale bones inside. Lu Ming launched another symbol without saying a word, and the black flame he spouted became brighter. As time passed, after a quarter of an hour, The corpse of the giant bird suddenly shrank a little as if the flesh inside was evaporated by the flame, revealing a skinny pale skeleton. Lu Ming waved with one hand. Poof, a foot-long white bone flew out of the corpse. He opened his mouth again and spouted a black flame that wrapped around the white bone. This time, the flame flickered with a dazzling black light, exuding extremely high heat. The white bone quickly melted in the flame and turned into a grayish-white liquid ball. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the grayish-white liquid ball floated above the left arm of the flying silver corpse, then it slowly merged into it. The flying silver corpse let out a painful roar, but its body was held by Scorpion's giant pincers, so it couldn't move at all. After the grayish-white liquid merged into the left arm of the flying silver corpse, Lu Ming waved again and pulled out another bone from the corpse of the giant bird. He refined it into a liquid ball with elixir fire and merged it into the body of the flying silver corpse again, but this time it was the right arm. In the following time, Lu Ming did the same thing. He pulled out the bones of the giant bird one by one, then he merged them into the whole body of the flying silver corpse. An hour later, the flying silver corpse's appearance had undergone a huge change. It had grown nearly half its height, and gray patterns had appeared on the surface of its body. A pair of silver wings had also grown steel-like black feathers. At the same time, the spiritual power fluctuations emitted by the flying silver corpse reached the peak of the early stage of the crystallization period. It was almost able to enter the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and took out a jet-black pill. Golden spots appeared on the surface of the pill. It was a Vajra bone-tempering pill. With a flick of his finger, the Vajra bone-tempering pill entered the flying silver corpse's mouth in a blur. At the same time, several spells entered the flying silver corpse's body. Crack, a violent aura exuded from the flying silver corpse. Under the promotion of the Vajra bone-quenching pill, the flying silver corpse's cultivation had improved greatly. It had reached the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. It was just that this method of relying on external forces to advance naturally had many repercussions. In the future, it was almost impossible for him to advance any further. In fact, even the celestial phenomenon ascension that he should have had never appeared. Even so, the flying silver corpse let out a low roar filled with joy, and its body twisted twice in excitement. However, before it could get excited for long, the scorpion's giant pincer moved, and an even more terrifying force pressed down, instantly waking the flying silver corpse up from the excitement of advancing. The flying silver corpse let out a low whine as if it was wronged. Now that you have advanced to the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, your wisdom should have made great progress. You should be able to understand what I say, right? Lu Ming took out the bone-white command token and said faintly. The flying silver corpse glanced at Lu Ming. The green light in its eyes had faded a lot, and it had a sense of intelligence. It nodded. Well, I will give you two choices now. One is to let me plant a heart-binding lock enchantment in your soul, then you will assist the savage ghost sect wholeheartedly. The other is that I will erase your wisdom and refine you into a zombie puppet. Which one do you choose? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and said in a cold and murderous tone. The flying silver corpse opened its mouth and looked at Lu Ming. Its face showed hesitation and unwillingness. Lu Ming's eyes turned gloomy. Bone Scorpion's giant pincer pressed down fiercely, and the flying silver corpse's body creaked as if it was about to shatter immediately. Cracks appeared on the ground. It seems that you have chosen the second option. This is also good. Although the zombie puppet is slightly weaker, it is a dead thing without wisdom. It is much easier to control. Lu Ming sneered, and a black light appeared in his hand. No, don't want, I am willing to be restricted. The flying silver corpse said hurriedly. It was the first time he had opened his mouth, and his words were intermittent. Moreover, his voice sounded extremely dry, as if two pieces of iron were rubbing against each other. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and he immediately chanted. He launched black runes from his hand, and they slowly merged into the flying silver corpse's body. At the same time, two gray and white lights shot into the flying silver corpse's eyes. The flying silver corpse's eyes suddenly became misty. After a while, a black light flashed between its eyebrows, and a small black lock mark appeared. A black light shot out from it and went into the bone-white token in Lu Ming's hand. The token flashed, and a small black lock mark also appeared, but there was a circle of ancient runes around it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the light in his eyes dispersed. "Scorpion, it's enough. Let it go," he said faintly. Scorpion immediately retracted its giant pincer when it heard the words. Its body moved, and it turned into a black-veiled girl. She turned around and stood behind Lu Ming. The flying silver corpse shook his head and slowly stood up. There was an extra sense of familiarity in his gaze when he looked at Lu Ming. "It seems that the heart-binding lock secret technique has been completed." Lu Ming nodded. He waved his hand and wrapped the flying silver corpse with a black gas, then he threw it into the soul-recovering bag that Scorpion used before. Master's spiritual power is getting more and more profound. Not only did it greatly improve the body strength of the flying silver corpse, but it also easily advanced the cultivation of the silver corpse to the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. Scorpion clapped its hands and said in admiration. After integrating so many Jin Dan state evil beasts flesh and blood essence and a Vajra bone tempering pill, if the silver corpse still doesn't advance, it will have no potential. Lu Ming shook his head. "Let's not talk about this first. The refining technique of this gourd is quite rough. I will refine it again. You can cultivate in it in the future." Lu Ming suddenly thought of something, and he took out the black gourd. "Thank you, Master." Scorpion was overjoyed. Lu Ming took out a recovery elixir and consumed it. After meditating for a while, he restored his spiritual power to a perfect state, then he began to sacrificial refine the black gourd. Half a day later, Lu Ming walked out of the secret room with a satisfied expression. He was holding a fist-sized dark black gourd in his hand. The circles of dark green patterns were like annual rings, almost covering the entire surface of the gourd. After some refining, the size of this black gourd was reduced by half, but the internal space had expanded a lot to 3,000 meters. Lu Ming also specially separated 2 spaces inside. When he went to the netherworld to pick up Fey air in the future, he could also enter the Xing gourd to cultivate. Xing gourd was the name given by Lu Ming. Although he still didn't know the material of this gourd, after this refining, Lu Ming also discovered one of the functions of the Xing gourd, that was, it could transform some Yin attribute ores and materials into very pure Yin qi. Lu Ming had already tried to throw some ghost beast and nether beast body materials into the Xing gourd. In less than a moment, these things seemed to be digested and transformed into a stream of Yin qi. This ability was by no means the effect of the enchantment in the Xing gourd. It should be the effect of the material of the gourd itself. This made Lu Ming more interested in this Xing gourd. He secretly decided to investigate the origin of the material used in this gourd after returning to the Middle Sky continent. At this moment, the door of the small courtyard was pushed open. "Big Brother Ming." Qian Ruping walked in quickly from the outside. "Is there any progress on the teleportation array?" Lu Ming nodded slightly to her. "I have checked it carefully. The person who arranged this teleportation array is much more powerful than me. There is not much room to optimize the entire array. However, I have thought of a way to restore the most damaged nodes on the array. But this is useless. If the teleportation array at the other end is not repaired as well, it is impossible to shorten the buffer period of the teleportation array." Qian Ruping said with some distress. Lu Ming frowned slightly when he heard the words, then he comforted her and said, "It doesn't matter, 100 years is 100 years. We can afford to wait. And during this period, we may be able to find other ways to return to the Middle Sky continent. It is not necessary to use the teleportation array. By the way, repairing the teleportation array requires a few rare materials. I wonder if Brother Ming has them?" Qian Ruping nodded reluctantly, then she reported the names of several materials as if she was familiar with them. "Fortunately, I happen to have all these things." After Lu Ming thought for a while, he waved his hand and took out a black crystal stone, a crystal ore shining with golden light and a fiery red beastkin material, and handed them to Qian Ruping. Suddenly, he was startled. When he scanned with divine thought, he saw a cyan slate lying quietly in the corner of the Sumeru ring. It was the one he brought out from the underground of Qingsang mountain range on the eve of the Stembora War. "By the way, Ruping, help me look at this thing." Lu Ming took out the cyan slate and placed it on the table. "This is?" Qian Ruping glanced at the patterns on the slate, and her body stiffened. Her eyes lit up as she sat down and studied the slate carefully. The inscriptions on this should be a very ancient teleportation formation. However, the arrangement of these inscriptions is very strange. I need to study it for a while before I can figure out its use. After a while, Qian Ruping raised her head and said to Lu Ming with a serious expression. It really is a teleportation array. I also felt so when I got this thing. Lu Ming murmured to himself in realization, then he told the process of getting this thing. So that's how it is. It should be that when Brother Ming used brute force to take this thing away, it caused damage to the enchantment on the slate. No wonder the patterns on it are broken in several places. Qian Ruping said in realization. Can you fix it? If this is really a teleportation array, we may be able to find a way back to the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming asked thoughtfully. I will try my best. Qian Ruping nodded and said. She held the slate with both hands and left with Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at Qian Ruping's eager look, smiled slightly, and walked back to the bedroom. The next day, Old Man Yen came to Lu Ming's courtyard early in the morning. His expression was rather complicated, as if he was looking forward to it, but also a little uneasy. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Seeing Old Man Yan's expression, Lu Ming raised his hand and took out the high-grade soul-nurturing pouch containing the flying silver corpse and the bone-white token, handing them to Old Man Yen. Old Man Yen was overjoyed and hurriedly took them. Holding the token in his hand, he muttered something and waved his hand. With a flash of silver light, the flying silver corpse suddenly appeared in the hall. Seeing the changes in the flying silver corpse and the powerful aura it exuded, Old Man Yen was stunned at first, but then he showed an expression of ecstasy. Old Man Yen hurriedly made a hand sign and tried to control the flying silver corpse through the bone-white token. Sure enough, he found that it was not difficult at all, so he couldn't help but be even more surprised. I have already set up a special restriction on this token. In the future, as long as you refine this token, anyone can control this silver corpse, Lu Ming said lightly. That's great. I have been worried that once I die, no one will be able to control this silver corpse. Now, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Elder Lu, you have put in a lot of effort for our sect. Old Man Yen said gratefully. This is nothing. Lu Ming waved his hand. Old Man Yen hesitated and asked, right, there is one more thing to tell Elder Lu. Yuan Mo sect, Fusion sect, and other sects have sent a message that they plan to hold a high-level meeting in the near future to discuss the future development of the Yunchuan Alliance. I wonder if Elder Lu is interested in participating? These things can be handled by Brother Yen, Lu Ming said with a frown. Alright, then I will take care of it. Old Man Yen agreed with some disappointment. Next, Old Man Yen was anxious to test the strength of the flying silver corpse, so he quickly found an excuse to leave. Lu Ming stood up, turned around, and walked towards his own secret room. Now that the entire barbarian ghost sect was thriving, he didn't need to worry too much. This could be considered as fulfilling his promise to Yin Lu. At present, with his late Jingdan cultivation base, in this resource-poor Yunchuan continent, it would be extremely difficult for him to make any progress. However, in such a short period of time, it seemed that he couldn't find a way to leave this place and return to Culmination Sky. Thinking of this, his expression became gloomy. Half a month later, in the living room of the small courtyard, Lu Ming was sitting at a table by the window. He was drinking spirit tea by himself, and there was a look of deep thought on his face. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out, and a graceful figure walked in from outside the courtyard. Ruping, you're here. How's the research on the stone slab? Lu Ming raised his head to take a glance and asked with a smile. Big Brother Ming, I've already repaired this stone slab, but the teleportation formation on it is rather complicated. I've thought about it for a long time and tried many methods, but I'm still unable to activate the runes at the center. When Qian Ruping heard this, she showed an unwilling look. She took out the gray stone slab from the storage ring, stepped forward, and handed it to Lu Ming. After Lu Ming received the stone slab, he was astonished to find that the stone slab looked much more complete than before. The originally uneven and damaged areas had already been repaired, but the entire stone slab was still dull and lusterless. After Lu Ming looked at the disc array for a moment, he shook his head and sighed softly. Xian Ruping's attainments in array were much higher than his own. Since there was no way, he was afraid that he couldn't solve the matter of returning to the Middle Sky continent for a while. By the way, I heard that your master's junior Yi Tianmei disappeared in the early years. Do you know what happened? Lu Ming suddenly thought of something, and he changed the topic. It turns out that Big Brother Ming has always been thinking about Master's Junior Tianmei. Xian Ruping pouted when she heard the words. If you know anything, tell me all about it. I plan to go out to find her traces and see if there are any clues. Lu Ming said noncommittally. Big Brother Ming, if you take me with you when you leave the sect, then I will tell you everything I know. Xian Ruping rolled her eyes and said after hearing that Lu Ming was leaving the Savage Ghost sect. That's no problem. I asked Zhang Xionyang about your master's junior Yi Tianmei before, and she only knew a general idea? Lu Ming replied after thinking for a while. Brother Ming, you've really asked the right person. I do know a little more than senior sister Xionyang. On that day, master's junior Tianmei seemed to have found some important information, and then she went out alone. Later, according to the secret information I know, she suddenly lost contact with her in Fengming Mountain. As for why Master's Junior Yi went, I'm not very clear. There are only a few people who know about this. Xian Ruping heard the words and said everything. So that's how it is. Then let's go to Fengming Mountain to take a look. Oh right, before we go, let's go to the underwater mine and repair the formation. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a gray light blasted out of his sleeve. Then a loud rumbling sound was heard. All the enchantments in the cave house secret room were put away by him. Then, he and Xian Ruping stepped on a black cloud and left the Savage Ghost Sect's mountain gate without anyone noticing. They flew toward the sea. Fengming Mountain was located more than 10,000 miles east of the Daxian country's Chuzhou County. It was formed by 7 or 8 small mountains surrounding a main peak. According to legend, every 10 or 20 years, the main peak would have a fire that soared into the sky, and bursts of phoenix cries could be heard from it, so it was called Fengming Mountain by the locals. There were few people in the mountain, but the spirit energy was much more abundant than other barren mountains. It was a rare place to cultivate. Some rogue cultivators would often enter the mountain to find some places with good spirit energy to cultivate alone. However, most of these people would not climb too high, because above the waist of the mountain, there would be ferocious demon beasts roaming about. However, there were also a lot of spirit herbs and spirit items, so many cultivators would often risk their lives to climb up Fengming Mountain to search for treasures. At this time, it had been more than a month since the Battle of Sea Emperor Palace. At the mountainside of Fengming Mountain, a young man in a green robe and a girl in a white shirt were climbing up the mountain. Not long after, the two came to a platform at the top of the mountain. Xian Ruping looked at a pale silver formation plate in her hand and said, Brother Ming, it seems that Master's Junior Yi should not be here. There is indeed no aura of her here. In addition, along the way, we did not see a single beast, which is a bit strange. Lu Ming frowned and said, could it be that there really is a legendary psychic phoenix here? Could it be that Master's Junior Yi also encountered this divine bird and disappeared? Xian Ruping's expression was uncertain. This psychic phoenix is just some rumors from the mouth of ordinary people. I just scanned this place with my divine sense and did not find any traces of powerful spirit items. Lu Ming said slowly. Brother Ming is right. Master's Junior Yi only lost contact here. Maybe she left here long ago. Why don't we go around and see if we can find any other clues? Xian Ruping suggested. Lu Ming did not reply. He was looking at the location of the kingdom of Daxian in the distance. His thoughts seemed to return to the time when he escaped from Savage Island. At that time, he escaped from Savage Island alone at the age of 13 or 14. Time passed by in a flash, and it had been more than 100 years. Thinking of this, Lu Ming suddenly remembered that Savage Island was only a few hundred miles away from Fengming Mountain. For him now, he could almost reach it in an instant. Now he was no longer the desperate young man who escaped in a panic, but recalling the giant beast that was transformed from Savage Island at that time. Even with his current vision, he had never seen such a giant beast in the Middle Sky continent or the Netherworld realm. He immediately released his divine sense and searched the sea where Savage Island was at that time, but he found that the sea was now empty. He could not detect the exact location of Savage Island before. Ruping, the deserted island where Uncle Qian was imprisoned that day, is nearby. Do you want to go and see? Lu Ming suddenly turned his head and said to Qian Ruping. Brother Ming, I was still young at that time, and I don't know what exactly happened, but I heard that the island seems to be gone. Qian Ruping heard this and showed a little surprise. That's right, that Savage Island was actually transformed from a giant beast. Lu Ming recalled the scene of Savage Island turning into a giant beast and flying away, and said with lingering fear. Giant beast? What kind of spirit beast is the giant beast that Brother Ming is talking about? Qian Ruping was shocked and asked quickly. I'm afraid it's not just a simple spirit beast. A giant beast that can transform into a small island is more than 100 times larger than an ordinary spirit beast. After it woke up, it was extremely fierce and almost swallowed everyone on the island. At that time, we only escaped after several twists and turns. Speaking of this, Lu Ming's face gradually became gloomy. If that's the case, then let's go and see. Qian Ruping seemed to understand something and suggested in a low voice. At this time, Lu Ming nodded his head and brought Qian Ruping with him as he turned into a black light and shot toward the original location of Savage Island. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a black light descended from the sky above an endless sea. Pooh! A layer of waves rolled up on the surface of the sea, and then it returned to its usual calm state. The original location of Savage Island at the bottom of the sea was now a giant hole that was tens of miles in size. The giant hole was incomparably dark, and there were all kinds of seaweed growing around it. This is the location of Savage Island? Qian Ruping said as she looked at the giant hole with a suspicious expression. After Lu Ming did a simple survey of the nearby terrain, he released his consciousness to investigate. He found that there was a faint fluctuation of Fa Li coming from the giant hole. However, this fluctuation of Fa Li was extremely faint. Normal people wouldn't be able to detect it, but it couldn't hide from his abnormally strong consciousness. Let's go into the depths of the giant hole and see what's inside. Lu Ming said. Although with Qian Ruping's current cultivation, she couldn't detect anything strange, and Lu Ming's words made her a little confused, she still obediently nodded. Thus, the two slowly walked along the edge of the giant hole. After passing through a dark corridor, a long and narrow trench appeared in front of him. The gray stone walls on both sides of the trench were covered with patches of green seaweed. The stone walls looked very rough, but they felt very smooth when touched. The two walked along the trench, and as a result, they found a very wide seabed platform. The platform was rippling with blue light, and all kinds of strange fish were swimming back and forth. The scenery looked very beautiful. When Qian Ruping saw such a gorgeous scene, her beautiful eyes showed a trace of intoxication. She walked forward unconsciously and played with the small fishes. Lu Ming, however, stood where he was and pondered with a serious expression. Although he couldn't accurately sense anything, the slight spiritual power fluctuations coming from here were faintly stronger than before, and the seemingly calm surrounding environment also made him feel a little uneasy for no reason. Just as Lu Ming was hesitating whether or not to leave this place, there was a buzzing sound coming from his sleeve. It was the gray slate that was constantly trembling. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he was about to take out the slate with one hand. Suddenly, a gray light shot out from his sleeve. It was the gray slate that flew out by itself and floated in front of Lu Ming. The blue light scattered all over the seabed platform seemed to be attracted by something. They all became distorted, then the light rolled toward the gray slate. Just as Lu Ming was shocked, the ring rune in the center of the gray slate flickered rapidly after the blue light went in, then all the patterns suddenly lit up. The sound of Huala came one after another, long and narrow cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding space, and a powerful suction force came over, causing the water to ripple non-stop. Be careful. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately flashed with a black light, and a roll of black mist rushed out and wrapped Qian Ruping in front of him. He was about to fly toward the narrow and long trench that he came from. At this moment, the blue light that was originally absorbed by the gray slate trembled and gushed out again, and with the slate as the center, it turned into a blue vortex. Lu Ming only felt a hong sound, and an irresistible suction came from behind, causing his body to fly backward uncontrollably. The next moment, he only felt that there was a blue light in front of him. There was a blue glow in all directions, and there was a burst of bone-chilling wind sweeping over. Lu Ming was shocked for a while. Without thinking much, he quickly sacrificed the 12 mountain river pearls. They spun quickly outside his body and turned into a layer of khaki enchantment, protecting the two of them in it. At this moment, a strange creaking sound came from all directions, and the surrounding blue light surged wildly like waves. At the same time, a feeling of dizziness came instantly. After a long time of dizziness, Lu Ming only felt that the blue light in front of him suddenly faded. When he saw the scenery in front of him again, he only felt that everything around him was a little dark. When he took a closer look, he found that he was actually in a lush jungle. There were giant trees that were dozens of meters tall around him. The lush leaves actually blocked most of the sunlight above his head, and the ground was covered with plants that were a few people tall. Each of them was strangely shaped, and many were full of sharp barbs. Seeing the situation in front of him, even if Lu Ming was experienced and knowledgeable, he was a little stunned for a moment. After Lu Ming looked around, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Qian Ruping, who was unconscious on the ground beside him. He released his divine sense and confirmed that her divine sense was only a little damaged due to space teleportation. After confirming that there was no serious problem, he was slightly relieved. He flicked his fingertips, and a black light flashed and disappeared into the tip of Qian Ruping's eyebrows. He then turned his head to look beside him. On the ground beside him, the gray slate lay quietly on the ground, but the patterns on it had become dim again. The dazzling brilliance that bloomed in the abyss of the sea before seemed to be short-lived. Lu Ming flipped his hand and sucked the slate into his hand. He carefully probed it with divine sense, but unfortunately, no matter how he stimulated it, there was no movement. After he shook his head helplessly, his divine sense spread in all directions. At this time, Qian Ruping's beautiful eyes moved and she woke up with a moan. She immediately stood up in a panic until she saw Lu Ming standing beside her with an expressionless face. Only then did she calm down. "Brother Ming, where is this? How did we get here?" "I don't know either. It seems that we accidentally touched the mystery on this slate, so we were teleported here. I observed that the trees here are strange. It's not like the sea region, but it's also not like somewhere in the middle sky continent," Lu Ming said with a thoughtful expression. "What, then where is this place?" Qian Ruping was surprised. "These are not urgent, I will figure it out myself. You take this elixir first." Lu Ming glanced at the pale Qian Ruping. Seeing that her body was still a little weak, he raised one hand and a thumb-sized gray elixir floated toward her. "Thank you, Brother Ming." Seeing this, Qian Ruping reached out and took the elixir without thinking and put it into her mouth. The next moment, her originally pale cheeks turned red, and the blurriness in her eyes faded a little. She took a few steps forward, took the gray slate from Lu Ming, and examined it carefully. Lu Ming continued to look around while releasing his divine sense. It didn't take long for Qian Ruping's brows to frown gradually. "Ruping, don't rush to study this slate. There seems to be movement a few dozen miles away from here. You hide your breath and come with me to take a look," Lu Ming suddenly said with a change of expression. Qian Ruping naturally wouldn't object when she heard this. Lu Ming didn't say much. He waved his long sleeve, and the black mist rolled and enveloped Qian Ruping. Then, he flew away in a flash of light. After a while, Lu Ming and Qian Ruping flew to the place where the aura fluctuated. As far as the eye could see, the vegetation in the dense forest in front of him had already been destroyed and scattered all over the place, revealing a wide expanse of flat land about an acre in size. On the flat land, a dozen burly beastkins were besieging 3 alien race men with long ears. The two immediately flashed a few times and landed behind a boulder on the hillside. Lu Ming scanned with divine sense. The youngest of the besieged was a handsome young man wearing a luxurious beast costume. His cultivation was at the pseudo-pellet stage. He seemed to be the leader. The other 2 middle-aged men were at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. On the other hand, those beastkins looked different. Except for a black rat beastkin with a height of 80 meters, its body was covered with bristles, and its cultivation was at the later stage of the crystallization period. the rest were mostly at the early stage to the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. However, although the handsome young man had the highest cultivation, his face was pale, and his chest was undulating. He looked like he couldn't hold on for a long time. At this moment, his hands were constantly making gestures, and a blue glow continuously surged out of his body. It turned into circles of frost in the air, condensing into a protective shield of 100 meters in size. The two middle-aged men were also covered in wounds and sweat, but they still gritted their teeth without hesitation and surrounded the handsome young man on both sides. Their eyes were nervously staring at the dozens of ferocious-looking demonic beasts not far away, who were ready to attack. At this moment, the leading rat beast hissed. Its body arched, and its bristles shot out like arrows at the three of them like raindrops. There was a burst of bang-bang, the blue light curtain that protected the three of them shook violently, and it finally blocked the bristles, but the surface aura dimmed a little. Seeing this, the remaining dozen beastkins also accelerated their attacks. They pounced at the three people in the middle from all directions. The speed was so fast that Xianxia, who was hiding aside, couldn't keep up with it for a while. Seeing this, the handsome young man's eyes flashed fiercely. His 10 fingers suddenly made a series of gestures. The surrounding frost shield suddenly shone in blue light. A large ice pillar as thick as a bucket was formed in the blue light, and it blasted toward the surroundings with great power. The other two middle-aged men channeled their gestures one after another, injecting all their spiritual power into the blue light curtain. A burst of crackling collisions sounded one after another, even though the dozen beastkins were extremely fast. After dodging a few icicles in a row, several beastkins were hit directly, and they were blasted 1,000 meters away. The physical bodies of these beastkins seemed to be extremely tough. Under such a big impact, they only somersaulted on the ground or in midair, then they continued to climb up as if nothing had happened. It seemed that they only suffered some superficial injuries. The handsome young man should have used some kind of advanced mystic technique. Under the huge consumption, his face was even paler, but he still managed to maintain the protective light curtain. The second round of siege began with the hissing of the rat beastkins. A burst of attack and hissing sounds that were more ferocious than before sounded. Boom, the handsome young man suddenly made a move again. He made a brown beastkin fly toward the direction of the boulder where Lu Ming and Xianxia were. It landed heavily on the ground, creating a big pit. At the same time, a trace of blood spilled from the handsome young man's mouth. His body was shaking, and he suddenly fell into the arms of a middle-aged man next to him. The several 10 meters tall brown giant bear turned over and stood up from the pit. Suddenly, there was a trace of doubt on his face. He swept his nose to the side, then he looked at the boulder fiercely. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he wanted to deliberately hide, even the celestial state cultivator might not be able to detect him, but Xianxia was different. She was only at the condensation period, so she couldn't hide from the beastkin of the crystallization period at such a close distance. At this moment, Lu Ming's face turned gloomy. His body flashed out of the dense forest and landed in front of the giant bear beastkin like a ghost. A light palm suddenly doubled in size, and it instantly fell on the head of the giant bear. Bang, the giant bear's head burst open like a watermelon, but the figure disappeared in a black gas. The whole process was just in a second. Just when the alien people and other beastkins were all shocked, there was a whistling sound above them. A large purple sword light flashed, shrouding 5 beastkins nearby, and pressed down. These beastkins didn't even make a wail, and they were instantly cut into countless pieces in the whistling sound of the purple sword light. At the same time, a large amount of blood rained down. By the time the remaining demonic beasts realized what was happening, they had given up on attacking the 3 demonic beasts and started to gather together. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air once again rang out at a low altitude only 100 feet away from the monster beasts. A figure emerged. It was Lu Ming. It was unknown whether it was due to panic or fear, but the monster beasts waved their claws upwards in unison. Claw lights that were several feet long burst out in a crisscrossing manner, forming a densely woven claw net. Lu Ming expressionlessly waved his long sleeves. An ink-like black mist instantly surged out from his body. Several lifelike dragon and tiger phantoms emerged from the black mist. They immediately exploded into a black light that wrapped around the remaining monster beasts along with the claw net. A series of muffled bangs resounded from the black light. The next moment, the black light converged and a yellow light shot out from it, disappearing into Lu Ming's sleeve. In the open space below, the monster beasts were lying limply on the ground like soft mud. They were bleeding from their orifices and were no longer breathing. From the moment Lu Ming appeared to the moment he killed a dozen or so beasts, only a dozen or so breaths of time had passed. This unforeseen event caused the handsome young man and the two people beside him to be dumbfounded. After a while, the three of them flew toward Lu Ming with faces full of shock. "I am the young master of the Setting Sun tribe, Xianxia. Many thanks for your help, senior." The handsome youth's voice was very gentle. "It was nothing. There is no need to thank me." Lu Ming's figure floated down. When he heard the handsome youth mention the Setting Sun tribe, he raised his eyebrows and lightly said. At this moment, he was finally sure that the three people were monster race cultivators. At this moment, a light sound came from behind Lu Ming. Xianxia flew over and landed next to Lu Ming. The handsome youth looked at Xianxia and the surprise in his eyes became even more apparent. "She is my junior. What do you want?" Lu Ming saw the change in the handsome youth's expression and asked in a cold voice. "I wouldn't dare. I am just surprised to see a human cultivator in the vicinity of Sky Rift Valley," the handsome youngster hastily said. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. His thoughts raced and he didn't say anything for a while. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and didn't say anything. The handsome young man revealed an uneasy expression. He didn't know if he had offended the expert in front of him. "I am Lu Ming. May I ask where this place is? The two of us came here by chance and lost our way." Lu Ming suddenly asked with a smile. When the handsome youth and the two middle-aged men beside him heard this, they looked at each other with surprise. The handsome young man hesitantly replied, "Could it be that Senior doesn't know that this is the Heaven Rift Valley in the southwestern region of the Wasteland continent?" Hearing this, Lu Ming was shocked, then he smiled bitterly in his heart. He tried his best to find a way to return to the Middle Sky continent, but he didn't expect to come to the wild continent dominated by the Beastkin clan. It turned out to be here. "Thank you for telling me. I don't know if Senior has a nearby map. I am willing to buy one at a high price." Lu Ming quickly calmed his mind and said. The handsome young man hurriedly searched for a while and took out a white bone and handed it to Lu Ming with both hands. "This is a map of the vicinity of Sky Rift Valley. I will give it to Senior. I can't repay you for saving my life. If Senior doesn't mind, please come to my Sunset Tribe for a while and let me express my gratitude. The Sunset Tribe is not far from here," the handsome young man said respectfully. The middle-aged man beside Xianxia frowned and was about to speak, but he was stopped by another person. Lu Ming took the bone and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that it was similar to the jade slips. There was a very detailed map inscribed on it. They were now at the entrance of a huge valley. There was indeed a tribe marked thousands of miles away. "Since young Master Han has invited me so warmly, I still have some questions to ask, so I won't stand on ceremony. You guys lead the way." This time, Lu Ming didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "That's great. Please follow me." Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard this. Then, they cleaned up the battlefield. Xianxia and the two middle-aged men quickly collected the corpses of the demonic beasts and flew in the direction of the Sunset Tribe. Xianxia behaved quite cordially along the way. Lu Ming learned from him that the human race wasn't completely absent from the wild continent. It was just that their numbers were extremely small. Moreover, they didn't have any conflicts with the demon race. Therefore, they didn't make any violent moves when they saw Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming took advantage of this opportunity to ask a few questions. He learned that Xianxia and the others had gone to the Sky Rift Valley to investigate the movement of the beast tide. However, they had encountered a sudden attack from a large group of demonic beasts. "Beast tide?" Lu Ming asked curiously as he flew. Xianxia explained, "The Sky Rift Valley has a mild climate and rich world spirit chi. It is very suitable for the survival of demonic beasts. Due to their innate adaptability to the environment and the abundance of resources, these demonic beasts reproduce at an abnormally fast rate. Moreover, every once in a while, a few of these demonic beasts will be born with high intelligence. They will lead the rest of the demonic beasts to attack the tribes near the Sky Rift Valley in order to seize better resources and spirit veins. Lu Ming nodded. In less than half a day, the group arrived at an open ring-shaped valley. The entrance to the valley was built with a kind of black boulder. It was over 100 feet tall and looked extremely sturdy. The walls were covered with arrows. Every few meters, there was a huge crossbow. Groups of demon race cultivators wearing beast robes patrolled the surroundings with vigilant expressions. A layer of faint ripples appeared in the air above the walls. It looked like a purple mist. It was obvious that some kind of defensive restriction had been set up. Among the flags erected on the city walls, the ancient and bold word sunset could be clearly seen. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He just heard that Han Xian said it was a tribe. He thought it would be quite backward, but these in front of him were almost a medium-sized city. Seeing a few people flying over, a team of Beast King clan cultivators immediately greeted them. "Young master, where are the rest of the people who went to investigate?" "These two are." A skinny Beast King clan man who was around the crystallization period obviously recognized Han Xian, and he asked with some doubts. "It's a long story. I have already informed the tribe elders about the situation of these two. You go and inform the other teams. Just say that there is a change in the beast tide this time. Take more precautions." Han Yi hurriedly instructed the few people in front of him, then he made an invitation gesture to Lu Ming. Seeing that the young master was so respectful to the two people in front of him, this team of alien race cultivators naturally didn't dare to have any doubts. They quickly flew away. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He flew to the city gate with Qian Rupeeing in one breath, then he looked into the valley. There was a tall building complex in the valley. Like the city gate, most of them were built with black boulders. They all looked rough, square, or arched. There was a rather wide square in the center of the valley. There was a magnificent black stone hall in the square. The hall was heavily guarded. In addition, a huge stone platform in front of the hall was quite conspicuous. It was much higher than the surrounding buildings. There were many purple runes engraved on it. It seemed to be some kind of array. Lu Ming keenly sensed that there seemed to be a huge whirlpool above the high platform. The purple mist in the sky was emitted from this high platform. Qian Rupeeing looked around curiously. Her eyes fell on the purple runes on the high platform, and she couldn't move her eyes away. "The two elders have worked hard to escort me all the way this time. Now that we have returned to the tribe, you two should quickly heal and rest," Han Xian said to the two middle-aged men beside him. The two middle-aged men heard this and nodded. They turned and left. "Elder Lu Ming, my father is in the hall in the center of the tribe. Let's go see him first." Han Xian pointed to a tall stone hall in the center of the valley and looked at Lu Ming for guidance. "Since we have come to your tribe, we naturally have to see the patriarch. Please lead the way." Lu Ming smiled. His consciousness had already covered the entire Sunset tribe. There were about 2,000 people in the Sunset tribe. There were no more than 20 or 30 people in the crystal level, and there was only one person in the Jin Dan realm. At this moment, he was in the central hall that Han Xian pointed to. He should be the patriarch of the Sunset tribe. Han Xian nodded and flew toward the stone hall. Lu Ming calmly followed behind with Qian Rupeeing. Along the way, the Sunset tribe people they met all bowed respectfully to Han Xian. It seemed that as the young master, he had a good reputation in the tribe. For the two strangers, Lu Ming and Qian Rupeeing, most of the monster clans responded with curiosity and vigilance. But seeing that the two followed Han Xian, no one said anything. The three of them quickly landed in front of the hall. "Young master, the patriarch is discussing important matters with several elders. I will go and inform them first." The leader of the hall guards seemed to have long known that Lu Ming and Qian Rupeeing were coming. He did not show the slightest surprise. After greeting Han Xian, he turned around and went to report. A moment later, a burly middle-aged man with a red face walked out with 4 or 5 monster cultivators in animal skins. "Lord Father." Han Xian called out respectfully. "Xian, it's good that you can come back safely. I have just received a report that there is a change in the beast tide. What is the specific situation? The red-faced middle-aged man saw that Han Xian's expression was a little dignified, but he quickly concealed it and asked. Father, don't worry. These monster beasts should not attack immediately. This time, we are unlucky. We accidentally encountered a nest of demon raccoon beasts. Han Xian said. When the red-faced middle-aged man heard this, his expression slightly relaxed. He turned his gaze and looked at Lu Ming and Qian Ruping, who were standing behind. Human clan cultivators. When the red-faced middle-aged man felt the aura of Lu Ming and Qian Ruping, his expression changed. When the few crystal-level monster clans behind him heard this, their expressions also changed. This is Senior Lu Ming and Miss Qian. Thanks to the help of Senior Lu, the three of us were able to escape back to the tribe. Han Xian hurriedly introduced. As soon as Han Xian's words came out, the expressions of several beastkin behind the red-faced middle-aged man eased slightly. However, their gazes towards Lu Ming and Qian Ruping were still somewhat vigilant. The red-faced middle-aged man's gaze swept over Qian Ruping and then fell on Lu Ming. After a brief examination with his consciousness, his expression suddenly changed. It turned out to be Lu. I am the patriarch of the Sunset Tribe, Han Yi. Thank you for saving my son's life. Please come into the main hall to talk. Lu Ming's aura was faintly discernible. The red-faced middle-aged man immediately knew that the other party must also be a Jin Dan cultivator. Moreover, his cultivation was far above his own. He immediately made a gesture of invitation. Patriarch is welcome. Lu Ming nodded and calmly entered the main hall with Qian Ruping. The matter of the beast tide will be discussed later. You can leave first. Han Yi turned to the other crystal-level beastkin and said a few words before entering the main hall with Han Xian. In the main hall, the patriarch of the Sunset Tribe, Han Yi, and Lu Ming sat face-to-face on the two main seats in the middle. Han Xian and Qian Ruping sat on the two sides respectively. This time, I really have to thank Lu for your help. Otherwise, I'm afraid my son's life would really be in danger. Han Yi turned his head and glanced at Han Xian, who was still a little pale. He once again cupped his hands towards Lu Ming and thanked him. It's nothing. Patriarch doesn't need to take it to heart. However, along the way, I found that the number of beasts in the canyon is extremely large and frequently migrated. It seems that they are gathering in a few places. I don't know the reason. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. It seems that the time of this beast tide is not far away. Xian, tell me about the situation of this exploration. Han Ye's complexion changed slightly. He didn't immediately answer Lu Ming's question. Instead, he asked Han Xian. As Senior Lu said, the number of beasts in the Sky-Rend Canyon this time seems to be larger than ever before. According to our understanding of the situation, there should be several Jin Dan level beast kings among the demon beasts. Han Xian immediately narrated the situation of this exploration to Han Yi. Han Yi frowned tightly, and Qian Ruping on the side also showed a surprised look, but Lu Ming remained calm. In order to obtain more information, we went deep into the canyon near the Cloud Dragon River. In the end, we were attacked by a nest of demon raccoon beasts. Several of our clansmen were injured and died on the spot. As we fled, we were chased by many demon beasts. After a series of battles, only Elder Mo He and Elder Luo Gu were left near the entrance of the valley. However, all of us were severely wounded at the time, and we were besieged by over a dozen demon beasts at the same time. Han Xian paused momentarily before recounting what had happened after that. In the past, most of the time, there was only one Jin Dan beast king in each beast tide, and at most, there were only two. According to past experience, each beast king can gather at least 10,000 beasts in a beast tide. According to what you know this time, if these beast kings attack our tribe at the same time, such a scale of beasts tide will probably lead to a catastrophe. Xian, go and inform the elders in the tribe to come to the hall later to discuss the countermeasures. After listening, Han Yi ordered gloomily. Yes. Han Xian responded and walked out of the hall. Our tribe happened to encounter a beast tide, sorry to make Lu laugh. By the way, looking at your strange dress, coupled with your human identity, you should not be from this continent, right? Han Yi greeted Lu Ming, then he changed the topic and asked. Fellow's eyes are really sharp. I am indeed from the Middle Sky continent. There was an accident before, and I inadvertently came here through the space crack. Lu Ming was shocked at first, then he replied half-truthfully. It turns out to be a distinguished guest from the Middle Sky continent. I heard that the human race in the Middle Sky continent is prosperous. It's not that my knowledge is shallow, but I have never stepped out of this wild continent. You two can rest assured. Although there are many tribes in the wild continent hostile to the human race, there are also many tribes that have no other views on the human race. Han Yi said with a laugh. If that's the case, I'm relieved. By the way, I heard from Han Xian on the way that there are also human race in the wild continent, but I don't know where they are. In addition, is there a way to return to the Middle Sky continent from the wild continent? Lu Ming was slightly relieved when he heard the words and asked. The sky-cracked canyon is located in the extreme west of the wild continent. As far as I know, the human race cultivators seem to be at the other end of the continent. As for the way to pass, I seem to have heard a little about it before, but I don't know the specific situation. Han Yi shook his head when he heard the words. In that case, we won't bother you anymore. We'll leave now. After listening, Lu Ming stood up and cupped his fist at Han Yi. Wait, you two should want to return to the Middle Sky continent. I remember that there is an elder in our tribe who has had some dealings with the human race. He may know how to return to the Middle Sky continent. After Han Ye's eyes flashed, he suddenly stopped Lu Ming. Oh? Where is that elder? Now? Lu Ming asked with a frown. It's really a bit unfortunate. He is out at the moment, and he should return to the tribe soon. Why don't you two stay here for a few days, so that I can be the host? Han Yi suggested with a smile. If that's the case, thank you. Lu Ming hesitated slightly, then he agreed. In the following time, Han Yi and Lu Ming chatted casually about the wild continent. After a while, Han Xian returned to the hall and took Lu Ming to their residence. On the way, Lu Ming asked Han Xian if there were any ancient books about the wild continent here. Han Xian was quite straightforward. He immediately took Lu Ming to the clan's book collection and selected a few ancient books. Half an hour later, Lu Ming, led by Han Xian, came to a stone house in the tribe for receiving foreign guests. The furnishings in the house were relatively simple, but it was quite spacious. There were several secret rooms inside. Qian Ruping looked at some strange runes engraved on the wall, and her face showed a contemplative look. Ruping, what are these? Lu Ming came over. Brother Ming, I guess these should be the enchantment runes of the Beastkin clan. I saw a lot of them in the hall and outside just now. They should be used to stabilize the house. Qian Ruping turned her head and said. I see that you are quite interested in some enchantments here, but we don't know much about the Sunset tribe at the moment. We should be careful for the time being. Don't wander around in the valley. Lu Ming warned. Qian Ruping nodded when she heard the words. Only then did Lu Ming feel relieved. He turned around and walked into a secret room inside. He opened the ancient books and began to study them carefully. Early in the morning the next day, Lu Ming raised his head from a thick book and breathed a sigh of relief. From these ancient books, he finally had a general understanding of some basic information about the entire wild continent. The wild continent was extremely vast, but from the description of the books, the area was no less than any of the Middle Sky continent and the 9 Nether Realm. In the wild continent, unlike the human clan, people did not settle in the sect or the city. Instead, they called each other tribes. The small tribes only had hundreds of thousands of people, like the Sunset tribe, while the large tribes occupied thousands of miles. There were hundreds of thousands or even millions of people in the tribe. The largest tribes in the wild continent were called the 8 wild tribes. The 8 tribes were Bloodvine, Sky Fox, Green Snake, Thunder Crane, Shadow Wolf, Silver Tiger, Wild Bear, and Split Eagle. When he was in the Upper Realm ruins, Lu Ming heard Lan Si of the Blue Wood clan talk about the wild continent. He had also seen several Beastkin clans such as Shadow Wolf, Silver Tiger, Wild Bear, and Split Eagle. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but think of Yaoji. This 9-tailed girl who had a body fusion with him had a very high cultivation. Since she could enter the Upper Realm ruins, her identity was definitely not simple. If he guessed correctly, she should be a cultivator of the Skyfox clan. As for the Bloodvine, Green Snake, and Thunder Crane, he didn't come into contact with them. However, according to the records in the books, the Bloodvine clan ranked first among the 8 major clans turned out to be a plant-beast kin. This surprised Lu Ming quite. The 8 major clans each had their own forces. They occupied the best spiritual vein treasure land in the wild continent and confronted each other. Other small and medium-sized clans were either affiliated to the 8 major clans or survived in some remote places. In these ancient books, in addition to the various beastkin clans in the wild continent, Lu Ming also accidentally saw some records about the human cultivators. Not only the human race, but in some remote corners of the wild continent, there were some other clans. However, the records in this book were not very detailed, just some sporadic information. Lu Ming stood up and paced a few steps in the room before suddenly stopping. Previously, he had learned from the jade slips that Han Xian had given him that there was a city called Black Water that was thousands of miles away from the Sunset Tribe. It was a place where the various clans traded. Once there, he should be able to obtain more detailed information. With this thought, Lu Ming no longer hesitated and walked outside. Just as he walked into the living room, a loud roar came from outside the room. The entire room suddenly trembled, followed by a continuous rumbling sound, mixed with the fierce shouts of the beastkin of the Sunset Tribe. "What's wrong?" Qian Ruping came out from another room and followed behind Lu Ming. Her face revealed an uneasy expression. "Nothing, let's go out and take a look." Lu Ming patted Qian Ruping's shoulder. With a roll of black qi, he brought the two of them to the air outside the room. The situation outside surprised the two of them. Looking into the distance, they saw that at the entrance of the valley, there was a large black mass of wolf-like monsters attacking the walls of the valley. In addition, there were also dozens of large green flying snakes in the sky. They had wide wings and sharp claws on their backs. They constantly swooped down to attack. The stone house that Lu Ming and Qian Ruping were in was located in the depths of the valley. Thus, for a moment, they were not affected. The Sunset Tribe was clearly unprepared for the attacks of these monsters. From time to time, people would be injured by the claws of the flying snakes. The entire Sunset Tribe was filled with cries of terror. Some of the old, weak, women, and children hurriedly hid in the buildings. Fortunately, the buildings in the valley had been reinforced with demonic seals, so the flying snakes could not do anything to them. At the entrance of the valley, an overwhelming number of black fireballs were spat out from the mouths of the wolf-like beasts. They landed on the city walls, bursting into violent roars. The surface of the huge city walls flashed with purple light, turning into a layer of dazzling purple light curtain that blocked the fireballs. Black fireballs exploded one after another, turning into countless astonishing fluctuations that caused the city walls to tremble. Fortunately, under the rain of arrows and the beastkin cultivators' desperate counterattacks, these wolf-like beasts were unable to cross the city walls by even half a step. At the same time, the Dusk Tribe beastkin cultivators in the valley, after a brief mobilization, began to fight back against the green flying snakes in the sky. For a time, all kinds of magic light shuttled back and forth in the void, exploding one after another, producing huge flames and roars. Could this be the beast tide? In the air, Lu Ming's face did not change in the slightest, but Qian Ruping tightly grabbed Lu Ming's arm, looking a little nervous. At this moment, a green flying snake that was dozens of feet long swooped down and pounced on a young man from the Sunset Tribe who was wearing a beast robe not far from Lu Ming. Its long snake teeth were exposed, like shiny daggers. The youth in the beast robe seemed to be only a teenager. At this moment, he seemed to be scared silly. His body was frozen in place, and he did not escape. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned and coldly snorted. He bent his finger, and with a chi sound, a purple sword chi shot out rapidly. With a kacha sound, the huge green flying snake was cut into 2 pieces. A scarlet rain of blood sprinkled around. The beast-robed youth was hit in the face by a few drops of snake blood. Only then did he react. He looked at Lu Ming in a daze, then he let out a scream and ran toward a nearby building. The 2 halves of the flying snake heavily hit the ground, struggled for a while, and soon became motionless. Lu Ming moved his fingers, and a spiral of purple sword chi shot out. In the blink of an eye, several green flying snakes that were fighting with several beastkin cultivators nearby were cut down. The few demon clan cultivators looked gratefully at Lu Ming, then flew towards the other green flying snakes. At this moment, accompanied by a series of loud rumbling sounds, several human silhouettes flashing with tyrannical magic power shot out from somewhere in the valley. Rays of dazzling light were emitted from these people's bodies. With every flash of light, a green flying snake was killed. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He withdrew his hand and stood to the side. These people who came were some of the Crystal Period's upper echelons led by the Sunset Tribe's chief. Han Xian was also among them. At this moment, there were no less than 300 flying snakes gathered in the sky. Although the number was more than these people, they were at most at the condensation period later stage. Under the disparity in strength between the two sides, hundreds of green flying snakes were killed soon. The entire valley was filled with a bloody and pungent smell. At this moment, on the tall stone platform in the center of the valley, a purple light soared into the sky. A huge purple barrier slowly opened, and it quickly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It shrouded the entire valley in a flash. When the remaining green flying snakes saw this, they let out a series of horrified hisses. They rushed out of the gaps in the purple barrier and fled into the distance. "Evil beast, where do you think you are going?" Han Xian roared. He moved and wanted to chase after them. "Don't chase." Patriarch Han Ye's face was gloomy, and he shouted. Han Xian's face showed a trace of unwillingness, and he stopped. At this time, the wolf-like beastkin at the entrance of the valley saw the green flying snakes retreating in the sky, and they also stopped attacking. They turned and fled toward the Rift Valley in the distance. The chaos in the Valley of the Sunset Tribe gradually stabilized. Only some injured people were still groaning. Patriarch Han Yi glanced around a few times, and his face was very ugly. "Elder Luo, take a team of people to the entrance of the valley to guard in case those beastkin attack again." Han Yi ordered a middle-aged beastkin clanman who seemed to be steady behind him. The middle-aged man complied and quickly flew away with a group of people. "Elder Lai, take some people to treat the injured," the red-faced patriarch ordered a gray-robed middle-aged man. "Xian, find the person in charge of guarding the tribe. I want to ask him how he did it. He let the beastkin attack the tribe so easily." Patriarch Han Yi said angrily. Han Xian complied, turned around, and flew toward the entrance of the valley. The other people of the Sunset Tribe saw that the patriarch was truly angry, and they kept quiet out of fear. "All right, go back to your work." Han Ye's anger subsided a little. He turned his eyes to look at Lu Ming and his companion, who were standing not far away. His expression changed slightly, and he gave another order. The others breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed. Han Ye's figure moved, and he flew toward Lu Ming and his companion, and landed in front of Lu Ming. "Fellow Taoists, the tribe was attacked by these beastkin. We've made a fool of ourselves. Thank you, fellow Lu Ming, for helping us kill these beastkin." Patriarch Han Ye's eyes swept over the flying snakes' corpses, and he cupped his hands in obeisance. "Patriarch, what are you saying?" "It's just a piece of cake." Lu Ming replied calmly. At this moment, the people of the Sunset Tribe who were hiding in the buildings also came out. Many of them had seen Lu Ming save a young man of the Sunset Tribe, and they looked at Lu Ming with a much gentler expression. "Were the beastkin attacked just now the beast tide?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course not. These were only small groups of beastkin before the beast tide. It's a pity that our Sunset Tribe's protective totem was too troublesome to activate, and we couldn't deploy our defenses in time. These small groups of beastkin sneaked into the tribe. It's a shame," Han Yi said with some embarrassment. "Totem?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he looked at the high platform in the center of the tribe. "Lu is from the Middle Sky continent, so you may not know what a totem is. I've heard that your human race has something called a formation, which should be similar to the totem secret technique of our wild continent." Patriarch Han Yi was startled for a moment, and then he said. Lu Ming was surprised when he heard this. He was naturally no stranger to totems, but he didn't know if the totem mentioned by the other party was the totem he knew. "I wonder if Patriarch Han Yi can show us the protective totem of your tribe." Qian Ruping, who was standing aside, blinked her eyes and said so. Patriarch Han Yu was stunned when he heard this, and his face showed a hesitant look. In some tribes of the Wild Continent, especially small tribes like the Sunset Tribe, the protective totem was a very important inheritance. It could be said to be the most important thing in the tribe, and it was related to the survival of the tribe. Even ordinary tribe members were not allowed to approach it, let alone outsiders. Patriarch, please don't take offense. Ruping is a formation master in the Middle Sky Continent, so I'm interested in some related things. If it's not convenient, then forget it. Lu Ming saw this and said with a smile. Fellow Qian is a formation master? That's disrespectful. In our wild continent, totem users are extremely rare. Since fellow Qian is interested, let's go and have a look together. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Han Yu was stunned at first, and then he looked at Qian Ruping with shining eyes, and said with great joy. After that, Patriarch Han Yi impatiently took the two of them and flew towards the high platform in the center of the tribe. Patriarch Han Ye's attitude surprised Lu Ming a little, and he immediately flew over with Qian Ruping with a smile. Soon, the three of them landed near the high platform. Below the high platform was an ancient castle-like bluestone building. The gate of the ancient castle was closed, and there was a beast-shaped relief of a tiger on the gate, with a faint light flowing around it. Patriarch Han Yu walked to the gate of the ancient castle, and turned his hand to take out a fist-sized thing, which looked like a token. This token was grayish-green in color, but it had the shape of a beast's head, with two snow-white fangs protruding from the corners of its mouth, a protruding forehead, and two red lights flashing in its deep-set eyes. Lu Ming glanced at the token, and then looked away. Patriarch Han Yi chanted a strange incantation, and a green light shot out from the token in his hand, hitting the beast-shaped relief on the gate. The eyes of the relief flashed, and then there was a rumbling sound, and the gate slowly opened. Please come in. Clan leader Han Yi gestured for them to enter, and walked in first. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and then he calmly followed behind Patriarch Han Yi with Qian Ruping. As soon as he entered the gate, the light in front of him was rather dim, but he quickly adapted to it, and took in everything inside. Behind the gate was an unusually spacious hall, about an acre in size, with an arched roof, and a height of 1 to 200 feet. Apart from an altar-like building, there was nothing else in the hall, and it looked rather spacious. 5 purple pillars stood on the altar, covered with countless strange runes, and emitted bursts of purple light. The light emitted by the 5 pillars linked together, forming a thick pillar of purple light, and shot straight to the top of the ancient castle. At this moment, a gray-haired old man of the demon race in a black robe stood on the altar, holding a foot-long grayish-white bone plate in his hand, and muttering something to the 5 pillars. The old man was so focused that he didn't even notice Lu Ming and the others coming in. It really is a totem pillar? Lu Ming's eyes swept across the old man, and his eyes fell on the 5 pillars, and he murmured. Oh, Lu has also studied the totem mystic arts, and you even know about the totem pillar? Patriarch Han Yi said with some surprise. In the South Barbarian area of the Middle Sky Continent, there are also many demon race cultivators. I have been there before, and I have also seen some local totem mystic arts. Lu Ming explained slowly. I see. Patriarch Han Yi nodded when he heard the words. Since Qian Ruping entered the hall, her eyes had been fixed on the 5 pillars on the altar, and her eyes shone brightly. The conversation between the two finally awakened the old man in a black robe, and he turned around when he heard the sound. When he saw the two unfamiliar faces of Lu Ming and Qian Ruping, the old man in a black robe showed a look of surprise and anger on his face, but when he saw Han Yi also standing here, his anger was slightly restrained. Patriarch. The old man in a black robe nodded to Han Yi as a greeting. A hint of surprise flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. This black-robed old man was only at the condensation period, but when facing Han Yi, he was much more casual than the other crystallization period elders of the Sunset Tribe. Lu, let me introduce you. This is Elder Bai Wen, a totem user of our Sunset Tribe. These two are fellow practitioners from the Middle Sky Continent. Patriarch Han Yi didn't care about the indifferent attitude of the black-robed old man at all. Instead, he introduced them to each other. I don't care where they come from. This is the forbidden area of our Sunset Tribe. It's better for unrelated people to leave as soon as possible. The black-robed old man glanced at Lu Ming and Han Yi, and said bluntly. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't have the slightest change in his expression. He looked very calm. Seeing this, a hint of anger flashed through the eyes of the black-robed old man. Just as he was about to say something, Han Yi, who was beside him, said, "Elder Bai Wen, don't be angry. These two fellow practitioners are distinguished guests of the tribe. Moreover, they have some understanding of the totem secret technique. That's why I brought them here to observe. You are also totem users?" Hearing this, the black-robed old man's anger faded a little. He looked suspiciously at Lu Ming a few times. "I have only dabbled in the totem secret technique. I'm far inferior to Ruping." Lu Ming smiled and glanced at Qian Ruping beside him. Only then did the black-robed old man's gaze fall on Qian Ruping. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Since Qian Ruping came in, her eyes had never left the 5 totem pillars on the altar. When she heard Lu Ming's words, she finally reacted. A hint of shyness appeared on her face as she said, "Patriarch Han, can you allow me to come closer?" "Of course, fellow Qian, please go ahead." Han Yi nodded without hesitation. After that, Han Yi winked at the black-robed old man. Although the black-robed old man looked unhappy, he still stepped aside. His eyes were fixed on Qian Ruping, and his face was full of suspicion. Qian Ruping smiled at Han Yi to express her gratitude, and then stepped onto the altar. Lu Ming's gaze also shifted to the 5 purple pillars on the altar, and he carefully sized them up. In addition to the spirit patterns on the surface of these 5 purple pillars, each of them had a strange-looking beastkin statue. It looked a bit like a horse and a bit like a rhinoceros. It was very similar to the totem pillar seen in the South Barbarian land of the Middle Sky continent, but it was more exquisite. As Lu Ming thought about it, a look of understanding flashed across his face. This kind of mystic art of drawing beastkin totem to borrow its power was what the Beastkin clan was good at, and this wild continent was the origin of the Beastkin clan. The totem techniques of the Middle Sky continent probably originated from this wild continent. At the same time, Qian Ruping had already walked less than 10 feet away from the altar. She looked at the totem pillar closest to her. In the following period of time, she examined the pillars one by one. It took her a full hour to examine all 5 pillars in detail. Lu Ming had long been accustomed to Qian Ruping's concentration in the face of the formation Dao. Han Ye's patience was also very good. He didn't show any impatience from beginning to end, but the black-robed old man on the side was a little impatient, but since the patriarch had just spoken personally, he couldn't say much. "Your tribe's totem mystic art is really exquisite. It has its own advantages compared to our human race's enchantment." Qian Ruping turned and bowed to Patriarch Han Yi, then she said with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Qian can understand the profoundness of our clan's totem array?" Han Yi asked in surprise. The reason why he brought the 2 of them here was that he didn't think that the other party could understand the totem mystic art of the Beastkin clan. In fact, he had other plans in mind. Qian Ruping smiled and said, "I can't say that I understand it completely, but totem techniques and the Dao of formations are essentially the same. They both try to gather the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth and derive a variety of offensive and defensive changes. According to my observations, your totem technique should have a purely defensive effect. It also has a hallucinatory effect that can confuse one's mind. Is that correct?" Han Ye's eyes flashed when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. The black-robed old man standing to the side had already widened his eyes and revealed a serious expression. Patriarch Han Yi looked at Lu Ming and suddenly laughed, "Haha, Fairy Qian is truly a formation expert. No wonder Lu holds you in such high esteem. Patriarch is too kind." Qian Ruping replied with her head slightly lowered. Patriarch Han Yi chuckled and said, "Since fellow Qian is quite insightful about the Dao of formations, would you be able to give a few pointers to our totem array?" When the black-robed old man heard this, his expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, he met Han Ye's indifferent gaze. His body suddenly grew cold and he was unable to speak. Qian Ruping turned her head to look at Lu Ming. After receiving a look of affirmation, she lightly smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare to give pointers. However, there are some problems with the connection between your 5 totem pillars." Qian Ruping slowly pointed out a few weaknesses in the Setting Sun tribe's totem array. Every word and sentence pointed to the core of the array. The black-robed old man was originally somewhat dissatisfied, but after a quarter of an hour, his attitude towards Qian Ruping had completely changed. His eyes were filled with admiration as he obediently listened to her. The problems that fellow Qian has just pointed out are all incisive and truly worthy of my admiration. I wonder if fellow Qian has a way to resolve these problems? Han Ye's gaze towards Qian Ruping became respectful. He cupped his hands in salute and asked. Qian Ruping hesitated for a moment before Lu Ming's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. This is the first time I've come into contact with this type of demon beast totem secret technique. I can only try my best, but I can't guarantee that I will be able to resolve these problems. Han Yi immediately said, all right, Fairy Qian can do as you please. If you need help, feel free to ask Elder Bai Wen. All right then. Qian Ruping glanced at Lu Ming and nodded. Although the Setting Sun tribe hadn't suffered many losses from the demon beast attack, the atmosphere in the valley had become abnormally tense. The number of people patrolling the valley had increased by 2 or 3 times. A figure flew in from the valley city wall and landed in front of the main hall at the center of the tribe. It was Han Xian. He walked into the main hall and after a moment, he walked out with a frown. Have you seen Lord Father? Han Xian asked a guard outside the main hall. The guard hastily replied, reporting to young master, the patriarch has just brought the 2 new human cultivators into Totem Castle. Han Xian was dumbfounded when he heard this. At this moment, the purple pillar of light that shot out from the high platform in the center of the valley suddenly flickered, and a loud rumbling sound came from it, like muffled thunder. The purple barrier above the valley also fluctuated violently. Water-like ripples appeared and swept in all directions. The momentum was extremely astonishing. The faces of the Setting Sun tribe's monster clan changed greatly. They all looked in the direction of Totem Castle. Some crystal-level elders directly flew over from all over the valley. But the gate of the castle was tightly shut, and these people could only watch. What's going on? A white-haired monster clan old man with long and narrow ears looked at the purple pillar of light that was constantly flickering and vibrating above the castle. He turned his head to look at the people around him and asked in a deep voice. These people were also at a loss. Obviously, they didn't have a clue. At this moment, a streak of light rushed over from the main hall and revealed Han Xian's figure in a flash. Young master. Several elders hurriedly saluted. Han Xian returned the salute. He looked at the closed gate of the castle and frowned. Young master, do you know what's going on? Is there something wrong with the totem pillar? The monster clan old man who spoke earlier asked. I'm not very clear. But I just learned that father brought the 2 human cultivators into the castle. Han Xian said with a flash in his eyes. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. Why would the patriarch bring 2 outsiders in? Could it be that this change was caused by those 2 people? Could it be that they intend to harm our clan? The monster clan old man suddenly said with a change of expression. When the others heard this, their expressions darkened. It shouldn't be. If Lu wanted to harm our clan, he wouldn't have saved me in the beginning. Moreover, since father brought them into the castle, he must have his own plans. Let's just wait and see. Han Xian pondered for a moment and said so. When the others heard this, some nodded non-committally, and some still looked worried. However, no one left. Instead, more and more people began to gather around the castle. The change in the purple light beam above the castle lasted for a quarter of an hour. Then, it finally stabilized. The purple light beam that soared into the sky was several times thicker than before, and the purple barrier over the valley was also significantly thicker. Kacha! The gate of the castle slowly opened, and 3 figures walked out from inside. They were Han Yi, Lu Ming, and Qian Ruping. Han Yi wore a smile on his face. There was a faint trace of excitement on his face. Lu Ming's expression was calm, but Qian Ruping's complexion was faintly pale. Father, what happened just now? Han Xian flew over and looked at Lu Ming and Qian Ruping, and asked in a soft voice. Oh, you don't need to panic. I just asked Daoist Qian to help me check the defensive totem array of our clan. Daoist Qian is a great formation master. Thanks to her ingenious hands, our clan's totem formation has been greatly improved. I believe that we will be able to safely pass through this beast tide. Clan leader Han Yi waved his hand at the crowd and laughed heartily. The people present were shocked when they heard this. Dozens of gazes fell on Qian Ruping, who was standing beside Lu Ming. Qian Ruping seemed to be startled when she saw this. Her body subconsciously shrank slightly behind Lu Ming. All right, there's nothing else here. All of you can disperse. I still have important matters to discuss with these two esteemed guests. Han Yi hastily instructed when he saw this. Although most of the people present were bewildered by the patriarch's words, they quickly dispersed. Only Han Xian remained in the same place. Patriarch Han Yi turned to Lu Ming and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Please move to the main hall." Lu Ming nodded. The four soon arrived at the main hall of the Sunset Tribe and sat down. What is the important matter that Patriarch Han Yi mentioned just now? Lu Ming didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Well, since Lu is a straightforward man, I won't beat around the bush. Both of you are extraordinary people. Dao friend Lu is strong, far above me, and Fairy Lu is well versed in the art of totemic formations. Therefore, I would like to invite the two of you to help our tribe survive this beast tide. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I will give you a satisfactory reward. What do you think? Patriarch Han Yi cupped his hands and said solemnly. Patriarch Han Yi, why don't you tell us what you can give us first? It won't be too late for me to make a decision. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The elder I mentioned before has returned to the tribe. I have learned from him the way to return to the Middle Sky continent from the Wasteland continent. What do you think of this condition? Patriarch Han Yi revealed a smile on his face and revealed a piece of news that moved Lu Ming. Do you mean it? Lu Ming stared at Han Yi and said word by word. Of course, I am willing to swear on the tribe's totem. Being stared at by Lu Ming, Patriarch Han Yi suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. He forced himself to calm down and said seriously. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded slightly. In addition to telling you the way to return to the Middle Sky continent, if you can repel this beast tide, I can also give you 2 demonic eyeballs. This is a secret treasure of our Sunset Tribe. Wearing it can conceal your human aura. You won't have to worry about being recognized when you travel the Wasteland continent in the future. You should know that there are many races on the wildlands that are hostile to outsiders, Han Yi said solemnly. When Han Xian heard this, he was shocked. His mouth opened, but he didn't say anything in the end. Alright, since this deal is mutually beneficial, we agree. Lu Ming only pondered for a moment before agreeing with a chuckle. Fellow Taoist Lu is really straightforward. We have a deal then. Han Yi was overjoyed. After discussing some specific matters, Lu Ming and Qian Ruping left. Father, let's not talk about the way to return to the Middle Sky continent. Are you really going to give them 2 demonic eyeball beads? Han Xian couldn't help but say after Lu Ming left. I have my own plans for this matter. You don't have to ask too much. By the way, how's the thing I asked you to do? Han Yi asked calmly. I've already checked. Before those beastkins attacked, most of the spies arranged outside the valley were killed. Looking at the wounds, it should be Jean Dan's feather snake that killed them. That's why these clansmen didn't have time to report. Han Xian was silent for a while and said so. These beastkins are becoming more and more intelligent. They should be here to test our strength this time. It won't be long before they attack directly. Han Yi said coldly. Han Xian's face was a little ugly, but he didn't speak. Pass down the order. From today on, arrange people to guard the valley 24 hours a day. If there is any abnormality, report it immediately. Han Yi thought for a while and ordered sternly. Yes. Han Xian agreed, turned around and walked out. Han Yi sat on the main seat, his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. After Lu Ming and Qian Ruping returned to their residence, Qian Ruping had lost a lot of spiritual power because of the previous adjustment of the totem array, so she went back to her room early to rest. Lu Ming stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the direction of the entrance of the valley with a faint smile on his face. A few days later, the sky was just bright. With a few rumbling sounds of the earth shaking faintly coming from a distance, then a loud warning horn sounded through the entire valley in an instant. The entire Sunset Tribe instantly boiled up. In the open space in front of the high platform in the center of the valley, more than a dozen crystallization period elders rushed from all over the valley almost at the same time. The patriarch Xianxia had already appeared here when the horn sounded. Beside him stood Xianxia. Under the orders of the patriarch, Xianxia, except for Xianxia, who stayed on the altar, the rest of the people turned into streaks of light and flew towards the battle formations formed by their clansmen and the city wall in front of them. At this moment, a black light flashed from the depths of the valley and landed beside Xianxia. The black light faded, revealing the figures of Lu Ming and Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart was at ease. He looked a little relieved, then he cupped his fist toward Lu Ming. After Lu Ming nodded to him, he stood aside with Xianxia. Although Xianxia had experienced the battle with Sea Emperor Palace, she was also infected by the tense atmosphere of the entire Sunset Tribe at the moment, and she became nervous. Lu Ming was expressionless with his hands behind his back, looking out of the valley. Dozens of miles away from the Sunset Tribe, from a distance, he could see a vast horde of beasts gathering from several directions, rushing toward the Sunset Tribe. There were tens of thousands of them. Smoke and dust billowed, and the roar of the beasts came one after another. But Lu Ming had experienced large-scale battles such as the Evil Ghost Way and the Stemborer invasion, so it was naturally difficult for him to be moved by everything in front of him. At this moment, a loud muffled sound came from the giant high platform in front of him. The purple pillar of light rising from the high platform in the middle of the valley suddenly became several times thicker, causing the purple light curtain that shrouded the entire valley to ripple like water. The next moment, 5 giant beasts' phantoms emerged in the purple light curtain, and began to wander around. These beasts looked like horses and rhinoceroses, and they looked lifelike. They were exactly the same as the 5 statues of the beasts that were crouching on the top of the stone pillars in the castle. Such a clear phantom of the god of war. Lu, I didn't expect Miss Qian's attainments in formations to be so profound. Such a level of totem scene has not appeared in the tribe for more than 1,000 years. Xianxia looked at the light curtain in midair, seemingly excited and happy, but also somewhat sighed. Patriarch Han is overpraising me. If it wasn't for Elder Baiwen explaining the various demon clan runes, how could this little girl succeed? Xianxia smiled modestly. Although Lu Ming looked as usual on the surface, in his heart, he greatly overestimated Xianxia's attainments in formations. After all, it was the first time she came into contact with the secret totem technique, but she could already have such a level of comprehension. It could no longer be described as a genius. While they were talking, at this time, outside the valley, there was already dust flying. The fastest thousands of beasts had already appeared less than 200 feet outside the valley. These beasts looked like hyenas, each of them about 10 feet tall, covered with a layer of gray scales, and their bodies were agile as if they were flying. Their 4 hooves lightly stepped on the ground, and they could easily leap a distance of tens of feet. A burst of strange howling sounds sounded. After the chest of these hyena-like beasts contracted for a while, they opened their mouths and spat out a gray wind blade the size of a door, turning into a dazzling gray streamer in the air, flying towards the direction of the Sunset Tribe. In an instant, a series of gray light marks exploded on the purple light curtain outside the city wall. Immediately after these hyena-scaled beasts, more than 1,000 rhinoceros-like beasts rushed out. These beasts were quite huge, reaching the size of 80 meters. Their rough skin seemed to be made of iron, and the dark horns on their heads were sharp. As the beasts lowered their heads, they slammed into the protective array. At this time, the sky was suddenly filled with dense green figures. They were the thousands of green flying snakes that had appeared before. They were twisting their bodies that were several tens of feet long, and they opened their mouths to spray out clouds of pungent dark green liquid that fell like raindrops on the purple light curtain above the valley. Except for a few of these beasts that had the strength of the condensation period, most of them only had the strength of the spirit apostle period, but there were too many of them, so their attack momentum was extremely astonishing. Although the continuous blasting sound couldn't shake the entire magnificent purple light curtain, it made the Beast King clan cultivators below shocked. After a short period of shock, with the shouts of those crystallization period elders, the Sunset Tribe's counterattack also quickly began. The sound of breaking air rang out, hundreds of huge crossbows on the city wall exuded a blue cold light at the same time. Under the control of the Beastkin clan cultivators who operated the crossbow, a large blue cold light with the thickness of a bowl shot toward the blue flying snake in midair and the beast horde below like a gust of wind and rain. These crossbows were incomparably huge, and with the help of some kind of wind attribute beast totem engraved on the surface, their speed was extremely fast. Screams sounded everywhere. The rhinoceros-like beasts and hyena-scaled beasts near the city wall suffered heavy casualties where the green crossbow bolts passed through. However, because these rhinoceros-like beasts were huge and had high defense, it often took several crossbow bolts to kill them. As for the hyena-scaled beasts, they were more difficult to hit due to their agile bodies, but if they were hit, most of them would die with one arrow. The green flying snakes in the air had a relatively large space to maneuver, so the crossbow bolts had little effect. However, under the attacks of the Beastkin clan cultivators below, the snake corpses still fell like raindrops. For a time, the sound of shouting and fighting could be heard incessantly. All kinds of beams of light and crossbow bolts intertwined, causing the entire Sunset Tribe to glow. Not long after, outside the city wall of the Sunset Tribe, the corpses of the beasts piled up like a small hill. However, there were simply too many demon beasts. The densely packed hyena scale beasts, wolf-type demon beasts, green flying snakes, and giant rhinoceros-like beasts continued to swarm forward, fearlessly attacking the city walls in waves. Fortunately, under the solid protection of the purple light curtain that enveloped the entire tribe, the Beastkin clan cultivators of the Sunset Tribe defended against more than a dozen waves of attacks, and still did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Moreover, their morale was high, faintly showing signs of becoming braver as the battle went on. On the contrary, a large number of beasts were blocked. Without the slightest bit of protection, in less than half a day, no less than 10,000 beasts had died. Based on this trend, if nothing unexpected happened to the protective light curtain, the Beastkin clan cultivators of the Sunset Tribe could easily defend for another day and night. Just as the morale of the setting sun tribe's Xiao race cultivators was at its peak, a strange turn of events occurred. Amidst the dense swarm of azure flying snakes above the valley, there was a burst of water-like ripples in the air somewhere, and three strange demon beasts with misty azure light all over their bodies suddenly emerged. They were less than 1,000 feet away from each other, and they seemed to have formed a triangular formation. Lu Ming's expression stirred as he looked up from the high platform in the valley below. The lower bodies of these three monsters were similar to other azure flying snakes, but the upper half of their bodies was that of a naked bald man. On their backs were a pair of azure feathered wings that were 20 to 30 feet long. Their bright red forked tongues flickered in and out of their mouths, revealing two sharp fangs that faintly glowed with green light. As soon as the three half-human, half-snake monsters appeared, their bellies bulged and they suddenly spat out a ball of extremely bright green liquid. The three balls of green liquid quickly spread through the air before combining to form a green sea of mist that was several thousand feet in size. The green sea of mist quickly enveloped the faint purple light barrier down below, and gusts of strange green wind swept forth from within the sea of mist. All of the bolts that were hurtling toward the light barrier were swept up by the green wind, and all of them fell powerlessly to the ground. When the faint purple light barrier below came into contact with the green mist, it immediately issued a sizzling sound. Soon after, a strange green smoke emerged from the barrier. The speed at which the 5 sea serpent phantoms swam abruptly decreased, and the entire light barrier faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the three half-snake monsters appeared, the remaining azure flying snakes hissed and fiercely spat out a large amount of green liquid. They unscrupulously bombarded the faint purple light barrier. Not good, it's a Jin Dan realm feathered snake. Han Xian couldn't help but blurt out when he saw the scene in the air. The setting sun tribe leader, Han Ye's expression changed several times before he turned to Lu Ming and cupped his hands in salute. I'm afraid the totem formation won't be able to withstand the corrosion of the venom of the three Jin Dan feathered snakes. Lu, I'm afraid you'll need to restrain them one by one. Ruping, stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a moment. As soon as the word come left his mouth, Lu Ming had already transformed into a streak of black light and shot into the sky like an arrow. By the time Han Yi and Han Xian reacted, Lu Ming had already appeared outside the defensive barrier, behind a half-human, half-snake feathered serpent, as if he had teleported. The sudden appearance of Lu Ming startled the feathered serpent. It suddenly turned around, and a cold light flashed in its narrow-slit pupils. It suddenly opened its mouth, and a green stripe silently swept out. A pungent smell of blood filled the air, causing one to feel nauseous. At the same time, the whip arrived in front of Lu Ming at an unbelievable speed, engulfing him in an instant. However, Lu Ming immediately dissipated in the green light. It turned out to be just an afterimage. At this moment, a green shadow flashed behind the feathered serpent, and Lu Ming's figure became clear. He moved his arm, a black mist serpent rushed out with tremendous force. The feathered serpent was greatly shocked, and it opened its mouth to spit out a green mist. At the same time, it condensed a green barrier in front of it. There was a loud rumbling sound, the black mist serpent suddenly collided with the green barrier, and the latter shattered with a sound. However, the black mist serpent also dissipated, turning into rolling black gas. With a whoosh, a purple sword light shot out from the black gas without warning. At such a close distance, the feathered serpent could not dodge at all. With a flash of the sword light, its head rolled down, and its eyes were still filled with terror. Before the headless body of the half-human, half-snake had fallen, Lu Ming's figure had already appeared in front of another feathered serpent. He waved his arms in a blur, and countless black fist shadows struck out like a wild wind. They all landed on the feathered serpent's body and exploded. The feathered serpent let out a wail, and in an instant, it was blasted into meat paste. Not far away, the last feathered serpent saw that its two companions were easily beheaded by the opponent. Its complexion changed greatly, and it immediately turned around. Its body flashed with a green light, and it wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, a streak of yellow light shot toward him at lightning speed. In the yellow light, a yellow bead could be vaguely seen. Before it touched the feathered serpent, a yellow glow swept out from it, and it suddenly caught the feathered serpent's tail, causing its body to suddenly slow down. The feathered serpent let out a shriek, but it could only watch as the yellow light smashed into its head. It could not dodge at all. Bang, a muffled sound, the feathered serpent's head was smashed like a watermelon, and its body fell straight to the ground. As soon as the 3 Jin Dan realm feathered serpents died, the green sea of mist that enveloped the entire clan protection formation disappeared. The 5 turtle god phantoms on the purple light curtain once again swam around vigorously. At the same time, the sound of breaking air resounded, and the rain of green crossbow bolts once again violently shot up. This unforeseen event was like the rise of a hare and the descent of a falcon. When the green feathered serpents saw this, they screamed in horror and fled in all directions. Under the chaos, many of them were naturally killed by the green crossbow bolts. In front of the giant stone platform below, the patriarch of the Sunset Tribe, Han Yi, was also dumbfounded. He had never expected that the 3 Jin Dan realm feathered serpent beasts would be so easily beheaded by Lu Ming. His previous warning to Qian Ruping still lingered in his ears. Han Xian, as well as the other demon race cultivators of the Sunset Tribe, were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Everyone, Lu has helped us create such a good opportunity. Don't let it go to waste. Warriors of the Sunset Tribe, follow me and rush out. Han Yi, as the patriarch of the tribe, finally reacted after a brief moment of shock. He immediately waved his arms and shouted loudly. Then, he took the lead and rushed out of the city wall. Kill! When the other demon race cultivators heard this, their morale was greatly boosted. They rubbed their palms together. Apart from a few demon race cultivators who remained on the city wall to control the crossbow bolts and kill the green flying serpents, the rest of the demon race cultivators followed Han Yi and rushed out. For a time, outside the valley of the Sunset Tribe, a variety of flowing lights were shuttling back and forth. Deafening roars rose and fell one after another. The battle had reached an unprecedented level of intensity. At this moment, the purple spell formation that enveloped the entire valley of the Sunset Tribe suddenly changed. Purple light flashed in. Midair and the 5 sea god phantoms leaped into the air. They combined into one giant sea god phantasm that was hundreds of feet in size. A large amount of purple light shot out from its eyes and swept towards the demon beasts outside the city wall. Suddenly, a large number of demon beasts were enveloped by the purple light. The demon beasts were dazed in the purple light. Then, under the attack of the Sunset Tribe cultivators, they were instantly turned into corpses. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the overwhelming demon beast tide was utterly defeated by the demon race cultivators of the Sunset Tribe. After paying a heavy price, the demon beasts retreated at an even faster speed than when they had first arrived. Seeing that the demon beasts had retreated, the demon race cultivators of the Sunset Tribe heaved a sigh of relief and cheered in unison. This demon beast tide could be said to be the easiest they had ever experienced. They didn't lose many of their clansmen and completely defeated the demon beasts. After their excitement, the demon race cultivators of the Sunset Tribe divided themselves into several groups and began to tidy up the battlefield in an orderly manner. They carefully collected the demon beast corpses that littered the ground. The skin, blood, bones, and cores of demon beasts were all very valuable. A small tribe like the Sunset Tribe didn't have any special products. Normally, they relied on hunting demon beasts to earn spirit stones. Every beast tide was not so much a risk for them, but it was also an opportunity to grow stronger. Especially for a large-scale beast tide like this one, as long as they successfully resisted it, the tens of thousands of demon beasts' corpses left behind would be enough for them to expand their power by several times. While most of the clansmen were cleaning up the battlefield, Patriarch Han didn't stay idle. With the urgent transmission of a series of orders, Xianxia and other clansmen of the crystallization period began to lead some of the elites of the clan to the Sky Rift Valley to detect the movements of the demon beasts. At the same time, they ordered people to continue to guard the valley closely. After doing all this, Han Yi solemnly invited Lu Ming and Qian Ruping into the Sunset Tribe Hall. In this beast tide, the role of Lu Ming and Qian Ruping was obvious. Without the two of them, even if the Sunset Tribe could survive this beast tide, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Maybe they would become the slaves of some nearby clans. After all, the weak were prey to the strong. This was a daily occurrence in the Wasteland continent. It's all thanks to the help of the two fellows that we were able to survive the beast tide safely this time. On behalf of the entire Sunset Tribe, I thank you. Patriarch Han Yi solemnly bowed to the two. Patriarch, you don't have to be so polite. I will naturally fulfill my promise. Lu Ming smiled and said meaningfully. Han Yi was slightly startled when he heard this, but he immediately understood what Lu Ming meant. He immediately replied with a wry smile, "Fellow cultivator, rest assured. I have already prepared the method to travel from the Wasteland continent to the Middle Sky continent. Please have a look." As Han Yi spoke, he turned his hand and took out a cyan bone fragment, handing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He took the cyan bone fragment and probed it with his divine sense. Luo City. After a moment, he withdrew his divine sense and murmured. Luo City is a big city in the easternmost part of the Wasteland continent. Most of the humans in the Wasteland continent are gathered there. According to the elder of the tribe, you can take a giant ship to travel between the two continents. This is also the only way to go to the Middle Sky continent that the elder of the tribe knows. Han Yi said. Giant ship. I see. Lu Ming nodded and put away the cyan bone fragment. These are the two demonic beads promised before. You can hide your breath by wearing them. Please keep them. Han Yi took out a jade box and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it with a smile and opened the lid. There were two fist-sized oval beads inside, exuding a dreamy purple light. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He took out an oval bead with 2 fingers and looked at it carefully in front of his eyes. Suddenly, a cool breath came out of the oval bead and poured into his body along his arm. Lu Ming frowned slightly. He immediately noticed that as soon as the spiritual power in his body touched this cool breath, it immediately exuded a faint beast kin chi fluctuation. His breath immediately became very different from before. It really is a good thing. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction as he stretched his body. A faint layer of purple demon chi was emitted from his body. Han Yi hesitated for a moment, then said, "This demonic eye pearl is a treasure refined from the eyeball of my Sunset Tribe's elder Jing Dan after he passed away. Please use it properly, Lu Ming." "Don't worry, tribe leader Han. I will use such a precious gift with care." Lu Ming cupped his hands and handed the other demonic eye pearl to Qian Ruping. Qian Ruping took it and put it on her body. She was immediately shrouded in a layer of faint purple mist. Her cultivation wasn't very high. With the help of this pearl, even Lu Ming wouldn't be able to sense the slightest trace of human aura from her body. The Rift Valley is thousands of miles away from Luo City. There are countless dangerous places in between. If you two must go, it's best that you decide on a route in advance. I wish you two a safe arrival, Han Yi said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Lu Ming thanked him. The deal between the two sides had been completed. Lu Ming didn't intend to stay in the Sunset Tribe for long. Early the next morning, he took Qian Ruping and quietly left the Sunset Tribe's valley. Big brother Ming, how do we go to Luo City? The two stopped at a mountain peak near the Sunset Tribe. Qian Ruping looked at Lu Ming and asked. Let's go to Blackwater City first. Lu Ming took out the map of the Rift Valley that Han Xian had given him. There was a city that was closest to the Sunset Tribe, Blackwater City. We'll make some preparations there. Then, we'll go to Luo City. Lu Ming waved his hand and summoned the Daihui Jade boat. Qian Ruping didn't have any objections. A moment later, a white silhouette flashed from the top of the mountain peak and flew away. On a vast plain far away from the sky-rimmed canyon stood a magnificent black city. A pitch-black river flowed through the center of the city, extending from the south to the north, with no end in sight. At the moment, it was noon, and streams of people were constantly entering and exiting the city gate. These people were dressed in different clothes, and seemed to be demon cultivators from different tribes. Right at this moment, a dazzling white light galloped over from afar and stopped above a hill near the city. The white light faded away, revealing two figures surrounded by a faint purple aura. It was Lu Ming and Qian Ruping, who had rushed all the way from the Sunset Tribe. Lu Ming kept the Daihui flying ship and looked at the city. The entire city wall was 70 to 80 meters tall, and it was built from numerous enormous dark-colored stones. In addition, at the four corners of the city, four enormous stone pillars could be faintly seen protruding out of the city wall, and there were faint white talisman markings flowing ceaselessly on the surface of the four pillars. This was the famous Blackwater City in the western part of the Wasteland continent. The Wasteland continent was mainly divided by the 8 savage clans. In order to seize resources, the small and medium-sized clans that were vassals to these large clans frequently went on expeditions against each other. Therefore, in order to facilitate the exchange of goods between the demon clans, the 8 savage clans would set up trading points like Blackwater City in their respective territories and forbid fighting. Therefore, for some small and medium-sized clans or rogue demon clans, it was a very safe trading place. Before setting off, Lu Ming had already learned from Han Xian that this Blackwater City belonged to the Split Eagle clan, which ranked last among the 8 wild tribes. Because it was the first time Qian Ruping saw such a huge city outside of the Yunchuan continent, her face overflowed with surprise and excitement. Lu Ming didn't say much. With a light wave, he flew toward the city. At the gate of the Blackwater City stood 7 or 8 Split Eagle clan guards. Like the Split Eagle clan cultivators that Lu Ming had seen in the ruins of the Upper Realm, they had sharp eyes and hooked noses. These guards interrogated the two of them, collected some spirit stones, and let them into the city. As soon as they entered the city, Lu Ming deeply experienced the prosperity of this place. After passing through the city gate, the scene in front of them suddenly became lively. Several spacious streets appeared in front of them at the same time. The ground in the city was paved with black stones, and it was extremely flat. Every black stone was carved with all kinds of ancient patterns, adding to the charm of the foreign races. On both sides of the spacious streets were high-rise buildings made of huge stones of different shapes. Compared to the more neat and solemn style of the human cities in Yunchuan and the Heaven Terminus continent, these buildings with different styles added a bit of roughness. Most of these buildings were decorated with flags that fluttered in the wind. Impressively, they were trading shops with various names. There were many pedestrians on the streets. Naturally, they were all demon cultivators from various tribes. Arriving here, Lu Ming finally felt like he had come to the Wasteland continent. The demon cultivators on the streets were of different shapes and sizes. Although they all looked like humans, there were more or less traces of demon beasts on their bodies. There were even some that were half human and half beast. There were even some who brought along some ferocious pet beasts and swaggered through the streets. The rest of the pedestrians did not seem surprised at all. Although Lu Ming and Qian Ruping had changed their appearances, compared to these real demons, they still looked more refined. Qian Ruping saw the scene in front of her and could not help but feel a little afraid. She involuntarily took a step closer to Lu Ming. "It's fine. We have the demonic eyeball beads with us. We'll be fine," Lu Ming said lightly. Qian Ruping nodded and her expression eased a little. After strolling around the city for a while, the sky gradually darkened and night fell. The shops on both sides of the streets also lit up with a white light. Lu Ming immediately brought Qian Ruping to find an inn in Blackwater City and stayed there. After a whole day's journey, Qian Ruping was a little tired, so she went back to the room early to rest. Lu Ming stood in front of the window of his room with his hands behind his back, looking at the bustling street outside the window. His eyes flickered. The scale of this Blackwater City was also an extremely prosperous city in the Middle Sky continent. He just took a few casual glances on the street. There were many shops selling all kinds of spiritual materials, beastkin materials, spirit grass, elixirs, and books. After a casual glance, he found many things that were hard to find in the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming secretly calculated the itinerary of the next day. He quickly sat back cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to meditate. He left the inn early the next morning. Qian Ruping followed closely behind with a slight excitement on her face. Lu Ming originally thought that Qian Ruping was afraid of the beastkin outside, so he wanted to leave her in the inn. Who knew that after half a day's work yesterday, Qian Ruping seemed to have completely adapted to the environment here. She insisted on going out with him to see the scenery here. He had no choice but to bring her out too. Qian Ruping had lived in the sea region for a long time. When had she seen such a prosperous place? She was really curious about everything, especially some precious spiritual materials and elixirs. She was quite envious, but Lu Ming didn't seem to look at these things, so she didn't say anything. After turning 2 streets, Lu Ming stopped in front of a spacious attic with several floors high. Looking from the door, it was a shop selling ancient books. Lu Ming stepped in. "2 guests, are you here to buy some ancient books? Our book pavilion is one of the best ancient bookshops in this Blackwater City." As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by a white-haired old man with a kind face and blue skin. In the hall, in addition to some simple tables and chairs, there were rows of very orderly books, jade slips. It looked like there were tens of thousands of them. There is a map of the major races of the wild continent and the areas under their jurisdiction. Yes, there is also a detailed introduction of Luo City. After seeing the scale of this place, Lu Ming said calmly, "Why don't you move to the 3rd area on the 2nd floor? The books there may be of interest to you. However, there are some restrictions on them. You can only see a small part of the content. If there are books you like, you can send me a message at any time. After you buy them, you can take them out." The white-haired old man saw that Lu Ming was only looking for some general books. He seemed a little disappointed but still said politely, "The ancient books about the totem array, which area?" Qian Ruping looked at the bookshelves in the room and said with great anticipation, "Totem array? This kind of ancient book is originally difficult to study. It is really difficult for a normal shop to purchase a higher-grade ancient book. However, it is fortunate that this shop belongs to the Icy Frost tribe and we have quite a number of totem-related ancient books. If Miss is interested, you can head to the 2nd floor, section 5. When the white-haired old man heard this, he replied with some interest, "Ping Er, why don't you go take a look at zone 5? If you see any books that you are interested in, just bid for it. Don't worry about it." Lu Ming's lips moved slightly as he transmitted his voice. Qian Ruping smiled knowingly and did not say much. She happily trotted upstairs and began to look for the book she needed. After half a day, Lu Ming and Qian Ruping walked out of the shop. At this time, Lu Ming not only had some ancient books about the wild continent, maps and other things, but he had also collected a lot of bone pieces that recorded information about Luo City. Qian Ruping also found a lot of ancient books about the totem array and Beast King clan runes. She was holding a few bone pieces of different colors with excitement. She was obviously very satisfied. Of course, these items also cost nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones, but for him, they were naturally insignificant. Although Lu Ming had already gotten what he wanted, he did not rush back to the inn. Instead, he took Qian Ruping and began to wander around other shops that sold spiritual materials. After visiting a few shops, he found that the cultivation resources produced by the wild continent were far beyond his initial imagination. Some superb spiritual materials that were rare in the Middle Sky continent were actually very common in the wild continent. This made Lu Ming pleasantly surprised. If he could resell these things in the two realms, he didn't know how much spirit stones he could earn. However, this idea was obviously too absurd. He quickly put it aside and concentrated on purchasing some of the things he needed. After some searching, Lu Ming really found a few kinds of spiritual materials that were useful to him, and he immediately bought them without hesitation. At this time, he also discovered the difference between here and the Middle Sky continent. Among the shops in the wild continent, most of them sold basic spiritual materials such as spiritual mineral, spiritual grass, beastkin materials, but finished products such as spiritual weapons, magic weapons, or elixirs were rare. Lu Ming looked at the rugged beastkin clan dressed in animal skins on the street, and his mouth twitched a few times. He probably guessed some reasons in his mind. After strolling for a while, Lu Ming suddenly stopped in front of a small shop. This was also a shop that sold all kinds of spirit grasses and materials. The front of the shop was about 2 zhang wide. There were several wooden shelves inside with some spirit grasses, demon beast materials and the like. However, it looked a bit messy. At this moment, it was empty without any customers. "Brother Ming, what's wrong?" Qian Ruping followed Lu Ming's gaze and looked at the shop a few times. She felt that the things inside looked very ordinary compared with other shops, so she couldn't help but ask. Lu Ming didn't say much and stepped in. Qian Ruping had to follow in. Lu Ming walked around inside and stopped in front of a shelf. Xianxia's gaze looked towards a jade box on the shelf, and a completely green-colored medicinal herb that emitted a dense medicinal fragrance lay within the box. Strangely, a crimson-red insect egg was attached to the root of this green-colored medicinal herb, and it looked like a silkworm chrysalis. The two were tightly connected together. "Is Senior interested in this thing?" A cautious voice suddenly came from behind Lu Ming. Turning around, it was a middle-aged man with red skin and 2 canine teeth walking over. This person seemed to be the shopkeeper of the shop. He only had the cultivation of the condensation period early stage. He felt the unfathomable spiritual pressure on Lu Ming, and he looked a little nervous. "Are the items in these 2 jade boxes the green swamp red silkworm grass of the twin companions?" Lu Ming pointed at the 2 items without batting an eyelid. "Senior really has a good eyesight. If Senior wants it, Junior can take it as a good luck. It only costs 980,000 spirit stones, how about it?" The middle-aged beastkin heard that Lu Ming was interested, and he quoted a price with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he heard that. If this thing was in the past, although it was quite rare, it had no special use for him. However, this material was one of the spiritual materials needed to refine soul-sucking voodoo. It was also extremely rare in the Middle Sky continent. He didn't expect to encounter it here. Lu Ming didn't say much. He flipped his hand and threw a bag of spirit stones. After the other party confirmed it, he closed the jade box with his long sleeve. "Shopkeeper, I still need these materials. Do you have them in your shop?" After Lu Ming thought for a while, he took out a piece of green bone and handed it to the Beastkin clan shopkeeper. The Beastkin clan shopkeeper made a deal. Seeing that there was still business, he was naturally in a good mood. He took the jade slips with a smile. He scanned with divine thought, but his face showed disappointment. "I'm sorry, the materials that Senior needs are very rare. I don't have them in my shop. Especially this skeleton silkworm and resentment spirit grass, I have never heard of them." The Beastkin clan shopkeeper returned the bone to Lu Ming and shook his head. Lu Ming frowned when he heard the words. Resentment spirit grass does exist in the Middle Sky continent. The key is the skeleton silkworm. With his knowledge, he has never heard of it before. Could it be that this thing is actually an extinct spirit insect? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's mood became a little bad. In the following time, he took Qian Ruping to ask several large shops in succession, but no one knew about the skeleton silkworm. Lu Ming didn't have the mood to continue shopping at the moment, and he returned to the inn with Qian Ruping. After returning to his room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged for a moment. With a wave of his hand, a few brick-thick books, a few pieces of bone, and a few feet-long rolled-up paper tube appeared in front of him. These were the ancient books about the wild continent and Luo City that he carefully selected. The paper tube was the map of the wild continent. This map alone cost 100,000 spirit stones. However, this map was well made, so it was indeed worth it. He held up a book with one hand and flipped the pages one by one. These ancient books recorded some basic information about the wild continent, the distribution of the forces of the 8 wild clans, other powerful clans, and the customs of various places in detail. As Lu Ming flipped through the books, he also unfolded the map of the wild continent. He compared the areas one by one, gradually forming a general impression of the wild continent in his heart. He also learned a lot about the information about the destination of this trip, Luo City. Luo City was located in the easternmost part of the continent near the sea. Outside the city was the most famous endless sea in the wild continent. According to the introduction of the ancient books, the giant boat across the sea had to pass through this endless sea and reach the southwest of the Middle Sky continent. Luo City itself was one of the most prosperous cities in the wild continent. It was under the jurisdiction of the first clan in the wild continent, the Bloodvine clan. The giant boat across the sea was naturally controlled by the Bloodvine clan. Being able to travel between the two realms that made Lu Ming surprised by the strength of the Bloodvine clan. After all, as one of the 4 ancient sects of the Middle Sky continent, Taiqing Gate could only open up a few secret realms that were close to this realm. They didn't have the ability to travel freely to other continents. Time passed bit by bit, and it wasn't until dawn that he finished reading the information on the bone fragments and the ancient books. Lu Ming walked to the window, looked at the scenery of Blackwater City in the morning, and pondered in his heart. The wild continent was far more complicated and vast than expected. The Blackwater City where he was now belonged to the westernmost part of the continent, and Luo City was located in the easternmost part of the continent. The distance between the two was tens of thousands of miles. In the wild continent, teleportation array was very rare. It was far less popular than the Middle Sky continent. Only a few major forces had some, so he could only rely on flying on the way. Unlike the relatively peaceful existence philosophy of the major sects in the Middle Sky continent on the surface, fighting and killing was a common thing among the Beastkin clan. Especially between the small and medium-sized tribes, there would often be wars for resources. Although the 8 wild clans had reached a certain balance, there were often frictions between them. Coupled with the natural barriers that might be encountered along the way, with Lu Ming's current strength, he was not sure that he could reach Luo City safely. He looked out of the window for a long time and took a deep breath. If he wanted to return to the Middle Sky continent, he had to go to Luo City. Lu Ming then turned around and unfolded the map of the wild continent again. He began to plan the relevant route. After dawn, Lu Ming had roughly decided on the route. He immediately found Xian Ruping and told her, "I don't have much experience in traveling, so I'll follow the route set by Brother Ming." Xian Ruping seemed to have not slept all night. At this moment, she was holding the jade slips related to the totem array. She said with a confused look, "Well, let's rest for another day and set off tomorrow." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This little girl was really at ease. One day later, a white flying boat left the Blackwater City and disappeared into the distance. Half a year later, in the air above a boundless brown swamp on the wasteland continent, a great chase was in full swing. 3 sturdy tiger-headed beastkin, each driving a giant cyan bird, chased a silver figure surrounded by black gas in front of them. The leader was a tiger beastkin with a sturdy figure. His whole body was covered with silver-white stripes. His arms were densely covered with muscles as if he was full of endless power. Although the cyan giant birds driven by these tiger beastkin were huge, their flying speed was extremely fast. With a slight flap of their wings, they could fly hundreds of meters away. They were really fast. However, the silver figure in front of them was not slow either. It also had a pair of silver wings on its back. As it flapped, a large amount of water vapor rose from the swamp in all directions and gathered together, causing its figure to become more and more blurry. The more water vapor gathered, the faster the silver silhouette moved. The tiger-headed beastkin cultivator on the back of the cyan giant bird didn't seem to be in a hurry. As the two sides chased and fled, their speed was almost the same. In a blink of an eye, they flew hundreds of miles and came to a deep reed-shaped jungle. Just then, the three tiger-type demons on top of the giant green bird let out a burst of strange laughter. The jungle in front of them suddenly exploded, and several white demonic winds soared into the sky, rolling straight towards the silver figure in front of them. There were also two tiger-headed beastkin clan in the demon wind, and each of them exuded the aura of the real pellet state. A few white demon winds suddenly burst open, and countless white wind blades were formed, blasting at the silver figure. For a time, the area within a radius of 1,000 feet around the silver figure was filled with whistling sounds. Numerous white wind blades covered the sky and covered the earth, almost submerging the silver figure in them. The silver figure let out a cold snort and black gas surged from his body, wrapping his body in it. He didn't have the slightest intention of dodging and crashed into the dense white wind blades. The tiger beastkin were shocked to see this. They watched helplessly as the silver figure forcibly passed through the wind blades. Wrapped in black chi, the silver figure didn't seem to have received the slightest damage. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the encirclement and left them far behind. Don't even think of escaping. Stay. The sturdy tiger beastkin shouted angrily when he saw the scene. His body released a large amount of black chi and transformed into a huge silvery white tiger phantom that was more than 100 feet in size. It opened its big mouth and a strong white sound wave shot out, bombarding the silver figure's back. The silver figure wasn't surprised in the slightest. He waved his hand and 20 talismans that emitted strong magic power flew out. They turned into fire dragons, fireballs, snake-shaped lightning, and huge wind blades that collided with the white sound wave. The two collided with a loud thunderous sound. Red, blue, green, and white lights intertwined and flickered. The void also flickered and surged. An extremely strong shock wave spread in all directions. The tiger beastkin and the cyan beastkin were blocked. The silver figure flickered a few times and disappeared into the distant horizon. The sturdy tiger beastkin saw that he couldn't catch up to the silver figure. He cursed a few times at the disappearing silver figure. He could only helplessly lead the remaining tiger beastkin and resentfully fly back. Hundreds of miles away, the silver figure saw that there were no pursuers, and slowly stopped. The silver light faded, and the figure inside was Lu Ming. He waved his hand, and the Daiwa jade boat appeared under him, and continued to fly into the distance. Lu Ming's face was slightly pale at the moment. He took out a green pill and swallowed it, and then he breathed on the flying boat for a moment, and his face gradually became better. He patted his waist with one hand, and a blue light flew out of the mouth of the blue gourd hanging diagonally, and a girl in white flew out. It was Qianruping. Well, we have left the area of influence of the Silver Tiger tribe's mine. The road ahead should be relatively safe. Lu Ming said with a long breath. Qianruping nodded, but there was a faint layer of black gas on her face that did not dissipate, and her body could not help but tremble slightly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand to emit a black light that enveloped Qianruping. The black gas on Qianruping's face quickly faded, and was absorbed by the black light. After a moment, her face finally returned to normal, and she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Although the Yin gourd can let you hide inside, unfortunately, your cultivation method and Yin Qi are mutually contradictory. If you hide inside for a long time, I am afraid that it will cause damage to your body. Lu Ming dissipated the black light in his hand, and said with some regret. I'm sorry, Brother Ming, if it was only you, you could have already gotten rid of those monster race. Qianruping bowed her head, and said apologetically. What nonsense are you talking about? I really didn't expect that a seemingly ordinary mine would be guarded by a celestial state powerhouse of the Silver Tiger tribe. If I knew that the Silver Tiger tribe was so unreasonable, it would be better to take a little detour. Lu Ming shook his head and said with a smile, and waved his hand to launch a few spells. The speed of the Daiwa jade boat increased greatly, turning into a blurry phantom, speeding forward. 1 year later. In the central area of the wild continent, in a small city that was originally quite deserted, at this moment, it was bustling with cultivators of various races. In the center of the city, there was a rather luxurious restaurant with the words River Gazing Restaurant written on it. At this moment, on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, more than a dozen wooden tables were filled with people. The drinkers here were basically Beastkin clan cultivators with cultivation, ranging from the condensation period to the Jingdan state. Almost everyone in the restaurant would look outside the city from time to time when drinking tea. Looking into the distance from the third floor, one could clearly see a vast body of water less than 100 miles away from the city. For some reason, monstrous waves were constantly rising in the water at this moment. The endless monstrous waves rolled up to a height of hundreds of feet, and between the monstrous waves, there were also incomparably thick green tornadoes roaming about from time to time, connecting the heavens and the earth. The scene was like doomsday. The terrifying waves and the sound of the hurricane were like the rumbling of thousands of heavenly thunder. Even though they were 100 miles away, they could still hear the rumbling. At the same time, an earth-shattering aura surged over wave after wave. Fortunately, whether it was the raging waves or the hurricane, they were only limited to the surface of the water, making the small city 100 miles away relatively calm. Brother Shen, I have long heard of the magnificent scene of this Nujiang tide. Seeing it today, it really deserves its reputation. It's really a strange scene that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. In a corner of the restaurant, 3 people were drinking at the same table. The one who spoke was a man in a green robe. His seemingly ordinary face was faintly suffused with a layer of purple gas. As for the other 2, one was a girl in white clothes, and the other was a Beastkin clan brawny man with fiery red curly hair and long ears. A red mace of 10 meters in size was casually leaning against his body. It was engraved with a lifelike fire lion pattern. At first glance, one could tell it was not an ordinary item. The girl in white clothes just bowed her head to drink tea, and the man in a green robe was talking happily with the brawny man with red hair. Haha, Brother Lu is from the western region. He has never seen the scenery of the Nujiang before, so he naturally feels strange. In fact, it's nothing much. The reason why the water here is so turbulent, according to rumors, is because of the imbalance of a spirit vein under the Nujiang. The brawny man with red hair picked up a wine cup the size of an alms bowl and drank the liquor inside in one gulp. So that's how it is. It seems that I have not seen much, the man in a green robe said with a smile. This man in a green robe was naturally Lu Ming. In this year, he and Xianxia could be said to have experienced a lot of hardships, passing through many tribes and mountain ranges to reach here. Now, they were blocked by a huge river. The Nujiang is more than 10,000 miles wide. Now the water and airflow of the river are very violent. Even if a great demon of the celestial phenomenon realm were to cross the river at this moment, there is a possibility of death if they are not careful. In addition, the danger on the Nujiang is far more than this. The brawny man with red hair seemed to remember something, and there was a hint of fear in his expression. When Lu Ming heard this, he frowned. Xianxia, who was beside him, also raised her head and looked over. She was a little surprised. I don't know what danger Brother Shen was talking about? Lu Ming asked with a serious expression. He and Xianxia had just arrived at this place and had not had the time to inquire too much about the Nujiang. This matter you have asked the right person. In fact, in the Nujiang, there lives a kind of fish-type demonic beast called the vicious shuttle. This kind of demonic beast is only the size of a thumb, and its strength is not too high. However, its teeth are sharp and its nature is incomparably bloodthirsty. There are often thousands of them, and wherever they go, there are no corpses left. It is enough to cause people to change their expressions. The brawny man with red hair said mysteriously. When Xianxia heard this, her face suddenly became a bit pale. Lu Ming also frowned. Just the violent winds and huge waves on the surface of the river were enough to cause a headache. With the existence of this vicious fish, crossing the river would be extremely difficult. However, Brother Lu doesn't need to worry. The violent weather of the Nujiang still follows a regular pattern. I reckon that in another month or so, the flow of air on the river will weaken. When that time comes, the cultivators gathered in the city will all cross the river together. If many people move together, there won't be any danger. The brawny man with red hair said with a laugh. Many thanks for Brother Shen's information. Lu Ming let out a light breath. His expression was somewhat relaxed. In his heart, he was planning to go to the city and collect some information about the dangerous places along the way. 3 years later. In a dark and lightless forest, Lu Ming was wearing a simple robe made of black animal skin. His entire body was like a nimble bullet as he jumped from tree to tree. A thick black cloud floated above the forest. Occasionally, it would gently roll twice. If someone approached the black cloud in the sky and carefully examined it, they would discover that the black cloud was actually formed by an endless amount of black insects. As Lu Ming moved forward, he would occasionally look at the sky with a dignified expression. At this moment, he was completely relying on his physical strength to move forward. He didn't dare to use any magic power. Roar! Just as he was quickly moving forward, a long black shadow shot out from the dense forest with a huala sound. It was a black python that was over 30 meters long. Its body was covered in dark green scales. Its long and narrow eyes flickered with an ominous glint. It opened its mouth wide and bit towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming coldly snorted. A purple light flashed in his hand and a purple short sword appeared. The two figures quickly crossed each other. Under the flickering of several purple sword shadows, the black python's body was suddenly cut into several pieces. A large amount of snake blood splashed in all directions, emitting a nauseating smell of blood. Lu Ming's body nimbly turned and didn't let his body be stained by the smell of blood. With a few jumps, he disappeared into the distance at an even faster speed. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky shook and hung down a corner. Countless black insects flew down and crawled all over the python's body. After a short while, the little black bug flew back into the sky and once again transformed into dark clouds. On the other hand, the python on the ground had already turned into a few pieces of snow-white bones. All of its flesh and blood had already been gnawed away. 5 years later. On a rugged mountain road, a caravan of hundreds of people was slowly moving forward. The cart was pulled by a beastkin that looked like a camel. It was very large, at least 70 to 80 meters long. Its body was covered with light yellow fine hair. Its 4 hooves were thick and big. It was able to walk on the uneven mountain road as if it was flying. This kind of beastkin was called a camel beast. Its adult cultivation was at most at the condensation period. However, camel beasts had a gentle temperament and could adapt to various kinds of harsh environments. It was very suitable for caravans to transport large goods. The cart pulled by the camel beast did not have wheels. Some runes were engraved on the bottom of the cart, condensing a large amount of white mist. The mist lifted the cart a few feet high and glided forward. This kind of cart was very convenient for transporting goods. It was not limited by the terrain and could cross mountains as if it was walking on flat ground. The convoy was surrounded by guards with blue wings, who were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. At this moment, a gray-robed old man flew out from a wooden cart in front of him. His figure flashed a few times and landed in a blue wooden cart at the back of the caravan. He knocked on the door. The door of the cart opened with a squeak and Lu Ming walked out wearing a green robe. "Lu, this is the golden needle grass that you need. Please have a look." The gray-robed old man took out a wooden box and handed it to the green-robed man. Lu Ming quietly reached out and took the box. He opened the lid and inside was a 7 to 8 inch long golden spirit grass. The grass leaves were shaped like golden needles and emitted a strong strange smell. Not bad. This golden needle grass looks to be at least 400 years old. It's enough. Lu Ming nodded with a hint of joy on his face. It's good that you can use it. Seeing this, the gray-robed old man laughed and said, "Inside is a Jin Dan level dragon beast's inner core. It should be enough to exchange for this golden needle grass. Please accept it, Elder Lan." Lu Ming flipped his hand and took out a white jade box and handed it to the gray-robed old man. When the gray-robed old man heard the 3 words Earth Dragon Beast, he did not hold back. He opened the jade box and looked inside. As expected, there was a fist-sized inner core. Inside, it emitted a pure earth attribute Fa. The old man nodded and put away the jade box. Without another word, he floated away. Lu Ming turned and walked into the carriage. Inside, a girl in white clothes was leaning against the carriage wall. Her face was pale and her lips were blue. She seemed to be seriously injured. It was Qian Ruping. "Big Brother Ming." The girl called out with some difficulty. "You take a rest first. The materials have been gathered. I will start refining the clear mind pill now," Lu Ming said with concern. The girl in white clothes nodded and slowly closed her eyes. After 5 years of non-stop long-distance travel, the two finally arrived near Luo City. However, more than 10 days ago, when the two passed through the Flying Snake Canyon under the jurisdiction of the Green Snake Clan, they were ambushed by several high-rank beastkin cultivators of the Green Snake Clan with an overwhelming number of beastkin snakes. Qian Ruping was unfortunately poisoned by the other party. This kind of snake poison was very difficult to deal with. The girl's arm was only stained by a little bit, and it quickly penetrated into the depths of her body. If it wasn't for Lu Ming using his spiritual power to forcibly suppress it, she would have died from the poison. Fortunately, Lu Ming relied on one person and one sword to kill more than 1,000 beastkin snakes in one breath and broke out of the encirclement. Before leaving, he also used the Mountain River Pearl to kill the other party's Jing Dan late-stage powerhouse. He found the detoxification method of this snake poison from his body, but unfortunately, he lacked a main material. At this time, Lu Ming met the Heavenly Birds clan caravan heading to Luo City. After talking, Lu Ming learned that they happened to have this kind of spirit grass. The leader of the caravan, that was the old man in a gray robe, saw that Lu Ming had a high cultivation and had a wounded person to ask from him, so he invited Lu Ming to go with him. Lu Ming naturally would not refuse, so he used the materials he collected along the way to exchange for this medicinal material. Seeing that Qian Ruping had fallen asleep, Lu Ming walked to a corner of the carriage and sat down cross-legged. He flipped his hand and took out the Lucian cauldron. Waving his hands repeatedly, a series of formation flags shot out and landed around his body, opening a small formation. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out all the materials for refining the clear mind pill. He then opened his mouth and spouted a black pill fire, wrapping the Lucian cauldron and began refining. One day later, in the wooden carriage, Qian Ruping took a green elixir and slowly meditated in the carriage to circulate her spiritual power. Not long after, her pale face gradually regained some color. It seems that this clear mind pill is indeed effective. Lu Ming sent a trace of spiritual power into Qian Ruping's body and felt that the poison in her bloodline had basically been expelled. It seemed that as long as she rested for 2 days, she would be able to recover. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Ming." Qian Ruping thanked him weakly. "What nonsense are you saying? If you didn't follow me, you wouldn't have been poisoned." Lu Ming patted Qian Ruping's head. The girl blushed and lowered her head. Lu Ming comforted her with a few more words. After Qian Ruping lay down to rest, he walked to the side and sat down. With a wave of his hand, he took out a scroll of map. Ming. Lu Ming Ming Ming, a dragon, map, on. This was the place that Lu Ming and Qian Ruping had passed through on their way from the sky-rend canyon. Although they had experienced countless dangers, they had gained a lot along the way. In addition to the countless demon beasts he had killed along the way, he had also obtained many extremely rare materials from all over the wasteland continent. As for the demon cities he had passed by, he had also spared no expense to collect many good things from them. Other than the skeleton silkworm, he had collected all the materials needed to refine the soul-sucking insect. He also had some clues about the skeleton silkworm. Now, as long as he found the last material, he could immediately refine the soul-sucking insect. For some totem secret techniques and some totem array tools, he had also bought a lot for Qian Ruping. Speaking of which, after years of research, with Qian Ruping's talent in the art of formation, she had become a totem user with great attainments, and could often integrate many concepts of the art of formation with totem secret techniques. In addition, after 5 consecutive years of long-distance travel, Lu Ming had made a lot of progress in both spiritual power and spirit power. He was now only waiting for his cultivation to reach the Jing Dan great perfection, then he was ready to immediately break through the bottleneck of the celestial state. If he could refine the soul-sucking insect before that, it would be a great help in advancing to the celestial state. As Lu Ming thought so, he slowly exhaled and sat down cross-legged. Although Qian Ruping's poison was cured, it was still not advisable to work too hard. He planned to continue to follow the Skybird's caravan. Anyway, it was only half a month's journey from Luocheng. They traveled uneventfully for nearly half a month. On this day, Lu Ming was meditating quietly in the blue wooden carriage, and Qian Ruping on the side kept looking out of the window curiously. After these days of recuperation, her body had basically recovered, and there were no major problems. At this moment, the caravan was driving in a series of gray stone mountains. The surrounding mountains were sometimes hugging each other, and sometimes they were steep like knives. Qian Ruping couldn't help but let out a sound of amazement. At this moment, there was a sudden change. In the rolling mountains a few miles away on both sides, there was a deafening roar, followed by an extremely shocking sound of breaking through the air. Hundreds of huge stones turned into a large stream of light and blasted in the direction of the caravan like a meteor shower. Not good, there's an ambush. Accompanied by a low alert, the entire caravan instantly boiled up. Immediately afterward, nearly 100 guards flew out from the team in an instant. They looked well-trained, and there was no panic. Instead, the blue wings on their backs flapped fiercely toward the sky. Dense wind blades blasted out, connected together, and whizzed toward the boulders in the sky like a wind wall. A dense sound of gold tearing came. Those boulders were broken in the air like tofu in front of the wind blades. They were broken into dozens of small pieces, and a fist-sized stone rain fell down. However, this kind of aftershock was not much of a threat to the caravan. Just as the smoke and dust in the air had yet to disperse, a large number of demonic cultivators in various costumes appeared in the air on both sides of the caravan. From the looks of it, they should be composed of demonic cultivators from many tribes, and their numbers far exceeded that of the guards in the caravan. The leader was an abnormally tall and ugly man. His entire body was covered in thick brown hair. As soon as he appeared, an invisible pressure surged towards the Skybirds tribe's caravan. It's the Beastkin thief. Wait, this person seems to be the Savage Bear clan's traitor, Xianxia. He has the cultivation of the early stage of Jin Dan. Everyone be careful. Among the guards on both sides, a scar-faced man who seemed to be the guard captain blurted out after seeing the ugly man appear. Hee, yes, it's me. Since you recognize me, why don't you obediently leave the treasure? The ugly man laughed loudly. With a wave of his hands, the Beastkin cultivators on both sides flashed and instantly formed an encirclement around the caravan. They impatiently launched all kinds of attacks. For a moment, claw lights, fist shadows, and various colors of light surged toward the guards of the caravan. The momentum was astonishing. Some of the Beastkin bandits with strong physiques bent their bodies and directly transformed into some strange Beastkin bodies, rushing toward the front and back of the caravan. Don't panic, split up and face the attack. The treasure cannot be lost. Seeing the enemy taking the initiative, the scar-faced man hurriedly shouted. Before his voice faded, the surrounding Skybirds clan guards had already formed into a battle formation. They chanted and a blue battle spear appeared in their hands. They pointed at the surroundings, and their movements were not much slower than the enemy. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn resounded. As these battle spears shone brightly in blue light, they all left their hands and turned into blue cold lights in mid-air. They condensed into large blue nets that expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, all the blue silk nets fused together, sealing off the space within a radius of several thousand meters, forming a huge blue net-like curtain. The attacks of both sides instantly collided in the air. A series of crackling explosions rang out, and various colored ring-shaped airwaves spread out in all directions, causing the ground around the caravan to tremble violently. Although there were many Beastkin bandits, their strength was uneven. Compared to the well-trained Skybirds clan guards and the orderly command of the scar-faced man, they did not fall into a disadvantageous position for a while. Seeing that the two sides were locked in a stalemate, and it seemed that the outcome could not be determined in a short time, Xianxia of the Barbarian Bear clan, who was originally just watching from the side, showed a hint of impatience. After letting out an angry roar, a majestic brown gas surged out from his body, turning into a stream of light that shot toward the middle of the caravan. In midair, Xianxia grabbed toward the Skybirds clan guards in the distance. Boom! In the air, strands of brown light appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, they gathered together. After a series of changes, they actually formed a furry brownish-black handprint. The brown-black handprint carried a huge pressure. Before it even touched the Skybirds clan cultivators 100 meters away, the nearby Skybirds clan cultivators felt their chests tremble. Their bodies felt as if they were pressed down by a small mountain, and they instantly twisted into a pile of flesh and blood. The ugly man didn't show any mercy after his first attack succeeded. After a few sinister laughs, his gestures turned into phantasms. After the brown-black handprint shook in the air, it instantly increased by several times. It went straight toward the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man was only at the pseudo-core stage. Seeing the almost crazy attack of the ugly man, he didn't dare to be careless. After his complexion changed several times, he made a claw mark with both hands and shrank his chest. 2 gray lights filled his claws and transformed into a blue bird-like narrow spiritual light that shot toward the black handprint. The source power of the Skybird's clan, I want to see how powerful this thing is. Xianxia sneered in the distance. He flicked his finger, and the brown-black handprint stretched out slightly. It looked very ordinary as it clawed toward the bird-like spiritual light. The moment the two collided, the brown-black handprint burst out several feet-long black light. After a few swishes, the black lights intertwined with each other and wrapped the blue bird-like spiritual light in it. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was sitting in the blue wooden carriage nearby, suddenly opened his eyes. A clear sword hum came from his sleeve, and a purple flying sword appeared in a flash. He grabbed the purple flying sword and was about to leave the blue wooden carriage in a flash. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Not far away, on a rather gorgeous carving carriage, there were 2 blue streamers soaring into the sky. A male and a female beast king cultivator could be vaguely seen in the streamers. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His figure paused at the door of the carriage. He could clearly sense that the other party's aura was not inferior to the beastkin bandit of the Savage Bear clan. It seemed that they were the 2 Jindan state cultivators hidden in the Skybird clan's convoy. At such a close distance, he didn't notice it at all before. If these 2 beastkin cultivators didn't cast some mystic arts, then the carving carriage must have some kind of special enchantment to conceal their aura. Among the 2 beastkin cultivators, one of them was a girl in blue clothes with 3 dazzling blue feathers on her head. The other one was a middle-aged man in blue clothes with blue hair. He looked very indifferent. The girl in blue clothes was in the air. After her hands changed for a while, accompanied by some obscure incantation, she raised her hand and spouted a pale blue light cluster. It turned into countless blue filaments in the air. After it quickly entangled into the shape of a leaf, it floated toward the black handprint in a seemingly weak manner. The instant the two clashed in midair, the originally terrifying black handprint was actually stopped in midair by the blue leaf. Moreover, it rapidly dimmed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the blue leaf was continuously emitting thin blue threads that were as thin as hair, piercing through various parts of the black handprint. Not far away, Xianxia's complexion changed suddenly when he saw this. Poof, there was a soft sound. In just a moment, the black handprint became riddled with holes, then it collapsed. A bluebird spirit light struggled out from it and flew toward the scarred man in the distance with a face full of fear. Lu Ming looked at the slightly familiar face of the girl in blue clothes, and after feeling the rich would attribute beastkin chi that the other party exuded, he immediately recognized the other party. The woman in blue clothes was Lan Si of the Blue Wood Beastkin clan, whom he fought side by side in the ruins of the Upper Realm a few decades ago. At that time, this woman was at the pseudo-core stage, but she had obviously succeeded in forming her core now. Lu Ming pondered for a while, but he did not make a move. Instead, he shook his sleeve without leaving a trace, and the purple sword light disappeared into it. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was gloomy. It was clear that he was not prepared for the sudden appearance of these two people. Seeing that he had no chance of winning, he let out a strange cry. With a flash of brown light, he immediately transformed into a brown bear that was as tall as two people. With a somersault in the air, he turned into a brown ball of light and fled. He didn't even care about his subordinates. "Humph, don't you think it's too late to run now?" The blue-clothed young lady laughed coldly. She raised her wrist and pointed at the blue leaf in the air. Whoosh, the blue leaves in midair suddenly blurred before transforming into a dozen or so blue vines that were as thick as an arm, all of which hurtled toward Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to have sensed the situation behind him, and his expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. The blue vines were simply too fast, and almost instantly pounced behind him. Then, they wrapped around him tightly like a spirit snake. Xianxia let out a roar, and there was a crackling sound in his body. He wanted to break free from the vines with brute force. However, at this moment, a blue light flashed in front of him. The blue-haired middle-aged man had quietly flown here. He made a gesture with one hand, and his other arm instantly transformed into several sharp blue vines that shot toward Xianxia's head like arrows. After a series of pu-pu sounds, Xianxia's head was full of vines. His body softened, and his hands hung down powerlessly. With a pu sound, a fist-sized brown soul essence jumped out of his head and wanted to fly away. The blue-haired middle-aged man snorted coldly. He raised his other hand and pointed a finger at the brown soul essence. His finger instantly turned into a blue branch that instantly extended and flashed through the soul essence. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream, and the brown soul essence turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. This turn of events happened too quickly. The two Jindan beastkin cultivators that appeared on the Skybird's side killed the bandit leader in an instant and reversed the situation. Only when the savage bear's soul essence was destroyed did the remaining bandits react. They immediately lost the will to fight and fled in all directions. In the following period of time, under the powerful deterrence of the blue-haired middle-aged man, the battle was almost one-sided. The scarred man of the Skybird race led a group of guards and slaughtered all the bandits who were too slow to escape in a short amount of time. The Skybird's race was known for their speed. If it weren't for the task of guarding the caravan, it would be a piece of cake for them to kill all the bandits if they chased after them at full speed. At this time, Lu Ming stood outside the wooden cart with his hands behind his back. He didn't rush to greet her. He just looked at the girl in blue with a smile without saying anything. At this moment, the scarred man of the Skybird's race was flying in the direction of the blue-haired middle-aged man and the girl in blue with a respectful expression. He happened to pass by Lu Ming not far away. The girl in blue took a glance and immediately noticed Lu Ming. She was stunned for a moment in surprise. The blue-haired middle-aged man next to her also noticed the existence of Lu Ming. Seeing the faint purple beastkin aura emitted from his body, it was obvious that he couldn't be from either the Bluewood race or the Skybird's race. His expression suddenly became a little displeased. Who is this person? Don't you know that strangers can't be in the caravan? The blue-haired middle-aged man's face sank. He said angrily before the scarred man arrived. Elder Lan Chi, you don't have to ask. If I'm not mistaken, this person should be my old acquaintance. Lu has been watching for such a long time. You don't even want to greet me now? The girl in blue raised the corner of her mouth, then she said slowly in the direction of Lu Ming. Mr. Lan Xi must be joking. I saw that you two are more than enough to deal with these bandits, so I naturally won't embarrass myself. Lu Ming smiled faintly when he heard the words. He nodded to Qian Ruping who poked her head out, then he drifted toward Lan Xi. Lu, who is this? Lan Xi showed a hint of doubt. Her beautiful eyes moved and looked at Qian Ruping. Oh, this is the descendant of one of my uncles, Qian Ruping. Lu Ming landed a few 10 meters away and said calmly. It turns out to be the descendant of Lu. You and I parted in the ruins. I didn't expect to meet again in the wild continent. If you don't mind, this deepwood carving carriage is quite spacious. Why don't you come over and have a chat? Lan Xi showed a little joy. She turned around and whispered a few words to the blue-haired middle-aged man beside her, then she pointed to the carriage next to her and invited. After the blue-haired middle-aged man glanced at Lu Ming coldly, he didn't say much. He used the excuse of checking the goods and flew toward the middle of the convoy with the scar-faced man. In that case, we will have to bother you on the way. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and stepped into the deep wood carving carriage with Qian Ruping. The interior of the deep wood carving carriage was quite spacious. It was divided into several rooms and a hall. The decoration was also very exquisite. In addition to a carved table in the hall, there was also a cylindrical wood carving hanging on the roof of the carriage. On it was a lifelike spirit bird. It exuded a misty green light that wrapped the entire carriage. It seemed that this thing was shielding the divine sense in the carriage. It seems that Lu has also condensed Jindan. Congratulations. If I hadn't been with you for a period of time, I would have been deceived by your fake beastkin chi. Lan Xi poured a cup of fragrant spirit tea for Lu Ming and Qian Ruping, then sat down and said. I have indeed encountered some opportunities these years. Didn't fellow Lanci also successfully condensed her core? By the way, looking at the respectful expressions of these heavenly bird clansmen towards you too, your identity is very unusual now, right? Lu Ming casually glanced at the surrounding restrictions and asked with a laugh. Speaking of this is all thanks to Lu. After the Upper Realm ruins ended, my clan regained our clan's sacred weapon, Bluewood Seal. However, the Shadow Wolf clan suffered heavy losses, and their development in recent years has been quite unsmooth. Under the leadership of a few talented clansmen, my Bluewood clan successfully got rid of the control of the Shadow Wolf clan, and found a place to rest in the territory of the Bloodvine clan. We have really strengthened our power in these years. This Heavenly Bird clan is a small clan affiliated to our Bluewood clan. This transaction is quite important, so the elders in the clan asked me and Lanci to escort you. Lanci said slowly with her beautiful eyes flashing. I just took advantage of the situation back then. Your clan can get out of the predicament by relying on your own strength. I don't dare to take credit for it. Lu Ming smiled noncommittally. Qian Ruping sat aside obediently, drinking tea by herself. She listened to the conversation between Lu Ming and Lanci with some confusion, but she didn't interrupt. Hehe, Brother Lu is too modest. By the way, why didn't you stay in the Middle Sky continent? Why did you come to this wild continent? Lanci giggled when she heard the words, then she asked with some doubts. This is a long story. After Lu Ming pondered for a while, he didn't hide it. He briefly told the story of his accidental teleportation to the wild continent from the Yunchuan continent. He also inquired about the way to return to the Middle Sky continent from Luo City. After hearing about Lu Ming's fortuitous encounter, even Lanci couldn't help but be amazed. However, when he heard that Lu Ming wanted to return to the Middle Sky continent, his eyes showed a hint of embarrassment. After thinking about it, he said, she said, I have heard a little about the Luo City sea-crossing giant ship that Lu said, but if I remember correctly, the most recent sea-crossing giant ship just set sail a few years ago. This giant ship was actually a rare Grotto Heaven spirit treasure, and the entire Bloodvine clan only had one of it. I'm afraid the next cross-continent trip will have to wait for 100 years. What, is this news reliable? Lu Ming was taken aback when he heard the words, and he asked eagerly. Over the years, our Bluewood clan and the Bloodvine clan have often traded with each other. A few years ago, I witnessed the setting off of the giant ship in Luo City. Lanci said with certainty. If that's the case, it's a pity. Lu Ming showed a little disappointment when he heard this. Although he also considered the sailing time of the giant ship on the way here, he didn't expect his luck to be so bad that he just missed it. Lu, you don't have to be depressed. 100 years is just a blink of an eye for us Gene Dan cultivators. Since you have come to the wild continent, why don't you wait in Luo City for 100 years? There are many human clan cultivators in Luo City. As far as I know, the cultivation resources of the wild continent are not worse than the Middle Sky continent. Lanci comforted with a smile. Since it has come to this, I can only do this. Lu Ming put away the disappointment on his face and nodded. Qian Ruping was also disappointed when she heard that the giant ship would have to wait for 100 years. After all, she had been looking forward to the Middle Sky continent that Lu Ming mentioned for a long time. By the way, this is the map of Luo City. After Lu gets there, you can find a place to stay first. If I remember correctly, most of the human clan cultivators in the city are gathered in a place called Small Huan Garden. You can go there and have a look first. After thinking about it, Lanci took out a white jade slips and handed it to Lu Ming. In that case, thank you Fairy Lan. Lu Ming took the jade slips, thanked her, and explored the jade slips with divine thought. The map of the city in the jade slips was much larger than any of the cities he had passed along the way. Moreover, it could be clearly seen from the map that the layout of the city was divided into several regions. He easily found the location of the small universe garden that Lanci spoke of. It was located in the northeast corner of the city. Luo City is controlled by the Bloodvine tribe. Although the Bloodvine tribe is the most powerful tribe among the 8 tribes of the Desolate Land, they are also the most gentle when it comes to outsiders, unlike the other 7 tribes who demand a large amount of tribute from their vassal tribes every year, forcing them to fight each other for their livelihood. This is also one of the reasons why our Bluewood clan is willing to become their vassal. Bloodvine clan has carved out several areas within Luo City for the human race, winged race, and other races to live in. Thus, there is no need for Lu to worry about his safety in Luo City. Lanzi carefully explained to Lu Ming and Lu Ming. Bloodvine tribe. Fairy Lan, how much information do you know about this giant ship? Lu Ming murmured and suddenly asked. Actually, I don't know much about this giant ship. I only know that this thing has existed for tens of thousands of years. It is the only thing that the entire desolate land relies on to travel between continents. Lanzi thought for a while and said so. Various continents? Could it be that besides the Middle Sky continent, the giant ship can also go to other continents? Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words. Yes, in addition to the Middle Sky continent, the giant ship can also go to the Thousand Demons continent where the demon clan is located. It's just that the distance between the continents is too far, and it is said that there are many dangerous places on the way that even the mystic enlightenment cultivators can't reach. Therefore, the round-trip time often takes as long as 100 years, and the cost is not cheap. Lanzi nodded and said. In that case, the next departure, will the destination not be the Middle Sky continent, but the Thousand Demons continent? Lu Ming asked with some worry when he heard the words. It shouldn't be. It is rumored that the relationship between the Bloodvine tribe and the demon clan of the Thousand Demons continent seems to have become bad because of something. They have already broken off contact with each other thousands of years ago. Lanzi covered her mouth and said with a smile. I see. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help being more curious about the Bloodvine tribe and the giant ship. In the following time, Lu Ming asked Lanzi some questions about the desolate land, Luo City, and the 8 wild clans. Lanzi didn't hide anything and answered them one by one. The two talked happily for a while. Qian Ruping, who was sitting on the side, glanced at Lu Ming and Lanzi. Her gaze stayed on Lanzi for a moment, then her eyes dimmed and she lowered her head again. Lu Ming didn't notice the strangeness of Qian Ruping. He learned more detailed information from Lanzi than the books, especially some secret news of the 8 wild clans that were not known to outsiders. Along the way, he deeply felt the terrifying power of the 8 beastkin clans in the wild continent. Speaking of it, these 8 clans have dominated the wild continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Their historical origins are said to be traced back to the wild beasts of the ancient times. The direct descendants of each tribe have the bloodline of these beasts, so they are much older than the 4 ancient sects of the human race that existed in the ancient times. Judging from the information obtained by Lanzi, any clan would not be weaker than Taiqing Gate in terms of strength. The difference between the wild continent and the Middle Sky continent was that the tribe patriarch was often the one with the highest cultivation in the clan. Unlike the Middle Sky continent, the one with the highest cultivation in the sect or family was called the Grand Elder. He was in retreat for many years and didn't care about the mundane affairs. The patriarchs of the 8 wild clans were called the 8 Saints. Each of them was a great demon beast who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. They were at the peak of ethereal understanding. Among the 8 clans, according to strength, the Bloodvine clan is the well-deserved number 1 clan. The patriarch of the Bloodvine clan, King Shui Tu Holy, is even more famous. Everyone in the wild continent knows him. When Lanzi talked about King Shui Tu Holy, her face showed a look of longing. When Lu Ming saw Lanzi's look, he also showed a smile on his face. The name of King Shui Tu Holy, he had naturally heard of it in the past few years. Although this ethereal understanding powerhouse was called Holy Concubine, she was actually a female cultivator. She was naturally pursued by Lanzi, who was also a woman. And I also know a little about the prestige of King Shui Tu Holy. However, I don't know if Fairy Lan has heard of a 9-tailed fox clan woman named Yaoji? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and asked suddenly. Yaoji? Is Lu talking about Princess Yaoji of the Heavenly Fox clan? Lanzi was startled, then she said with some surprise. When Qian Ruping heard this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. Princess Yaoji. I also don't know her identity. Lu Ming frowned. Although he had guessed that Yaoji might be from the Heavenly Fox clan and that her identity was not ordinary, he had never thought that she would be the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan. If it is a nine-tailed fox clan, then it must be Princess Xiaoji of the Heavenly Fox clan. I don't know how Lu knows her. As far as I know, Princess Xiaoji has never left the thousand-wave palace of the Heavenly Fox clan. Lan Si was a little curious. I also had a chance encounter with this woman in the ruins of the upper world. That's why I casually asked. I didn't think that she would be the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan. Lu Ming calmed down and said. I see. Princess Xiaoji is astonishingly beautiful. She is known as the #1 beauty of the barbarian continent. Her bloodline is extremely pure, almost the same as the legendary nine-tailed fox. You should know that our demon clan attaches great importance to bloodline. It is said that in the past hundreds of thousands of years, there are no more than 5 people who have the aptitude of having 9 tails. This shows her status in the clan. Besides, her cultivation is also extremely amazing. After the trip to the upper world dozens of years ago, she reached the celestial phenomenon realm at the age of less than 300 years, which shocked the entire barbarian continent. The Holy King Lei Su of the Heavenly Fox clan directly appointed her as the young lord of the Heavenly Fox clan. Lan Si looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile and said. She has already reached the celestial phenomenon realm. Lu Ming was dumbfounded and looked a little surprised. The other young lords of the 8 tribes of the barbarian land have been competing to propose marriage to Princess Xiaoji. They have even fought more than 10 times for this, which has caused a lot of trouble in the barbarian continent. However, I don't know why Princess Xiaoji has not accepted anyone's proposal. After a long time, this matter has gradually faded from people's eyes. Haha. Could it be that Lu is also interested in her? Lan Si looked at Lu Ming and said half-jokingly. When Qian Ruping heard the words, she also looked at Lu Ming, and she felt a little nervous. Fairy Lan, you must be joking. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but he didn't show it on his face. In the following time, Lu Ming didn't ask about Yaoji anymore. Instead, he changed the topic and started to talk about his cultivation experience with Lan Si. Lu Ming was proficient in the cultivation methods of the human tribe and the fiend tribe. He even knew a lot about the cultivation methods of the demon tribe. After this exchange, they both felt that they had gained a lot. Lan Si was also proficient in the totem formation of the demon tribe, which naturally aroused Qian Ruping's interest. Immediately, the two of them talked about the totem formation method. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 days had passed. Finally, the caravan arrived at Luo City. This is Luo City. The group of people stood at the entrance of the city. Lu Ming and Qian Ruping saw Luo City for the first time, and their eyes were filled with shock. The whole city in front of them towered into the clouds. The city wall alone was probably hundreds of feet high. Looking left and right, it was almost impossible to see the edge. People standing under the city wall were like ants. A majestic aura rushed toward them. Even Lu Ming had traveled all over the Middle Sky continent. At this moment, he secretly compared in his heart, and he secretly gave a thumbs up to Luo City. Along the way, he had learned from Lan Si that Luo City covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. The north was connected to Chongyang Mountain, the largest mountain in the wilderness, and the east was the endless sea. There were 3 city gates on the west and east city walls respectively. At this moment, the group was standing in front of one of the west city gates of Luo City. Lu Ming had just explored a little with divine thought and found that there were also several high walls in Luo City. The city was roughly divided into 5 areas: east, west, south, north, and center. Each area had countless huge buildings. They looked a little messy, but in fact, they had their own rules and hidden mysteries. In addition, the sky above Luo City was also covered with a huge totem enchantment. It should be to prohibit cultivators from flying into the city from the sky. If you want to enter the city, you must pass through the 6 huge city gates in the southwest. At this moment, the city gate in front of Lu Ming and his party was guarded by dozens of Beastkin clan cultivators in blood-colored armor. Their shoulders were painted with a blood-red octopus-like plant totem. Every cultivator who entered the city had to be interrogated and handed over a certain amount of spirit stones before being allowed to enter. Lu Ming, you two don't have to hide your human identities anymore. Just as Lu Ming was looking at the entire Luo City, Lan Si's voice came from behind. Thanks for Fairyland's reminder. Lu Ming was slightly startled when he heard the words, then he smiled. Just now, he had seen many human cultivators among the crowds of people entering and exiting Luo City. He brushed his body with one hand, and the faint purple color on his body disappeared. A fist-sized purple oval bead appeared in his hand. It was the demonic eye bead. Qian Ruping also took off the demonic eye bead. The two cast a spell to remove their original disguises, and immediately recovered their human cultivator aura. Okay, it's getting late. Let's enter the city. Lan Si's gaze swept past Lu Ming and Qian Ruping, then she looked at the city gate in front. The Skybird clan's grey-robed old man surnamed Lan was talking with the Bloodvine clan's guard who seemed to be the captain. They seemed to be quite familiar with each other. After a while, the grey-robed old man took out a bag of spirit stones and handed it over. After the captain received the spirit stones, he scanned it with his spiritual sense, then nodded and waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to let them pass. Following the old man surnamed Lan's order, the hundreds of Skybird clan's caravan that had stopped at the city gate immediately began to drive into the city. Even the inspection seemed to be exempted. It was almost evening, and the sky was getting dark. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the city wall, giving it a faint layer of blood red, adding a bit of exotic atmosphere to this savage city. At this time, there was still an endless stream of cultivators entering and leaving Luo City. There were also some monster clan caravans that looked like caravans, but the number of people was obviously not as many as the Skybird clan caravan. At most, there were only a few dozen people. Such a large group of Lu Ming's group naturally attracted a lot of attention. Lu, please consider the matter of the guest elder. After all, there is still nearly 100 years before the giant sea-crossing ship sets sail. As soon as they stepped into the city gate, Lan Si suddenly spoke. The Bluewood clan has the protection of the Bloodvine clan, one of the most powerful clans on the Wildlands. They shouldn't have to worry about the revenge of the Shadow Wolf clan. Besides, what can I do as a real pellet state cultivator? Lu Ming replied with a slight smile. The Shadow Wolf tribe naturally wouldn't dare to act rashly in the Bloodvine tribe's territory, but if it involves transactions in other regions, it's hard to say if they don't have Gene Dan cultivators accompanying them. After all, the Shadow Wolf tribe has always been brooding over our separation from the Shadow Wolf tribe, and they definitely won't let the matter rest. As for the reward, I will definitely not disappoint Lu. Lan Si sighed as she spoke to this point. Thank you for your kind offer. Please allow me to consider it, Lu Ming said noncommittally. If that's the case, I'll be waiting for your good news. By the way, we have to deliver this batch of goods to the customer, so I'm afraid we won't be able to travel together with you. This is the VIP badge of our Bluewood merchant in Luo City. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the merchant to find me. In any case, our Bluewood clan is greatly indebted to Brother Lu. Lan Si didn't insist and raised a hand to hand over a light blue badge to Lu Ming before bidding her farewell. Lu Ming accepted the light blue badge and replied with a smile, that's fine. Let's part ways here, Fairy Lan. Luo City is a gathering place of all races, and there are many merchants coming and going. There are many temporary residences and cave abodes in the city, and I believe there should be many in the small world garden as well, but the cost is quite high. In addition, Lu must remember not to fight with others in the city. Although the Bloodvine tribe is quite kind to cultivators of all races, they will not show mercy to those who dare to violate their rules. Alright, take care of yourselves. After Lan Si gave him a few more warnings, she flew into the gorgeous carriage in front of her and followed it into the distance. After watching her leave, Lu Ming withdrew his gaze and carefully sized up his surroundings. In front of him was a street that was 300 meters wide. Although there were many people on the street, it naturally didn't feel crowded on such a spacious road. The shops on both sides were densely packed, and they were of different styles and heights. Some were exquisitely decorated, while others were rather crude. Interestingly, these architectural styles were something that Lu Ming and Qian Ruping had seen in most of the cities in the wilderness along the way. It was not surprising, though. Luo City was the #1 city in the Wildlands. The Bloodvine clan also prided themselves on accepting cultivators from all races. Due to that, Luo City became a city where many races lived together. It was a rare sight in the Wildlands, which was filled with chaos and war. But in some aspects, these tribes still maintained their own traditions that could not be easily changed. Ruping, let's go. Let's go to the small world garden and find a place to stay. Tomorrow, we'll take a good look around the largest city in the wilderness. Lu Ming came back to his senses and looked at Qian Ruping, who was a little attracted by the surrounding scenery, and said so. Okay. Qian Ruping nodded vigorously. The two of them immediately walked toward the northeast of the city according to the guidance of the map. When the night fell, Lu Ming arrived at the northeast area of the city. What came into view was a square pavilion and stone house. The environment was quite quiet. From time to time, some human cultivators in long robes and short shirts could be seen shuttling back and forth. Although it didn't look deserted, it was not as lively as other areas. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. He had never thought that he would be so excited to see a human cultivator. At this moment, if he didn't know that he was in the wilderness, he would really think that he had returned to a small human city in the Middle Sky continent. This was the gathering place of the human race in Luo City, the small world garden. The north side of Luo City was near Changyang Mountain, so on the north mountain wall of the small world garden, a cave house could be vaguely seen. It extended from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. At this moment, a small part was covered with a thick layer of gray mist, making it impossible to explore with divine thought. It should be the cave house that Lan Si mentioned. Qian Ruping looked at the human race in front of her. She seemed to gradually lose the restraint she had when she first entered Luo City. She immediately looked around. Lu Ming took Qian Ruping straight through these buildings and came to the foot of the mountain. There was a gray stone hall that looked quite simple. The hall was quite spacious. There were some quaint wooden cabinets and bookshelves placed randomly around. There were rows of ancient books on the bookshelves. It looked a little antique. On the wooden table in the center of the hall, a young man in a coarse shirt was lying on the table and sleeping. He didn't even notice when Lu Ming and Qian Ruping walked in front of him. I want to rent a cave house with strong spirit. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little amused. He reached out and patted the table lightly. Ah, it turns out to be a rare guest. Oh no, it's an honorable guest. Please come with me. We have a lot of superior cave houses here. I guarantee you will be satisfied. The young man woke up and said with sleepy eyes. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn. At this moment, Lu Ming and Qian Ruping were standing in a cave house. Although this cave house was only a medium standard in the small world garden, it was very well equipped. It was equipped with a special fire room that could be used for forging, alchemy, and even a special small medicine garden. The spirit in the cave house was also much richer than outside. Obviously, the spirit vein here was also extraordinary. The cave house's protective restriction was also very strong. It was not inferior to the cave house of Lu Ming's secret disciple in the Buddha Palace. Although it cost Lu Ming nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones to rent for 100 years, it was still worth it. Qian Ruping had never seen such a luxurious cave abode. She excitedly walked around the cave abode and soon took out 2 sets of array flags and array discs from her body. She waved her hands and rays of light entered every part of the cave abode. In the blink of an eye, a faint blue light curtain enveloped the cave house. The ground was also suffused with a faint yellow light. Lu Ming looked at Qian Ruping, who was busy everywhere, and smiled. However, when he thought about Yaoji, he frowned. In fact, he and Yaoji didn't have much affection for each other. However, the two of them had a night of pleasure. If he hadn't come to the savage continent, it would have been fine. But since he was here, he might have to see this woman. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about this matter, the sound of a bell suddenly came from the entrance of the cave house. This was a small restriction placed outside the cave house in the small world garden. When someone came to visit, it was used to notify the owner of the cave house. Lu Ming's expression changed. He slowly walked out and waved his hand. The door of the cave house slowly opened. When he saw the situation outside, he was startled. He saw 3 smiling cultivators standing side by side outside the door. The first one was a young man who looked about 25 or 26 years old. He wore a blue robe and had thin eyebrows and eyes. He looked quite elegant. The other 2 people were a young woman in her 30s. She wore a red robe and had a somewhat beautiful appearance. However, there was a long scar on her cheek that ruined most of her appearance. The other person was a strong man like an iron tower. His face was full of beard and he carried a huge 9-ringed saber on his back. He looked extremely formidable. All three of them were human cultivators and their cultivation wasn't low. The white-robed youth and Lu Ming were at the late Jing Dan stage. The other two were at the middle Jing Dan stage. The azure-robed Taoist bowed and said, "Your Excellency must be Lu Ming, Lu, who just arrived today. Like you, we are human cultivators who are renting a residence in the small expanse garden. We heard that fellow Taoist Lu had arrived, so we came to pay a visit." The azure-robed Taoist priest bowed with a benevolent expression. The other two also smiled and cupped their hands in salute. So it turns out to be three fellow Taoists of the same race. "Please come in." Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he returned the salute. He then invited the three into the cave house's living room. Seeing that there were guests, Qian Ruping immediately stopped what she was doing. She served 4 cups of spirit tea from the cave house and obediently retreated. "I have just moved here. My humble abode is a bit crude. I hope the 3 Taoists don't mind," Lu Ming said with a smile. The young Taoist humbly said, "Lu, what are you talking about? We are the ones who have disturbed you." Among the 3, the young Taoist was clearly the leader. He had been talking to Lu Ming. The 3 of them didn't care about Qian Ruping. They thought that she was just Lu Ming's maid. The young Taoist briefly introduced the 3 people's names. "That's right. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. My surname is Yan and my name is Qing. These 2 are Fairy Jing and Taoist Go." Lu Ming nodded his head in greeting as a form of greeting. They introduced each other's names. Since they were all from the wild continent, there was a sense of familiarity between human cultivators. The atmosphere of the conversation gradually became warmer. After some communication, Lu Ming learned that the 3 of them were the same as him. Due to some unknown reasons, they accidentally fell into the wild continent where the Beast King clan was located. After some twists and turns, they came to Luo City and rented a place. Among them, the Taoist surnamed Yan and the young woman surnamed Jing also came from the Middle Sky continent. They came from 2 unknown sects with thousands of years of history. The brawny man surnamed Gu was said to come from a place called 5 Lake Sea. Although Lu Ming had never heard of it, judging from the experience described in his mouth, it should be a place similar to the sea region. Lu Ming didn't hide anything about his identity. When the Taoist surnamed Yan and the young woman surnamed Jing heard that Lu Ming was a cultivator of Taiqing Gate, they immediately showed awe. The brawny man surnamed Gu was also very yearning for the 4 ancient sects of the Middle Sky continent. It seemed that he had heard the introduction of the other 2. Lu Ming saw their expressions, took a sip of spiritual tea, and said with a smile, "The 3 of you came to visit me together. I don't think you are here to chat, right? I don't know what's the matter, I'm all ears." When the 3 of them heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Then Yanqing laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist Lu is truly a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. If I didn't guess wrong, your purpose should be the same as us, that is, you want to go to the Middle Sky continent by taking this giant ship of the Blood Vine clan, right?" "Brother Yan is right, I'm here for this matter. Unfortunately, I'm a step late. I heard that a few years ago, the giant ship had just set sail. Could it be that the 3 of you also happened to miss it?" Lu Ming nodded, then he said with some surprise. When the 3 of them heard this, they all showed a wry smile on their faces. "To be honest with Lu, I have been in this Luo city for more than 70 years. Fairy Jing and Mr. Ge came here earlier than me. They are both more than 100 years old, right?" Yanqing glanced at the young woman surnamed Jing and the brawny man surnamed Ge and said so. Hearing this, the other 2 nodded helplessly. "Then why are the 3 of you still here? Could it be that there are some other conditions to board the giant sea crossing ship?" Lu Ming asked in a puzzled manner. He had also collected some information about the giant ship over the years. But it was too far away from Luoyang City. So, most of the information he had gathered were just bits and pieces of hearsay. However, there didn't seem to be any other stringent conditions aside from the fact that a large number of spirit stones would be required to ride the giant sea crossing Arkansas. The young woman surnamed Jing shook her head with a bitter expression, and said, "Hee, I don't have any other requirements apart from spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Yanqing seemed to understand something, so she said, "I think Lu hasn't asked about the specific spirit stones needed to ride the giant boat, right? I have just arrived in Luoyang City today. I haven't had time to go out yet." Listening to Mr. Yin, "Is it possible that riding the giant ship requires a lot of spirit stones?" Lu Ming put down the teacup and said with a slight frown, "It's more than a lot. The number of spirit stones needed is not something that ordinary Jingdan cultivators like us can afford." The brawny man surnamed Ge, who had rarely spoken, said indignantly. "Oh, but how many spirit stones does it cost?" Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. Yanqing sighed and reported a number that made Lu Ming and Qian Ruping dumbfounded. It was 500 million spirit stones per person. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's face froze. 500 million spirit stones, even for the Taiqing Gate, was not a small number. If it was in the Yunchuan continent, perhaps all the large and small sect would not be able to gather such a number. Since his trip to the Netherworld realm, he didn't have many spirit stones on him. He had left some to the barbarian ghost sect in the Blue Sea, and he had spent a lot of spirit stones on the wild continent without any scruples. Now, he had about 20 to 30 million spirit stones. Even if he sold all the spirit materials and spirit herbs on him, he might not be able to get a spot. Moreover, he couldn't ignore Qian Ruping. Looking at Lu's expression, he shouldn't be able to take out so many spirit stones. It's the same for us. Fortunately, our cultivation is not weak. In this wild continent, as long as we don't provoke the big forces, we have no problem protecting ourselves. However, if we act alone, we can only take on some small tasks. Therefore, the three of us have been acting together these past few years. We take on tasks that reward more spirit stones. At the same time, we hunt monsters and gather spirit materials all over the continent. Slowly, we accumulate the spirit stones needed to ride the giant boat." Yanqing glanced at Lu Ming and explained indifferently. 500 million spirit stones is indeed a bit too much. Since the other party had said this, Lu Ming had roughly guessed the purpose of the three's visit. "I wonder if Lu is interested in joining us? I believe that if the four of us work together, we can take on most of the tasks. We can also go to some of the more dangerous places. This way, the speed of accumulating spirit stones will increase a lot." Yanqing looked at Lu Ming expectantly and asked. Hearing this, Lu Ming's face showed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, Yanqing and the other two exchanged a look. Yanqing hurriedly said, "Is Lu not interested? With our many years of experience on the primordial continent, I'm sure there's no other way to earn spirit stones faster than this," Yanqing said in an urgent manner. "I've just arrived at Luoyang City, so I'm not too familiar with everything here. I plan to rest for a while. Once I've thought it through, I'll contact you." Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he replied. When the three heard this, they were a bit stunned and wry smiles appeared on their faces. Although this was what Lu Ming said, he had already faintly expressed his intention to shirk the responsibility. Yanqing smiled and said, "It seems that Lu already has a way to earn spirit stones. In that case, I won't force you. However, we're all human cultivators after all, and we're currently in a foreign land, so we naturally have to look out for each other. After all, although the demon race here isn't hostile to us human cultivators, they aren't very friendly either. If fellow Lu needs any help in the future, feel free to look for us. I'll be taking my leave now." Yanqing stood up and spoke in a slightly regretful tone. The young woman surnamed Jing and the brawny man surnamed Ge also stood up. Their attitude was obviously a little colder. After saying goodbye, they walked outside. After Yanqing bowed to Lu Ming, he also left. Lu Ming sent the three of them out of the cave house, waved his hand, and the door of the cave house slowly closed. Lu Ming, on the other hand, stood where he was and thought about his strength. He didn't expect that it would cost so much to ride the sea-crossing giant boat. However, it was normal to think about it. From the wild continent to the middle sky continent, it would definitely be impossible to pass by ordinary means. Even with the help of the Grotto Heaven spiritual treasure, it would take a full 50 years to get there. It could be seen how far the distance was and how difficult the journey was. He believed that the resources needed to activate this grotto heaven spiritual treasure was also an astronomical figure. For him, it wasn't just 500 million, but a whole billion. After Lu Ming thought for a moment, he already had a certain plan in his heart, then he turned and walked back to the living room. In the living room, Qian Ruping had already walked out, looking at Lu Ming with an unnatural expression. "Ruping, did you hear our conversation just now?" Lu Ming glanced at Qian Ruping and said slowly. After Qian Ruping nodded, her face was a little pale. Although she was a high-rank cultivator of Heaven Moon sect in the Sea region, she had a large number of cultivation resources at her disposal. She also received a lot of offerings every month, but the largest number of spirit stones she had seen was at most a few million. Compared with the astronomical number of spirit stones needed by the sea-crossing giant boat, it was not even a fraction. "Don't worry, there are still nearly 100 years before the sea-crossing giant boat sets sail. It's still early, and I already have the idea of earning spirit stones. It shouldn't be a problem for us to go to the Middle Sky continent by the giant boat," Lu Ming suddenly said with a smile. "Really?" Qian Ruping's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard the words. "Of course, but I still need to confirm something. You go and take a rest first. Tomorrow we will go to Luo City for a walk." Lu Ming said this and stepped back to the secret room. Early in the morning the next day, when he walked out of the secret room, he found that Qian Ruping had already dressed up. She was fidgeting in the living room with an excited look. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. This little girl had obviously forgotten about the sky-high price of hundreds of millions of spirit stones. She was only thinking about today's trip to the city. "You must be anxious, let's go." As Lu Ming said, he took the lead and walked out. Qian Ruping replied with a yes and quickly followed him. In the early morning of Luo City, the sun had just risen, and there was a cool atmosphere everywhere. On the wide streets, pedestrians had already flowed. Shops everywhere naturally opened early to welcome guests from all over the world. Speaking of which, the wild continent was vast and boundless. Each major race had its own territory and specialty. However, due to the chaotic situation of war, most of the transactions were limited to neighboring tribes. Even in the large and medium-sized cities that Lu Ming and Qian Ruping passed by before, there were only a few races operating in them. However, in Luo City, the situation of hundreds of races contending for supremacy had been realized in a real sense, allowing the major races to operate and trade in it with peace of mind. As for the Bloodvine clan, they only charged some fees. After tens of thousands of years of operation, Luo City had such a huge scale today. Now, except for the Shadow Wolf clan, Silver Tiger clan, and Brutal Bear clan, the other 4 clans had already settled in the city. Clearly, the reason why the Bloodvine clan was able to occupy the top position in this wild continent that was full of experts was not only because of the patriarch's considerable strength, but also because of their philosophy of life. Lu Ming brought Qian Ruping to select some shops that sold ancient books. In the process of buying, he inquired about this information. He couldn't help but secretly praise the Bloodvine clan's way of life. After half a day, he bought various ancient books about the wild continent. Most of them were about spirit materials, spirit herbs, totem mystic techniques, and some information about the 8 wild clans. When the sun set, the 2 of them returned to their rented cave abode with these ancient books. After shopping for a whole day, Qian Ruping still looked like she had not had enough. After returning to the cave residence, she immediately held a large pile of books about totem formations and demon clan runes. She greeted Lu Ming and happily returned to her secret room. Lu Ming, on the other hand, also returned to his own secret room. He closed the door and categorized the books he had purchased before sitting down cross-legged. For some reason, his eyes fell on a book that contained information about the Celestial Fox clan. He picked it up for some reason and began to read it carefully. This book recorded in detail the origin of the Celestial Fox clan and its current sphere of influence in the wild continent. It was said that the Celestial Fox clan originated from a wild divine beast called the Nine-tailed Celestial Fox in ancient times. The corresponding Nine-tailed Celestial Fox clan naturally became the totem of the Celestial Fox clan. The Celestial Fox clan was especially good at illusion and charm. both men and women of the Celestial Fox clan were beautiful. There were many women who were as beautiful as fairies. Naturally, they became the dual cultivation partners of other clans. However, because the Celestial Fox clan was second only to the Bloodvine clan in the Wild Continent, most of the cultivators of other clans could only dream about it. Since the Celestial Fox clan reached adulthood, they would be baptized by the clan in order to awaken the Celestial Fox bloodline in their bodies. According to the number of fox tails they could awaken, the purity of their bloodline was determined. This was also directly related to their future status and achievements in the clan. The Wild Continent worshipped strength, and the Celestial Fox clan was no exception. Generally speaking, those who awaken less than 3 fox tails could only be classified as peripheral clans, helping to take care of some trifles in the clan. Only those who awakened more than 4 fox tails could be designated as core clans and enjoy a lot of offerings and cultivation resources. Those who awakened more than 6 fox tails could generally reach Jean Dan in the future and become the mainstay of the clan. As for the previous clan leader, all of them had more than 8 tails and had reached the metaphysic realm. However, such a clansman might not appear in 10,000 years. When Lu Ming saw this, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Although he had learned about Yaoji's amazing talent from Lan Si, it was not until today that he learned about her in detail that he realized that this woman was of great significance to the entire Heavenly Fox tribe. Speaking of which, ever since he'd arrived at the Savage Continent by chance, he'd had the thought of meeting Yaoji on more than one occasion. He could not be blamed. After all, Yaoji had a physical relationship with him. Her white teeth, starry eyes, and unparalleled beauty had left a deep impression in his heart that could not be erased. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted at all. However, no matter how much Lu Ming thought about it, he could not think of what he should say to the other party. With such a contradictory state of mind, he was naturally unwilling to meet the other party rashly. At this moment, after reading the information about the Heavenly Fox clan, he faintly had some thoughts. Because the Heavenly Fox clan's sphere of influence was located in the southeast of the Wasteland continent, it was not too far away from the Bloodvine clan. Their lair, Myriad Wave Temple, was from Luo City, and with the speed of the Daiyue flying ship, it would only take 7 or 8 months to arrive. However, when he thought of the words that the woman had said before she left, he smiled bitterly and suppressed this thought. After some consideration, Lu Ming finally decided to stay in Luo City and try to improve his cultivation and strength. Then, he would think about meeting the other party. In addition, the urgent matter was how to collect the sky-high cost of the giant ship. In the next 100 years. After making up his mind, he put down the ancient book that recorded the information about the Heavenly Fox clan, and began to read other ancient books. He rummaged for a while in the pile of books, and took out a palm-sized cyan jade slips. This was a detailed map of 1,000,000 miles around Luo City, which he had spent a lot of effort to find. Lu Ming's face revealed a dignified expression. He put this huge jade slips on his forehead, and used his divine sense to explore it. A huge and clear map appeared in his mind. His divine sense quickly swept through the names on the map. After a quarter of an hour, his face was filled with joy. I found it. It's really near Luo City. That person didn't lie to me. Lu Ming murmured excitedly. His divine sense locked on a small island called Skeleton Island that was more than 100,000 miles away from Luo City on the map. It'll be much easier if I find the place, but I don't have time to go there now. I'll go to Skeleton Island to have a look when the matter at hand is over. I hope that what that person said is true. Lu Ming took off the jade slips and muttered to himself. In the next month or so, Lu Ming frequently began to go in and out of all the shops that sold ancient books in Luo City. He also selectively looked for information about the refining of elixirs by the various clans of the Wild Continent, as well as the distribution of various materials. After bringing back to the cave residence, he would quickly sweep through the contents of these ancient books at an astonishing speed, as if he was looking for something. After some careful consideration, Lu Ming had basically decided on the next step of the plan. He was now an alchemy master. If he wanted to make money quickly in this unfamiliar wild continent, the only way was to refine elixirs. In Yinchuan Continent and Middle Sky Continent, alchemy was a scarce profession. Some sect would even spend the power of the sect to cultivate alchemy in order to improve the strength of their disciples. In this wild continent, alchemy was even more scarce to an unimaginable extent. Even the most common restoration and healing elixir was at least 10 times more expensive than the Middle Sky continent, and it was often priceless. If it was an elixir that improved spiritual power, enhanced physique, or helped to break through bottlenecks, it was even more rare. Most of these elixirs flowed from the hands of the 8 wild clans. A small part was produced by some medium-sized tribes, but in terms of quantity, the restrictions were extremely strict. But on the contrary, the herbs and fruits used to make these elixirs were relatively easy to get. In view of this situation, most Beast King clan cultivators could only choose to take herbs and fruits directly. Due to the special physique of Beast King clan, their absorption of medicinal properties was also much stronger than that of humans. In this way, the 4 elixirs that he was good at, such as Cold Condensing Pill, Golden Yuan Pill, Yun Spirit Pill, and Diamond Bone Tempering Pill, should be able to meet the needs of many Beast King clan cultivators. After all, the effect of the elixir after removing impurities would be far better than directly consuming spiritual materials. According to the news that he spent a lot of spirit stones to collect, the main materials of Cold Condensing Pill and Yun Spirit Pill had been found. There was an island in the southeast sea of the wild continent that was rich in green condensing fruit, and there was a place called Beehive Mountain where a large number of 5 light bee beastkin lived. There would often be a lot of high-quality 5 light honey produced. As for the other materials of these 2 elixirs, it would not be too difficult to collect them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and soon lit up slowly. Luo City East District, this was a bustling trading area in the entire Luo City. Linhai Avenue was the most crowded street in the East District. The road was nearly twice as wide as other places. On both sides of the street were spacious, bright, and magnificent large shops. Many cultivators were walking in and out of the shops. It was a very lively scene. In the stream of people, Lu Ming, who was dressed in a green robe, strolled to the front of a large trading company that was more than 100 feet wide. From afar, the trading company looked like a blue towering tree with lush foliage. At the root of the tree, there was a wide horizontal board hanging on the door. On it were the 4 Beast King clan characters Blue Wood Trading Company written in gold paint. To be able to open a shop on Linhai Avenue, there was naturally a lot of force behind it. Bluewood business was no exception. In Luo City, as long as one had a little knowledge, he would know that Bluewood business was a shop opened by the Bluewood clan. The Bluewood clan had developed rapidly in the past few decades. It was rumored that they had some connections with the Bloodvine clan. Therefore, in Luo City, no one dared to underestimate Bluewood business. Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the signboard of the Bluewood Trading Company before walking in. The interior of Bluewood business was exquisitely decorated. The doors and windows were clean, giving off a very grand feeling. The business was very large and there were many counters. The items on display were all different. There were pills, talismans, spirit weapons, and materials. But in general, Bluewood business mainly sold various spirit grasses and spirit materials. Many cultivators walked around the business and browsed. As soon as Lu Ming walked into the business, an attendant wearing a short blue shirt came to greet him. "Senior, what do you need to buy? Our shop sells all kinds of spirit materials and spirit treasures from all over the wasteland continent. Many of the items are unique to this shop. I guarantee that you will return satisfied." The blue-clothed attendant seemed to have good eyesight and could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was not low. He spoke in a respectful tone. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out a blue token with the word "Wood" on it. "Forgive me for my poor eyesight. So Senior is a distinguished guest of this business. Please follow me." When the attendant saw the blue token, he was a little surprised. He glanced at Lu Ming and immediately led him to a staircase to the second floor of the trading firm. They came to a private room. The attendant bowed to Lu Ming and said, "Senior, please wait here for a moment. This lowly one will go invite the steward." The attendant bowed to Lu Ming and immediately retreated. Lu Ming played with the token in his hand with a calm expression. Not long after, a maidservant of the Bluewood clan came in with a cup of green spirit tea. 2 pink flower petals floated on top of the tea, and a refreshing fragrance immediately wafted through the air. Lu Ming picked up the cup and took a sip. A refreshing taste spread through his mouth. Although it was slightly inferior to the one he drank in Xianxia, it should still be a rare good. A blue-robed middle-aged man walked in from outside and said with a smile, "Haha, I wonder what Senior's name is? I am Xianxia, the second in command of this place. I hope Senior won't blame me for not coming out to greet you. You are too polite. I am Lu Ming." Lu Ming glanced at the middle-aged man faintly. The other party was just a cultivator of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, so he nodded slightly. It turns out to be Senior Lu. Senior is holding the VIP token of our firm. I wonder what orders do you have this time? Do you want to buy something? The middle-aged man glanced at the blue token that Lu Ming was playing with and said respectfully. I'm not here to buy anything, but to make a deal with your firm. I wonder if Ms. Xianxia of your firm is here. I'd better discuss with her personally. Lu Ming put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly. It turns out that Senior is a friend of Elder Xianxia. Elder Lan is now in the firm. I'll invite her over. Hearing Lu Ming's somewhat impolite words, the middle-aged man was not angry. Instead, he took a deep look at Lu Ming, then he immediately turned and walked out of the elegant house. After a while, a fragrant wind blew in the elegant house, and a graceful girl in blue shirt slowly walked in. It was Xianxia. It's only been a little more than a month, and Lu has come to visit. Could it be that you have changed your mind and are willing to be our clan's guest elder? Xianxia sat down opposite Lu Ming and said with a smile. Mr. must be joking. I'm used to being free, and I have no intention of joining a force. I'm here this time because I have something else to discuss with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, avoiding the important point. Hee, brother Lu, why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late to talk about it later. I just got a few top-grade orange golden tea in the past 2 days, and there's no one to taste it. You're from the Middle Sky continent, so you're knowledgeable. You must have a deep understanding of spirit tea. Let's talk while drinking tea. Xianxia smiled and raised her arm. A brand new tea set was neatly scattered on the table, then she took out a small box of golden tea leaves and skillfully brewed 2 cups of pale golden spirit tea. A strange aroma spread out and entered Lu Ming's mouth and nose as if it had a mind of its own, causing his throat to involuntarily move. His eyes moved, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. Xianxia pushed a cup of spirit tea in front of Lu Ming, and also picked up a cup. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Lu. Have a taste. This orange gold tea is extremely rare even in the wild continent. Xianxia said with a chuckle. First, she moved her lips slightly and took a sip. Then, she drank the liquid in the cup in one gulp. Her face revealed an intoxicated expression. Lu Ming shook his head slightly and took a sip of the spirit tea. A cool feeling flowed down his throat, and when it reached his lower abdomen, it suddenly turned into a ball of fragrance and exploded into his limbs and bones. It really is a top-grade tea. Lu Ming nodded and praised. Looks like Lu is also someone who understands tea. By the way, I just said that I have something to discuss. I wonder what it is. Xianxia put down the teacup and asked with a serious look in her eyes. Lu Ming smiled slightly and waved his hand. There were 2 jade bottles in his hand, one white and one green. He handed them to Xianxia. Mr. Lan, take a look. What do you think of these 2 elixirs? Xianxia was startled. She took the jade bottle, pulled out the stopper of the green jade bottle, and poured out a thumb-sized green elixir. It was the cold condensing pill. The cold condensing pill exuded a slightly cold aura and a deep medicinal fragrance, all of which showed that this was a valuable elixir for cultivation. Very good elixir. For cultivators below the crystallization period, it is a rare top-grade elixir. Xianxia stared at the elixir in her hand for a moment, then she raised her head and said. Lu Ming smiled when he heard the words, then he pointed to another white jade bottle, motioning Xianxia to open it. Xianxia pulled out the stopper, and a white elixir rolled out. It was the Yun spirit pill. A fragrant fragrance full of spirituality exuded from the white elixir, and a white mist visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface of the elixir. Xianxia looked at the elixir in her hand, and she was stunned. The medicinal properties and aura of the Yun spirit pill caused the spiritual power in her body to faintly stir. Lu, what is the name of this white elixir? I don't know where I can buy it. She took a deep breath, looked at Lu Ming eagerly, and asked. As a cultivator of the Jindan state, Lan Xi's spiritual sense was keen. She could see that this white elixir was also of great value to her at a glance. The white one is called the Yun Spirit Pill, and the green one is called the Cold Condensing Pill. These two elixirs are popular in the Middle Sky continent. Lu Ming said faintly. Lu means. When Lan Xi heard this, her face suddenly showed a strange expression. I came here recently for these two elixirs. To be honest, I'm an alchemist in the Middle Sky continent. These two elixirs are refined by me. Lu Ming smiled suddenly and said calmly. Lan Xi was shocked when she heard the words. She suddenly stood up and looked at Lu Ming. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on her face. In this case, Lu should have a lot of this Yin Spirit Pill, right? I'm willing to buy it at a high price. Lan Xi said quickly. This is naturally no problem, but please calm down and let me finish. Lu Ming shook his head and said with a smile. Sorry, I lost my composure. Lu, please continue. Lan Xi's face blushed slightly. She hurriedly calmed her expression and sat down. Lu Ming smiled slightly, waved his hand, took out a jade slips and handed it to Lan Xi. Lan Xi took it and probed it with divine thought. There were 2 lists of materials on the jade slips. Could these be? Lan Xi immediately reacted and asked with some uncertainty. Mr. Lan guessed it right. These 2 lists are the materials needed for refining the Cold Condensing Pill and Yun Spirit Pill. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lan Xi calmed down at the moment. At this point, she naturally understood the purpose of Lu Ming's visit. I came here this time to cooperate with Blue Wood Trading Firm. You will provide the materials, I will refine these 2 elixirs, and then you will sell them. The profits will be divided equally between you and me. I wonder if Mr. Lan is interested? Lu Ming took another sip of the spirit tea and asked calmly. Lan Xi's eyes lit up when she heard the words. Although the materials needed for the 2 elixirs were relatively rare, it was not difficult to get them with the influence of Blue Wood clan. Although several of the materials were quite precious, compared with the value of the Cold Condensing Pill and Yun Spirit Pill, they were just the tip of the iceberg. In the wild continent, such elixirs that were helpful for cultivation had always been extremely scarce. The sales of the Cold Condensing Pill and Yun Spirit Pill were not a problem at all. Lan Xi could imagine what kind of impact these 2 elixirs would have once they spread out in large quantities. Not to mention the value of the Cold Condensing Pill and Yun Spirit Pill itself, the accompanying fame could also bring huge benefits to Blue Wood Trading Firm. If used properly, it could also greatly increase the strength of the entire Blue Wood clan. In addition, the Yun Spirit Pill was also extremely valuable to her. If she could have a large number of these elixirs, she would have great hope to break through the current bottleneck of her cultivation. Thinking of this, Lan Xi couldn't help but feel a little excited, and her heart beat faster and faster. Lu Ming saw the various changes in Lan Xi's expression, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He believed that no one would refuse such a win-win situation. Lan Xi took a deep breath and barely calmed down her excitement. These expectations were naturally excellent, but there were also some questions that needed to be asked clearly. Since Lu can refine these 2 elixirs, I am naturally very interested in your proposal. However, I don't know how Lu is refining these 2 elixirs, and what is the success rate? Lan Xi asked carefully. These 2 elixirs are what I am very good at, and the success rate is more than 80%. Lu Ming replied faintly. As soon as Lan Xi heard this, her eyes showed a look of disbelief. She looked up and down at Lu Ming, and suddenly her expression turned solemn. She cupped her hands and saluted. I didn't expect Lu to be a real alchemy master. This little girl is really disrespectful. The Blue Wood clan had been developing rapidly in recent years, and they had also supported many alchemy masters. Lan Xi also knew a little about alchemy. To be able to reach 60% success rate in refining a kind of elixir, he could be called an alchemy master. And there was actually only one such alchemy master in the Blue Wood clan, and the elixir he was good at was also relatively uncommon, but in terms of efficacy, it was really far from Lu Ming. Mr. Lan is overpraising. In that case, you and I have reached an agreement. Lu Ming sat up straight and said solemnly. Of course, I will immediately send this news back to the clan and have people begin to collect these materials. I believe that in less than a month, the first batch of materials will be delivered. Lancy combed her hair behind her ear and said with a solemn expression. By the way, about my identity, please keep it a secret, Mr. Lan. I don't want this matter to be spread in Luoyang City. It is very bad for you and me. Lu Ming nodded and added. Of course, I know this, but you can rest assured, Lu. Lancy nodded and agreed. She was naturally unwilling to let this matter spread. If it was known by other forces, it would cause a lot of trouble. There were many spies of the 8 clans in Luoyang City. The woman immediately made up her mind that apart from herself, only the Bluewood clan's patriarch knew about Lu Ming's identity. Next, they also discussed the selling price of these 2 elixirs. They tentatively set the cold condensing pill at 30,000 spirit stones and the Yun spirit pill at 250,000 spirit stones. As for flawless grade elixirs, the price would be doubled. Lu Ming calculated for a while. If the materials were sufficient, with his alchemy level, he believed that he could earn enough spirit stones in less than 50 years. He then took out a jade slips and handed it to Lan Si. The alchemy materials inside, I will also trouble Mr. Lan Si to help me find them and see if you can gather them. The jade slips contained the materials of the golden yuan pill and vajra bone quenching pill. When he searched for them by himself, he couldn't gather them. It was naturally much faster for the Bluewood clan to search for them than him alone. Lan Si was delighted to see this. It seemed that Lu Ming was also good at other elixirs, which was exactly what she wanted. She took the jade slips and probed it with divine thought. Her face soon became dignified, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Lu, I also know a little about elixirs. Look at the material on it, there is the tortoise shell of Luwu beast. Is Lu refining the vajra bone tempering pill? Lan Si stared at Lu Ming and asked nervously. I didn't expect the vajra bone tempering pill to be circulated in the wild continent. Yes, this is indeed the material of the bone tempering pill. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he nodded and admitted. It really is this elixir. I wonder to what extent is Lu's refining technique of the vajra bone tempering pill. Lan Si stood up excitedly and said nervously. The materials of the vajra bone tempering pill are extremely difficult to find. I haven't refined it many times. The success rate is only 20% to 30%, far less than the other 2 elixirs. Lu Ming saw Lan Si's expression and said calmly. I wonder if Brother Lu has ever refined a flawless grade vajra bone tempering pill? Lan Si asked immediately, full of expectation. Lu Ming nodded after thinking for a while. Great. Lu, I have a personal request. I will try my best to find the materials of the vajra bone tempering pill for you. Can you help refine some vajra bone tempering pill? It would be better if you can refine flawless grade bone tempering pill. Of course, I will pay you absolutely satisfactory compensation. Lan Si said with a pleading look. Lu Ming couldn't help but be curious when he heard this. The vajra bone tempering pill was valuable to cultivators who trained their body. Lan Si didn't seem to be this kind of cultivator. But he didn't ask much and replied without hesitation, that's not a problem. In addition, the list of materials is to refine a kind of elixir to restore spiritual power. Please help me find it. Okay, I will ask someone to investigate immediately. Although our Lanmu clan is not as good as the 8 clans of the wild, in terms of information gathering and resources, we are not much worse than those big clans. I believe there will be results soon. Lan Si nodded immediately when she heard it was the elixir to restore spiritual power. There were frequent battles in the wild continent, and the elixir to restore spiritual power was also in high demand. In Luo City, it was often in short supply. If it could be refined, it would be a great source of wealth. The Lanmu clan is also good at information gathering? In that case, I have one thing to ask your noble to help me investigate. Lu Ming heard this and said again, You're welcome, fellow Lu. If there's anything you need my help with, just tell me, Lan Si said without hesitation. I wonder if Mr. has heard of the Green Ling clan? Lu Ming asked directly. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Lu to know of the Blue Nightmare clan. The Blue Nightmare clan is secretive, and very few people know of them. However, they have had dealings with our clan, so I know a little bit about them. Lan Zi's face revealed a surprised expression. Ling Ling am Ming, Ling is Lu, and Ming, Lan, I Ming, I Li, Shan, I, Ming, Dragon Clan, I, is. Lan Zi thought for a moment before slowly replying, "You're being too polite, fellow Daoist. I don't know much about the Azure Nightmare tribe. All I know is that although their tribe isn't large, their inheritance is quite ancient. Moreover, this tribe is adept at controlling insects and nurturing all sorts of rare and exotic insects." When Lu Ming heard this, he nodded in his heart. On his way to Luo City from the Heaven Rift Valley, he had once encountered a demon race cultivator who was adept at controlling insects. The two of them had initially fought over some matters, but due to mutual fear, they quickly stopped fighting. After a few days of getting along, the two of them found each other pleasing to the eye and began to appreciate each other. From that man, Lu Ming had heard about the existence of the Blue Fu clan, who lived on the Skeleton Island in the Endless Sea near Luo City. Moreover, the Blue Fu clan had the skeleton silkworm that he had been looking for. Now that he had received confirmation from Lan Zi, he was relieved. He planned to visit the Dark Skull Island in the next 2 days and pay a visit to the Blue Nightmare tribe. Lan Zi glanced at Lu Ming and asked, "Could it be that Lu wants to purchase some spirit insects from the Blue Roar tribe?" "Yes." Lu Ming didn't hide it and nodded. Lan Zi shook her head and said, "Then brother Lu may be disappointed. The Blue Ling clan's whereabouts are secretive and they often move around. Most of the time, people can't find them. A few years ago, I heard from people that the Blue Ling clan lived in a place called the Dark Skull Island in the Endless Sea." Lu Ming frowned. Yes, the Blue Fu clan used to live there. But this should be something that happened 50 or 60 years ago. According to the intelligence of our Bluewood clan, they have already left the Dark Skull Island. Now, no one knows their whereabouts. However, the Blue Fu clan generally doesn't move too far away. They should still be in the eastern part of the wild continent. Lan Zi replied after thinking about it. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression became uncertain. Lan Zi saw Lu Ming's expression and took the initiative to say, looking at Lu's expression, "It should be quite urgent. I can ask someone in the clan to help you find out if there are any traces of the Blue Ling clan. Is this true?" "Then please, Mr. Lan." Lu Ming was delighted when he heard the words and said, "Lu, you don't have to be polite. You are the benefactor of our clan. Now that we have common interests, these little things are just a piece of cake." Lan Zi smiled. Lu Ming was now a person that the Bluewood clan absolutely wanted to rope in. It would be better if they could do him a favor through this matter. In the following time, the two communicated for a while, leaving each other's address and communication means. Lu Ming left the Bluewood Trading Company and returned to the small Huan Garden. Early the next morning, Lu Ming didn't give up and set off to the Dark Skull Island. As a result, it took 2 or 3 months to go back and forth. He searched the entire island, but he still found nothing. He could only return resentfully. More than a month later, the Bluewood Trading Company sent the first batch of materials for the cold condensing pill and the Yun spirit pill. Qian Ruping, who was originally focused on studying the way of totem, finally knew Lu Ming's plan to earn spirit stones. She didn't expect Lu Ming to be an alchemy master in addition to his tyrannical strength. While she was surprised, an idea in her mind became firmer. Lu Ming was already very familiar with the refining process of the cold condensing pill and the Yun spirit pill. Now that his cultivation was improved, the refining was even easier. He quickly refined the first batch of elixirs. As soon as the cold condensing pill and the Yun spirit pill were launched by the Bluewood Trading Company, it immediately set off a grand craze in Luo City. More and more people were willing to buy them. In just a few days, the 2 elixirs were sold out. Seeing this, the Bluewood Trading Company naturally accelerated the process of collecting the materials for the 2 elixirs, and soon the second batch was sent. After several times, the Bluewood family found a rather stable source of material supply, and the subsequent materials were continuously transported to Lu Ming. Batches of high-quality elixirs began to appear frequently in the Bluewood Trading Company, attracting a large number of customers, including the figures of the 8 savage clans. At the same time, the major forces naturally noticed these 2 elixirs, and secretly sent people to inquire about the mysterious alchemy master of the Bluewood Trading Company. However, the Bluewood Trading Company did a good job of keeping Lu Ming's identity a secret. Qian Ruping was even more amazing. Through some kind of totem secret technique of space beasts, she refined a set of short-distance item teleportation array, which was set up in Lu Ming's cave house and Bluewood Trading Company. In this way, whether it was the supply of materials or the transportation of elixirs, they could be carried out through this teleportation array. Although other forces tried their best to investigate, there was no result. As time passed, the number of forces investigating became fewer and fewer. Lu Ming's days began to get busy. Every day, in addition to alchemy, he cultivated. Qian Ruping also got the convenience. With the cold condensing pill, her cultivation progress was quite fast. Time passed day by day. 40 years had passed in a flash. On this day, in the small Huan Garden cave house, Qian Ruping was in her own secret room, concentrating on reading a yellowed classic in her hand, and her other hand was gesturing in the air. At this moment, her beautiful eyes moved as if she sensed something. With a hint of worry between her brows, she quickly got up and came to the door of a secret room deep in the cave house. Since Lu Ming and the Bluewood family reached an alchemy deal 40 years ago, except for some necessary trips, the rest of the time was almost spent in this secret room or the fire room. But just half a year ago, after Lu Ming suddenly told Qian Ruping some things to pay attention to, he sneaked into the secret room and ignored everyone. He hadn't stepped out of it until now. Qian Ruping had broken through to the condensation period later stage without any hindrance with the help of elixir provided by Lu Ming more than 20 years ago. Now she had reached the perfect stage of the condensation period later stage. She was only one step away from the crystallization period. During this period, in addition to low-key trips to Luo City to purchase items a few times and daily maintenance of the enchantment in the cave house, the rest of the time was spent on studying the totem classic that he had obtained before. At this time, in the secret room, Lu Ming was sitting on the stone bed with his upper body naked. The muscles on his arms were exposed, and there was a faint black light covering his body. Within the black light, bursts of pitch-black liquid could be vaguely seen, but they were extremely congealed and flowing incessantly. Suddenly, Lu Ming roared up to the sky. The next moment, all the black liquid on the surface of his body suddenly trembled violently, and it turned into small black snakes that drilled into his body. In this process, Lu Ming's face showed a painful expression. It was as if every time the black snake injected into his body, the pain would increase. The speed at which the black snake drilled into his body was astonishing. In just a short moment, the black liquid that had originally covered his body had completely disappeared without a trace. With a very comfortable long howl, Lu Ming only felt that his body was full of power. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the Jingdan perfect stage. As he stretched out his hands, he felt the pressure emanating from his body at this time. He suddenly showed a hint of joy, but he was only happy for a while, then he suddenly pondered. Although he was only one step away from comprehending the laws of nature and advancing to the celestial state, according to the information he had collected, the difficulty was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, he didn't have any auxiliary means to help him break through the bottleneck at all. After Lu Ming thought for a while, he closed his eyes and made a few gestures with his 10 fingers. He seemed to have fallen asleep. "Senior Luo Hu, I have something to ask of you, please come out to see me." In the gray and mysterious space, Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed toward the void in front of him, saying so. As the voice gradually faded away until it dissipated, there was no response from the entire cage. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly in his heart. Since entering the wild continent, Lu Ming had tried to wake Luo Hu several times, but there was no response. Now that he was about to break through to the celestial state, Luo Hu still had no intention of appearing. Lu Ming stood on the spot and shouted a few times. Seeing that there was no response except for the gray mist that could be seen everywhere in the mysterious space, he could only shake his head helplessly. After a while, the door of the secret room was pushed open from the inside, and a figure in a green robe flashed out of it. Qian Ruping was waiting not far away. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly appear close at hand, looking at her with a spurious smile, she was slightly startled at first, then she said with joy, "Ming. Brother Ming, you have successfully broken through the bottleneck." Seeing Lu Ming's energetic look, Qian Ruping naturally guessed it. "You have worked hard during this period of time." By the way, your cultivation has now reached the condensation period later stage perfect stage, you can try the crystallization period. I have to go out for a while now. Let's talk in detail when I come back. Lu Ming seemed to think of something suddenly, and he said with a frown. Qian Ruping pursed her lips and said nothing when she heard the words. Lu Ming looked at Qian Ruping's obedient look. After a slight smile, he flew out of the cave house. After about 15 minutes, Linhai Avenue in the Eastern District. Lu Ming looked at the blue giant tree building in front of him that was crowded by cultivators of various races. His eyes flashed, and he stepped in. Since Bluewood business started to sell cold condensing pills and yin spirit pills, the business had been booming. He had passed by several times before, so he was not surprised by the scene in front of him. After showing the Bluewood token, Lu Ming walked into the private room on the second floor. According to the deputy shopkeeper of Bluewood business, Lancy should be arriving soon, so Lu Ming sat down directly in front of the octagonal table in the room and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, accompanied by the creaking sound of the wooden door, Lancy walked into the room with a smile. Lu, I rushed over immediately after receiving your message. Lancy saw Lu Ming already sitting at the table, and she smiled. Lu Ming opened his eyes and said, Thank you, Fairy Lan. I have come here because I have something to ask. What is it that you don't understand? There is no harm in saying it. As long as I know something, I will tell you the truth. Lancy showed a trace of doubt and asked after sitting down opposite Lu Ming. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. I wonder if Fairy Lan knows of any supplementary methods that can aid in breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm in this desolate continent? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. Could it be that Lu has already cultivated to the perfect Jingdan stage so quickly? Lancy's face was greatly shocked when he heard this. He said with some disbelief. Lu Ming touched his chin and nodded calmly. Lancy's expression kept changing. After a while, he smiled bitterly and replied, Brother Lu, I'm only at the early Jingdan stage. I'm afraid that I don't know more than you about transforming the primordial spirit into the Dharma form. However, the elders in the clan may have some insights, but I need to ask them personally. In addition, I will also ask the Bluewood Trading Company in various parts of the desolate continent if there is anything that Lu needs. Then I'll have to trouble Fairy Lan. Speaking of which, breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm requires a lot of luck. As for the item to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm, it is even more difficult to find. I was a little too anxious. Seeing this, Lu Ming said with satisfaction. How about this, Brother Lu, come here again in half a month. At that time, whether or not you can get the relevant information, I will give you an answer. In addition, there is one more thing that I want to tell you. I think you will be very interested after listening to it. As a result, after thinking for a moment, Lancy agreed, but then changed the topic. Oh, what is it? Lu Ming was a little surprised. It's a coincidence. This morning, the spies in the clan reported that they have found the traces of the Qingling clan. I wanted to find a chance to go to your mansion to inform you personally, but I didn't expect Brother Lu to come first. Lancy said with a slight smile. Is this true? Fairy Lan has really helped me a lot. When Lu Ming heard this, he was immediately happy. Lancy shook her sleeves, and an animal skin map appeared on the wooden table in front of her. There were densely packed marks on it. Lu Ming glanced at it, and it was the map of the vicinity of Luo City. Lancy didn't explain much. She directly pointed at a blue mark with her white finger and said seriously, this area is called the Black Prison Mountain Range. As far as I know, the current Qingling clan is living in seclusion in the depths of this mountain range. It's only a month's journey from Luo City. If that's the case, should I pay a visit now? Lu Ming naturally wasn't worried that what Lancy said was false, so he said without hesitation. Hee, Brother Lu is really impatient. Speaking of which, the Qingling clan has always been somewhat against other clans. If you insist on going alone, not only will you find nothing, you might even be attacked by the clan. It's also a coincidence that the clan leader has something to entrust me to go to the Qingling clan, but it will take half a month. When the time comes, you and I will go together, how about it? Lancy said after thinking for a while. After hearing this, Lu Ming revealed a trace of hesitation. But after a moment, he nodded and said, "No problem, I will have to trouble fellow Lan when the time comes. I still have some matters to deal with, so I will take my leave first. See you in half a month." After Lu Ming came out of the Blue Wood Trading Company, he didn't directly return to the small universe garden cave dwelling. Instead, he began to stroll along Linhai Avenue and began to visit the various shops. In the next half a month, he went out at sunrise and rested at sunset, shuttling through the streets and alleys of Luo City, searching for various black markets and participating in various information exchange gatherings. Hard work pays off. After spending a considerable amount of money, he finally heard about a treasure that was quite effective in breaking through to the celestial phenomenon stage. This item was called the Cold Abyss fragrance. In fact, it was a kind of fragrance condensed from the brain of the demonic beast, the cold fragrance whale. This kind of fragrance could greatly reduce the influence of one's inner demons when comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. Its great value was naturally self-evident. The cold fragrance whale lived in the deep sea and was extremely rare. Moreover, this demonic beast had an innate ability that could easily turn its body into an almost transparent existence in the sea. Moreover, it had no aura at all, so it was very difficult to find a trace of it. However, this beast had very stringent requirements for a place to live, so finding a suitable residence was not easy. Generally speaking, it would only use its magical ability to quietly leave if it could foresee a fatal danger in advance. For ordinary cultivators, just being able to see this thing with their own eyes was already a great opportunity, let alone capture it. After learning this information, Lu Ming didn't plan to personally search for the whereabouts of the cold fragrance whale. He didn't want to spend too much time looking for it. Half a day later, at the northern edge of the small universe garden, Lu Ming stood on a huge square. On the east side of the square stood a two-story pavilion building. In front of the pavilion stood a jade white stone pillar that was more than 10 feet tall. 3 ancient characters were written on it, Pavilion of Expanse. The so-called Pavilion of Expanse was actually a place that was spontaneously organized by the human cultivators of the small universe garden. Here, some missions could be issued or spirit materials could be found. Of course, the person who issued the mission also had to pay a corresponding reward. It was somewhat similar to the Xian Hall of the Taiqing Gate. After staying here for so many years, even though Lu Ming didn't go out too much, there would occasionally be groups of 2 or 3 human cultivators who would come to visit. Thus, through their conversations, he gradually became familiar with the various areas of the small universe garden. At this moment, there weren't many cultivators in the hall on the first floor of the Pavilion of Expanse. A purple-robed middle-aged man who was responsible for guarding the place was sitting cross-legged behind a shabby table with his eyes closed. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the hall. In the center of the hall, there was a large jade wall with a dense line of small characters. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a mission that had been issued. After looking at it for a moment, he walked straight to the purple-robed middle-aged man's table. The purple-robed middle-aged man immediately opened his eyes. He seemed to have noticed that Lu Ming's cultivation wasn't low and immediately stood up. The purple-robed middle-aged man revealed a smile and said, "Does Senior want to issue a mission?" "Yes." Lu Ming nodded. The purple-robed middle-aged man saw that Lu Ming didn't seem to want to speak much, so he hurriedly took out a palm-sized jade board and said in a respectful tone, "This is the announcement board. This is the announcement board. Senior only needs to write down the details of the mission on it." Lu Ming took the jade board and waved his finger. In the blink of an eye, the mission to find the cold fragrance whale was written on it. The purple-robed middle-aged man took the jade board and glanced at it. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with a bit of horror in his eyes. He didn't say much and took out something that looked like a jade tablet. He touched the jade board a few times and the jade board in the hall flashed. A line of small characters immediately appeared at the top. It was the new mission. Find the trace of the adult cold fragrance whale. Reward of 5 million spirit stones. Senior, please leave the location of your cave residence. If someone provides any clues, I will immediately contact you. The purple-robed middle-aged man saw that Lu Ming had offered a reward of 5 million spirit stones. Lu Ming left the cave residence's location and quickly left the Pavilion of Expanse. He didn't have much hope for the pavilion of expanse in the small Huang garden. He just wanted to give it a try. As soon as Lu Ming left the hall, a figure flashed in the corner of the hall. It was the figure of a young man in a blue robe. It was Yanqing who had visited Lu Ming before. Yanqing looked at the mission that Lu Ming had issued on the jade board in the hall. Then, he looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left. His eyes flickered and no one knew what he was thinking. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the temporary cave residence that he had rented. The hall was quite quiet at the moment. The stone door of Qian Ruping's secret room was closed. These days, Lu Ming specially left some elixirs that could help her break through the bottleneck of the crystallization period. He believed that it wouldn't take long for her to start trying to break through the bottleneck and break through to the crystallization period. The half-month period agreed with Lan Si arrived in a blink of an eye. Lu Ming immediately set off to the Bluewood firm. As soon as he arrived, someone immediately invited Lu Ming to the inner hall on the third floor of the firm. When he walked into the inner hall, he found that Lan Si was already sitting inside. However, there was an extremely handsome young man sitting beside her. He was dressed in a luxurious red robe and had a head of blood-red hair tied up high above his head. This beautiful young man had red lips and white teeth. She was obviously a girl, but she was dressed like a man. It looked a little out of place, but it also had a unique charm. Lu is really punctual. You arrived so soon. Seeing Lu Ming come in, Lan Si quickly stood up and smiled lightly. This time, I have something to ask Fairy Lan for help. Naturally, I have to be punctual. Lu Ming glanced at the beautiful young man and said with a slight expression. By the way, let me introduce to Lu. This is my good friend, Shui Long of the Bloodvine clan. This is Lu Ming, a cultivator from the Taiqing Gate of the Middle Sky continent. Lan Si introduced the beautiful young man and Lu Ming respectively. It turns out to be a fellow of the Bloodvine clan. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming was a little surprised and saluted. Lu, you are too polite. I have heard about you from Lan Si a long time ago. The beautiful young man, Shui Long, returned a salute. His eyes kept looking at Lu Ming, and there was a trace of strange light in the depths of his pupils. Lu Ming frowned slightly and scanned Shui Long with his divine sense. This woman looked like an elegant and beautiful young man, but her cultivation was extremely strong. Just like him, she had reached the realm of real pellet state great perfection. He couldn't help but feel a little afraid of this woman. After exchanging greetings with each other, Lu Ming sat down on a chair at the invitation of Lan Si. Fairy Lan, I wonder if there is any progress on the matter I asked before. Lu Ming didn't look at Shui Long anymore. He turned to Lan Si and asked. In the past few days, I've asked the elders in charge of the clan's records. When they heard about fellow Lu's matter, they immediately looked through the clan's records. Finally, they didn't disappoint and have some clues. Lan Si said with a smile. When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but be happy. However, Lu is a human cultivator after all, and his physique is very different from our Bluewood clan. After the elders of the clan discussed, they felt that there are two ways to help fellow Daoist advance to the celestial phenomenon realm. Lan Si paused for a moment. Please speak, Fairy Lan. Lu Ming showed a focused expression. There's one method. In our desolate continent, there's a unique fruit called the Luo Sua fruit. This fruit has the ability to cleanse the impurities in one's body and purify one's energy. It can also increase the chances of one breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm. Lan Si continued. Luo Sua fruit. When Lu Ming heard this name, he couldn't help but recall the various books he had read over the years. After thinking for a while, he still had no clue, so he stopped thinking. Presumably, this kind of precious spirit fruit was something that was kept a secret and had not been publicly circulated. Naturally, it would not be recorded in the ancient records. The other method is a kind of medicinal pill called the Scarlet Flame Pill. This pill is refined using the demon core of a scarlet flame beast as the main material, and it requires the demon core of a celestial phenomenon realm scarlet flame beast to exert its effect. The Scarlet Flame Pill contains a trace of the life flame of a scarlet flame beast, which can increase the chances of breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm by almost 10%. Lan Si looked at Lu Ming, and after she finished speaking, she turned to look at Shui Long. May I know how to obtain these two things? Lu Ming asked after a moment of silence. Since Lan Sisi told him about the existence of the Luo Sua fruit and the scarlet flame pill, she must know how to obtain them. Fellow Daoist might not know, but the Luo Sua fruit is a rare treasure unique to the Bloodvine clan. Our Bluewood clan does not have it, but fellow Daoist Xue Long is an important figure of the Bloodvine clan, so she happens to have a Luo Sua fruit on her. Lan Sisi smiled faintly, and then looked at Xue Long. Lu Ming was startled, and he turned his head to look at Xue Long. Xue Long had only glanced at Lu Ming at the beginning, and then she had been sipping on the spirit tea in her hand, as if she didn't care about the conversation between Lu Ming and Lan Sisi. Fellow Daoist Xue, is what fellow Daoist Lan said true? Lu Ming slowly asked. Xue Long put down the teacup in her hand, and directly took out a white box. With a bang, the box opened, and a conical fruit quietly lay inside, emitting bursts of white mist. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the fruit, and after a moment, he nodded. Although he hadn't heard of the famous Luo Sua fruit and didn't know much about it, the fruit in front of him clearly emitted astonishing spiritual fluctuations, so it shouldn't be fake. I don't know if fellow Daoist is willing to transfer this item to me, and I will try my best to meet the price, Lu Ming said. After thinking for a moment. Does fellow Daoist think that a rare treasure like the Luo Sua fruit can be exchanged for spirit stones? Xue Long smiled and said lightly. What does fellow Daoist want? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked. Since Xue Long had appeared at this time with the Luo Sua fruit, she must have a plan. Xue Long saw Lu Ming's calm appearance and snorted, then said, I heard from Lan Sisi that fellow Daoist is good at refining adamant bone tempering pills. I heard from Lan Si that fellow Daoist is proficient in refining Vajra bone tempering pills. If you can take out 5 earth-grade Vajra bone tempering pills, I can give you this Luo Sua fruit. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this, and he glanced at Lan Sisi, who had a helpless expression on her face. He suddenly realized that Lan Sisi had asked him to refine the adamant bone tempering pill for Xue Long. Although I can refine the adamant bone tempering pill, with my current alchemy ability and the quality of the materials, it is almost impossible to refine an earth-rank pill. Moreover, I'm afraid I can't fulfill this request. Lu Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. All these years, he had continuously refined hundreds of Vajra bone tempering pills, and his refining level of this pill had already reached a new level. However, he had only refined 2 earth-grade Vajra bone tempering pills. However, he did not tell Lan Sisi about this, and at most gave her a few common-level adamant bone tempering pills. Xue Long frowned when she heard this. If it is a common-level adamant bone tempering pill, as long as the quality of the materials is good, I am quite confident that I can refine it. Can fellow Daoist lower your requirements? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and continued. No, a common-level adamant bone tempering pill is not effective enough. It must be an earth-rank pill, Xue Long flatly refused. In that case, if fellow Daoist Xue Long can provide me with a celestial phenomenon stage Lu Wu's tortoiseshell, I will try my best to refine an earth-rank adamant bone tempering pill, Lu Ming frowned and said after a moment of consideration. Really? How confident are you, Lu? Xue Long hurriedly asked, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. Although I am not 100% confident, I have at least 50% to 60% confidence, Lu Ming replied with a faint smile. Very well, as long as Lu can help me refine 5 earth-rank adamant bone tempering pills, this Luo Sua fruit is yours, Xue Long solemnly promised with a satisfied expression. Lu Ming smiled and turned to Lan Sisi. Then where can I find the other scarlet flame pill? Could it be that fellow Daoist Xue has it? Do you need me to refine another pill in exchange? Humph. Although I don't have a scarlet flame pill, what you said is not wrong. Before Lan Sisi could speak, Xue Long snorted and spoke in a somewhat unruly tone. Lu Ming was truly shocked to hear this. Sister Xue Long is right. Scarlet flame beasts are almost extinct in the desolate continent and are extremely difficult to find. It just so happens that Sister Xue Long is currently refining a scarlet flame pill in order to break through the celestial phenomenon bottleneck. She has already found traces of a celestial phenomenon scarlet flame beast and has prepared the other materials needed to refine the scarlet flame pill. I wonder if Lu is willing to go with me to kill this beast. With Lu's skill in alchemy, you won't need to find others to refine scarlet flame pills for you, Lan Sisi said with a smile. Just the three of us? Lu Ming asked without batting an eyelid. Xuelong glanced at Lu Ming and coldly said, "What? Does fellow Taoist doubt my strength? Or are you too timid to face a celestial phenomenon, scarlet flame beast?" Lu Ming sighed in his heart. When they first met, he felt that Xuelong was not a simple woman. But after a few words, she immediately revealed her unruly and impulsive nature. How could I dare to look down on Miss Xuelong? It just so happens that I have nothing to do recently. Let's go, Lu Ming calmly said. Very well, it seems that Lu is also a straightforward person. Let's set off. Xuelong put away the luo sua fruit in her hand and stood up, saying indifferently, "Now?" Lu Ming was slightly startled. He was really surprised. I used the power of my clan to find that scarlet flame beast with great difficulty. If we continue to dilly-dally and someone else gets there first, are you going to be responsible for finding another scarlet flame beast? Xuelong didn't know why, but it seemed that Lu Ming was not pleasing to the eye. Fine, let's set off now. Lu Ming was somewhat helpless and could only agree. Lan Sisi secretly gave him an apologetic look, leaving Lu Ming speechless. Since the decision had been made, the three no longer dallied and quickly walked out of the Blue Wood Trading Company. Lu Ming left a message to Qian Ruping with a transmission array disc, telling her to wait in the cave residence. Then, he followed the two out of Luo City. Soon after, the three stopped on a mountain peak. Xuelong flicked the storage bracelet on her wrist, and red light flashed as a red flying carriage flew out. She said, "Let's go." She said, "The Scarlet Flame Beast is very far from Luo City in the Purgatory Mountain Range. If we travel at an ordinary speed, I fear it will take more than a month. I have a flying magic treasure that is specially used for long-distance travel. If we ride it, we should arrive in half a month. In that case, we will have much more time." When Lu Ming heard this, he looked up and down at the red flying carriage. The flying carriage seemed to be made of some kind of high-grade spirit wood. It looked extremely light, as if it did not have the slightest weight. Its surface was engraved with an extremely profound pattern in the shape of a firebird. It looked lifelike and flickered with a cloud-like red light. It was clearly an extremely rare treasure. I didn't expect Sister Xuelong to have such a treasure. This is great, Lanzi said happily. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a hint of joy. This flying carriage was clearly of a higher grade than his Daihui jade boat. It was a true magic treasure. It seemed that the Bloodvine clan was quite experienced in making such transportation treasures. Of course. Xuelong revealed a proud expression. She waved her hand and formed a spell seal. With the clear cry of a bird, the flying carriage's firebird totem glowed brightly. The entire carriage suddenly expanded to 7 or 8 meters in length, enough to carry a dozen people. It was naturally more than enough to carry Lu Ming's group of 3. The 3 immediately flew into the carriage. Xuelong's hands moved like a wheel, forming several spell seals. The flying carriage trembled slightly. Suddenly, red clouds appeared around it. The flying carriage suddenly transformed into a long and blurry shadow of a firebird. With a flap of its wings, its feathers were covered in flames, illuminating the entire mountain. It immediately shot into the distant horizon at an incredible speed. After a few flashes, it disappeared into the distant sky. TSK, Sister Xuelong's flying carriage is really extraordinary. It is 2 or 3 times faster than our clan's wood carving carriage. Lanzi looked at the scenery on both sides of the carriage and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Xuelong revealed a smile, looking quite proud of herself. Lu Ming glanced at the edge of the flying carriage. There were several grooves with several fiery red crystals embedded in them. They were all top-quality fire attribute crystals, each of which was very valuable. As the flying carriage flew, the spirit power in the fiery red crystals was also being consumed at a very fast rate. At this rate, the spiritual power in these crystals would be completely consumed in less than 2 to 4 hours. He glanced at Xuelong and sighed inwardly. The Bloodvine clan was indeed the greatest clan in the wilderness. They were rich and overbearing. They did not even regard the rare top-quality spirit stones as spirit stones. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly remembered something and asked Lan Si, "Fellow Lan, how long will it take for us to go to the Purgatory Mountain Range and return?" Fellow Taoist Lan, how much time will it take for us to go back and forth from Purgatory Mountain Range? Will it delay our trip to Green Ling Clan? Brother Lu, don't worry. I've already obtained accurate information from the clan. The Green Ling Clan won't be leaving Black Prison Mountain in the near future. Once the matter of hunting the Crimson Flame Beasts is over, we'll immediately rush over. It won't take up much time, Lancy explained with a light smile. That's a relief. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes to rest. Lan Sai's figure swayed and landed on the edge of the flying car. He began to look at the scenery on both sides with great interest. Shui Long looked at Lan Si and then at Lu Ming for a moment. A strange expression flashed across her face, but she did not speak. The atmosphere in the flying car fell silent for a moment. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. In the southeastern part of the wasteland continent, there was a continuous mountain range shrouded in smoke. Apart from a dull black and a scorching red, there were almost no other colors. The entire mountain range was covered in volcanic craters of various sizes. From time to time, one could see a scarlet pillar of lava rushing into the sky, rumbling continuously. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, the temperature also terrifyingly high. This was precisely the wasteland continent's famous Purgatory Mountain Range, one of the famous dangerous lands. Even though it was a dangerous land, Purgatory Mountain Range similarly contained fire attribute spiritual materials rarely seen in the outside world. That was why there were often fiend race cultivators who came to explore together. However, they were normally limited to the outer regions. The true core of Purgatory Mountain Range was shrouded in a thick layer of fiery red smoke all year round. Apart from truly powerful cultivators, no one would approach this place. That day, a thick streak of red light shot over from the distant horizon, stopping outside the fiery red smoke. With a flash of light, a light red flying carriage that was 7 or 8 zhang in size appeared. 3 figures stood on it. It was precisely Lu Ming, Lan Sai's, and Shui Long who finally arrived after more than 10 days of travel. Shui Long gazed at the fiery red smoke in front of her. She formed a hand seal and softly chanted an unknown incantation. In the next instant, the flying boat beneath their feet transformed into a streak of red light that disappeared into the storage bracelet on the woman's wrist in a flash. Ahead of us is the famous fire miasma curtain of Purgatory Mountain Range. Sister Shui Long, your flying carriage is also fire attribute. Perhaps we can directly pass through it? Lan Sais looked at the waves of heat in front of them and asked with a frown. It is naturally not difficult for my Bifeng flying carriage to break through this trifling fire miasma curtain of Purgatory Mountain Range, but it would waste a lot of its spirituality. It really isn't worth it. I have a flame avoidance bead here that can protect us both. As for Lu, he should have his own protective methods. If we can't even pass through here, then I will have to re-evaluate your strength. Shui Long curled her lips. As soon as her voice fell, she turned her wrist and a crystal-clear water-blue bead appeared in her hand. After a spell was inserted into it, a layer of blue light curtain appeared on the surface of the bead. Then the blue water light shone brightly, and a large amount of blue light swept out from it. As it intertwined, it turned into an oval light ball of 10 meters in size, wrapping Shui Long and Lan Sais within it. Looking at the remaining space, it was indeed unable to accommodate one more person. Shui Long glanced at Lu Ming again, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She immediately made a hand seal, and the entire oval blue light ball turned into a blue stream of light, directly rushing toward the fiery red smoke in front of them. Lu Ming was expressionless. There was a loud sizzling sound. When the oval blue light ball came into contact with the blood-red smoke, its surface suddenly emitted countless tiny blue water lights, causing the fiery red smoke to disperse bit by bit, revealing a hole that was the same size as the oval blue light ball. With a poof, the blue light ball went straight into the fiery red smoke. As far as I know, without a top-grade fire-repelling treasure, even a celestial state cultivator may not be able to pass through this fire miasma cloud curtain. What if fellow Lu isn't good at avoiding fire? With just the two of us, facing the celestial phenomenon realm Scarlet Flame Beast, will it? Even with the protection of the blue light curtain, Lan Si couldn't help but sweat profusely. After turning her head to look, there was a hint of worry in her voice. Just let that guy suffer a little. Isn't it just a Scarlet Flame Beast? I don't believe I can't deal with it. Shuelong seemed to be a little uncomfortable in her heart and snorted. As a result, the next moment, a scene that stunned the two of them happened. The fiery red smoke behind him tumbled violently, and then a Xian figure emerged. He walked toward them with an expressionless face, as if he was strolling. His speed was extremely fast, and with every step he took, he seemed to be 200 or 300 feet. The figure was naturally Lu Ming. And the abnormally hot fiery red smoke around him seemed to be ordinary smoke, not affecting him at all. If one looked closely, they would find that the surface of Lu Ming's skin was covered with a thin layer of black water vapor. With his powerful physical body that was enough to be invincible against celestial phenomenon realm cultivators, coupled with his bloodline that had fused with the sky demon's blood essence and his bones that were incomparably hard under the influence of the dark bone method, the fire miasma cloud curtain was naturally unable to cause any damage to him. Now that he had cleverly turned the stick's heavy water into a layer of water curtain to protect his body, it was naturally even more foolproof. As a result, Lu Ming, Shuelong and Lan Sais began to pass through the fiery red smoke together with the blue light ball that the two of them had turned into. It took the three of them a full time to pass through the fire miasma cloud curtain, and they came to a mountain range that was even hotter than the periphery. But fortunately, there was no fiery red smoke here, and the three of them immediately withdrew their fire avoidance methods. It was just that at this moment, Lu Ming was still calm, but Shuelong and Lan Xi were sweating profusely. They looked a bit embarrassed. This made Shuelong angry, but there was nothing she could do about Lu Ming. Lan Sais looked at Lu Ming with a little more awe. In the following time, under Shuelong's lead, the three of them flew for another half an hour before arriving at the foot of a giant scarlet mountain. At the bottom of the giant mountain was a large cave, and according to Shuelong, the Crimson Flame Beast should be inside. Let's stop here. The Crimson Flame Beast's spiritual sense is extremely sharp. If we continue to get closer, I'm afraid we will be discovered. Lan Sais and Shuelong stopped 30 to 40 kilometers away from the giant scarlet mountain, and Lu Ming also stopped. He looked up at the cave. At the foot of the giant mountain in the distance. The closer they got, the higher the temperature became. There was a faint flame coming out of the cave, and ripples appeared in the air. Lu Ming's hand flashed and a cyan jade slips appeared. It recorded detailed information about the Crimson Flame Beast, which he had read many times along the way. Both of you, the strength of the celestial state Crimson Flame Beast is not to be underestimated. In this lava land, it has the geographical advantage. Have both of you thought of a comprehensive strategy to deal with it? Lu Ming turned around and said solemnly. Shuelong rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and said without hesitation, Sister Lan Sais and I have already planned this. Lu, the plan is like this. Because the Crimson Flame Beast is a top-rank fire attribute demonic beast, it has the innate ability to control the fire attribute energy around it. There is also a river of lava at the bottom of the cave, and the fire attribute spiritual energy is endless. It is too disadvantageous to fight it there, so we plan to lure it out of the cave and then use the wood spirit formation to trap it and kill it. Lan Sais explained to Lu Ming. The wood spirit formation is a wood attribute formation. Will it be alright to set it up in such a hot place? Lu Ming thought for a moment and hesitated. There will be no problem. The wood spirit formation can summon trees of different attributes according to the environment. This time I will be using a fire attribute tree. Lan Sais smiled and took out a wooden box. Inside were many fire-red cocoon-like tree seeds. In that case, let's do it. Lu Ming nodded. Seeing that Lu Ming had no objections, Lan Xi began to chant an obscure incantation in a low voice. At the same time, her two hands shook again and again. The fiery red tree seeds in the wooden box scattered in all directions like raindrops. They flashed and disappeared into the nearby ground, disappearing without a trace. Immediately afterwards, Lan Xi's hand seal changed and she opened her mouth to spit out a blue light. The blue light spun in the air and turned into a large ancient seal that hovered in front of her. It was the Bluewood clan's treasure, the Bluewood seal. Then, a buzzing sound came from the seal, and a faint blue halo spread out in all directions with the seal as the center. Lan Xi's complexion became pale and bloodless. It was clear that activating this treasure seal consumed a considerable amount of her magic power. In the next moment, the ground around her began to squirm as if it had come to life. Immediately afterwards, small fire-red saplings began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. After growing to 5 feet tall, they disappeared in a flash of red light. After a quarter of an hour, Lanzi put away the blue wood seal and turned to Lu Ming and Xue Long. The wood spirit formation is ready and can be activated at a moment's notice. Good. Leave the task of luring the crimson flame beast to me. Little sister Lanzi will rest here for a moment. Once the beast comes out, activate the formation to trap it. As for fellow Taoist Lu, please stand guard for sister Lanzi. After witnessing the scene just now, Xue Long didn't dare to look down on Lu Ming anymore, but she was still a little unconvinced. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a red shadow and quietly flew close to the ground toward the cave under the giant peak. Lu Ming's eyes flashed when he saw this. He had originally planned on proposing to be responsible for the mission of luring the enemy, but who would have thought that Xue Long would say it first and fly away as if afraid that he would steal the credit. Since that was the case, he was happy to relax. With a wave of his hand, a faint layer of azure light appeared on his body. His aura immediately disappeared, and he disappeared without a trace. Lanzi looked at Lu Ming with some astonishment. Then, he also chanted a few incantations in a low voice. His body flashed with blue light, and he also disappeared without a trace. After the two of them concealed themselves, the open space in front of the crimson giant peak became quiet, except for the rolling heat waves as usual. It was as if Lu Ming and the other two had never appeared here. However, in just half a meal's time, a deafening sound suddenly came from the bottom of the giant mountain in the distance, and the entire mountain trembled violently. So, a red figure shot out from the cave. The entire cave entrance exploded, and a large patch of glaring fire clouds rolled out, chasing after the red figure. At this moment, Lu Ming used the Che Huan secret technique to hide his figure in the dark. He did not release his divine sense to explore, but his eyes flickered with black light, and he soon saw through the red cloud. In the fire cloud, there was a giant beast that was 20 or 30 feet in size. Its body was as red as fire. It looked like a lion or a tiger, but its body was covered with bright red hair. Its 4 strong legs were covered with bright scales, and its 4 feet were as sharp as an eagle's claws. There were also dozens of black bone spurs on the neck and the back of the giant beast's head. They flashed with a faint black light and looked extremely sharp. Crimson Flame Beast. Lu Ming saw this, and his eyes narrowed. From the appearance alone, this Crimson Flame Beast somewhat resembled the legendary Qilin Sacred Beast. At this moment, it exuded a fierce aura, and its 2 bell-like giant eyes burst with fierce light, staring at the red figure in front of it. Roar! Suddenly, the Crimson Flame Beast roared, and a red pillar of fire spewed out from its mouth, hitting the red figure in front of it with incomparable speed. The fire flashed, and the thick pillar of fire blasted at the back of the red figure. The speed was so fast that it was almost teleporting. The red figure's reaction was also very fast. Its figure suddenly sank, and the pillar of fire almost brushed past its back. Boom! The pillar of fire bombarded the ground below, and the entire ground suddenly caved in. In the blink of an eye, it formed a red and black hole of several feet in size. The next moment, the ground suddenly burst open, and a huge pillar of fire several feet in thickness soared into the sky. The tongue of fire and gravel shot in all directions. This Crimson Flame Beast's demonic fire was really abnormally powerful. Although the red figure in front of it escaped the pillar of fire, it was still swept by the red storm produced by the explosion in haste. Its mouth let out a muffled groan, and its figure slightly stagnated. The Crimson Flame Beast roared, opened its mouth, and spewed out another pillar of fire. This time, the pillar of fire fiercely exploded after it left its mouth, and turned into hundreds of red firebirds that rushed towards the red figure. At this moment, the blood-red light on Xue Long's body had dissipated by more than half because it had resisted the red storm. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes as she saw the red firebirds covering the sky and covering the earth. But, she was quick-witted, and threw out a blood-red jade pendant. The jade pendant shattered with a bang sound, and a blood-red light rolled out from it. The light quickly revolved around Xue Long's body, and a layer of blood-red light curtain lit up. Then, a blood-red wooden man jumped out of a copper bell in Xue Long's hand. The blood-red wooden man held a blood-red machete that was almost as long as its body. It issued a low roar, and waved the machete in its hand. A blood-red blade light swept out like a raging wave, and turned into a net of blades. The hundreds of red firebirds that were flying towards it were caught in it. The crimson firebird let loose an enraged cry, and it blasted head-sized fireballs out of its beaks in retaliation. At the same time, it unleashed a series of claw projections with its claws. The crimson blade net tremored violently, and it only lasted for a breath or two before it was torn apart. However, Xuelong was able to catch her breath, and she was able to escape from danger. She shot forward again as a red shadow. Just as the crimson wooden giant was brandishing its huge machete and clashing with the crimson firebird, a shadow suddenly shrouded the sky above. Then, a loud whistling sound rang out as an eagle claw several tens of feet in size crashed down from above. The wooden man was completely powerless to resist, and its body was instantly crushed into a pile of rubble. The crimson flame beast didn't even look down. A ferocious light flashed through its eyes, and the red clouds around its body tumbled violently as it sped up significantly in pursuit of Xuelong. Xuelong's expression changed drastically as she sensed the scorching sensation approaching her from behind. According to the intelligence she had received, this should be an early celestial phenomenon crimson flame beast, but it was clearly at the mid-celestial phenomenon stage. From the Jin Dan stage onward, the disparity in strength between each stage was enormous. This sudden turn of events had thrown her into disarray, and her preparations had been severely lacking. Seeing that the crimson flame beast was about to catch up to her, a look of panic appeared on her face. She flipped her hand, and a crimson talisman appeared in her grasp. But at that moment, the crimson flame beast suddenly came to a halt, and it stared intently at an empty space in front of it with a puzzled look on its face. Xuelong heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this, and she took advantage of this opportunity to continue flying for several thousand feet. In a single breath, she arrived in the air above a valley. This was where Lanxi had set up the wood spirit formation. Only then did Xuelong stop, and she turned to face the crimson flame beast. She patted her own body, and crimson light flashed as a suit of crimson vine armor appeared over her body. At the same time, a crimson spear that was 3 feet in length appeared in her other hand. The crimson flame beast looked around from a distance, as if it hadn't seen Xuelong. Xuelong's face flashed with anger, and she flicked her wrist, brandishing the spear in her hand in a crimson light. The spear whistled through the air, and a dense mass of red spear shadows shot out, sweeping towards the crimson flame beast. The crimson flame beast suddenly looked at Xuelong, and an ominous glint flashed in its eyes. Its figure once again turned into a fiery light, and it fiercely pounced towards Xuelong. But after a moment, the space behind the crimson flame beast fluctuated, and an azure silhouette appeared. The silhouette waved his hand, and 2 earthen yellow beads flew out, colliding with the crimson flame beast. At first, the 2 beads were only the size of a fist, but they quickly expanded in the air. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 huge spheres that were several tens of feet in size. A vast spiritual pressure surged out from them. The crimson flame beast was startled, and it suddenly turned around. But at that moment, the 2 huge yellow spheres had already fallen in front of it, and it was too late to dodge. Roar! The crimson flame beast let out an angry roar, and opened its mouth to spit out a red shadow, which hit the azure silhouette in midair. At the same time, its 2 front claws suddenly shot out, and a layer of fire appeared on its claws. The 2 eagle claws each struck an earthen yellow sphere. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the red and yellow rings of light intertwined and flashed. Then, they immediately burst apart, and red and yellow waves of chi violently swept out from the explosion. Xuelong's spear shadow pierced the crimson flame beast's body, but it was immediately swept away by the waves of chi and immediately shattered. The crimson flame behemoth's eyes widened in shock as it felt a huge force pass through its claws. Shockingly, its body was shaken and sent flying into the valley. Its figure hadn't yet fallen when a red light wildly flashed around it. Suddenly, countless fiery red small trees appeared on the ground, rapidly growing. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a red forest that was more than 10 feet high. All the branches of the trees were like tentacles, and after a moment of blurring, they all wrapped around the crimson flame beast's body. The crimson flame beast's falling momentum slowed, but it was extremely shocked and angry. Although it had been unexpectedly sent flying by Lu Ming's beat of mountains and rivers, its body hadn't really suffered much damage. It hadn't expected that there would be an ambush nearby. The crimson flame beast saw that more and more trees were wrapping around its body, and its eyes flashed fiercely. It raised its head to the sky and let out an angry roar. Suddenly, its body shone with red light, and a raging flame that was dozens of feet high appeared out of nowhere. But the red trees that were wrapping around its body didn't show any signs of burning in the raging flame. Instead, they seemed to be wrapping around its body even tighter. The surrounding red trees grew larger and larger as the crimson flame beast roared. In the span of a few breaths, the entire open space had been covered by a lush red forest. A blue light flashed in midair, and Xianxia's figure appeared out of thin air. The blue wood seal in her hand was emitting a circle of blue halo, which illuminated the 3 blue tail feathers on top of her head, making them look exceptionally gorgeous. However, her complexion became increasingly pale. With her early Gene Dan cultivation base, the wood spirit formation could only be used with the blue wood seal to trap the giant beast in the mid-celestial phenomenon stage. However, her Fa was clearly unable to bear the burden. On the other side, Lu Ming was using a sword technique. The bitterwheel sword in front of him turned into a huge sword light that was more than 30 meters long. It fought with the red shadow that the crimson flame beast had spat out. It was unknown what this red shadow was, but it seemed to have a mind of its own. It quickly circled around Lu Ming, looking for an opening to launch a fierce attack. Even though Lu Ming used his sword technique again and again, he was unable to kill the red shadow. "Sister Xianxia, well done!" Shui Long shouted with joy when she saw the crimson flame beast trapped by the wood spirit formation. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure moved and she rushed towards the crimson flame beast that was entangled by the giant wood. When Lu Ming saw this, his expression changed. He hurriedly chanted an incantation and golden lightning appeared in his palm. In a flash, it turned into a golden ball of lightning the size of a fist. At this moment, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. It was the red shadow that was charging toward Lu Ming's back. Lu Ming did not turn around. With a wave of his hand, he twisted backwards. At the same time, a golden bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot out with lightning speed and struck the red shadow. The red shadow let out a series of squeaks and arcs of golden lightning spread out from its body. At this moment, the bitterwheel sword became a blur and turned into 7 or 8 sword shadows. They twisted and cut the red shadow into several pieces that dissipated in the air. "Blood Fairy, wait a moment." Before he could retract the Kuluan sword, Lu Ming had already turned into a beam of black light and flew forward. At the same time, he gave a warning. Shui Long snorted and continued to rush forward as if she hadn't heard anything. The blood-red spear in her hand shined brightly and she suddenly waved it. A crescent-shaped beam of blood-red light shot towards the crimson flame behemoth with a whistling sound. Most of the crimson flame beast's body had already been bound by countless tree trunks. Only its head and one of its forelimbs were still exposed. The scarlet flame behemoth's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as it watched the blood blade descend upon it. It opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet pillar of flame that shot toward Shui Long. Shui Long had already experienced the power of the scarlet flame behemoth's flames, but she had no intention of dodging. She waved a hand and blue light flashed in front of her, revealing a shimmering blue bead. Blue light lingered on the bead, and there seemed to be a little flame trembling inside. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the blue bead. The blood quickly melted into it. The blue bead shone brightly before shattering into pieces. A blue ice flame the size of a human head emerged, emitting a frightening cold chi in an instant. Lu Ming had originally wanted to fly down, but when he saw the blue flame that Shui Long had summoned, he suddenly stopped. Shui Long revealed a cautious expression as she faced the small ball of ice flame. She raised her arm and the blue ice flame flew out to meet the huge pillar of fire that was coming at her. The crimson flame behemoth's pillar of flame was several meters thick, but the blue flame was only the size of a human head. The difference in size was too great. But when the two collided, an unexpected scene occurred. There was a cracking sound and blue light flashed from the pillar of flame. In an instant, the entire pillar of flame had turned into a blue ice pillar. The blue ice quickly spread to the crimson flame behemoth's body. In a few breaths, the crimson flame behemoth and the trees on its back were covered in a thick layer of ice. Shui Long's face was deathly pale. It seemed that controlling the ice flower had consumed a great deal of her magic power. But it was all worth it. This vast expanse crystal bead was something that she had requested from a profound understanding elder of her clan. The vast expanse cold flame was sealed inside, and it was her trump card. And now, it had succeeded. Xuelong felt proud of herself. Just as she was about to say something, a ball of azure light flashed from below. It appeared in front of Xuelong and stabbed toward her spirit sea. Xuelong's expression changed. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. At this critical moment, a large yellow hand suddenly appeared in front of Xuelong. With a muffled bang, the yellow hand flashed several times before it was pierced by the azure light. However, its brightness was greatly reduced, and it struck Xuelong's abdomen. With a muffled bang, Xuelong's blood vine armor glowed with crimson light. As the azure light and crimson light intertwined, she was sent flying and coughed up a mouthful of blood. But this was also because the yellow hand had blocked most of the azure light's power. Otherwise, Xuelong's spirit sea would have been pierced. Even if she didn't die, she would be crippled. Even now, Xuelong had suffered significant injuries. She couldn't even control her body and fell to the ground. In a flash of yellow light, a yellow cloud caught her body and flew away at an incredible speed. It flew for several thousand feet before coming to a stop. A figure flashed and Lu Ming appeared in front of the woman with a solemn expression. Xuelong struggled to sit up and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it. Her body immediately began to glow with crimson light. In midair, Lan Si saw all of this and a trace of alarm and anger flashed through his eyes. He clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the blue wood seal. His two hands dazzled the eyes as he formed a series of hand seals. The tall trees in the wood spirit array began to grow wildly again, layer by layer wrapping around the frozen crimson flame beast. At that moment, a strange change occurred. Hula! A huge green and red phantom flew out from the frozen body of the crimson flame beast. It spun in the air and turned into a 1,000-foot-long phantom of a huge beast. It raised its head to the sky and let out a loud roar. An astonishing aura and vast magic power fluctuations soared into the sky. This was the phantom of the crimson flame beast. The green light from before was obviously the manifestation of its magic power. The phantom's body flickered with light. It had the head of a dragon, the antlers of an antler, the eyes of a lion, and the back of a tiger. Green and red scales covered its body, and an astonishing demonic aura faintly revealed an auspicious aura. It seemed to contain a trace of the aura of a Qilin. The innumerable huge mahogany trees that were entangled were like small trees in a gale. They were instantly torn into powder. The Qilin phantom swayed its head and spouted 7 or 8 green and red fire dragons that were dozens of feet long. They flew in all directions, and in the time it took to take a breath, countless trees were uprooted. One of the green and red fire dragons entangled the ice sculpture of the crimson flame beast. It coiled around the sculpture several times, and suddenly contracted. With a loud bang, the blue ice crystal suddenly burst open, and the crimson flame beast broke out of it. However, the crimson flame beast's body also seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. White stripes appeared on its body, and the flames on its body had completely dissipated. Its aura had also weakened a lot. The wood spirit formation, which was strengthened by the blue wood seal, was obviously quite extraordinary in devouring the magic power of the trapped person. However, because the wood spirit formation had been destroyed in an instant, the light of the blue wood seal in Lan Si's hand suddenly dissipated. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura became dispirited. "Fellow Taoist Lan, are you alright?" Lu Ming waved his hand and released a black light that wrapped around Lan Si's body, bringing her back to his side. Lan Si held the blue wood seal tightly with one hand and took out a medicinal pill with the other. After swallowing it, she quickly said, "I didn't expect this crimson flame beast to be so powerful. We have underestimated it. Now that the wood spirit formation has been broken, Lu Ming, I think we should retreat for the time being." Lu Ming nodded and his body shined with black light. He wrapped around Lan Si and Xuelong's bodies and sped off into the distance. An ominous glint flashed in the crimson flame beast's eyes and it roared. The Qilin phantom blurred and shot towards Lu Ming and the others. The Qilin Phantom's speed was extremely fast, and it caught up in a few breaths. It opened its mouth and two green and red fire dragons surged out, sweeping towards the three. "I've been waiting for this moment." Lu Ming roared and suddenly turned around. The black light carried Lan Si and Xuelong's bodies and continued to fly back. He shook his arms and 6 mist dragons and 6 mist tigers shot out along his arms and immediately exploded. Black light shone brightly, an incomparably huge black sphere suddenly formed, enveloping the Qilin projection and the fire dragon that it had spat out. The Qilin Phantom only felt darkness before it fell into a pitch-black space. The surrounding water vapor was extremely dense and the sound of rushing water could be heard from all directions. The fire dragons spat out by the Qilin Phantom were also destroyed by the dense water vapor, turning into little flames and dissipating in the space. Immediately afterward, the surrounding black qi tumbled and 12 incomparably huge ghost kings emerged from the nether prison space, surrounding the crimson flame beast. Seeing this, the phantom of the Qilin roared again and again. As it breathed in and out, green-red fire dragons shot out in all directions. Violent waves of magic power spread out, setting off a huge turbulence in the nether prison. However, the 12 ghost kings were transformed from the mountain and river pearl. Their bodies were as hard as magic treasures and were simply not something the green and red fire dragons could do anything to. After the entire nether prison space was integrated with the heavy water of the nether river, it was incomparably tough. For a moment, the Qilin Phantom could not break free. Outside the nether prison space, Lu Ming's figure had already turned into a black light and pounced towards the crimson flame beast. Before his figure arrived, he lightly patted his waist with one hand and a pale silver sword pouch emerged. The surface of the sword pouch was constantly flowing with silver light. His 5 fingers rotated like a wheel and several sword techniques flashed into the sword pouch. A clear sound came from the sword pouch and a golden bead several inches in size flashed out, exuding a strange cold sword intent. It was the void sword orb. Slash! Lu Ming let out a low shout and shot out a technique. The golden bead spun in the air, and with a flash, it transformed into a small golden sword. With a blur, it disappeared into thin air. The scarlet flame behemoth saw this and a trace of fear flashed in its huge copper bell-like eyes. Its figure moved to escape into the distance, but it was obviously too late. At the crimson flame beast's neck, a barely audible golden sword chi suddenly appeared, circling around the beast's neck at lightning speed. The next moment, the golden sword chi condensed back into a golden bead and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. The scarlet flame behemoth's neck tilted and its huge head fell to the ground. A huge pillar of blood shot up into the sky. The beast's huge body swayed and the next moment, it fell heavily to the ground. Even its spirit had no time to escape before it was destroyed by the sharp sword chi of the void sword pill. In the nether domain, the Qilin Phantom let out a roar of unwillingness and burst open, turning into a huge torrent of yuan qi. The surrounding black light also burst open with a loud bang. Lu Ming waved his hand and shot out several techniques. The 12 ghost kings of the nether river flashed and turned back into the bead of mountains and rivers. Then, a red bead flashed out of the scarlet flame behemoth's corpse and flew into his hand. It was the beast's monster core. Suddenly, an abnormally hot aura swept out in all directions from the bead, causing the surrounding temperature to rise by quite a bit. The monster core of the scarlet flame beast, this trip was not in vain. Lan Si's face was a little pale as she looked at the bead in Lu Ming's hand and blurted out. On the side, Xuelong's expression also changed, but she did not make any other moves. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly asked, "Does fellow Xuelong have any other materials for refining the scarlet flame pill? What do you want these materials for now?" Xuelong frowned. "Brother Lu, could it be that you want to refine the scarlet flame pill now?" Lan Si asked in surprise. "Not bad. Although this monster core contains a trace of the celestial phenomenon scarlet flame monster's life fire, I can feel that the demonic fire has gradually weakened since the moment the monster core died. If I wait for 10 days to half a month, even if I can still refine the scarlet flame pill, I'm afraid the effects will be greatly reduced," Lu Ming said indifferently. "There's such a thing?" Lan Si was shocked and turned to look at Xuelong. Xuelong's face was also full of surprise. Obviously, she was also surprised by this, but when she released her divine thought to scan the object in Lu Ming's hand, she realized something. She stared at the bead and didn't speak for a long time. Lu Ming held the demon core with one hand, his face expressionless. After an unknown period of time, the woman gritted her teeth and finally asked, "What are your chances of success if you refine here?" 50%, Lu Ming replied without hesitation. With his current attainments in alchemy, even if it was his first time refining this pill, his chances of success were at least 20 to 30%. In addition, he had the Lucian cauldron, and the raw materials were the freshest without any loss of spirituality. Saying 50% was actually very conservative. When Xue Long heard this, although there was nothing on her face, she was shocked. "Okay, I'll believe you this time." After thinking quickly in her mind, she finally stomped her feet, took out a delicate blood-colored leather bag from the storage bracelet, and threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the leather bag and put it away along with the Scarlet Flame Beast's monster core without even looking. In the following time, the three immediately found a relatively hidden place in the volcano range and opened up two adjacent cave mansions. Lu Ming asked the two women to heal in one of the cave mansions while paying attention to the surrounding movements. After he reminded them not to disturb him, he entered the other cave mansion. He took out all the tools in his hand and set up several small arrays in the cave. After completely sealing the cave entrance, he summoned Scorpion from the Yin gourd and ordered it to guard him. After doing all this, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave. He took out the recipe of refining the Scarlet Flame pill from Xue Long and carefully checked the materials in his hand again. After confirming that there were no omissions, he took out a 10 meters high emerald green cauldron from the Sumeru ring. More than 10 days passed in a flash. At the entrance of the cave mansion where Lu Ming was, two slender figures were standing side by side, talking to each other. "Lan Si, do you think this Lu Ming failed in refining, so he doesn't dare to come out to see us? It's been so long and there's no movement from inside. It's really worrying. Even if the refining failed, he should come out and admit his mistake. I am the dignified young master of the Bloodvine clan, why would I care about a trivial Scarlet Flame Beast monster core?" The one who spoke was naturally Xue Long. At this time, her face had already returned to normal. Obviously, her injuries had already healed. At this moment, she was blocked outside the cave mansion by the enchantment that Lu Ming had set up. Her divine sense couldn't explore it at all. She seemed to be very anxious. "Sister Xue, with my understanding of Lu, if he promised, he will definitely do it. Since he hasn't come out yet, it means that the refining is still in progress. Let's wait a little longer." Lan Si comforted. "It's been a full 12 days. Maybe he has gone crazy in the refining. Let's break the enchantment and have a look. Maybe we can save his little life." Xue Long's big eyes turned and said something that made Lan Si not know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister Xue, when Lu entered the cave, he repeatedly warned us not to disturb his pill refining. If he is at a critical juncture." Lan Si didn't know what to do with the princess of the Bloodvine clan, so she could only tactfully explain. When Xue Long heard this, her hand that had just reached out stopped in midair. Then, she reluctantly withdrew it. At this moment, a soft sound came from the entrance of the cave that Lu Ming was in. The black mist that originally sealed the entrance of the cave tumbled and a Xian figure came out. He stopped in front of the two women. The black mist disappeared, revealing that it was Lu Ming. His expression was slightly haggard, but there was a hint of excitement between his eyebrows. "Fellow Lu, you came out." Seeing this, Lan Si said with a happy expression. "I came out, but it's hard to say whether the pill has been refined successfully." Xue Long snorted. "Hee, I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." Lu Ming laughed nonchalantly and a jade box appeared in his hand with a flash of white light. Inside were 4 crimson-red pills that emitted bursts of rich spirit qi. "These are Scarlet Flame pills." Lan Si's eyes lit up when he saw the 4 pills and he blurted out. Xue Long was also slightly startled at this moment and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming didn't say anything and raised his hand. 2 of the crimson-red pills floated out of the jade box and flew toward Xue Long and Lan Si. Just as the 2 women reached out to receive the pills, Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded, "Do you have any problems with this distribution?" Lanxi naturally had no problems with this distribution. Although Shui Long was a little reluctant, Lu Ming had contributed the most in killing the Scarlet Flame Beast. Now that he had personally refined the pills, she naturally couldn't make any more requests. The two women glanced at each other, both of them looking happy. Since the purpose of this trip had been achieved, the three of them didn't stay any longer. They immediately left the Purgatory Mountain Range and boarded Shui Long's by Fong flying carriage, flying in the direction of Luo City. 10 days later, in a square not far from the west gate of Luo City, Lu Ming bid farewell to Shui Long and Lanxi and immediately headed in the direction of the Small World Gardens exhibition pavilion. A moment later, he arrived at the destination of this trip. At this moment, there were not many people in the hall. Lu Ming came to the exhibition wall not far away with great familiarity. The tasks on the exhibition wall were arranged according to the reward. At this moment, the search task for the location of the cold fragrance whale was displayed at the front. It seemed that since the day it was issued, no one had accepted it. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. He didn't think too much about it and turned to leave the hall, flying in the direction of the cave residence. As a result, as soon as he entered the cave, he didn't see Qian Ruping coming out to greet him. Instead, there was a faint movement in the secret room, and there were bursts of strange fluctuations coming from it. As soon as Lu Ming thought about it, a hint of realization flashed on his face. From various signs, it was obvious that Qian Ruping's opportunity to break through to the crystallization period was coming. He immediately retracted his divine thought, and he immediately added some enchantments around the secret room to avoid disturbing Qian Ruping, who was cultivating behind closed doors. After doing all this, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then he returned to his secret room with a peace of mind and fell asleep on the bed. He had been on a bumpy journey for more than a month, plus refining elixir had consumed too much physical and mental energy. He urgently needed to rest to restore his physical strength. The night was uneventful. The next day, the sky was just bright. Just as Lu Ming was about to go to the fire room to refine elixir, the enchantment outside the cave house suddenly fluctuated. Hey, why is she here? After Lu Ming scanned outside with divine thought, he frowned. He walked slowly to the door and opened the door with a wave of his sleeves. Outside the door stood a stunning girl with fluttering red hair in a gorgeous red dress. It was Shui Long. It was just that at this moment, she had changed back to a woman's dress. Compared with her previous disguise as a man, she had a different charm. Mr. Shui Long, why did you come to my house this time? Lu Ming looked behind the woman blankly. After finding no one else, he said faintly. Why, Lu doesn't welcome me? Did you forget about the Vajra bone tempering pill? Shui Long stood with her hands behind her back and said sweetly. Mr. Shui must be joking. It is my honor that the young master of the Bloodvine clan can visit my house. Please come in and have a chat. When Lu Ming heard that it was for alchemy, he naturally wouldn't object. He made a gesture of invitation and said slowly. Then I won't stand on ceremony. After Shui Long casually returned a bow, she swaggered into the hall of the cave house and sat down at a round table. After the woman casually looked around, she swept a hand across the table in front of her. After a blood-red glow, a large number of brocade boxes of different colors appeared. She looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu, these are all good materials for refining the Vajra bone tempering pill. As long as you can refine the elixir as promised, I will naturally keep my promise. Hearing this, Lu Ming scanned these materials with his divine thought. Suddenly, his palm moved toward the largest brocade box, and the lid of the box was immediately opened. There was a green light inside, and it was a few head-sized hexagonal green tortoise shells. These pieces of shell seemed to be cut from a whole tortoise shells, and judging from the method of cutting, the person who cut it was also an expert. It didn't affect the spirituality of the tortoise shells at all. The tortoise shells exuded a very rich spiritual fluctuation. Compared with the Jindan State Luwu tortoise shells that he bought by chance in the Copper Sun market of the Middle Sky continent, the spirituality contained in this object was far more than several times more than the former. It really is the Celestial State Luwu tortoise shells, and it seems to be faintly touching the Celestial State intermediate stage. The other materials are also rare in the market. In this case, I have a little more confidence in refining the Earth-grade Vajra bone tempering pill. I can give it a try. Lu Ming said slowly after pondering for a moment. An alchemy master who can refine a total of 4 scarlet flame pills on your first attempt. It shouldn't be difficult for you to refine some earth-grade vitra bone-tempering pills. I have brought all the luo sua fruits. Okay, no more nonsense, when can you hand over the pills? Shui Long shouted with a raised eyebrow. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw the other party's unruly look. This woman was a little interesting. As the young mistress of the number 1 tribe in the wasteland continent, the Bloodvine tribe, her cultivation was not weak, but she was straightforward and pure. She did not know much about the Tao of alchemy, but she pretended that she knew a lot about it. Alchemy is time-consuming and laborious, and it can't be rushed. Even if I start the alchemy immediately, it will take about half a month. Lu Ming still gave an approximate date. When he parted with Xianxia yesterday, this woman said that she needed to go back to her clan to make some preparations. They agreed to go to the Skull Island together in half a month, so there was still time. It will take so long. In this case, if I just wait here, you won't have any objections, right? Shui Long rolled her eyes and asked. Well, since Blood Fairy is eager to ask for elixir, I will do my best as a host. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He had to agree to Shui Long's request. That's more like it. Shui Long heard this, and an imperceptible sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But before that, there are still some things that I need to tell you. Lu Ming then thought of something and told Shui Long about Qian Ruping's retreat in the cave house. Shui Long didn't ask too much and agreed to some of the instructions from Lu Ming. After Lu Ming heard this, Lu Ming took him and said. Lu Ming, and said. After Lu, he put, he only knows how to refine a few pills. I don't know why he's so important to Mother and why she sent me to recruit him. It's all that girl Lanxi's fault for talking too much. In my opinion, this person's identity is a bit suspicious. We need to properly verify it. Shui Long muttered to herself with a smile as she watched the door of the earth fire room close with a bang. Shui Long surveyed her surroundings before flipping her wrist over, upon which a faint silver octagonal prism appeared in her hand. Each of the 8 corners of the prism was engraved with a strange totem of an eye. She pointed the mirror directly at the entrance to the earth fire chamber that Lu Ming was in, then waved a hand through the air to release an incantation seal onto the octagonal mirror. All of a sudden, brilliant light erupted from the 8 eyes. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed from the mirror, and after a series of tremors, a blurry image gradually appeared on its surface. The image gradually stabilized, revealing an azure-robed young man sitting with his legs crossed. The azure-robed young man wore a solemn expression as he made a series of hand seals, all of which disappeared into a giant green cauldron that was around 10 feet in size. Martial Uncle Shui Long's mirror is quite useful. It's a good thing I brought it along. I want to see how this boy refined pills. Shui Long seemed quite excited and immediately sat down cross-legged at the entrance to the earth fire chamber to carefully observe. After a few days of observation, Shui Long began to feel drowsy. This wasn't surprising. Lu Ming only made a few movements in the earth fire chamber, and each movement would often take a long time. To others, it was natural that he would be bored to death. Right at this moment, a violent fluctuation of magic power was faintly transmitted from another tightly shut secret room in the depths of the hall. Shui Long's spirit was roused and she softly cried out in surprise. Meanwhile, in another secret chamber, Qian Ruping was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, her body wrapped in a faint blue mist. Her hands were forming an incantation seal and her face was alternating between red and white. She felt that a large amount of liquid-like true essence in her spiritual sea was fluctuating violently and gradually turning into a whirlpool. Every time the vortex rotated, the true essence became thicker. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the spiritual energy in his spiritual sea had become extremely thick, like glue. As the situation worsened, Qian Ruping's complexion became paler and paler, revealing an unbearable expression. Her entire body seemed to be suffering from great pain. She trembled slightly and muttered intermittently, "I'm sorry. Father, Mother, don't leave Brother Ming. Brother Ming." At the same time, a trace of blue mist appeared on her body surface, circulating around her figure from time to time. At this moment, not far from her, a bloody light flashed, and a somewhat vague slender figure appeared. The figure gradually solidified. It was Xuelong. She looked at Qian Ruping in front of her with a pale face, raised her eyebrows, and muttered to herself, "It turns out that this little girl is trying to break through the bottleneck of the crystallization period. It seems that she has encountered a lot of trouble in breaking through her inner demon. Well, since mother wants to rope you in, I will help your junior." As soon as her voice fell, Xuelong took half a step forward, raised her neck slightly, and uttered a cryptic incantation. At the same time, she stretched out a hand and gently placed it on Qian Ruping's shoulder. She flipped her other hand, and an exquisite blood-red cauldron appeared. The next moment, Xuelong's body flashed with a bloody light, and on her forehead, a blood-red octopus-like plant pattern slowly appeared. The woman's expression gradually became solemn, and her incantation changed. Crimson light flashed from the small crimson cauldron in his hand, and a series of thin crimson threads shot out of the cauldron, intertwining to form a crimson net that descended toward Qian Ruping. Qian Ruping's body was covered with a layer of blood-red light, and the pain on her face gradually disappeared. Her expression calmed down. As time passed, the blood threads from the small blood-red cauldron became less and less. Xuelong's expression became more cautious, and her incantation became softer and softer. This situation continued for several days. The light blue mist around Qian Ruping's body gradually stabilized, and the alternating between red and white on her face became regular. After a while, she suddenly pursed her lips, and with a muffled groan, the sweat on her body instantly evaporated. She revealed a painful expression again, and her body became a little stiff. However, her mind was very clear, and her hands were like wheels, forming a series of hand seals that disappeared into the blue mist around her. Suddenly, rolling blue mist surged out of her body, fusing with the light blue mist around her. After tumbling, it turned into countless blue crystal threads that disappeared into her body. Qian Ruping suddenly gasped a few times, and a burst of indescribable pain accompanied it. The true essence in her spirit sea seemed to be stimulated, and it fluctuated rhythmically within her body, madly absorbing the blue crystal threads that entered her body. But along with this strange phenomenon, a blue crystal the size of a thumb would appear with each subsequent stab of pain. Half a day passed in this manner before the pain abruptly stopped. At this time, the number of crystals above Qian Ruping's spirit sea had become as many as 18. After a while, Qian Ruping only felt that whether it was her physical body or spiritual power, they had been greatly improved. It seemed that her perception of the surrounding things had also been greatly improved. "Thank you, sister, for your help. Ruping is very grateful." She opened her eyes, looked at Xuelong in front of her, and said gratefully. As she spoke, she got up and bowed to her. "Don't get up, you just broke through the crystallization period bottleneck. This is the best time to stabilize your cultivation. Don't waste it." When Xuelong heard the other party call her sister, her pretty face blushed slightly, and she waved her hand. At this moment, the woman's face was also a little pale. Obviously, using mystic arts to help Qian Ruping break through the bottleneck also consumed a lot of her vitality. When Qian Ruping heard this, she suddenly remembered the things that Lu Ming told her before she went behind closed doors. After thanking her again, she swallowed the elixir left by Lu Ming without hesitation, closed her eyes, and meditated again. 3 days later. The door of the fire room was pushed open from the inside, and a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. A figure flashed, and when Lu Ming walked out of the earth fire room, he heard a burst of silvery bell-like giggles. He raised his eyebrows and quickly walked into the living room. However, when he arrived, he stood there in a daze. In the living room, Qian Ruping in a white dress was talking and laughing with a beautiful girl in a blood-red dress. The beautiful girl was Xuelong. At this moment, Xuelong was talking about some of her experiences, which made Qian Ruping amazed from time to time. She listened with great interest. Judging from the expressions of the two women, there was no sense of strangeness at all. It was as if they were good friends who had known each other for a long time. "Brother Ming, you are out." When Qian Ruping heard the footsteps, she looked back and immediately shouted with joy. Xuelong was originally talking excitedly, so she didn't notice Lu Ming for a while. At this moment, when she heard Qian Ruping's voice, she hurriedly stood up in shock, coughed lightly, and said, "Lu, you finally came out." This is the 15th day. If you don't come out, I will rush in to see if you are slacking off. By the way, have you refined the Earth-grade Vitra bone-tempering pill? Hee, I didn't disappoint you. Lu Ming touched his nose, walked to the round table, and waved his long sleeves. A black light flashed, 5 black brocade boxes suddenly appeared on the round table. As Lu Ming touched them with one hand, the 5 boxes opened with a paw sound, revealing 5 thumb-sized golden and black pills. Originally, the Vitra bone-tempering pill was only jet black with occasional golden spots. However, the current Vitra bone-tempering pill was covered with golden spots, and the medicinal power it contained was far stronger than before. 4 of them had 4 faint golden elixir patterns on the surface, and the last one had 5 elixir patterns. Shui Long's eyes swept across the round table, and her face suddenly showed a look of joy. She then picked up the pill with 5 elixir patterns with both hands and looked at it carefully. It really is an Earth-grade Vitra bone-tempering pill. Shui Long looked at the pill in her hand and murmured to herself. Elder sister Shui Long, am I right? Big brother Ming will definitely do what he promised, said Qian Ruping with a faint smile. Hey, Ruping, have you successfully reached the crystal period? Lu Ming casually released his divine thought to scan Qian Ruping and asked in surprise. He could clearly sense the abundant spiritual power in Qian Ruping's body at this moment, and the 18 crystal grains. Although Qian Ruping had been in seclusion to break through the bottleneck, she only had 6 spiritual pulse. Even with the help of his own pill, the probability of successfully reaching the crystal period in one try was not high, especially when it came to inner demons. Speaking of this, it's all thanks to Sister Shui Long. If it wasn't for her help, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to successfully crystallize. Qian Ruping heard this and looked at Shui Long. She immediately told Lu Ming about how she broke through the bottleneck and how Shui Long helped her. I didn't expect Blood Fairy to have such magical powers. Thank you very much. Lu Ming suddenly changed his view of Shui Long and thanked her with a solemn expression. Ruping and I hit it off. It was nothing. By the way, with Lu's alchemy skills, you can join our Bloodvine clan. As long as you become a guest elder of our Bloodvine clan, you'll have all kinds of alchemy materials. Shui Long had just finished inspecting the 5th Vajra bone-tempering pill and placed it back into the brocade box. Her face was full of satisfaction, and when she heard Lu Ming's words of thanks, her cheeks faintly blushed. Then, as if thinking of something, she changed the topic. I appreciate Blood Fairy's kindness, but I'm used to being lazy. I'm not interested in joining any tribe for the time being. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he heard the words, and he refused politely. Since that's the case, I won't force you. If you change your mind, the Bloodvine clan will always welcome you. Immediately afterwards, the woman flipped her hand and a white jade box suddenly appeared in her hand. She opened the lid of the box and inside lay a conical fruit that emitted bursts of white mist. It was the Luo Sua fruit. This is the Luo Sua fruit I promised you. Keep it. With that, Shui Long flicked her finger and closed the lid. The entire jade box turned into a stream of white light that floated toward Lu Ming. Many thanks, fellow Shui. Lu Ming reached out and gently grabbed the white jade box in his hand. He spoke with joy. I still have some matters to deal with, so I won't disturb you any longer. Ruping, with your current talent and unique understanding of totem techniques, it would be a waste to study it alone. If you have time, you can come to the inner city to find me. Our tribe has many totem masters. With that, Shui Long took out a palm-sized blood-red token and handed it to Qian Ruping. She then left without staying any longer. 2 days later, just as Lu Ming was asking Qian Ruping about her feelings after the crystal, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. A green message glyph appeared in his hand with a flash. Lan Si's voice came from it. It said that he could leave for the Black Prison Mountain Range and visit the Green Nightmare clan. Lu Ming immediately told Qian Ruping to consolidate her cultivation in the cave residence. After leaving some elixirs, he left Luo City and flew toward the location marked on the message glyph. A few hours later, on an unknown mountain not far from Luo City, a girl in a blue robe flashed from afar. She slowly landed on the platform at the top of the mountain and looked around. At this moment, under a big tree not far away, a man in a green robe emerged and slowly walked over. The girl in a blue robe moved her eyes slightly and said, Brother Liu is really meticulous. He has already cast a spell to change the human aura. Fairy Lan must be joking. It's just that the Green Nightmare clan's item is very important to me. It's not wrong to make more preparations. Lu Ming smiled lightly. Since fellow is fully prepared, then let's not delay any further. Let's set off earlier. Lan Si said without hesitation after hearing what was said. As soon as she finished speaking, Lan Si waved her long sleeve, and a blue light rolled out. Accompanied by a very fresh breath, it turned into a palm-sized blue leaf. Immediately afterward, the woman flicked her fingertips, and a symbol instantly went into the leaf. The blue leaf actually turned in the air, and it instantly soared against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant leaf that was 100 meters in size with some strange green liquid flowing in its meridians. After Lan Si made an inviting gesture, the two boarded the giant blue leaf one after another. After the green liquid on the surface of the giant leaf flowed for a while, it instantly set off a large gust of wind and flew away. In just a few breaths, he disappeared into the horizon. More than a month later, the two of them appeared in the middle of a rolling black mountain range. At first glance, the mountain was densely packed with dark green trees. A chilly wind blew from time to time, adding a sense of gloom and terror. On the giant blue leaf, after Lan Si looked down at the map in her hand a few times, she nodded to Lu Ming on the side. She raised one hand toward the air and threw out a cyan jade slips. Suddenly, the surrounding chilly wind seemed to be stimulated by something. It swept toward the jade slips in an instant. After a blur, the cyan jade slips disappeared as if they were swallowed. After a while, in the deep valley not far away, after a burst of black gas rolled, a dark tunnel leading to an unknown place appeared. Immediately afterward, two Beast King clan cultivators flew out from it. These two people were wearing green robes, and their exposed skin seemed to be soaked by a layer of emerald green juice. Above the heads of these two people, there was no hair. Instead, there was a circle of gray vines, which looked quite strange. What are the two seniors here for? Why do you have the pass token of our clan? After the tall and thin Beast King clan cultivator saw the cultivation of the two, he couldn't help but show a hint of vigilance. I am a member of the Bluewood clan. Our clan's elders have made several transactions with your clan. I have come here for this matter as well, Lan Si said. He flipped his hand and took out a Bluewood clan certificate before slowly explaining. It turns out to be the people of the Bluewood clan. In that case, two seniors, please come with me. After the two looked at it for a while, they waved and flew toward the valley. After half a cup of tea, the four of them entered the valley unimpeded all the way and stopped in front of a huge cave house built on the cliff. Two seniors, Elder Gu is already waiting inside. The tall and thin Beast King clan cultivator cupped his fist and bowed respectfully, then he retreated with the cultivators beside him. Lu Ming and Lan Si observed with divine thought without leaving a trace, then they walked slowly toward the cave house. After entering the cave house, the space inside suddenly opened up. It had an area of several acres. In addition, there were a few cyan chandeliers in the shape of insects hanging above the head. The cyan light from them was extremely soft, illuminating every corner of the hall. Next to the main seat in the depths of the cave house, a thin old man in a green robe was already standing with his hands behind his back. What can I do for the two of you to come from afar? The old man in a green robe asked in a strange tone when he saw the two of them coming in. Mr. Gu, I am Lan Si of the Bluewood clan. The one who came with me is a close friend of mine. We are also here to trade something with your clan. Lan Si said calmly. Lu Ming didn't say much and just bowed slightly. Trade? If so, I would like to see if the things that Mr. Lan wants to trade are what our clan needs. Elder Gu's eyes flashed when he heard the words, and he said without politeness. I've been entrusted by an elder of my clan to exchange 3,000-year-old winter cold grasses for 10 adult swift beetles. What does fellow Taoist Gu think about this? Lan Si pondered for a moment and directly stated the purpose of this trip. Hee, it seems that the business of the Bluewood clan has been getting bigger and bigger in recent years. The swift beetle's speed and ability to carry weight are both top-notch, and it's not easy to cultivate them. Just 3 winter cold grass won't do, we need at least 6. Elder Gu stroked his beard and said in a rhythmic manner. As a result, after some haggling, Xianxia finally exchanged 5,000-year-old winter cold grass for 12 swift beetles. Both sides were satisfied. Elder Gu took 5 narrow white jade boxes from Xianxia and checked them with his divine thought. After confirming that there were no problems, he carefully put them away. This transaction made Elder Gu's mood very good. He turned his eyes to Lu Ming and finally asked with a smile. "May I know what this fellow is looking for?" "Mr. Gu, I came this time to exchange for a skeleton silkworm of your clan. As long as you are willing to sell, spirit stones are negotiable," Lu Ming said straightforwardly after a moment of contemplation. "You want to use spirit stones to exchange for a skeleton silkworm? Isn't it a bit arrogant? Our clan has painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years, and now there are only a few of them. Today, even if you offer more spirit stones, I will never exchange." Hearing this, Elder Gu's face suddenly became gloomy, and he immediately refused. Seeing that the other party changed his face so quickly, Lu Ming frowned. "If Mr. Gu doesn't need spirit stones, I still have some rare materials in my hands." Lu Ming pondered for a while and asked tentatively. As a result, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Elder Gu impatiently. "Regarding the skeleton silkworm, I advise you not to have any more thoughts. Please go back. Forgive me for not sending you off." Being rebuffed by the other party, Lu Ming was a little angry, and his mind kept turning rapidly. Xianxia obviously didn't expect the other party to have such a reaction, and he could only show a helpless look. At this moment, on the other side of the cave house, there was a spatial fluctuation. In a flash of green light, a green-browed old man with a kind face and also wearing a green robe appeared. His beard was a few feet long, and a terrifying pressure rolled out. He was a powerhouse of the celestial state. When Elder Gu saw this person, he immediately showed respect and saluted with both hands. "Greetings to the patriarch." The green-browed old man waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be too polite, then he turned his eyes to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also shocked when they heard Elder Gu address the other party as patriarch. When they were about to salute, a few crisp insect chirps came from the green-browed old man. Before everyone could react, there was another chirping sound as if it was communicating with the other party. It was just that this time it was a little deeper, and it came from Lu Ming. This scene caused Xianxia and Elder Gu to reveal a look of astonishment. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The second chirp was actually made by the mind imitation insect on him. Seeing this, the old man with green eyebrows laughed a few times boldly. He then walked toward Lu Ming. Before his figure arrived, his joyful voice came first. "Lu Ming, both of you came from afar, sorry for not welcoming you. I'm Gu Xian of the Green Nightmare clan. Do you want to exchange the skeleton silkworm of our clan just now?" Clan leader Gu Xian is right. "I want to exchange for the skeleton silkworm." Lu Ming suppressed the doubts in his heart and replied calmly. "The skeleton silkworm is one of our clan's most precious spirit insects. It is of great significance to our clan, so it has never been traded." The green-eyebrows old man paused for a moment. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. "However, if you are willing to exchange with your mind imitation insect, I will give you one skeleton insect in my clan." The old man with green eyebrows narrowed his eyes and said word by word. There was no surprise on Lu Ming's face. When the mind imitation insect chirped, he faintly guessed it. He shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Sorry, this mind imitation insect is very important to me. I'm afraid I can't exchange it." He wanted the skeleton silkworm to cooperate with the mind imitation insect to refine the soul-sucking voodoo, so he naturally wouldn't agree to the exchange. Clan leader Qing Yang's face turned gloomy when he heard the words. He moved his arm slightly, and the insect chirping stopped immediately. Almost at the same time, the mind imitation insect on Lu Ming's body also stopped abruptly. "Humph, since Lu is unwilling, then please leave." Elder Gu on the side glanced at the clan leader and snorted coldly. He once again asked Lu Ming and Xianxia to leave. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, but his feet didn't move. He was determined to get the skeleton silkworm, so it was naturally impossible for him to retreat. "Is this really not negotiable?" He was silent for a moment, then he said slowly. Elder Gu sneered. He seemed to be too lazy to answer Lu Ming's question. Lu Ming glanced at Elder Gu Xian, who was also silent, and he didn't speak. Master, there is no need to be polite with these people. I think the strength of this Qingling family is very weak. If it doesn't work, just use force to force them to hand over a skeleton silkworm. Scorpion's indignant voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming was moved. In the past 40 years, Bone Scorpion's cultivation progress was extremely fast. It had now reached the Jindan perfect stage. With the progress of cultivation, its temperament became a little violent for some reason. It often had murderous thoughts. This made Lu Ming a little worried. Scorpion, don't be impatient. This Qingling family is related to many wild tribes, and Lan Si is still here. It's better not to act rashly unless it's a last resort. He used telepathy to appease Scorpion. Lu, since the skeleton silkworm is something you must get, you might as well take out a scarlet scorpion pill to exchange. This pill is said to be able to stimulate the bloodline power of the Qingling family. It is far more useful for them than for us. I believe it will be difficult for them to refuse. At this moment, Lan Si's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. He glanced at Lan Si, and the latter nodded imperceptibly. You two don't have to be so distant. Why don't you take a look at this thing in my hand first? It's not too late to make a decision. After Lu Ming let out a breath, he said with a smile. Then he took out a red box and opened the lid. There was an elixir flashing with red light inside. It was the Scarlet Scorpion Pill. Scarlet Scorpion Pill. As soon as Elder Gu saw the Scarlet Scorpion Pill, his expression changed, and he blurted out. On the other side, Gu Xian's calm expression also changed. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with joy, and he said slowly, I will use the Scarlet Scorpion Pill and these materials to exchange for a skeleton silkworm. How about it? Then he waved one hand, and there were 7 or 8 items full of spiritual energy on the table. They were some spiritual herbs, ores, and high-tier beasts materials. Each of them was a precious item he collected on his way to Luo City. Elder Gu just glanced at those spiritual herbs and materials, and his eyes were always on the Scarlet Scorpion Pill. After a while, he realized that he was a little out of control, and he hurriedly restrained his expression. However, this Scarlet Scorpion Pill was of great use to him. His cultivation had reached the late stage of Jindan. If he could really get this Scarlet Scorpion Pill, he had a great hope to advance to celestial state. Thinking of this, he was a little more excited in his heart, and he couldn't help but look at the Green Mantis Patriarch. After seeing the Scarlet Scorpion Pill, the Green Mantis Patriarch was also a little moved, but he still said after a while, although these things of Lu Ming are precious, the skeleton silkworm is the sacred insect of our clan. It can't be measured by some elixirs and spiritual materials. Mister should keep these things. Lu Ming's face sank, and Elder Gu on the side also showed a disappointed look on his face. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. However, since Mister has taken out the Scarlet Scorpion Pill, it is enough to show your sincerity. If you can lend me your mind imitation insect, I can make the decision to give you a skeleton silkworm. The Green Mantis Patriarch suddenly changed the topic and said. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this, and he looked at the Green Mantis Patriarch in disbelief. Patriarch, please tell me, what do you want my mind imitation insect for? After a while, Lu Ming asked solemnly. At the same time, he waved his hand and kept the materials and elixirs on the table into the Sumeru ring. The Green Mantis Patriarch glanced at Lan Si lightly at this time. Seeing this, Lan Si smiled sweetly. Since the Patriarch and Lu have something to say, I will leave for a while. Mr. Lan, please come this way. I will take you to choose the swift beetle first. Elder Gu took the lead and walked outside without saying anything. Lan Si took a deep look at Lu Ming and followed. The two quickly left the cave house, leaving only Lu Ming and the Green Mantis Patriarch in the hall. Patriarch, you can say what you want now. Lu Ming stared at the Green Mantis Patriarch and said calmly. Okay, but before that, I wonder if Lu Ming can show me your mind imitation insect. The Green Mantis Patriarch said. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. A golden light flashed in his palm, and a strange golden insect appeared. This insect was only 2 fingers long. Its body was covered with a soft pale golden carapace. There were several golden rings on it, and there was a single horn on its head. The green mantis patriarch stared at the mind-imitation insect in Lu Ming's hand. Although his face was calm, Lu Ming still noticed a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. It really is male. The green mantis patriarch looked at it for a while, then he retracted his gaze and murmured. Then he raised his hand, and a silver light flashed in his palm. There was an insect that looked very similar to the mind-imitation insect in Lu Ming's hand. However, this one was a bit bloated. Its body was silver white, and there was no long horn on its head. To be honest, your mind-imitation insect is a male, and mine is a female. Lu Ming glanced at the silver insect in the hand of the green mantis patriarch and nodded. The purpose of borrowing your mind-imitation insect is very simple. I want to use the mystic art of my green mantis clan to combine these two mind-imitation insects. As long as you are willing to give the eggs to our clan, I am willing to give you a skeleton silkworm as a thank you. The green mantis patriarch said slowly. That's it? A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Yes, since you have this mind-imitation insect, you should also know that this insect is an ancient strange insect. There are very few of them left in the world. My female insect was also obtained by chance. If I can't find a male insect to combine with, this female insect will die in another 100 years. The mind-imitation insect may really be extinct in the world, and our clan will forever miss the opportunity to cultivate mind-imitation insect. If not, no matter how many treasures you take out, I won't give you the skeleton silkworm. The green mantis patriarch said firmly. Will the combination of two mind-imitation insects cause any harm to my male insect? Also, the mystic art you just said is the same. Will it cause adverse consequences to the mind-imitation insect? Lu Ming was silent for a moment, then he asked slowly. Although Lu Ming didn't know much about insect breeding, he also knew that many insects would cause great harm to the previous generation of insects. Some female insects would even die directly after laying eggs. Don't worry, mind-imitation insects can combine and lay eggs many times in their life. Each time they combine, it will only consume some vitality. My green mantis clan mystic art will only consume some mental power of the mind-imitation insect. There will be no adverse consequences. If you don't believe me, I can swear to my inner demon that what I said is true. I will give you some insect breeding elixir afterward, which is enough to restore your vitality. The green mantis patriarch swore without hesitation when he heard Lu Ming's question. If that's the case, it's not impossible for me to lend you the mind-imitation insect, but I have to watch the whole process. Seeing that Patriarch Qing Fu was willing to swear by the heart demon, most of the worries in his heart disappeared. He said after thinking for a moment. Of course, please come with me. Patriarch Qing Fu was overjoyed when Lu Ming agreed. After swearing in front of him again, he turned and walked toward the back of the hall. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and followed. The two soon walked into a winding corridor. The ground and surroundings were quite flat. It seemed to lead to the depths of the underground. Along the way, Lu Ming found several forks. After a glance, it seemed that each fork was connected to a few secret rooms. It seemed to be used to raise various spiritual insects. From time to time, he could see a few cultivators of the Green Ling clan in green robes going in and out. Speaking of which, this tribe was really sparsely populated. Walking from the entrance of the cave, Lu Ming didn't find many Green Ling clan people. The two walked along the corridor for about a quarter of an hour, and they came to a stone room at the end. On both sides of the door of the stone room, there was a picture of a strange insect. The one on the left looked like an abnormally ferocious golden beetle, while the one on the right was a black silkworm. It looked ordinary, but the only special thing was that there was a white pattern on the black silkworm's head that looked like a human skull. Patriarch, the silkworm. On the right side, is it? Lu Ming's heart moved, and he asked. Lu is really keen. Yes, this black silkworm is the holy insect of our clan, skeleton silkworm. As for the golden beetle, it is another holy insect of our clan, but you don't need to know. Patriarch Qing Fu said lightly. Lu Ming wasn't interested in the other holy insect. With a glance, he carefully looked at the skeleton silkworm. The patriarch of the Green Mantis clan murmured something and waved his hand, shooting a black light into the stone door. The stone door made a soft sound, and a faint layer of black light appeared on the surface. After a while, the stone door slowly opened inward. Patriarch Qingfu stepped in. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he quickly followed. The stone room was quite spacious. It was about 300 meters in size, but the light was a bit dim. There were only a few stones inlaid with a faint green light on the top. However, with the eyesight of Patriarch Qingfu and Lu Ming, they could see clearly even without the slightest light source. Lu Ming looked around, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. From the outside, the stone room seemed to be heavily guarded, but the inside was unexpectedly simple. The walls were not even polished, and uneven stones could be seen from time to time. In addition, there were many strange plants planted in the surroundings. The air in the stone room exuded a faint fragrance that smelled very comfortable. This is the insect breeding room of our Green Ling clan. These plants can emit the scent that insects like, explained the leader of the Green Ling clan. Lu Ming glanced around and nodded. There was a flat stone platform on the ground in the middle of the stone room. Patriarch Qingfu walked to the side of the stone platform, chanted, and launched a symbol. The stone platform made a rumbling sound, and it split in the middle, revealing a dark hole. After a while, a translucent square box rose from below. Patriarch Qingfu launched a symbol, and an entrance was opened above the box. This is the insect breeding box. Lu, I'm going to start now. Patriarch Qingfu moved his hand, and a green light carried his mind imitation insect into the square box. Seeing this, Lu Ming also waved his hand, and a faint black gas sent the mind imitation insect into the box. The entrance of the box was closed. Patriarch Qingfu looked solemn. He waved his hands again and again, launching a series of symbols. Some went into the box, some flew to a few glowing green stones on the top of the stone room, and some directly shot into the ground. With the movement of Patriarch Qingyang, a faint green light began to appear in the entire stone room, and a cloud of light green mist gradually appeared in the box where the two mind imitation insects were. After a tumble, mysterious green Beast King clan runes slowly appeared on the surface of the box. It soon covered the entire surface of the box. The green mist in the box became thicker and thicker. Under the shroud of the mist, the two mind imitation insects showed a hint of irritation. The two mind imitation insects, who were originally in harmony, seemed to be aware of each other's existence. Ji. After a few chirps, the two mind imitation insects began to wriggle their bodies and slowly approached each other. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Whether it was the insect Beastkin clan or the Beastkin clan, the most difficult problem was mating and reproducing offspring. Each Beastkin had its own reproductive period. The mystic art that Patriarch Qingfu used actually urged the mind imitation insects to mate, and there was no side effect. It was really extraordinary. After a day and a night, the door of the stone room slowly opened. Lu Ming and Patriarch Qingfu walked out side by side. There was a faint look of excitement on Patriarch Qingfu's face. He was holding a transparent cylindrical jar in his hand. There were 2 finger-sized milky white insect eggs in it. Lu Ming didn't seem to be in such a good mood. He frowned slightly. The male mind imitation insect was lying quietly in his palm at the moment. It looked a little weak. He turned his hand and took out a small green bottle. He poured out a bean-sized black elixir and fed it to the mind imitation insect. After taking an elixir, the breath of the mind imitation insect immediately recovered a little. It moved its body and made a low squeaking sound. It seemed to like this elixir very much. This is a spirit feed pill handed down from the ancient times. It is suitable for most spirit insects. Unfortunately, the cost of refining is too high. There are not many in our clan. If you take more than half of this bottle of elixir, your mind imitation insect should be able to make up for the loss of vitality. Patriarch Qingfu explained. Lu Ming nodded and kept away the mind imitation insect. Patriarch Gu, now that the 2 eggs are in your hands, I wonder if... He glanced at the Qing Ling clan and said faintly. Don't worry, my Qing Ling clan keeps its word. I have already ordered someone to get the skeleton silkworm. It should be waiting in the hall now. Patriarch Qingfu put away the transparent jar in his hand and said. That's good. Lu Ming nodded easily. The 2 soon came to the hall. In the hall, Lan Si and Elder Gu from yesterday were already here. Elder Gu was holding a palm-sized dark green stone box in his hand. Patriarch. Elder Gu looked at Patriarch Qing Fu. Patriarch Qing Fu nodded. Elder Gu understood. He handed the stone box in his hand to Lu Ming and said, "Lu, inside is the skeleton silkworm you want." "Thank you." Lu Ming's face showed a hint of joy. He took the stone box and opened the lid. There was a black silkworm lying quietly inside. It was 7 or 8 inches long and as thick as a finger. There was a white skull pattern on its head. It was the same as the one at the door of the insect breeding room. It was the skeleton silkworm. "Lu, I don't know what you want the skeleton silkworm for, but this silkworm is our clan's sacred insect. Please make good use of it." Elder Gu stared at Lu Ming and said solemnly, "Thank you for reminding me." Lu Ming looked at Elder Gu in surprise and said faintly. He closed the stone box and carefully put it away. The skeleton silkworm must have a special ability to be regarded as a sacred insect by the Qingfu clan. However, he didn't have the mood to explore it. He only wanted the skeleton silkworm to refine the soul-sucking Gu. "Patriarch Gu, since the transaction is done, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." "Brother Lan, your transaction should be done, right?" Lu Ming cupped his hand at Patriarch Qing Fu and said to Lan Si. He couldn't wait to return to Luo City and refine the soul-sucking Gu. Lan Si nodded. She had already chosen her 12 swift beetles. If it wasn't for waiting for Lu Ming, she would have left yesterday. The two of them bowed to clan leader Qing Fu, then turned around and left. "Lu, please wait," Elder Gu suddenly said. When Lu Ming heard this, he stopped and turned around to look. "It's like this. I wonder if you can sell the scarlet scorching pill to me. I'm willing to pay 20 million spirit stones." Elder Gu looked at Lu Ming expectantly and said. He didn't have much lifespan left, but he couldn't break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. The scarlet scorching pill was too important to him. He couldn't let it go no matter what. "Elder Gu, do you think that a pill like the scarlet scorching pill can be valued with spirit stones? Besides, I don't lack spirit stones," Lu Ming said with a faint smile. He was telling the truth. He had already earned a lot of spirit stones by cooperating with the Blue Wood clan over the years. He really didn't care about a mere tens of millions of spirit stones. Although the scarlet scorching pill could only be used once, instead of selling it, it was better to keep it for the people around him when they broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm in the future. Elder Gu was stunned. Yesterday, he used these words to shut Lu Ming's mouth. At this moment, he opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. "Lu, since you don't care about mere spirit stones, I wonder if my clan can exchange some precious exotic insects with you. Since you have a mind imitation insect, you should be interested in other spiritual insects," Patriarch Qing Fu suddenly said. Lu Ming was silent when he heard this. Elder Gu glanced at Patriarch Qing Fu gratefully. He waved his hand and took out a white bone jade slips and handed it to Lu Ming. "This is the list of spiritual insects used by our clan to exchange with foreign clans. There are corresponding annotations behind each spiritual insect, recording the abilities of these spiritual insects. Lu, please take a look first." Elder Gu squeezed a smile on his face. A look of interest appeared on Lu Ming's face. He reached out and took the jade slips, then he probed it with divine thought. Illusionary dark insect, ranked 21st on the green nightmare insect list. Its adult strength was comparable to the crystallization period cultivator. The special gas it spat could make people hallucinate. It had a miraculous effect on cultivators below the Jingdan state. Cold crystal ant, ranked 25th on the green nightmare insect list. It was good at flying. It was a spiritual insect used for large-scale combat. It could spit special cold air that could freeze everything. Mountain devouring centipede, ranked 30th on the green nightmare insect list. It was an earth attribute spiritual insect. It was extremely sensitive to the aura of heaven and earth. It was good at finding treasures. One by one, strange spiritual insects suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. He had never heard of them before. It was an eye-opener for him. After a while, his divine thought retreated from the jade slips, and he played with the jade slips in his hand. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Elder Gu felt a little uneasy. He secretly guessed in his heart, could it be that Lu Ming was not interested in these spiritual insects on the jade slips? Your clan's spiritual insects are really an eye-opener for me. But I'm sorry, I have no intention of raising other spiritual insects. Lu Ming smiled faintly and returned the white bone jade slips to Elder Gu. Hearing this, Elder Gu was greatly disappointed, but he also felt somewhat helpless. The Green Ling clan was not a famous clan. It could even be said that it could not be compared to an ordinary middle-level tribe. Other than being good at raising these exotic insects, there was really nothing else worthy of praise. Although there were a few spiritual insects in the clan that were not listed on this list, most of them were unique and too precious. It was impossible to exchange them. Don't be disappointed, it's not impossible to exchange for the Scarlet Scorch pill. Lu Ming said seemingly casually. What do you mean? Elder Gu's heart moved when he heard that. Since your clan is good at breeding insects, you should have a lot of unique insights on the breeding of scorpion-type spiritual insects. If you can exchange for it, I can give you the Scarlet Scorch pill. Lu Ming said faintly. He was still quite worried about the scorpion's current situation. Moreover, the scorpion was also facing the problem of advancing to the celestial phenomenon state. If he could get one or two auxiliary secret techniques from the Green Ling clan, it might be helpful for the scorpion to advance. Lu wants to exchange for our clan's insect breeding technique? The Green Ling clan leader's voice sank when he heard that. It's just the insect breeding technique of scorpion-type spiritual insects. I'm not interested in anything else. Lu Ming reminded and emphasized the word scorpion-type. The Green Ling clan leader's expression changed when he heard that. The insect breeding technique could be said to be the foundation of the Green Ling clan in the Wild Continent, so it was naturally the most important thing in the clan. However, the Scarlet Scorch pill was also extremely rare. With this pill, the Green Ling clan might have another celestial phenomenon state cultivator. It would bring immeasurable benefits to the entire Green Ling clan's development in the future. Thinking of this, the Green Ling clan leader glanced at Elder Gu, who also happened to look over with anticipation. I can agree to fellow Taoist Lu's request. However, you need to swear that you will never teach this technique to anyone. After Patriarch Qin Yang weighed the pros and cons, he looked at Lu Ming again and finally made up his mind. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. This wasn't something he needed to consider. He had no intention of spreading this information anyway, so he immediately swore an oath according to clan leader Qing Cheng's instructions. Seeing that Lu Ming had taken the oath without any hesitation, the leader of the Qingfu clan was relieved. After taking a glance at the excited Elder Gu, he took out a blank bone jade slips and began to carve it on his forehead. 15 minutes later, he handed the jade slips to Lu Ming. Lu Ming scanned the place with his spirit sense and nodded. He then took out the box that contained the Scarlet Scorching pill and handed it to the leader of the Green Mantis clan. Both sides made another deal, and the result could be said to be a happy one. The attitude of the Green Mantis clan leader and Elder Gu also became very polite, and they announced that they would treat the two as eternal friends in the clan. In the following time, they chatted for a while. Lu Ming and Lanci got up and left. They quickly flew out of the valley where the Green Mantis clan was located. Not long after, the two appeared at the edge of the Black Prison Mountain range. After Lanci took out the blue leaf-shaped flying magic tool, the two flew toward the direction of Luo City. Congratulations, Lu. You've gained a lot from this trip. You actually exchanged for the Green Mantis clan's insect breeding secret technique. You should know that this technique is a secret of this clan. Back then, Sage King Shui too personally showed up and promised great benefits, but he still couldn't make Gu Xian agree. Lanci said with some envy. I also have to thank Fairy Lan. Otherwise, even if I spent another 10 years, I definitely wouldn't be able to find this place. Lu Ming got his wish of getting the skeleton silkworm, so he was in a good mood. You're too polite, Lu. It's nothing. Lanci chuckled. By the way, Fairy Lan, I may have to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Alchemy will have to be stopped temporarily. Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and said to Lanci. Lu, it's more important to cultivate yourself. I understand. Lanzi was startled when she heard this. Then, she smiled slightly stiffly. Lu Ming was now at the great perfection of the Jin Dan late stage. It was obvious that he was going to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. If he really broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm, his cooperation with the Blue Wood clan would most likely end. Although alchemy could bring some spirit stones to Lu Ming, if his cultivation reached the celestial phenomenon realm, these spirit stones would be dispensable. For the rest of the time, the two of them had their own thoughts on their minds. They chatted idly and gradually became silent. The journey was smooth. After a month of flight, the two returned to Luo City safely. After saying goodbye to each other, Lu Ming returned to the small universe garden cave house. Lu Ming explored with divine thought and saw that the secret room where Qian Ruping was located was closed. He knew that she should still be consolidating her cultivation. She had just broken through to the crystallization period, and she really needed a period of quiet cultivation. Lu Ming did not disturb her. After checking the enchantment of the cave house, he returned to his secret room. Although he had now gathered all the conditions to refine the soul-sucking voodoo, the mind imitation insect had not fully recovered after being nurtured all the way. The time of refining the voodoo could only be postponed for a few days. After feeding the mind imitation insect another spirit-feeding pill, he sat cross-legged and waved his hand to take out the insect breeding technique jade slips that Patriarch Green Centipede gave him. Because Lanzi was there along the way, he didn't have time to check it properly. Lu Ming's divine thought quickly immersed in the jade slips. After 6 hours, he opened his eyes again. It turns out that there are so many methods to breed insect. It's really incredible. His eyes flickered as he murmured. The insect breeding methods recorded on the jade slips were extremely detailed. For different attributes of spirit scorpions, their living habits, taboos, and methods to cultivate and advance were recorded in detail. According to the classification on the jade slips, bone scorpion should originally belong to a kind of spirit insect similar to the Yin attribute ghost scorpion, but scorpion had mutated many times, and it had swallowed a morning beast's egg, so it could no longer be cultivated as a normal spirit scorpion. However, Lu Ming still found 1 or 2 ways to help scorpion advance, but these 2 methods were difficult to achieve at present. It required a certain opportunity. He couldn't help but sigh. He regretted exchanging a precious scarlet scorpion pill for such a useless jade slips. However, it wasn't as if he had gained nothing from this jade slip. Lu Ming took off the green gourd hanging on his waist, looked up and down, and muttered to himself, I didn't expect this Yin gourd to be made of ghost king wood. He had also heard of ghost king wood. This wood was known as one of the 3 ancient Yin trees. For those who practiced Yin attribute cultivation methods, whether it was used for forging or assisting in cultivation, it was of great value. However, because the Yin qi contained in ghost king wood was too pure, except for 1 or 2 kinds of special spirit bodies in the legends, if other cultivators directly used ghost king wood to practice ghost cultivation methods, although their cultivation would improve rapidly, it would easily hurt their vitality and even affect their temperament. Lu Ming secretly guessed that Scorpion had been a little irritable recently. It might be because of this reason. It seemed that he had to remind her more in the future. In the following time, he had been staying in the cave house, deliberating over the process of refining soul-sucking voodoo again and again. After half a month of recuperation, the mind imitation insect finally recovered its vitality. Lu Ming immediately began to prepare to refine soul-sucking voodoo. Although it was said to be refining voodoo, its general process was not much different from refining elixir. Lu Ming first set up a small array to isolate divine sense in the entire room. When refining voodoo, he needed an absolutely quiet environment and couldn't be disturbed by anything. After all the preparations were done, Lu Ming sat quietly for half a day, adjusting his state of mind to a very stable state. With a wave of his hand, a golden urn-shaped utensil appeared in front of him. This was a necessary voodoo refining tool. Its surface was engraved with many mysterious runes. Lu Ming found it an Iron Demon Zhongyan storage ring. The quality was quite extraordinary, it was definitely not inferior to his Lucian cauldron. Then he waved his hand again, and there were more than a dozen bottles and jars beside him. These were various materials for refining soul-sucking voodoo. With a sigh of relief, Lu Ming cut his wrist with his fingers, and a stream of blood slowly poured into the voodoo refining tool. Most voodoo techniques needed the blood of the refiner as a medium, and soul-sucking voodoo was the same. After half a container of blood flowed out, Lu Ming gently flicked his wrist and closed the wound. Then he clasped his hands in front of him, making a strange gesture. At the same time, his lips opened and closed, making strange syllables. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and a black light fell into the voodoo refining tool. The blood in the voodoo refining tool burst into a blood-colored flame of a person's height. Lu Ming's expression suddenly became extremely focused. With a wave of his hand, a black silkworm flew out of his hand and fell into the bloody flame of the voodoo refining tool. It was the skeleton silkworm. The skeleton silkworm immediately let out hissing sounds as if it was in extreme pain. It opened its mouth and was about to spit out something. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and a black light shot out from his hand, wrapping the skeleton silkworm inside. The skeleton silkworm's body stiffened, and its whole body was almost imprisoned by the black light. It could not move at all, and was slowly submerged by the bloody flame. Lu Ming's chanting of the strange syllables suddenly sped up a lot, and his hands kept flicking, sending black light into the voodoo refining tool. The original bright red flame slowly deepened in color, gradually turning dark red. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The first step of this voodoo refinement was finally completed. He pointed at a bottle, and a white liquid flew out and fell into the voodoo refining tool under the guidance of his magic power. Next, it was the corpse of a red spirit worm. Lu Ming kept adding all kinds of materials into the voodoo refining tool, and the color of the blood in the tool kept changing. When the last green swamp grass merged into the voodoo refining tool, the flame suddenly extinguished, and the blood in the tool had already turned into a dark purple liquid, and it looked extremely viscous. Okay. Everything was as recorded on the jade slips. Lu Ming was half relieved. This was all due to his alchemy ability, but the next was the most important thing. As soon as he raised his hand, a golden light flew out of his body. It was the mind imitation insect. Lu Ming chanted for a while. He pointed at his forehead, and a translucent substance flew out. It was his well-tempered mental power. It turned into a translucent filament in midair, wrapping around the mind imitation insect and forming a bubble-like thing. He waved his hand, and the translucent bubble wrapped the mind imitation insect, slowly sinking into the dark purple liquid in the voodoo refining vessel. Lu Ming's face was distorted. As soon as his mental power touched the purple liquid in the voodoo refining vessel, he felt a sharp pain. The mind imitation insect also screamed in pain. It struggled in Lu Ming's mental power imprisonment, aggravating Lu Ming's pain. Lu Ming took a deep breath. After his eyes twitched a few times, the expression on his face gradually calmed down. He continued to chant a strange incantation. His two hands changed like a wheel, and he kept making symbols. As the bubble wrapping the mind imitation insect completely sank into the purple liquid, a few soft sounds followed. Several bubbles appeared on the surface of the purple liquid. After they burst, a small whirlpool emerged, and the center of the whirlpool was the mind imitation insect. The liquid in the vessel slowly began to merge into the body of the mind imitation insect, and the mind imitation insect also made a burst of painful screams. Lu Ming's face turned pale in an instant, but his movements did not stop at all. This is just the beginning. A few days later, in the cave house's living room, Xianxia was sitting at the round table with a slightly uneasy look on her face. It took 2 or 3 months, with the help of various elixirs, her cultivation finally stabilized. But as soon as she came out, she found that Lu Ming had already returned, and he had been locking himself in his secret room. He also set up a strong isolation enchantment around him. It's been more than 40 days, Xianxia played with a communication talisman in her hand. This was sent to Xianxia by Lu Ming before he went into seclusion to refine goo, but he did not explain the reason for his seclusion. Is Big Brother Ming cultivating some secret technique again? Xianxia secretly guessed. At this moment, a blue light flashed in the secret room that Lu Ming was in, and the array formation suddenly dissipated. Accompanied by a squeaking sound, the door of the room also slowly opened, and an excited laughter came from inside. A figure blurred, and Lu Ming's figure appeared in the hall. On his shoulder was a strange insect that was half a foot long. It looked like a dark silkworm. Its dark purple body was covered with circles of faint golden patterns and spots. There was a small blood red eye on its head and a white skull mark. Brother Ming. Ah. Qian Ruping quickly stood up, but her gaze fell on the purple silkworm on Lu Ming's shoulder. Suddenly, a panic emotion emerged as if she saw something extremely terrifying. Sorry, I forgot to put it away. Lu Ming saw this scene and smiled. As he spoke, he launched a symbol and chanted a few incantations. The purple silkworm made a soft hiss, and its body curled up. The next moment, its body turned into a cloud of dark purple gas with a bang. With a blur, it actually melted into Lu Ming's skin and disappeared. Qian Ruping breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. She patted her chest and said with some lingering fear, Brother Ming, what was that just now? I just refined a voodoo that has some special effects on the cultivator's soul, so you will feel uncomfortable. Lu Ming said faintly, but he was secretly delighted. Qian Ruping was now a crystallization period cultivator, but she was still frightened by a small part of the soul-sucking voodoo's power. It seems that the power of the soul-sucking voodoo is still above my expectations. A few days later. In the hall of the small Huan Garden cave house, Lu Ming was telling Qian Ruping some experiences in cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression moved. He waved one hand, and a black talisman was shot into his hand from outside the cave. After seeing the word connect on the corner of the talisman, his eyes flashed. He pinched the black talisman with one hand and stuck it to his forehead. After a while, Lu Ming looked overjoyed, and he stood up suddenly. Brother Ming, what makes you so happy? Qian Ruping asked with a puzzled look. I posted the mission to find the cold fragrance whale in the pavilion of transmissions before. I didn't expect there to be news today. I'm afraid I have to go on a long trip again. Lu Ming explained with a slight smile when he heard the words. Brother Ming, you let me stay in the cave house because my cultivation is not enough. Now that I have reached the crystallization period, you can't let me stay here, right? Besides, you also said that this cold fragrance whale is extremely difficult to catch, and I happen to be proficient in arrays. Maybe I can help you. When Qian Ruping heard it, she immediately showed a hint of expectation. In that case, you can go with me. Lu Ming thought for a while, then he nodded and said. Qian Ruping was overjoyed. After hurriedly preparing, she flew out of the cave house with Lu Ming. After a while, the two came to an elegant room in the pavilion of transmissions. The elegant room was not big, but the layout was clean. There were already 3 cultivators sitting at a curved stone table. The leader was a young man in a green Taoist robe. On both sides of him sat a young woman in her 30s with a scar and a burly man. It was Yanqing and others who came to visit Lu Ming when he first moved into the small Huan Garden. The moment everyone met, Lu Ming suddenly showed a hint of surprise. Lu, I didn't expect the person who posted the mission to be you. We are really fated to meet. Seeing this, Yanqing was slightly startled, then he stood up and cupped his fist. The other 2 also smiled slightly and got up to salute. For Qian Ruping who came together, Yanqing and the other 2 just glanced at her and didn't say much. Since the 3 of you are acquaintances, then I won't be too polite. The news of this cold fragrance whale is very important to me. I hope you can enlighten me. Lu Ming said faintly after returning the salute. It's quite a coincidence. A few days ago, I set off from the west of the city to the Endless Sea to do a mission. In the end, we were unexpectedly chased by a group of sky-swallowing sharks. In a panic, we fled into an island filled with white mist. After the 3 of us hid for a few days, we unexpectedly found a huge whale beast that was eating. Thanks to Jing Xianzi's careful observation, we recognized this beast to be the legendary cold fragrance whale. It just so happens that I often go to the pavilion of transmissions and know of such a mission, so we hurried back. Yanqing's eyes flashed as he looked at his 2 companions beside him and said slowly. Oh, how far is that island from here? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked expectantly. The 3 of us flew all the way back. In order to avoid encountering sky-swallowing sharks again, we took a long detour. If we go directly, it will only take about 7 or 8 days. Yanqing said after pondering for a moment. In that case, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. Of course, the mission only requires you to help find the location of the cold fragrance whale. As for the matter of taking action, I won't trouble you when the time comes. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said lightly. When the three of them heard this, they naturally had no objections. After a while, several streams of light shot up from the eastern port of Luo City and flew in the direction of the endless sea in the east. Several days later, somewhere in the boundless and boundless endless sea, the seawater below was very calm. Apart from the occasional sea breeze that rolled up one or two waves, there were almost no waves. However, there was a faint white mist in all directions. Although it did not affect one's vision, it added a bit of mystery to the endless sea. At this moment, the sound of breaking air was heard. 5 different colored lights streaked across the sky above the sea. In the light, 3 men and 2 women could be vaguely seen. It was Lu Ming and the others who had been flying non-stop day and night. For Lu Ming and the other cultivators of the Jin Dan realm, flying non-stop was naturally not a problem. Qian Ruping, who was under the care of Lu Ming, was naturally fine. At this moment, Yan Qing, who was flying in the front, suddenly slowed down. Seeing this, the 4 people behind him also stopped. Lu, if I remember correctly, less than 1,000 miles ahead is that island. Yan Qing looked around and said with certainty. Hearing this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. In the distance ahead, through the layers of white mist, he could vaguely see a cloud of white mist that was obviously thicker than other places. It almost covered an area of a few hundred miles. Even with his powerful eyesight and divine sense, he could not see through it. As for whether there was an island in it, it was naturally unknown. After Lu Ming nodded noncommittally, the group continued on their journey. After flying for half a day, they arrived in front of the thick white mist. After some testing, they found that the mist could only block divine sense, but it did not have any other effects. The 5 of them immediately plunged into it. After a while, a large island with a somewhat strange appearance came into view. The upper half of the island was actually covered with tall white vegetation, while the lower half was actually completely bare black rocks, without any plants at all. The entire island seemed to be cut in half from the middle, forming 2 distinct colors, black and white. The waters near the beach were covered with dark green seaweed that looked like kelp. Lu, this is the island that the 3 of us were hiding on before. Yan Qing looked at the black and white island in front of him and said so. Black-tooth grass, this is the favorite thing of the cold fragrance whale. It is reasonable for the cold fragrance whale to build its nest here. However, the cold fragrance whale is naturally timid. If we search the entire island, it will be a bit of a headache if we alert the cold fragrance whale and force it to use a shield. Lu Ming glanced at the dark green seaweed around the island and said thoughtfully. Ping Er has studied arrays since she was young. She should be able to set up a trapping array to trap the cold fragrance whale in it. However, as the area here is quite large, I am afraid I need the power of the 3 seniors to maintain it at a few key array eyes. Qian Ruping also heard the words and rushed out from the side. After getting a nod from Lu Ming, she said so. When Yan Qing and others heard the words, they all showed a trace of shock. Obviously, they didn't expect that the little girl who looked like a follower was actually an array master. They suddenly looked at Lu Ming with some doubts. Fellow Taoists, Ping Er does have some talent in the art of formations. If the 3 of you are willing to help, I am willing to increase the reward of the original 5 million spirit stones to 8 million. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled slightly and said after glancing at Qian Ruping. Lu, you don't need us to deal with the cold fragrance whale. This little thing is just a piece of cake. Yan Qing heard the words, looked happy, and agreed without saying anything. Jing Fairy and the brawny man surnamed Ge saw that they could get double the reward without any effort, so they naturally wouldn't object. After glancing at each other, they nodded to show their agreement. Thank you for your cooperation. After this matter is over, I will naturally not treat you badly. However, I still need to confirm whether the cold fragrance whale is still here. It is not too late to set up the array at that time. Lu Ming cupped his fist toward the 3 people and said with a smile. Yan Qing and the other 3 naturally wouldn't have any objections. In the following time, they immediately converged their breaths and quietly sneaked into the island. They found a relatively hidden high place to hide, and they released their divine thought to wait quietly. As a result, for 2 days in a row, the sea around the entire island was calm, and there was no strange movement. Qian Ruping took this opportunity to talk to Yan Qing and the other three about her array plan. The three Jingdan cultivators, including Yan Qing, who were still somewhat disapproving, were stunned after listening to the explanation of the little girl who was only at the early stage of the crystallization period. During this period, Lu Ming had been observing the surroundings with full attention. He found that the dark green seaweed that was originally sparse around grew extremely fast. In the evening of the second day, it became very thick, and it faintly connected into a piece. Around noon of the third day, a low roar suddenly erupted from the eastern side of the island. Immediately thereafter, massive waves swept up, and a giant blue whale emerged from the ocean with a pillar of water several hundred feet tall erupting from its head. Then, the whale opened its huge mouth, and an indescribably huge suction force swept out. In the blink of an eye, all the black-toothed grass within 100 feet of it was sucked into its mouth. Immediately afterward, its body, which was thousands of feet in size, twisted its waist very flexibly and immediately dived back into the sea. Before its body completely submerged, its huge tail slapped the surface of the sea, once again setting off a huge wave that was thousands of feet high. Although this enormous whale only appeared for the time of 2 or 3 breaths from the beginning to the end, like a flash in the pan, Lu Ming and the other Jingdan cultivators naturally saw it clearly. It really is the cold fragrance whale. After Lu Ming compared the shape of this giant whale with the cold fragrance whale in his mind, he muttered to himself thoughtfully. Since the existence of the cold fragrance whale was confirmed, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He immediately signaled Qian Ruping with his eyes. Qian Ruping smiled knowingly. After a little discussion with Yan Qing and the other two, they immediately split up and began to arrange the array. Until the night fell, under everyone's continuous arrangement, a huge array was quietly arranged around the island. At this time, if one looked down at the island from the sky, they would find that Yan Qing, Fairy Jing, and the brawny man surnamed Gu were forming a triangle. Each of them was holding a blue array flag, and they were constantly waving it. At the same time, in the sea around the island, blue crystal silk emerged silently and intertwined with each other, gradually forming a huge ring net that blocked the entire sea around the island. Because these blue crystal silk didn't emit any spiritual power fluctuations, and they seemed to be invisible in the blue sea, the whole process was extremely quiet. Therefore, even when the big net was formed, the nearby fish didn't notice it at all. Brother Ming, the cold fragrance whale is now a turtle in a jar. The rest is up to you. Qian Ruping smiled slightly and said as she gently stroked a strand of hair that was soaked in sweat on her forehead. Lu Ming nodded slightly at her, then his body flashed in black light. He fell from a high place like a falling stone. After setting off a small wave, he was submerged in the sea. After a while, Lu Ming found a rather suspicious giant crack in the depths of an undersea ditch near the island. This crack was about 1,000 meters in size. At the edge of the crack, there were some scattered black-toothed grass floating, and from the cave, there was a faint strange fragrance. After Lu Ming observed for a moment at the entrance of the cave, his eyes flashed with joy. After hiding his breath, he carefully sneaked into the crack. The outside of the crack looked a little bumpy, but the inside was surprisingly flat and smooth, and it was surrounded by some colorful corals. Under the reflection of some unknown fluorescent seaweed, it looked quite magical. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Because he suddenly found a dark blue giant whale that was 1,000 meters in size, lying in the depths of this space to rest. It was the cold fragrance whale that he caught a glimpse of before. Judging from the pressure emanating from its body, it was actually a Jingdan realm beastkin. This cold fragrance whale seemed to be in a good mood at the moment. It was twisting its body from time to shuttle through the strange rocks in the sea. But at this moment, the cold fragrance whale suddenly moved its eyes, and its huge body suddenly turned, looking at the sea not far away in bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, a streak of black light flashed and flew toward the cold fragrance whale at an incredible speed. It tore open a space of several tens of feet in the surrounding seawater, and it didn't seem to have any intention of concealing itself. Before the cold fragrance whale had time to see the person clearly, the black light in front of it faded, and Lu Ming's figure appeared like a ghost. Lu Ming didn't give it a chance to react at all. He raised one hand, and a purple streamer shot out, leaving a water ripple of a few meters in the sea, blasting toward the cold fragrance whale. The speed was so fast that it only took an instant to reach its huge body. The cold fragrance whale was obviously startled, but its body subconsciously twisted, and it narrowly avoided the vital point. But its back was easily penetrated by the purple sword light. After another flash, it flew out from the other side of the cold fragrance whale without any hindrance. AO, accompanied by a deep and painful roar, the cold musk whale's giant tail flicked, and a large amount of glittering supersized icicles quickly condensed. They came at Lu Ming overwhelmingly, blocking all his escape routes. Seeing this, Lu Ming swam forward instead of retreating. With a flick of his sleeve, 6 black mist dragons swam out and exploded immediately. A large black light instantly surrounded the dark blue icicles. With a muffled sound coming from the black light ball, there was no more movement after a while. Seeing that Lu Ming continued to approach himself, the cold fragrance whale spat out a foam-like substance, turning the surrounding water of a few thousand meters into a white, looking extremely viscous. At the same time, the cold fragrance whale swung its giant tail repeatedly, ignoring the large amount of blood gushing out of its body. After a painful whine, it swam quickly in another direction. Its speed was so fast that even Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming watched as the white foam covered the sky and covered the earth as a ball of black light wrapped around his body and flew in the direction that the cold fragrance whale had escaped. As soon as the white foam touched the black light on Lu Ming's body surface, it turned into a cloud of white mist as if it was stimulated. It couldn't stop Lu Ming at all. But just after Lu Ming rushed out of the white foam in the blink of an eye, a strange scene appeared. No matter how he released divine thought to explore, there was no trace of the cold fragrance whale at all. Even the body of the cold fragrance whale was nowhere to be seen in the distant seawater. Suddenly, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. In the seawater in front of him, he could vaguely see a faint bloodstain that was quickly dissipating. A black light flashed on Lu Ming's body, and he changed his direction toward this place. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming appeared at the place where the bloodstain disappeared. But apart from the wisps of blood, he found nothing. At the same time, tens of miles away, the cold fragrance whale was covered by a layer of soft blue light. It seemed to be integrated with the surrounding seawater, turning into an illusory form. The wound on its body that was originally a few meters in size had also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This innate concealment ability had helped it escape from dangerous situations in front of powerful enemies several times. The cold fragrance whale still looked back with lingering fear. It saw that Lu Ming had pulled away from it. As long as it went into the deep sea, it would only be a matter of time before it got rid of the enemy. But at this moment, a loud boom sounded. The cold fragrance whale only saw a flash of blue light in front of it, and its huge body seemed to hit a solid wall. The huge impact set off a monstrous wave. It immediately made the cold fragrance whale dizzy, and it didn't react at all. When it turned its head to look at the scene in front of it, it immediately revealed an expression of disbelief. In the originally empty seawater, countless crystal threads interweaved together, emitting an extremely faint blue light. It was like a barrier connected from the bottom of the sea to the surface of the sea. It was the trap formation that Qian Ruping had set up. And in the distance, Lu Ming, after seeing this scene, suddenly showed an expression of joy. Black light shone from his body, and he instantly flew toward where the cold fragrance whale was. Perhaps it was dizzy from being hit by the barrier that suddenly appeared. The cold fragrance whale stood in place for a long time. Only when it sensed a trace of danger did it look back. At this moment, Lu Ming had already appeared hundreds of feet away. Without hesitation, he waved his hands, and the purple flying sword blurred in the air. The surface of the sword was surrounded by electric snakes, and it shot toward the cold fragrance whale in the distance. The next moment, dozens of purple sword lights jumped up from the surface of the Kuluan sword. They whistled and turned into a purple sword net that flashed with cold light, directly facing the cold fragrance whale. The cold fragrance whale showed a trace of horror. The dark blue scales on its body suddenly shone brightly. Immediately, a few feet thick blue barrier wrapped its huge body tightly. "Pa!" There was a crisp sound. After the purple sword light and the scales on the surface of the cold fragrance whale, the two were only in a stalemate for a while. Dozens of purple sword lights went into the body of the cold fragrance whale without any hindrance, and in the blink of an eye, they came out from the other side. The purple sword light revolved around the cold fragrance whale's huge body and pierced through it without any hindrance. After a short while, a few of the cold fragrance whale's vital points had been pierced through like a beehive, but its huge head was not injured at all. Lu Ming waved his hand to recall the bitter whale sword, and his body landed lightly next to the cold fragrance whale's head. At this moment, a blue light flashed, and a blue light cluster flew out of the cold fragrance whale's head. It flew down quickly. Swoosh, a purple figure shot out from Lu Ming's body, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the blue light cluster and bit it. The purple figure flashed, and its body became blurred. It flew back and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. It was the soul-sucking voodoo that Lu Ming had just refined. It came and went as fast as lightning, extremely fast. The cold fragrance whale's soul essence let out a scream of horror, and its body struggled violently. The soul-sucking voodoo ignored the struggle of the blue soul essence in its mouth. It lifted its body and issued a suction force from its mouth. Swoosh, it completely swallowed the blue light cluster into its abdomen, but it made a cheerful sound from its mouth. Lu Ming stroked the soul-sucking voodoo's head with his finger. The soul-sucking voodoo's body emitted a faint blue light, but it returned to normal after a few breaths. The next moment, Lu Ming only felt a pure mental strength transmitted from the soul-sucking voodoo and integrated into his sea of consciousness. Although it was not much, his mental strength had obviously increased a little. Lu Ming was happy. With this soul-sucking voodoo, as long as he often hunted beasts and swallowed their soul essence, his mental strength could continue to increase. This was also very beneficial for breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm. The soul-sucking voodoo was gently stroked by Lu Ming. Its body moved, and with a swoosh, it went into Lu Ming's sleeve. Lu Ming turned his head and looked at the cold fragrance whale's head. Of cold fragrance whale's head. The soul-sucking voodoo's purple sword light shone in his hand, and of it slashed down again. This time, he obviously used less strength. But with the sharpness of the voodoo. Of the voodoo. The voodoo ving. Of fragrance. Speaking of it, this huge cold fragrance whale's head was like a small hill. Lu Ming rummaged through the broken head for 30 minutes, then his face suddenly showed a hint of joy. He stood up, and there was already a fist-sized white lump in his hand. Cold fragrance whale's head was like a small mountain. The most valuable thing on such a huge beast was this small thing. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly took out a jade bottle and put it into it. Of course, Lu Ming would not waste the rest of the body. After searching for some valuable materials, he left the place with satisfaction and flew toward the sea. As for the rest of the body, Lu Ming naturally would not waste it. After searching for some valuable materials, he left the place with satisfaction and flew toward the sea. Just as Lu Ming flew out of the water, two silhouettes suddenly appeared on his left and right. A man in green with thin eyebrows raised his hand and took out a white jade seal. A dazzling white beam of light burst out. The other man was a burly man holding a 9-ringed saber. His muscles bulged. A snow-white saber light broke through the air and slashed down with great force. Looking at these two familiar faces, it was Yan Qing and the burly man with the surname Go. As the two men shouted fiercely, the white beam of light, together with the snow-white saber light, swept toward Lu Ming with a terrifying pressure. After the sound of Qi La, Lu Ming, who had just come out of the water, was cut into several pieces by the two attacks before he could figure out what was going on. The two figures were delighted at first, but then their expressions changed. Lu Ming's corpse became blurred for a while. Then, it turned into wisps of black gas and floated away. The two suddenly understood that this was just a phantasm of Lu Ming. As they looked shocked, they immediately looked up and looked around. 100 feet away, Lu Ming's figure appeared in a flash. After a burst of firecracker-like sounds came from his arms, they instantly expanded by more than 2 times. They were wrapped in a black light and crossed in front of his chest without thinking. Suddenly, an extremely slender flying sword drew a red light and fiercely slashed on Lu Ming's arms. Boom, there was a loud noise. A large group of airwave ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread to the surrounding. It instantly set off a huge wave that was 100 feet high on the sea surface. The next moment, the bloody long sword seemed to be rebounded by a huge force, and it flew straight back. However, Lu Ming didn't care at all. He stood in the distance and looked around. In the red mist in the distance, there was a man with thick eyebrows who was surrounded by blood. He waved one hand and the bloody long sword that flew back to his side. He looked at Lu Ming with a shocked expression. At this time, the original two cultivators almost arrived at the same time. After just a few flashes, they stood 100 feet away from the man with thick eyebrows. They surrounded Lu Ming in a triangular formation. As for the man with thick eyebrows not far away, he was obviously shocked by Lu Ming's attack just now. Under great fear, his expression became uncertain. For a moment, the three of them didn't say anything, but they didn't have the slightest intention of leaving. At the edge of the distant island, a young woman with a knife scar was looking straight at the place where Lu Ming was. There was also an unconscious young woman leaning on her side. It was Qian Ruping. However, Qian Ruping didn't have any scars on her body. It seemed that she was just unconscious. Lu Ming swept his divine sense and saw everything. He said to Yan Qing in a deep voice, "I have no grievances with you. I have no enmity with you, so why must you collude with outsiders to harm me?" After hearing Lu Ming's cold words, Yan Qing and the man with thick eyebrows looked at each other and suddenly laughed at the same time. "Fellow Taoist Lu, with your cultivation base, we really don't want to stir up any trouble. However, you have a huge fortune. With such a temptation in front of us, how can we turn a blind eye?" Yan Qing changed his usual humble expression and said bluntly, "Hee, if you can hand over all the treasures on your body, maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you live. Otherwise, don't think that you're a match for us just because you were lucky to escape." At this moment, the man with thick eyebrows also came back to his senses. He pointed to the side and the blood-red sword instantly became restless. However, even so, it seemed that he was still a bit afraid of Lu Ming's performance just now, so he didn't immediately attack. "If you really have the confidence to kill me here, why waste so much time talking?" Lu Ming was still calm. I'm afraid that Lu still doesn't know that Qian Ruping, who came with you, is already in our hands, right?" Yan Qing didn't answer directly, but changed the topic. "If you want to use this woman to threaten me, I won't accompany you." When Lu Ming heard this, a trace of imperceptible fierceness flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed with black light. It was as if he had teleported. In an instant, he flew toward the sea under his feet, as if he really didn't care about Qian Ruping's life. Yan Qing and the others suddenly showed a trace of disbelief, but after being stunned for a moment, they became furious. But they saw Yan Qing turn one of his hands. After a burst of golden light, a golden alms bowl instantly appeared. It soared in the wind and pressed toward Lu Ming like a small mountain. Lu Ming seemed to be prepared. He bent the 5 fingers of his right hand and swept at the golden alms bowl without hesitation. Suddenly, under the huge golden alms bowl, a pitch-black claw wrapped in black mist fell on the golden alms bowl. Chi la, after a loud explosion. The golden alms bowl seemed to have suffered a huge impact, and the golden light on it didn't have the slightest effect. The black claw shadow scratched 5 shocking deep marks on it. Its spirituality also seemed to be damaged, and it became listless. Lu Ming's speed didn't decrease at all. He instantly submerged into the sea. At this moment, the man with thick eyebrows raised one hand. After a buzz, the bloody long sword beside him shrank countless times in an instant, turning into the size of a bloody thin needle. Immediately afterward, the man with thick eyebrows' face sank. He opened his mouth and spat out a ball of blood essence, which instantly went into the bloody thin needle. After the bloody thin needle was stimulated, it became blurred in the air for a while. Suddenly, bloody light shone brightly, sweeping toward Lu Ming in the water. The man with surname Gu behind saw the two of them continuously attacking, and naturally, he was unwilling to fall behind. After the 9-ringed broadsword in his hand trembled in the air, it suddenly transformed into a huge broadsword shadow of 100 meters long. Under the cooperation of the two, compared to the previous sneak attack, the momentum was even more astonishing. It seemed that they would join forces to kill Lu Ming in the sea. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately patted his chest with one hand, and a layer of silver keratin instantly wrapped his whole body. After 2 pu sounds, a pair of silver flesh wings appeared on his back. With the blessing of the silver flesh wings, Lu Ming could be described as a fish in the water in the sea. In a flash, he easily dodged the huge broadsword shadow that was slashing down. For the bloody thin needle, after he waved his sleeve up, a cloud of black mist swept out, blocking the hideous bloody light that followed closely, then he continued to fly away into the distance. After Yanqing and others' complexion changed several times, they chased after Lu Ming without thinking. All kinds of attacks in their hands were endless. Seeing that someone was chasing behind him, Lu Ming was not angry but happy. He kept a certain distance from Yanqing and others unhurriedly. Almost at the same time, under the feet of Jing Fairy on the edge of the distant island, a yellow light flashed, revealing a palm-sized mini bone scorpion. The golden crown mark on the forehead of this bone scorpion flashed, and a golden light beam was shot out. The speed was far beyond imagination. With a muffled sound, the golden light beam instantly went into Jing Fairy's body. The next moment, Jing Fairy's body was wrapped in a layer of golden light, and her body fell straight down. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't move at all except for the scar on her face, which became more and more hideous. Even the spiritual power in her body seemed to be imprisoned. This was the new magical power that Scorpion obtained after advancing to the late stage of Jing Dan. It could temporarily freeze the soul of a cultivator, making them unable to move. At this time, Scorpion wouldn't give her any chance to get rid of it. With a shake of his body, he instantly grew to the size of several tens of feet. He flew in front of Jing Xianxia, who was falling at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the hooks on his back drew a dense black line in the air, piercing into Jing Xianxia's head like raindrops. Bang! Jing Xianxia didn't even have time to scream before her head exploded and turned into a pool of blood rain. Her soul didn't even have time to escape before it turned into ashes in the golden light. Then, after a blur, Scorpion turned into a black-veiled girl. She took Qian Ruping into her arms, and after a golden light covered them, they flew toward the distant sea. From Scorpion Er's sudden appearance to her killing of Fairy Jing, it was only a few breaths' time. Although Yanqing and the other two immediately noticed this, before they had time to help, Scorpion Er had already flown into the sea with Qian Ruping and disappeared without a trace. The expressions of the three changed greatly, and they couldn't help but stop at the same time. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was escaping in front, stopped with a flash of silver light. Then, he turned around and flew toward Yanqing and the other two. Seeing Lu Ming's action, Yanqing and the other two did not show the slightest joy. The three shouted at the same time. The man with thick eyebrows' crimson long sword, Yanqing's white jade seal, and the man surnamed Ji's ghost head broadsword all shot out at the same time. The three magic weapons shone brightly, and the magic weapons formed a big net, shrouding Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he flew into the sea below in a blur. The faces of Yanqing and the others sank. After Lu Ming flew into the sea, it was as though he had melted into the sea. Their divine senses were unable to detect Lu Ming's location. The three of them looked at each other. The man with the thick eyebrows had the highest cultivation level. "Be careful below." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea beneath the three of them suddenly exploded, and an incomparably thick pillar of water suddenly shot out. The three of them had no time to dodge and were struck by the water column. However, because they had activated their protective light shields in advance, they did not receive much damage. However, they were still repelled by the huge force generated by the water column. The thick-browed man's body was wrapped in a layer of bloody light, and he instantly stabilized his body. However, before he could react, a purple sword light broke out of the water column, and rushed towards him with a powerful sword intent. Body and sword as one? The thick-browed man's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of extreme danger instantly emerged in his heart. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence at the blood-red sword beside him. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red sword seemed to have been stimulated, and it instantly expanded countless times. It flew in front of the thick-browed man, and it was like a huge blood shield in front of him. Boom! A thunderous sound spread at the bottom of the sea, and a huge whirlpool was formed as the blood-red and purple lights clashed fiercely. The sword shield formed by the thick-browed man's blood-red sword could not block the purple sword light at all. Instead, it was forcibly cut in half, and the two pieces of the sword bounced off to the sides, revealing the thick-browed man's figure behind it. The thick-browed man felt goosebumps all over his body. He wanted to use other means to resist, but it was too late. With a tearing sound, the purple sword light flashed, and Lu Ming's figure was revealed dozens of feet behind the thick-browed man. The thick-browed man's expression instantly froze, and a red circle suddenly appeared on his neck. In the next moment, his head tilted and rolled down. However, Lu Ming did not look back at all. He casually raised his hand and pointed at the thick-browed man's forehead. A purple light flashed, and a spirit that had just escaped was instantly wrapped up by a cloud of purple mist. In the mist, a slender purple shadow flashed, and then there was a scream, but it suddenly stopped midway. Lu Ming waved one hand, and the purple light returned to his hand. At the same time, he turned around and looked coldly at Xianxia and a strong man surnamed Gu in the distance, who were dumbfounded. When the two saw Lu Ming's cold expression, and then thought of the scene where the thick-browed man was killed in an instant, they did not dare to have any fighting spirit. Fear appeared in their eyes, and they turned around to escape into the distance without saying anything. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and after a flap of the silver wings on his back, he disappeared again. The speed of the strong man surnamed Gu was slightly slower than Xianxia. He did not dare to look back, for fear of missing the opportunity to escape. However, in the next moment, a black light flashed behind him, and Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared. He raised his right hand, and 3 mist dragons and mist tigers rushed at the man surnamed Gu with their claws and teeth. There was a series of loud rumbles. The eyes of the man surnamed Gu showed despair. Before he had time to scream, his body was turned into a pile of flesh in a series of explosions. Even the spirit did not have time to escape. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming pointed to the void, and a purple sword light blasted out. In front of him, Xianxia obviously already knew that the man surnamed Gu had encountered an accident. Just when he was about to look back at where Lu Ming was, he only saw a flash of purple light in front of him. After that, it turned into a giant purple net, covering him. Suddenly, the sound of begging for mercy came from it, and then Xianxia turned into a pile of ashes in the purple sword net. Lu Ming waved his hand and sent out a black gas. In the sky full of blood rain, the storage magic tools of the man surnamed Gu and Xianxia were rolled over. At this moment, there was a poof sound in the water below. A black figure flashed out of the water and landed beside Lu Ming. It was Scorpion, holding the unconscious Qian Ruping in his arms. "You've worked hard." Lu Ming took Qian Ruping from Scorpion's hands and nodded to Scorpion. Scorpion smiled and handed a storage bracelet to Lu Ming. It was the storage bracelet of the Jing fairy. Then his figure moved, turned into a black light, and flew into the yin gourd on Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming put away the storage magic tools in his hand, and sent a spiritual power into Qian Ruping's body. He found that only the power of her divine soul was covered, and his face suddenly relaxed. With a flick of his finger, a black light flew into the eyebrows of Qian Ruping. Qian Ruping's body shook, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Brother Ming, it's not good. Xianxia and the others just attacked me. They must be plotting something. You have to be careful." Qian Ruping saw Lu Ming and immediately shouted, "Don't worry, they have already been killed by me." Lu Ming let go of Qian Ruping and said with a smile. Qian Ruping was shocked and looked around. There was no one above the sea, but there was still a trace of blood in the air. It seemed that it was just as Lu Ming said, those people were all killed. Qian Ruping was also a smart person. She quickly guessed the cause and effect of this matter. Xianxia and the others did not kill her, they must have used her to threaten Lu Ming. "Sorry, I have caused trouble for Brother Ming again." Qian Ruping's face was a bit ugly. "Don't worry about it. I did not consider this matter carefully. I did not expect Xianxia and the others to really see the money. But this time, if it wasn't for your formation, I would not have been able to kill the cold fragrance whale so smoothly." Lu Ming comforted her. Qian Ruping heard this and her face looked a little better. "Let's go, we can't stay here for long. Let's go back to Luo City first. The fluctuations caused by the battle just now might attract the attention of other cultivators or monsters." Lu Ming looked into the distance and said. Qian Ruping naturally had no opinion. A few days later, the two finally stepped into the cave residence of Luo City's small Huan garden. Qian Ruping was still a bit depressed. She said something to Lu Ming and went straight back to her residence. Lu Ming directly entered the secret room and checked the storage magic artifacts of Xianxia and the others. To his surprise, there were more than 100 million spirit stones in each of them. The storage magic artifact of the thick-browed man had the most, nearly 300 million spirit stones. In addition, there were some other rare materials and so on. They seemed to be valuable things. It should be the collection of these people for many years, but now they were all in Lu Ming's hands. With so many spirit stones, coupled with Lu Ming's gains from alchemy over the years, it was enough for the two of them to take the giant ship across the sea. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He tidied up the storage magic artifacts and took out the cold fragrance whale's brain essence. Although the cold fragrance whale's brain essence had been obtained, there were still a few procedures to make it into a spice. However, the other preparations that needed to be done had already been completed in advance. 3 days later, when Lu Ming walked out of his secret room, there was a jade bottle in his hand. Although the bottle's mouth was tightly closed, there was still a trace of strange fragrance exuding from it. He caressed the jade bottle fondly. After a while, he put it away with a thoughtful look on his face. He now had the cold fragrance whale, the luo sua fruit, and the scarlet scorching pill, but it was still not enough to break through the bottleneck of the celestial phenomenon realm. Lu Ming thought for a moment and decided to collect 2 more auxiliary methods before trying to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm. He made up his mind and quickly walked out of the cave residence, flying towards the blue wood trading in the east of Luo City. Compared to looking for it alone, it was faster to find Lan Xiqing. Not long after, he flew to the Linhai Avenue where the blue wood trading was located. Huh? Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The originally bustling street now looked a lot less populated. Moreover, many monster race cultivators on the street looked solemn and hurried. Could it be that something happened? Lu Ming secretly muttered. When he returned to Luo City a few days ago, he did not notice such a situation. The blue wood trading was also quite unusual at this moment. The customers were chatting, and most of them were in a hurry. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the trading company, a steward immediately came to greet him. He was already a regular customer of the blue wood trading company. After explaining his purpose, he was quickly ushered into the inner hall and met Lan Xiqing. Lan Xiqing also seemed to be quite worried, but when she saw Lu Ming come in, she quickly came to greet him. Lu, long time no see. Why do you have time to come here today? Is there something I need this little girl's help with? Lan Xiqing personally brewed a cup of spirit tea for Lu Ming and smiled. Fellow Taoist Lan is truly intelligent. I came here today to ask for your help. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he said indifferently. Fellow Taoist, please tell me. If there's anything I can help you with, I'll do my best to help. Lan Xi sat down beside Lu Ming and smiled sweetly. The two of them had become much closer over the past few days. I'd like to trouble fellow Taoist Lan Xi to ask your clan to help me gather some methods to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm, Lu Ming said bluntly. Lan Xi smiled wryly when she heard this. I know that this matter is somewhat extravagant, but I don't ask for anything definite. I only want some clues and rumors. As for the rest, I'll think of a way. Lu Ming continued without waiting for Lan Xi to speak. If it's just gathering some information, it won't be difficult. I'll immediately send a message back to the clan, but the timing isn't good. Our Bluewood clan has also been implicated in the war. It may take some time before we can give Lu an answer. Lan Xi's expression relaxed slightly. War. Lu Ming was startled and asked in confusion. Could it be that fellow Taoist doesn't know? The Azure Snake and Shadow Wolves of the 8 savage clans have joined forces to attack the Heavenly Fox clan. Lan Xi looked at Lu Ming in surprise and revealed the earth-shattering news. There's such a thing? Lu Ming was shocked. It's been 2 days since the news reached Luo City. It seems that fellow Taoist Lu Ming has been in seclusion in his cave residence for the past few days and hasn't heard any news, Lan Xi said. Does fellow Taoist Lan know the current situation of the war? Yaoji's figure appeared in Lu Ming's mind and he couldn't help but speak with concern. According to the news from the clan, the profound and lightning experts of both sides have fought several times and both sides have suffered casualties. However, the Heavenly Fox clan is fighting 1 against 2 and is in an extremely disadvantageous situation. Even the Myriad Wave Temple has been besieged by the Azure Snake and Shadow Wolves. However, some important figures have broken through the siege and escaped. 3 of the 8 clans have launched this war. Now, not only is the Heavenly Fox clan's sphere of influence filled with the flames of war, the situation of the entire wasteland continent is extremely turbulent. Even Luo City has been greatly affected. Lan Si sighed and said with some worry. Lu Ming wasn't in the mood to listen after hearing that the Myriad Wave Temple had been besieged. Fellow Daoist, Lu Ming asked without hesitation. I don't know either. The situation within the sphere of influence of the Heavenly Fox clan is unstable, and there are very few sources of information. Is there anyone in the Heavenly Fox clan that fellow Lu knows? Lan Si was a little confused. When she saw the faint worry on Lu Ming's face, she suddenly remembered that when Lu Ming came to Luo City that year, he had asked her many things about Princess Xiaoji. No, I was just asking casually. Since the Heavenly Fox clan is second only to the Bloodvine clan among the 8 savage clans, even though they were besieged by 2 clans, they shouldn't lose too badly. Lu Ming realized that he had lost his composure for a moment, so he regained his composure and said. I hope so, Lan Si slowly said. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll leave the matter to you, fellow Lan. Lu Ming stood up. Lan Si did not ask him to stay. She personally sent Lu Ming out of the firm. After leaving Bluewood Trading Company, Lu Ming walked around Luoyang City for a while. Sure enough, the fake cultivators everywhere were discussing the war between the 3 races. Most of the fake cultivators were worried. Of course, there were also some fake cultivators who were gloating over the chaos. Lu Ming inquired about Yaoji in several places that sold information, but he still didn't get any definite news about Yaoji. However, it was true that the Heavenly Fox tribe was defeated. He didn't stay in Luoyang City for long. Soon, he returned to the small universe cave abode with a heavy heart. In the living room of the cave abode, Lu Ming paced back and forth. His expression kept changing. After a while, he let out a long sigh. He suddenly stood still with a determined look on his face. Since the Heavenly Fox tribe was in trouble, Yaoji, as the young master, would definitely be involved in the war. No matter what, he felt that he had to find Yaoji. However, his current strength was obviously not enough. In the war between the 3 clans, there were several almighty cultivators in the mystic and lightning realm. Even if he, a cultivator of the Jindan realm, went there, he would be like an ant jumping into a giant whirlpool. Not only would he be unable to control the situation, but he would also be easily swallowed up. The most important thing now was to advance to the celestial phenomenon realm as soon as possible. He didn't know how much time it would take to collect other auxiliary methods to advance. However, he now had the Luo Sua fruit, the scarlet scorching pill, and the cold whale fragrance. In addition to his mental strength and repeatedly purified magic power, he should have a 30 to 40% chance of successfully breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm. Thoughts flashed in Lu Ming's mind. He gritted his teeth and decided to forcibly break through. However, breaking through to the celestial phenomenon realm would cause too much commotion. It was obviously not suitable to do it in the small universe cave abode. He had to find another secluded place. Lu Ming pondered and immediately began to prepare in the cave abode. When Qian Ruping learned that Lu Ming was preparing to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm, she was naturally shocked. However, she knew that it was useless for her to follow him. Instead, she might be a hindrance. After handing over 2 sets of specially refined formation tools to Lu Ming, she silently prayed and waited in the secret room. After preparing for a while, Lu Ming left the cave abode and walked quickly toward the east of the city. Soon, he was out of Luo City and came to the endless sea. The vast and boundless sea lay in front of him. Lu Ming waved his hand and a purple sword light lifted his body and flew in a direction. He already had an idea about the place where he would practice in seclusion. It was the small island where he killed the cold whale. It was shrouded in thick fog all year round and was located in a remote location. Generally speaking, no one would come here. Moreover, during his previous exploration, he accidentally discovered that there was a rather good hidden spirit vein under the island. Otherwise, the cold whale would not have built its nest there. Lu Ming was afraid that someone would follow him. He circled around the sea for a few days and finally arrived at the nameless island. The white fog still shrouded the entire island. Although he had been here once, it took him some effort to find the location of the island. He carefully explored the vicinity of the island and did not find any trace of cultivators. It seemed that the previous battle did not attract the attention of other cultivators. However, this made him feel more at ease. After circling the island a few times, he immediately chose a hidden mountain wall and began to break the mountain to open up a temporary cave abode. He did not plan to live here for a long time, so he did not make any elaborate carvings. In less than an hour, he had dug out several stone rooms. After doing this, he set up a formation near the cave abode. These two sets of formations were personally refined by Qianruping. One was a defensive formation, and the other was an illusion formation. After burying the formation flags and formation discs of the two sets of formations near the cave abode, the fog around the island gathered and completely buried the island in the depths of the white fog. The illusion formation refined by Qianruping had the effect of concealing the divine sense. Even if someone accidentally came here, it would be difficult to find the existence of the island. After Lu Ming finished all this, he hovered over the island for a while, then nodded with satisfaction and landed back into the cave abode. He raised one hand, and a black light flew out of the gourd on his waist and turned into a black-veiled girl. It was Scorpion. Scorpion, I am going to retreat and start to break through the bottleneck. Everything here will be handed over to you. If there is any abnormal movement, I allow you to kill immediately without asking. Master, rest assured. Scorpion heard these words and agreed without thinking. Lu Ming nodded and walked into the deepest secret room of the cave abode. He waved his hand and launched several techniques to open the nearby defensive enchantment. In the white fog around the island, a blue water wave light appeared, covering most of the mountain wall where Lu Ming's cave abode was located. This set of formation was water attribute. With the help of the endless water vapor in the endless sea, it was enough to resist the attack of any Jingdan realm cultivator. Coupled with Scorpion's garrison, he was completely relieved. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly frowned. He flicked his hand on the Sumeru ring, and a white formation disc appeared. A white light flew out from it and went into Lu Ming's eyebrows. A message emerged in his mind, but it was sent by Lan Si. Unfortunately, it was not good news. In the message, Lan Si mentioned two methods that could help break through to the celestial phenomenon realm, but they were similar to rumors. One was about the Thunder Crane clan in the extreme north of the Wild Continent. Rumor had it that there was an energy-melting thunder pool in the Crane Valley where the clan resided, which had the miraculous effect of cleansing the marrow. The other method was about a secret realm in the Wild Continent called the Mirage. It would appear in the Wild Continent every 1,000 years or so. Rumor had it that there was a miraculous thing called the Sweet Malt Wood in the secret realm. It had incredible miraculous effects. Not only could it revive the dead, but it was also extremely useful for breaking through to the next realm. After reading this message, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Putting aside the energy-melting thunder pool of the Thunder Crane clan, even if it existed, they would not lend it to an outsider like him for no reason. As for the Mirage secret realm, Lan Si's message mentioned that the last time it appeared was more than 600 years ago. If he wanted to enter, he would have to wait for at least another 300 years. Moreover, the location of the Mirage secret realm could not be determined at all. Everything depended on luck. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart had completely calmed down, and he no longer had any extravagant hopes. He replied to Lan Si's message and put away the communication array disc. Half a month later, Lu Ming had been adjusting his breath and meditating in the secret chamber, adjusting his mental state and supernatural power to the best state. Only then did he take out the luo sua fruit, the scarlet scorch pill, and the cold whale incense with a flick of his sleeve. He first ignited the cold whale incense, and a faint fragrance immediately filled the entire secret chamber of the cave abode. As Lu Ming smelled the fragrance, he felt the distracting thoughts in his heart slowly begin to reduce. He was instantly delighted, and he had more confidence in the effects of the cold whale incense. With another wave of his hand, the scarlet scorch pill turned into a red light and flew into his mouth in a flash, entering his stomach through his throat. He slowly circulated his supernatural power, and a thick mass of it enveloped the scarlet scorch pill, and he began to refine it. Not long after, the meridians in Lu Ming's body began to boil. The scarlet scorching pill turned into a scorching torrent of Fa Li, quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. A trace of pain suddenly appeared on his face. At this moment, through his clothes, a red light could be clearly seen circulating rapidly on Lu Ming's body. After this red light circulated a few times, it suddenly rushed toward the spirit sea and flashed away. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, and his body shone with black light. An extremely strong Fa fluctuation suddenly spread in all directions. Outside the cave residence, the scorpion seemed to sense something and suddenly stood up. She looked in the direction of Lu Ming's retreat and frowned. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming entered the temporary cave residence and stayed there for about a month. On this day, a series of muffled thunder-like roars came out of nowhere in the sky above the cave. Countless black spiritual clouds appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the island, and they began to spin, forming a black spiritual energy whirlpool with a radius of several acres. In the spirit chi whirlpool, golden lightning danced wildly like wild snakes, stirring up the spirit chi of heaven and earth in a radius of tens of miles. The scorpion looked at the sky in astonishment, and a complex expression of surprise and worry appeared on its face. Such a vast sky phenomenon was beyond Lu Ming's expectation. The two formation restrictions that he had set up in advance were completely useless at this moment. Fortunately, the deserted island was surrounded by a white sea of fog, which provided a lot of concealment. However, the scorpion still did not dare to be careless. Its eyes looked deeply in the direction of the secret room, and it sat down cross-legged. It muttered an incantation, and an earthy yellow light appeared on its body. The scorpion waved its hand and made several hand signs. Yellow light flashed on its body, and countless yellow scorpion phantoms flew out in all directions. After advancing to the peak of the Jin Dan stage, the scorpion's detection secret technique could detect any unusual movements within a radius of 1,000 miles. It was much more sensitive than divine sense. Although the secret technique consumed a lot of mental power, he had a firm belief in his heart, and that was to not let anyone disturb his master no matter what. Just as the scorpion was casting the secret technique, the spirit vortex in the air began to change again. As the black spirit energy vortex continued to spin, black spirit clouds flew out from the bottom of the vortex and landed in the cave abode below. In the secret chamber of the cave dwelling, Lu Ming's entire body was shrouded in rolling black mist at the moment. There was a hint of pain on his face, as if he was enduring something. The black smoke on his body kept rolling, and gradually formed a huge, hazy, black shadow behind him. The spiritual clouds descending from the sky above the cave abode melted into this black shadow. Every time a spiritual cloud fused into it, the huge shadow would become a bit thicker and clearer. However, this process did not seem to be smooth. Although the black vortex in the air was constantly spinning, the speed at which the spiritual clouds fell was getting slower and slower. Every time a spiritual cloud fell, the expression on Lu Ming's face became more distorted, as if he was suffering some kind of great pain that ordinary people could not bear. As time passed, the expression on Lu Ming's face became more and more serious, and the huge black shadow behind him also began to show signs of instability at this time. The surface of the semi-solid body had begun to bulge with huge bubbles. Although it would slowly recover, other parts of the body would bulge again. Outside the cave abode, the scorpion seemed to sense something. He stopped casting the secret technique and stood up with a change of expression. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. The black spirit energy vortex above the cave abode suddenly showed signs of trembling, and the electric light in the vortex was in a mess, making a strange whistling sound. Not long after, the black clouds in the vortex suddenly tumbled, and then suddenly burst open, turning into clouds of black mist, and drifting in all directions. Not good. The scorpion's expression changed drastically. She moved and rushed into the cave abode, but the door of the secret room was still closed. There was a restriction on the door, and divine sense could not penetrate it. Although she wanted to rush in, she was afraid to disturb Lu Ming at this critical moment. For a while, she was anxiously pacing around outside. In the secret room, the black gas on Lu Ming's body had dissipated. His eyes were closed, his aura was weak, and there was still a dark red bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and there was no trace of blood on his face. This time, he tried to break through to the celestial state by force, but he unexpectedly failed not long after it started. Now, under the backlash of his spiritual power, not only was his vitality greatly damaged, not to mention that the meridians in his body were damaged in many places, the surface of the black and white Jindan in the spiritual sea had a few cracks. This made Lu Ming feel extremely cold. He was too rash in his rush to make a breakthrough. The difficulty of the celestial state bottleneck was far beyond his original imagination. It was not comparable to the bottleneck of the Jindan realm. The Jindan was damaged to such a degree. In the future, it would be a big problem to maintain the original realm, let alone to enter the celestial state. Master, the scorpion's voice emerged in Lu Ming's heart, and the tone was full of anxiety. Scorpion, I'm fine. I just failed to break through to the celestial state, and my body was slightly injured. Next, I'm going to retreat for a period of time to recover. You continue to guard the outside. After thinking about it, Lu Ming ordered so. Scorpion heard Lu Ming's voice transmission and was a little relieved. After agreeing, she continued to guard the outside. Lu Ming himself sighed and forced himself to cheer up. He turned his hand and took out a few healing elixirs and swallowed them. At this moment, a white light flashed in the spiritual sea, and the mysterious bubble suddenly emerged. Lu Ming's vision blurred, and the next moment, he had already appeared in the gray cage space. Not far in front of him, Luo Ho was quietly standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Lu Ming expressionlessly. Senior Luo Ho. When Lu Ming saw Luo Ho, he was surprised and happy, and hurriedly bowed. Luo Ho's expression was indifferent, as if he did not see Lu Ming bowing. He just looked up and down at Lu Ming for a while, and then said expressionlessly, although I used to think that your aptitude was poor, your temperament was not bad. I didn't think that you would be so rash. For a mere Fox Clan girl, you can't wait to break through to the celestial state with just a little preparation. Now I'm starting to regret letting you be the master of this cage. Senior Luo Ho, you saw everything? When Lu Ming heard Luo Ho's words, he stood up straight and said with a flash of light in his eyes. Luo Ho smiled and did not speak, obviously agreeing to this matter. This time, I failed to break through to the celestial state, and it was indeed because I was too hasty. Now there are even cracks in my Jindan. I wonder if Senior Luo Ho has any way to remedy it? Lu Ming smiled bitterly, bowed again, and asked. Naturally, there is a way to remedy it. Otherwise, do you think that I called you in just to make fun of you? Luo Ho's eyes narrowed, and he replied coldly. Please enlighten me, Senior Luo Ho. When Lu Ming heard this, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said. Come with me, Luo Ho said indifferently, and waved one hand. In the depths of the gray cage space, light flashed, and then a deep space tunnel appeared, leading to an unknown place. Lu Ming's body tensed, and he was wrapped up by a force, flying into the space tunnel. He didn't even have the time to ask anything before the scenery in front of him blurred. After a few breaths of time, his body sank, and he suddenly appeared in front of a gray and simple hall. Lu Ming looked around, and the space in front of him was quite similar to the cage space, but the area was much smaller, and there was clearly a rich demonic chi here. Senior Luo Ho, where is this? He asked tentatively. This is the demon sealing hall in the depths of the cage, and the many demonic souls suppressed in the cage are sealed here, Luo Ho said indifferently. When Lu Ming heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and for a time, he was silent. Let's go, your internal injuries are too serious, and with the strength I can use now, it is not enough to recover, so we need to go see a demonic being in there and ask him to help, Luo Ho said as he walked into the hall. When Lu Ming heard this, he was shocked, but Luo Ho had already begun to walk into the hall, so he could only follow. The hall in front of him seemed to be only 10 or 20 feet high, and it was built entirely from a black material, but at the moment it looked a little shabby, and there were some strange inscriptions inscribed on it, giving it an extremely ancient feeling. As a result, as soon as Lu Ming stepped into the main hall, the space in front of him suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. The hall above his head suddenly rose infinitely, and the space in the main hall expanded by 10 times or even 100 times. When his vision returned to normal, the scene around him had changed greatly, and there was almost no sign of the hall. He and Luo Ho were standing in an extremely wide space. The entire space was exuding a faint black chi, and under their feet was a flat square, and the hall above them was almost invisible, as if it had merged with the sky. The square was not empty, and every 100 feet, there was a giant black crystal pillar 20 or 30 feet high. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and he saw that these pillars were tied with black chains, and strange-looking demonic soul monsters. These demonic soul monsters were of different sizes, and their appearances were strange, and they were very different from many of the demonic beings he had seen before. But without exception, these monsters that were tied to the pillars exuded a strong true demonic qi, and almost every demonic soul exuded an aura that was above Lu Ming's, at least at the level of the celestial phenomenon realm. As soon as they saw the figures of Lu Ming and Luo Ho, these monsters immediately let out a mournful roar, and their bodies struggled violently, pouncing towards Lu Ming and Luo Ho. But just as they moved, the black chains that tied their bodies immediately emitted a faint white fluorescent light, and these demonic souls immediately became obedient, as if they had been seriously injured, but they still let out unwilling roars. Luo Ho seemed to turn a blind eye to everything and walked straight in one direction. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He roughly looked around and found that in this space, there were at least hundreds of similar black pillars. In other words, there were at least hundreds of demonic souls imprisoned here. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was horrified by the strength of the original owner of the cage. He took a step and silently followed behind Luo Ho. His eyes flickered as he secretly guessed the identity of the demonic creature that Luo Ho mentioned. The two walked quickly and went into the depths of the space. The deeper they went, the thicker the demonic aura around them became. Suddenly, a black light flashed on Lu Ming's cuff, and a black silkworm's head popped out. A small blood-red eye was faintly shining. It was the soul-sucking poisonous insect. It seemed to be quite comfortable with the surrounding environment and made a low hiss. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You can actually refine the soul-sucking poisonous insect." Even in the Archean period, not many people really succeeded in refining this insect. Luo Ho glanced at Lu Ming and said lightly, "This is all thanks to Senior's guidance to buy the mind imitation insect. Otherwise, even if I knew how to refine it, I would never have such an opportunity." Lu Ming said with a wry smile. "If I were you, I would put away the soul-sucking poisonous insect. The demonic soul won't like this thing." Luo Ho said with a hint. Lu Ming was startled when he heard this, then he frowned. He didn't see how he moved, but the soul-sucking poisonous insect suddenly turned into a black gas and went into his body. Luo Ho chuckled, and the two continued to walk forward. It didn't take long for them to walk into the depths of the hall. The deeper they went, the fewer the surrounding black stone pillars, but the aura of the demonic soul tied to them was getting stronger. At this moment, each of them exuded a terrifying pressure that was no less than the celestial state late stage, and even faintly close to the metaphysic realm. Lu Ming suppressed the surprise in his heart and continued to follow Luo Ho in silence. After walking for a while more, there were no longer any black stone pillars in sight. Not far away, a black altar came into Lu Ming's sight. The altar was circular and didn't look very tall. It was only about 20 to 30 feet tall, and its surface was dark. It seemed to be made of the same material as the black stone pillars. A black-robed figure stood on the altar. He looked no different from an ordinary person, but he had a pair of blood-red horns on his head. His back was leaning against a black stone pillar, and his body was tightly bound by 7 or 8 golden chains. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The aura emitted by this black-robed man was much stronger than any of the demonic souls here. In fact, it was far stronger than any of the mystic and lightning mighty figures he had seen before. The black-robed man seemed to sense something and slowly raised his head. Lu Ming's expression changed. The appearance of this black-robed man was exactly the same as him. The black-robed man glanced at Luo Ho, and then his gaze fell on Lu Ming again. A faint black light flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming and the black-robed man's eyes met, and an uncontrollable ripple immediately appeared in his heart. This ripple quickly grew, and in the blink of an eye, it was like a storm, engulfing his entire mind. "Not good." Lu Ming's face was greatly shocked. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and the intense pain caused his mind to recover a little. The Fa-Li in his body madly revolved, and a black light flashed in his eyes. 2 black lights that seemed to have substance appeared, and they resisted the black-robed man's gaze. Dang dang dang, Lu Ming took a few steps back before he steadied himself. He panted softly, and looked at the black-robed man on the altar with lingering fear. That was close. He had almost fallen into the black-robed man's gaze. Although he didn't know what method this person had just used, he was sure that it wasn't anything good. The dark light in the black-robed man's eyes gradually dissipated, and he said calmly, "To be able to resist my rhino storm, your mental strength is quite good." Lu Ming's expression was cold. He turned to look at Luo Ho and asked, "You said that you wanted to ask for help from a demonic soul. Could it be him?" "Don't worry, he is not an enemy." Luo Ho did not even look at Lu Ming, and said calmly as he stepped onto the altar. Lu Ming frowned, and his gaze fell on the golden chains on the black-robed man's body. After a moment of hesitation, he also followed behind Luo Ho, and walked onto the altar. However, he stopped when he was about 10 feet away from the black-robed man, and carefully stayed on guard. "I have brought the person, I will leave the rest to you." Luo Ho seemed to be quite familiar with the black-robed man, and said in a seemingly casual manner. "Thank you, Brother Luo." The black-robed man revealed a smile and nodded. A strange light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he watched the exchange between the two, but he did not say anything. The black-robed man's gaze turned and landed on Lu Ming, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Speaking of which, this is the first time we have met directly, right?" Lu Ming's eyes narrowed when he heard this. "There is no need to be so cautious, I was just playing a small joke." The black-robed man laughed softly. "Who are you?" Lu Ming was silent for a moment, then slowly asked. "My name is Mo Tian, but I believe you do not know, so let me put it another way. I was once the owner of this cage." The black-robed man said calmly. When Lu Ming heard this, a sliver of surprise appeared on his face, and he turned to look at Luo Ho. He did not lie, he was indeed the previous owner of this cage. He was once a demon of the 10,000 demon continent, and also the strongest of the past owners of the cage. Luo Ho said. Lu Ming nodded when he heard this. Luo Ho had once told him that as the owner of the cage, he could borrow the power of the cage to cultivate, but after death, his soul would be trapped in the cage forever. This demon should be the same. So what if he was the strongest? He was still trapped in this damn cage for countless years. The black-robed man, Mo Tian, coldly snorted when he heard Luo Ho's words. When Luo Ho heard this, his face dimmed a little. So it is Senior Mo Tian. This junior was a little impolite earlier, but from what Senior said, you seem to know this junior very well? Lu Ming's eyes swept across the two of them, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still spoke with some doubt. Of course, I have also saved your life several times. Why, do you not remember? As Mo Tian spoke, he suddenly let out a strange laughter. Lu Ming was startled, and right at this moment, his face had a huge change. During all these years, the devil intent that had been suppressed in his divine senses suddenly surged violently, and it was unprecedentedly intense. In an instant, his face was covered with a layer of black qi, and there were faint purple devil patterns that appeared on the surface of his body. Lu Ming yelled out, and the Jing Dan in his spirit sea suddenly expanded and emitted radiance. The 9-heaven divine thunder rune that was suppressed in the Jing Dan suddenly bloomed and shot out fine 5-colored electric arcs that extended throughout his body. Just as Lu Ming was planning to use the 9-heaven divine thunder power to disperse the devil intent in his body, the surging devil intent suddenly stopped. The surging devil qi in his body receded like a tide, and the black qi and devil patterns on his face had also dissipated. Do you remember it now? Mo Tian spoke with a teasing tone. Lu Ming's expression was extremely awful as he silently circulated his magic power. The cracks on the Jing Dan in his spirit sea seemed to have expanded because of the sudden all-out activation. I see. You are that devil soul that nearly seized my body back then. He spoke with an icy cold expression. That's right, but it is a pity that this cage still chose you. However, it is fortunate that I left a trace of my will in your divine senses back then. You were able to borrow the power of the cage to transform into a demon temporarily and kill the strongest enemy. Otherwise, would you be able to survive until now? Mo Tian spoke indifferently. When Lu Ming heard the statement, the icy cold expression on his face was slightly withdrawn. Just as Mo Tian mentioned, the demonization might have caused him to suffer a lot and nearly caused his body to collapse a few times, but if he didn't have this ability, he would have died countless times. Let's not talk about these past matters. Right now, you forcefully broke through to the celestial phenomenon realm without sufficient preparation, causing the Jin Dan to be damaged. Luo Ho is helpless against such injuries, but I have a way to restore your Jin Dan to its original state. Mo Tian changed the topic and spoke. Senior really has a way? Lu Ming was delighted when he heard the statement. Not only that, but I can also completely sever the trace of devil consciousness in your body and allow it to fuse into your body. This way, not only will you be able to completely grasp the abilities of the demonized body, but you will also be able to use the demonized body to easily condense the heaven and earth law phase and advance to the celestial phenomenon realm. Mo Tian's words were filled with enticement. What conditions does Senior have? Just state it. I can't possibly help this junior for free, right? Lu Ming let out a deep breath and regained his composure. It is so easy to speak with intelligent people. Of course, I will not help you for free. I want you to retrieve something from a certain place in the savage continent within 100 years. Mo Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of strange light before he regained his composure and spoke. Retrieve something? What is it? Lu Ming was a little surprised and asked with a flash of light in his eyes. There is no harm in telling you. It is a piece of hand bone. With this item I will be able to break free from this damned cage and be able to reincarnate. Mo Tian's eyes were filled with desire. Hand bone? Where is this item? I don't think it will be easy to obtain it, right? Lu Ming asked in a grave tone. I cannot tell you the location of the hand bone yet. It will naturally be difficult to retrieve this treasure, but if you want to obtain such a great benefit, how can you not take some risks? Mo Tian let out a mischievous laugh and spoke. When Lu Ming heard this, he revealed a hesitant expression and couldn't help but look at Luo Ho. Luo Ho was currently standing at the side and was looking down as though he was asleep. Lu Ming let out a light snort and had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. Mo Tian had a faint smile on his face and didn't say anything to urge him. Time elapsed bit by bit, and after 15 minutes, Lu Ming finally lifted his head. What do you think? Mo Tian's eyes flashed as he asked indifferently. Alright, I can agree to this deal. However, the prerequisite is for you to treat my injuries completely. Lu Ming spoke word by word. This is natural. We can sign the demon race's black oath spell contract. If either party has any lies or plans to break the contract, the power of the spell contract will cause the opposing party's divine soul to immediately explode and die. Mo Tian spoke solemnly. Black oath spell contract? Lu Ming's heart stirred and was about to say something. Right at this moment, Luo Ho's voice appeared in his heart. That is one of the demon race's highest grade contracts. There is no need to worry. Mo Tian isn't lying. Luo Ho's voice flashed for a moment. Lu Ming's body paused for a moment and used the corner of his eyes to glance at Luo Ho. He saw that Luo Ho was still standing in the same spot without any expression. Lu Ming thought for a while and finally made up his mind. He nodded in agreement. And said, if we can sign the spell contract, it will naturally be the best. Very well. Mo Tian smiled in response and opened his mouth. A cluster of black crystal threads burst out with a swish sound. Immediately after, he let out a few cryptic and strange incantations. A wisp of black gas flew out from the top of his head and turned into a series of profound runes that were lingering with demonic aura. It instantly merged into the black crystal threads. A moment later, Mo Tian's incantation suddenly stopped without any signs. In an instant, the cluster of black crystal threads seemed to have received some kind of stimulation as it trembled in the air. After a spin, it opened up and turned into a black beast-like scroll that stopped between Lu Ming and Mo Tian. There were some distorted runes that appeared on the beast's skin, emitting an unusual aura presence. Now, you and I just need to carve our divine soul imprints on it, and the spell contract will be completed. Mo Tian spoke sternly. Lu Ming glanced at the black animal skin and nodded. Then, he pointed a finger between his eyebrows. A streak of light shot out from his finger, and disappeared into the animal skin in a flash. Then, a few strange magic characters appeared on the surface of the animal skin. At nearly the same time, Mo Tian's forehead emitted a ray of light and fused into the beast skin. A few runes also appeared. The black beast's skin burst into flames and turned into a lump of black flames. It then split into two and turned into two black lights that entered the glabella of Lu Ming and Mo Tian respectively. The moment the black light entered his sea of consciousness, Lu Ming felt his consciousness turn cold. After the black light entered his sea of consciousness, it strangely disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. Alright, the contract is considered complete. As for the location of the hand bone, I will tell you when the time is right. Mo Tian replied. Lu Ming nodded while Luo Ho, who had been standing by the side, suddenly waved his hand. Lu Ming felt his vision turning blurry, and there was a buzzing sound in his ears. Immediately after, he had left the mysterious space and appeared in the temporary cave dwelling again. Get ready. I will use the power of the cage to refine the trace of consciousness that Mo Tian left in your sea of consciousness into a true devil imprint. Only then will you be able to truly control the demonized body. Luo Ho's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. When Lu Ming heard the statement, he immediately crossed his legs and sat down on the ground. Not long after, his eyes abruptly opened, and a substantial spiritual force shot out from his glabella. It circled above his head and gradually formed a lump of hazy cloud. Within the cloud, there was a lump of black chi that was attached to it like a maggot. Within the black chi, there was a sinister face that was faintly discernible like a shadow. From the looks of it, it was actually rather similar to Lu Ming. Right at this moment, there was a fluctuation in Lu Ming's spirit sea, and a transparent bubble appeared. Swish! There was a soft sound, a black light shot out from the bubble and in a flash, it accurately shot at the glabella of the sinister black shadow. The black shadow's face stiffened, and it immediately widened its mouth as though it was going to let out an unresigned roar. Immediately after, its body suddenly exploded and turned into a lump of faint black chi that was tumbling. Lu Ming's face revealed a trace of delight, and his divine senses suddenly felt lighter as though a 5,000-kilogram burden had been removed. Subsequently, he waved his hand and struck out a technique. The cloud-like spiritual force above his head poured into his sea of consciousness like a whale sucking in water. In the air, the rolling mass of faint black chi was still floating in the air. The transparent bubble in the spirit sea moved, and another black light shot out, fusing with the black chi in mid-air. The faint black chi gradually stopped tumbling and turned into an extremely complicated black rune. Concentrate. Next, I am going to fuse this true devil imprint with your body. Only then will you be able to completely grasp the demonization. Mo Tian's voice suddenly appeared at the bottom of Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's mind shook, and he quickly calmed down the emotional fluctuations in his heart. After taking a few deep breaths, his state of mind was quickly restored to a calm and tranquil state. The black rune in midair spun and flew down, fusing into Lu Ming's glabella in a blur. A scorching sensation instantly invaded Lu Ming's divine soul, and his entire body felt as though it was being burned by a raging fire. Even with his firm willpower, he couldn't help but let out a groan. However, after experiencing the 49 days of torment of refining the soul-sucking parasite, this bit of pain was nothing. Lu Ming quickly stabilized his mind and began to fuse his body with the true devil imprint at his glabella. Time elapsed bit by bit, and it was unknown how much time had passed. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. With a thought in his mind, the true devil imprint immediately appeared at his glabella. There was a firecracker-like sound coming from his body, and his body was expanding rapidly. At the same time, thick veins were pulsating on the surface of his body without any pattern. Immediately after, faint purple spirit patterns began to appear on various parts of his body. When his entire body was covered by the purple spirit patterns, there was a layer of surging black flames on the surface of his body. It was burning violently, and it was impressively a scene that only happened when he demonized. But unlike before, the current Lu Ming wasn't only clear-minded, but he was also able to freely control his body and limbs. He felt that his entire body was filled with power that could tear apart the heaven and earth. An unprecedented carefree feeling assaulted him, and he couldn't help but let out a few long roars towards the sky. However, the changes on the surface of his body didn't seem to have stopped. In the surging black flames, dark and shiny rhombus-shaped scales appeared on his skin, flickering with a strange radiance. Right at this moment, Luo Ho's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Very good, you can demonize freely now. Next, I'm going to use the power of the cage to help you repair the cracks on the Jin Dan. Hearing this, Lu Ming hurriedly sat down again. The demonic flame scales on his body dissipated and merged into his body again. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he returned to the original ordinary young man appearance. In the spiritual sea, the transparent bubble fluctuated for a while, and 8 seemingly ordinary purple runes appeared in a flash. They surrounded the real pellet state, forming a mysterious array that rotated slowly. At the next moment, the 8 purple runes each released a purple glow, covering Lu Ming's Jin Dan. At the same time, a large number of black crystal threads appeared in his spiritual sea. Under the shroud of the purple glow, they covered the cracks of the black and white Jin Dan very gently. As the black crystal threads slowly merged, the cracks on the Jin Dan were also slowly healing at an extremely slow speed. This state lasted for a whole month. One day after a month, in Lu Ming's spiritual sea, the black crystal threads and the purple glow trembled slightly, then they dissipated at the same time. After the transparent bubble shook slightly, the 8 purple runes that were originally emitted also flashed into the bubble at the same time. The bubble immediately disappeared with a poof sound. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and his face was full of joy. The Jin Dan in his spiritual sea had recovered to its original state, and the cracks had completely disappeared. Compared to before the injury, his black and white Jin Dan seemed to be faintly bigger. Lu Ming was naturally ecstatic. With a thought, a black light flashed on his forehead, and the complicated true demonic mark appeared again. Circles of purple spirit patterns suddenly appeared on his exposed arms. At the same time, a set of black scales and rolling demonic flames covered his whole body, and long sharp claws grew on his palms. A powerful wave of power spread toward the surroundings. Although the temporary cave house was also set up some enchantments by Lu Ming, at this moment, it was only affected by the power shock, and it also made a slight rumbling sound. It was almost about to be shattered and torn apart. He casually raised his demonized right hand and gently tapped toward the cave house. In an instant, a burst of purple and black light condensed on his fist, and it instantly turned into a black fist shadow that broke through the air. Before the black fist shadow touched the enchantment outside the cave house, the entire protective shield was like nothing. It turned into nothingness with a whoosh. Not only that, the black fist shadow's momentum did not decrease at all. In the blink of an eye, it landed in the distant sky. With a loud boom, there was a violent fluctuation in the void. Small space cracks appeared one after another. Although these space cracks only flashed, the pressure contained in his punch made Lu Ming couldn't help but be amazed. At this moment, whether it was the strength of his physical body or the toughness of his limbs, they had far exceeded his previous peak. But for some reason, he always felt that there was a hint of restlessness and inexplicable tyranny in his heart. At this moment, a clear voice came, and there was a little worry in the voice. "Master." A figure flashed, and a black-veiled girl flew in from the big hole. It was Scorpion. As soon as she saw Lu Ming's appearance at the moment, Scorpion was taken aback. Lu Ming was startled. With a thought, the scales and claws on his body flashed away, and the rolling demonic flames around him also turned into black gas and merged into his body. "I'm fine. I just recovered from my injury, and I'm just moving my body," Lu Ming said faintly. Scorpion glanced at Lu Ming and felt that he didn't finish his words, but she didn't say much. Instead, she changed the topic and asked, "Since Master's injury has recovered, do you continue to cultivate here or return to Luoyang City first?" "Let's stay here for now. I still want to break through the bottleneck again." Lu Ming clenched his fist and said resolutely. Scorpion looked at Lu Ming in surprise and didn't say anything. He nodded and flew out again. In the next moment, there was a sound of rocks and soil flying. The shattered mountain rocks gathered together in a burst of yellow light. The shattered mountain walls quickly recovered to their original state. Lu Ming silently praised Scorpion's understanding. He waved his hand and struck out a few techniques to repair the cave dwelling's restriction that was destroyed by his punch. He then sat down cross-legged again. He didn't know what method Luo Ho and Mo Tian used, but after his Jin Dan was repaired, his magic power was even more abundant than before. It could be said that both his magic power and his body had recovered to their optimal state. He planned to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm in one go. At this moment, Lu Ming's vision blurred and he appeared in the cage space. Luo Ho, who was dressed in green, was standing not far in front of him with a solemn expression. Senior Luo Ho. Lu Ming was startled and bowed. Are you planning to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm again? Luo Ho glanced at Lu Ming indifferently and said. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and nodded without denying it. Don't you think the previous lesson wasn't enough? Although you can control the demonification, your body hasn't completely adapted to it. Even if you are lucky to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm, it will cause many hidden dangers to your future cultivation. If you don't want to end up like Emotion in the future and be imprisoned in the prison space forever, then you should obediently stay here and spend a year or two to temper your magic power before making any plans. Luo Ho said coldly. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Lu Ming's body trembled and then he nodded slowly. That's right, the mark on your forehead is the devil race's origin mark. I didn't expect Emotion to give it to you. Although I don't know what he's planning, you should still be careful. Luo Ho suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Senior Rahu, do you mean that the demonic sky has other plans? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he replied. I can't say for sure, but it's always better to be careful. Moreover, once you break through to the celestial phenomenon realm, the influence on the cage space will intensify, and there's a possibility that the seal on the artifact spirit might loosen. I need to make some preparations in advance, Luo Ho said expressionlessly. Is that so? I understand. Lu Ming's expression turned serious as he nodded. Since the cage was involved, he had no choice but to be cautious. After that, Luo Ho gave some instructions to Lu Ming before sending him out of the cage space again. Brother Luo Ho, it seems like you have high hopes for the current cage master. A lump of black gas suddenly appeared in the cage space and condensed into a distorted black-robed figure. It was Emotion. Aren't you the same? Otherwise, why would you take out the demonic pupil of illusions and let him use it? Luo Ho didn't show any surprise at Emotion's appearance and replied indifferently. No matter what, if the cage's artifact spirit is truly awakened, you and I will be annihilated. Now, we can only rely on this Lu Ming. Emotion chuckled and said. I naturally know that, Luo Ho said coldly. It's good that brother Luo Ho understands. Therefore, at this juncture, it's better for us not to be suspicious. If we can't work together, I'm afraid we will really lose this last trace of hope. We can temporarily put aside our previous conflicts. Emotion let out a burst of laughter as his body suddenly turned into a lump of black gas and disappeared in the space. Luo Ho stood with his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the top of the cage space. After a moment, his body shook and disappeared on the spot. Lu Ming naturally knew nothing about the conversation in the cage space. In the following days, he cultivated in seclusion in the cave dwelling and constantly sharpened his magic power. Although he was very worried about Yaoji's current situation, if he didn't have the corresponding strength, he wouldn't be able to do anything even if he found her. After listening to Luo Ho's words, he began to comprehend the true demonic imprint on his glabella. After a period of research, he found that this imprint was somewhat similar to the several Dharma runes in his body, but it was obviously much more profound. Other than allowing him to demonize his body at will, it seemed to have some other abilities. However, it was blocked by some mysterious power, making it impossible for him to touch it. Time flew by quickly while he was cultivating. In a blink of an eye, nearly 2 years had passed. On this day, the white mist around the small island tumbled, and countless black spirit clouds appeared in the sky again, forming a giant black gas whirlpool. The bottom of the whirlpool gradually formed the shape of a funnel, and the spirit clouds quickly followed the funnel and entered the cave dwelling below. Scorpion stood at the entrance of the cave dwelling and looked at the scene in front of her with a trace of joy on her face. Anyone could see that this time, Lu Ming's breakthrough to the celestial phenomenon was obviously much smoother than the previous time. The whirlpool in midair spun faster and faster, and the black spirit clouds soon all fell into the cave dwelling below. The strange phenomenon in the sky also disappeared like a flash in the pan. However, in the next moment, there was a loud rumbling sound. A pale golden shadow that was 50 to 60 feet tall suddenly emerged from the cave dwelling below. It was surrounded by black chi, and there were gusts of chilly wind. A huge prowess was emitted from the shadow. Even with Scorpion's cultivation, she couldn't withstand this huge spiritual pressure and was pushed far away. Her face changed drastically, and she retreated a distance of hundreds of feet before she could barely stand her figure. She looked up at the black shadow in midair. However, she saw that the shadow's face was blurred, and the muscles all over its body were bulging. It looked like a very burly human figure. Through the constantly tumbling yin qi on its body, one could vaguely see the lifelike dragon and tiger tattoos coiled around its whole body and even its arms. After a careful count, there were 6 fled dragons and 6 fierce tigers. In addition, there was also a fist-sized pale golden light ball that rotated quickly around the giant's shadow, flickering. Even with Scorpion's eyesight, she couldn't see it clearly. As the giant's arm waved slightly, there seemed to be a kind of endless power that caused the mist around the small island to tumble violently. A burst of dragon roar and tiger roar resounded through the sky. The tattoos on the surface of the giant's shadow suddenly seemed to come alive, and they rushed out from the surface of the body one after another. 6 pitch-black mist flood dragons and 6 lifelike mist tigers were flying around the giant's shadow at lightning speed. Streams of yin power that were even colder than before swept out in all directions. With the small island as the center, the area within a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 feet was completely covered in darkness, making it impossible to see anything. Just as Scorpion's heart was in shock, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang out one after another. It was the dragon and tiger phantoms in midair that burst apart. With a flash of black light, a giant hell prison space that could cover 3,000 to 4,000 feet suddenly appeared. Although Scorpion cooperated with Lu Ming to enter the hell prison space several times to launch sneak attacks on the enemies trapped in it, at this moment, she still felt at a loss, as if she was trapped in an endless abyss. A sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. At this moment, the surrounding black light collapsed bit by bit, turning into overwhelming black gas. After a tumble, it flew toward the giant shadow and turned into the tattoo of 6 dragons and 6 tigers again. In the next moment, the giant shadow dissipated and flashed into the cave house below, disappearing without a trace. The small island once again returned to the tranquility of the sky and the sun, as if everything before had never happened. Scorpion looked at the scene in front of her, and she couldn't help but be a little stunned. At this moment, how could she not know that Lu Ming had successfully advanced to the celestial state? The pale golden giant just now was the heaven and earth law phantom that he condensed. However, just when she recovered and wanted to rush into the cave house with a happy face, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. The cave house that had originally returned to peace, but there was a low roar, and the voice was full of tyranny. In the originally clear sky, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder, and the howling of the wind came. Black clouds that were denser than before appeared out of thin air, and the coverage was wider than before. Purple and black lightning suddenly burst out on the surface of the dark clouds. Below the dark clouds, a hurricane rose to the sky and wandered around, and the sound of the waves was louder and louder. In the blink of an eye, the sea where the entire island was located suddenly became dark, and there was no daylight. Rumble, a few thunderclaps sounded, and black and purple electric arcs and thunder balls the size of a head fell from the dark clouds like a rainstorm, causing the original black and white island to completely turn into a black and purple thunder sea. In the void thousands of feet away from the island, there was a fluctuation, and a black figure suddenly appeared, looking in the direction of the distant island, his face full of disbelief. It was Scorpion. However, the next moment, an even more shocking scene appeared. In the center of the Thunder Sea, which was also the small mountain where Lu Ming's cave house was located, suddenly exploded with a bang. In a burst of flying sand and stones, a giant figure that was hundreds of feet tall slowly stood up. When Scorpion saw the giant's appearance clearly, his heart suddenly sank. The giant's body was covered with black scales, and his body was also covered with thick purple spirit patterns. His face was still blurred, but a pair of blood-colored curved horns could be clearly seen on the top of his head, and a pair of giant eyes were shining with blood light. The sky full of electric arcs and thunder balls fell on the giant's body, but they could only explode into balls of lightning, unable to cause any damage to the giant at all. At this moment, the giant let out a low roar, and a black demonic flame suddenly rose around his body. Then, he raised his giant hand and punched in the air. A giant black fist that was hundreds of feet in size condensed out of thin air, and with rolling black flames, it blasted in the air. Wherever it passed, the sky full of black and purple thunder clouds collapsed upon contact. When the giant fist rose into the air, it collapsed with a loud bang, and the invisible aftermath swept out in all directions. All the dark purple thunderclouds were immediately swept away, and the sky quickly became clear. The surrounding hurricane also came to an abrupt stop. At the same time, on the small island below the giant phantasm, a figure covered with purple demonic patterns and scales was standing in the ruins of a mountain rock. This person was Lu Ming. It was just that at this moment, his whole body was demonized again. He looked ferocious, but there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. After his Jing Dan was repaired this time, his spiritual power was vaguely stronger than before, and Luo who activated the mysterious small bubble to instill pure spiritual power into him. Therefore, although there were a few twists and turns in the process of advancing to the celestial state, it was generally relatively smooth. After he condensed the first law phantasm, the power of the technique he used through the law phantasm was more than several times stronger than before, which made him overjoyed at that time. However, just as he retracted the law phantasm, Luo whose voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He asked himself to transform into a demonized body and tried to condense the heaven and earth law again. The next scene was just like what Xianxia had witnessed earlier. He actually condensed another devil dharma idol, and the might he revealed with every single move he made was even more shocking. Lu Ming didn't expect that he could condense two completely different heaven and earth laws. Recalling the classics he had read in the past, there seemed to be no record of a cultivator who could condense two laws. Although there seemed to be no harm at the moment, it still made him feel a little uneasy in his heart. However, in this way, he could only summon the golden law in front of others. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he would never use the second demon's law easily. After all, whether in the Middle Sky continent or the Wild continent, the demon with true demonic aura was a taboo existence. He still clearly remembered the hatred of the beastkin cultivators of the Wild continent for the demon in the ruins of the upper realm. With a thought from Lu Ming, the demon's law phantasm turned into black gas again and slowly disappeared into his body. Above the spiritual sea in his body, the black and white Jing Dan that was originally rotating slowly was now emitting bursts of dazzling light. It was divided into black and white, and the black was obviously much stronger than the white. At this moment, a bloody rune appeared in Lu Ming's mind. In the next instant, the crimson rune flashed before shattering into countless demonic characters. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly thought of the vow of the inner demon that he had made with Qing Lan in the Nine Nether Realm. These demon race characters blurred and entered his spiritual sea one after another. Lu Ming closed his eyes for a moment, then slowly opened them. A strange light flashed in his eyes. The information left by Qing Lan told them in detail what had happened in the past. Of course, the name of Qing Lan's enemy also appeared. It was actually a heavenly phenomenon elder of the Heavenly Fox clan called Humei. Lu Ming had heard about what had happened from Qing Lan, but the message left by Qing Lan to Lu Ming contained more details. Hundreds of years ago, Qing Lan and Humei were both at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. They were a man and a woman. One of them had 7 tails and was extremely talented, and the other had 8 tails, which was rare even in 10,000 years. At that time, they were called the Double Walls of the Heavenly Fox clan. They were the 2 most promising practitioners at the celestial phenomenon realm. Qing Lan faintly had a good impression of Humei, but from Qing Lan's feeling, Humei had always kept a distant relationship with him. By chance, Humei obtained the whereabouts of the 9 Nether secret treasure, the 9 Nether monster core. According to Humei, the 9 Nether monster core was one of the best auxiliary elixirs for demons to advance to the celestial phenomenon realm. At Humei's invitation, Qing Lan readily agreed to go to the 9 Nether realm with her to search for the treasure. However, to Qing Lan's surprise, the so-called 9 Nether monster core actually needed the monster core of a celestial phenomenon realm demonic cultivator as a catalyst. In order to get his monster core, Humei even joined forces with the Fiend clan to kill him. After a fight, Qing Lan was outnumbered. Finally, his body was destroyed, and his monster core was taken away. His spirit essence was also shattered on the spot. If he hadn't held back in advance, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge. After learning the cause and effect, Lu Ming couldn't help but ponder. Qinglan didn't hide anything from him. It could be said that he had told Lu Ming everything. He guessed that he knew he wouldn't live long and wanted to vent his anger before he died. According to the information left by Qinglan, Mei was good at enchantment and was good at scheming. She was definitely not easy to deal with. Moreover, hundreds of years ago, she was already at the peak of the celestial phenomenon realm. After obtaining Qinglan's monster core, she probably had already refined the so-called 9 nether monster core. Her cultivation must have improved, and now it was not impossible for her to reach the celestial phenomenon realm. For the current Lu Ming, unless he demonized, he couldn't escape from the celestial phenomenon realm. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to avenge Qinglan in a short time. Fortunately, the Oath of the Heart demon didn't have a time limit. As long as he could fulfill his promise to Qinglan in time, it wouldn't cause any harm to himself. It had been more than 2 years since the war between the 3 clans, and he had been thinking about Yaoji. Now that he had reached the celestial phenomenon realm, it was imperative to go to the Million Wave Palace. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's body shook and he quickly flew up. Congratulations on reaching the celestial phenomenon realm, Master. Scorpion saw Lu Ming in the distance and flew over with relief. You've been guarding me day and night for the past few years. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Ming smiled. This is what Scorpion should do. Scorpion smiled. But I have to go to the Million Wave Palace of the Celestial Fox Clan. I may need your ability on this trip. But let's go back to Luo City first and tell Ruping so that she can rest assured. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. Scorpion nodded. Scorpion knew a little about the entanglement between Lu Ming and Yaoji. Without saying anything, it turned into a black light and flew into the yin gourd on Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming waved his long sleeves and turned into a black light, flying toward Luo City. In just a few breaths, he disappeared from the place where the sky and the water met. More than 10 days later, Lu Ming said goodbye to Qi Ruping, who was reluctant to leave, and flew toward the Celestial Fox Clan again. With Lu Ming's cultivation of the Celestial Phenomenon realm, it only took him more than 2 months to reach the territory of the Celestial Fox Clan, near the Million Wave Mountain range. The mountains here were vast and green, and streams flowed through the valleys. It was full of life and the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was very rich. It was like a paradise that was hard to find in the world. The Million Wave Palace, the lair of the Celestial Fox Clan, was on the most central peak of the Million Wave Mountain range. Now that Lu Ming used the Che Huan Totem secret technique, even a celestial phenomenon cultivator of the demon clan would not be able to find the slightest trace as long as they did not deliberately search for it. As a result, when Lu Ming came to the top of the main peak, in front of the Million Wave Palace, he frowned. The Million Wave Palace, which used to be the headquarters of the Celestial Fox Clan, was now in a mess after the war, just as the rumors said. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of buildings in the middle of the vast sky-blue lake. Now, only ruins were left of most of them. All kinds of extremely valuable wood and large pieces of bluestone seemed to have been swept by all kinds of attacks. They were either charred black or turned into gravel of different sizes, scattered in every corner of the city. There were a few buildings that were still in good condition. Exquisite patterns were carved on them, as if telling outsiders about the city's past glory. But now, the flags of the Shadow Wolf clan and the Green Snake clan were stuck on top of them. In addition, from time to time, groups of 2 or 3 demon clan cultivators could be seen patrolling around the city. All the signs showed that the Million Wave Palace had now been completely occupied by the Shadow Wolf clan and the Green Snake clan, and they had turned it into a stronghold and guarded it. Seeing this, Lu Ming's thoughts raced. Although the Million Wave Palace had been captured, it was impossible for the Celestial Fox clan to not have any backup plans based on the deep foundation of the 8 great tribes of the wilderness. If he happened to find some demon clan cultivators who had escaped during the chaos, he might be able to obtain some information related to Yaoji. After making up his mind, Lu Ming's body flashed with a black light and he suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he sneaked in another direction without leaving a trace. Lu Ming searched the periphery of the Celestial Fox clan for a few days, but found nothing except for the patrols of the Shadow Wolf clan and the Green Snake clan from time to time. 3 days later, he stood on the mountainside of a mountain on the west side of the Million Wave Mountain, looking in the direction of the Million Wave Palace from afar. He pondered for a solution. Right at this moment, a black streak of light was flying over a mountain peak not far away at an incredible speed, flying west. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. In the escape light, he saw a thin old man of the Shadow Wolf clan wearing a black robe. Judging from the aura he exuded, he was a demon clan cultivator in the early celestial state. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart moved. His figure blurred and he chased after the thin old man. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, on a mountain range thousands of miles west of the Million Wave Mountain, the thin old man still did not slow down and did not notice Lu Ming who had followed him. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He flicked his left sleeve, and a purple sword light blasted out instantly. After a blur in the air, it turned into dozens of purple streamers, sweeping in the direction of the thin old man. His right hand shook slightly without leaving a trace, and a piece of scale armor appeared. At the same time, the black demonic flame burned. With a burst of crackling sounds, the whole arm instantly soared. Then his figure flickered, and he disappeared in place. The thin old man was obviously startled by the sudden attack behind him. In a panic, he hurriedly arched his body and dodged to the side. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a gray bead. As it spun, a gray glow swept out, turning into a layer of gray light curtain, wrapping him in it. The purple sword curtain that broke through the air suddenly hit the gray light curtain. A resounding boom rang out, and the gray light barrier tremored violently before barely managing to withstand the onslaught. Just as the thin old man looked in the direction of the source of the purple sword light, he found that there was nothing there. His face suddenly turned pale. The next moment, a black light flashed behind him. An arm covered with black demonic flame drew a black line in the air and smashed at his chest fiercely. The skinny old man felt the fist wind behind him, and his face changed drastically. He suddenly chanted, and then his body shone with gray light. Suddenly, a giant gray wolf phantom appeared behind him. The giant wolf phantom suddenly turned back, and the sharp claws of its two forelimbs glowed with a black claw light. It grabbed at Lu Ming's demonic flame arm fiercely. With a loud bang, the two collided in an instant. As soon as the claw light of the giant wolf phantom touched the demonic flame, it collapsed like evaporation. It couldn't stop the fist at all. The next moment, a black light flashed, and a ball of black demonic flame instantly pierced through the skinny old man's chest. The skinny and tall old man's face instantly lost a trace of blood, and the giant wolf phantasm that rose from his body let out an unwilling whine, then it collapsed with a bang. A fist-sized gray light ball flashed out from between his eyebrows, and he was about to escape from here. Seeing this, Lu Ming raised his arm and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the space fluctuated, and a giant black claw condensed out of thin air, grabbing the gray light ball. From Lu Ming's appearance to killing the opponent, it was almost a blink of an eye. The skinny old man of celestial state had no power to fight back. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, a desperate voice floated out from the gray light ball. "I am the elder of the Shadow Wolf clan. As long as you don't kill me, I will." Before the words were finished, Lu Ming showed a trace of impatience. He ignored the wailing and clenched his hand to search his soul. This search really shocked Lu Ming. It turned out that the current situation of the Celestial Fox clan was far worse than what Lu Ming had imagined. It could even be said that they were almost completely defeated by the Shadow Wolf clan and the Green Snake clan. Including the clan leader, Sage King Lei Su, several powerful figures of the clan in the Profound Enlightenment realm had fallen. There were also countless cultivators of the Celestial Fox clan who died tragically in the hands of these two clans. However, according to the information that the thin and tall old man knew, the young master of the Heavenly Fox clan, Yaoji, had not been killed. Instead, when the Myriad Wave Temple was attacked, she had already escaped. Now, the two clans were working together to hunt down the remaining forces of the Heavenly Fox clan, and Yaoji was the most important. This thin and tall old man had received the news and rushed to a suspicious place to search for the Heavenly Fox clan's demon cultivator. That was not all. There was another piece of information that shocked Lu Ming even more. This time, the Shadow Wolf clan and the Green Snake clan were able to defeat the Sky Fox clan so easily because there was a traitor among the Sky Fox clan's mystic and lightning experts. Coincidentally, this traitor was Qinglan's enemy, Hu Mei. After Lu Ming understood the situation, a cold glint flashed in his eyes and he clenched his fist. Accompanied by a miserable scream, the thin and tall old man's spiritual essence immediately disappeared. Of course, he would not leave behind any useful things on the celestial phenomenon realm demon cultivator. After searching for a while, he raised his hand and shot a fireball, turning the whole body into a pile of ashes. After doing all this, Lu Ming once again performed the Che Huan totem to conceal his aura. Then, he identified the direction and flew toward the suspected hiding place of the Celestial Fox Clan demon cultivator according to the thin and tall old man's memory. At the same time, in the depths of the Myriad Wave Temple, there was a magnificent palace. 3 figures were sitting there, faintly forming a round formation. Rays of light shot out from the hands of the 3 figures. Among the 3 figures, one was a woman in a pink dress. She had a slim figure and an extremely beautiful appearance, like a fairy from the 9th heaven. However, there was endless charm in her eyes from time to time. Purity and coquettishness were perfectly combined on this woman, making people unable to look away at the first sight of this woman. However, the other 2 sitting next to this woman did not look at the pinky woman. One of them had a face as pale as a sheet of paper. His cheeks were long and narrow, and he wore a tight-fitting cyan robe. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. His pupils flashed with a cold light like a snake's, giving off an extremely sinister feeling. The other person was an old man in a gray cloak. His appearance was plain, but his pair of slender eyes were unusually deep, making people feel that he was extremely scheming. Every move of the 3 people carried great power. They were all powerful cultivators of the metaphysic realm. However, the aura exuded by the pinky woman was a little weaker than that of the middle-aged man in a cyan robe and the old man in a gray robe. In the middle of the 3 of them was an incomparably complex totem array, from which a white pillar of light rose, wrapped in a green light bead. This bead was only about a foot in size, and the pattern of 7 stars was engraved on its surface, emitting a faint radiance. The bead seemed to be nurturing an endless cyan light, and one could tell at a glance that this was an extremely precious treasure. The pinky woman and the other 2 people each released a pink, green, and black light from their hands, forming 3 halos that enveloped the cyan wonder bead. Together with the totem formation on the ground, the halos constantly seeped into the cyan wonder bead, as if they were refining it. The cyan wonder bead flickered and emitted rays of cyan light from time to time. It easily shook off the refining light that the 3 people released. Under the refinement of the 3 metaphysic realm cultivators, they could do nothing to this wonder bead. After a long time, the cyan wonder bead was still as stable as a rock. A trace of anxiety appeared on the 3 people's faces. The Heaven Confusion bead is indeed the inheritance treasure of the Heavenly Fox clan. Even with the 3 of us combined, we can't do anything to it. The middle-aged man in a green robe frowned and withdrew his hand. The gray-robed old man chuckled and also put down his hand. Seeing that the other 2 people had stopped, a trace of displeasure flashed through the pinky woman's eyes. However, she did not show it on her face. She waved her hand and dispersed the light around her hand. Clan leader Bai Feng, why are you so impatient? Sage Monarch Lei Su has already died, and the Heaven Confusion bead is in our hands. With Fairy Hu Mei's help, I believe that after a while, we will definitely be able to refine this bead. At that time, we can open the Heavenly Fox secret realm. The gray-robed old man smiled. That's right. According to our original agreement, as long as the 2 of you help me control this bead and become the Sage Monarch of the Heavenly Fox clan, I am willing to give the countless treasures that the Heavenly Fox clan has accumulated over countless years to the 2 clans as compensation. The pinky woman's eyes flashed and she smiled faintly. It's naturally good that Fairy Hu Mei remembers this agreement. This time, our 2 clans have suffered great losses in helping you. The gray-robed old man glanced at Fairy Hu Mei and said. That's true, but we've been using the secret technique day and night to refine this bead for the past 2 months, and there's still no sign of success. If this drags on, I'm afraid that the situation will change. I remember that Lei Su has some ties with Sage Monarch Shui Tu of the Bloodvine clan. There's no guarantee that the Bloodvine clan won't interfere, the gray-robed old man said. When the other 2 heard the Bloodvine clan, their expressions changed slightly. It's not that I'm not trying my best. Clan leader Ji Dao might not know, but the Heaven Confusion Bead is the inheritance of the Heavenly Fox clan. Only the clan leader who has received the inheritance of the Heavenly Fox clan can use it. I'm truly powerless. A strange light flashed in the depths of Fairy Humei's eyes, and she smiled bitterly. She looked like a frail young girl. The gray-robed old man and Fairy Humei frowned when they heard that. The inheritance of the Heavenly Fox clan in the Heavenly Fox clan had always been passed down from one generation to the next. However, this generation's sage monarch Lei Su was ambushed and besieged by them. Under the counterattack before her death, her body had already been destroyed. Although Fairy Humei had an 8-tailed talent that was hard to come by in 10,000 years, the difference between an 8-tailed and a 9-tailed talent was huge. If that's the case, doesn't that mean we're helpless? The green-robed middle-aged man said coldly. As far as I know, the current young master of the Heavenly Fox clan, Yaoji, has a pure bloodline. She has the rumored 9-tailed Heavenly Fox talent. If we can find this girl, will there be a chance to refine the Heaven Confusion Bead? The gray-robed old man said after thinking for a while. When the green-robed middle-aged man heard that, his face immediately revealed a hint of joy and he looked at Fairy Humei. Although Yaoji has a pure bloodline, she hasn't experienced the inheritance of the Heavenly Fox. I'm afraid she may not be able to refine the Heaven Confusion Bead. Also, this girl has already been secretly taken away by Sage Monarch Lei Su during the battle. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to find her now. Fairy Humei's beautiful eyes flashed and she sighed softly. The other two looked at each other and didn't say anything. Although that's the case, this is also a method. Let's try it first. After all, if Yaoji escapes, it will be a hidden danger in the future. The gray-robed old man's eyes flashed and he took out a gray talisman. He muttered a few words and raised his hand. The talisman turned into a gray light and shot out of the hall. Don't worry, I've already thought of a method. It might be useful. Fairy Humei saw the gray-robed old man's actions and a hint of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Oh, tell us about it. The gray-robed old man immediately asked. Although I haven't come into contact with the legacy of the Celestial Fox, I know of the bloodline sacrifice secret technique of our clan. If we can use this secret technique with the corpses of the Celestial Fox clan and use the power of the sacrifice, we might be able to refine the Sky Confusion Divine Bead, Humei said calmly. When the green-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed old man heard this, their expressions changed slightly. In this battle, several profound fox cultivators of the Profound Fox clan had fallen one after another. Their bodies were in their hands. Fairy Humei's intention couldn't be clearer. However, if they were unable to refine the Heaven Confusion Bead and open the secret realm of the Sky Fox, they would lose more than they gain if other forces took the opportunity to interfere. The green-robed middle-aged man and the gray-robed old man looked at each other and their expressions changed. After a while, the gray-robed old man broke the silence first and said decisively, "All right, since this method might work, let's try it." The green-robed middle-aged man thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's start," Fairy Humei said with a smile. Humei said with a happy expression. With a wave of her hand, a pink light shot out and enveloped the entire hall. Several hours later, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky above the hall and lasted for a long time. The commotion within the hall instantly attracted the attention of all the Yao cultivators within the Myriad Wave Palace. All of them began pointing and discussing the phenomenon. Some of the more nosy ones wanted to approach the hall to check it out, only to be immediately shouted back by the tens of guards standing guard outside the hall. What was surprising was that the scene of red light soaring into the sky lasted for more than half a month. It wasn't until half a month later that the red pillar of light suddenly disappeared without any warning, as if it had never appeared. At the same time, in the palace, the heaven-confusing divine bead was suspended in mid-air, and 6 of the 7 star patterns that were originally dim had now been lit up, emitting waves of cloud-like cyan light, causing the entire palace to be filled with a rich cyan light. Below the bead, Humei, who was dressed in pink clothes, had a solemn expression on her face. She waved her jade-like arms, forming a series of hand seals that disappeared into the heaven-confusing divine bead above. Her body was covered in a faint layer of blood-red light, and the aura she exuded was clearly much stronger than before. On the ground not far away from her, there was an abnormally profound blood-red formation that was several tens of feet in size. There were 3 blood-red stone pillars erected in the formation, and there were 3 withered skeletons tied to the stone pillars, as if all of their yuan qi, flesh and blood had been squeezed out. The green-robed middle-aged man of the Green Snake clan and the gray-robed old man of the Shadow Wolf clan were standing not far away from Humei. There was a distance of several tens of feet between them, and they had different expressions, as if they had different thoughts. When they saw that the heaven-confusing divine bead was almost completely refined, the two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding, and a trace of joy began to appear in their eyes. At this moment, Humei began to chant something, and the two of them stopped making hand seals and joined them together in front of her chest. Above her head, an 8-tailed fox projection floated at a low altitude. Suddenly, the 8-tailed fox projection moved, and directly entered the heaven-confusing divine bead above. The cyan light inside the heaven-confusing divine bead began to surge violently, and the 7th large star also gradually lit up. The 7 big stars shot out different rays of light at the same time, and turned into a colorful rainbow-like ray of light in the sky. The rainbow light circled in midair for a while, and condensed together, turning into a rainbow vortex. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a white spatial entrance that was around 10 feet in size slowly appeared within the rainbow vortex. Wisps of faint light emerged from the spatial entrance. Humei let out a sigh of relief, and her beautiful face was slightly pale, but her eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. After so many years of planning and sacrifice, she had finally grasped this heaven-confusing divine bead. Humei gritted her teeth, and did her best to suppress the ecstasy in her heart, and did not show too much. "It's done. Fairy Foxy Charm's blood sacrifice is indeed effective," the gray-robed old man from the Shadow Wolf clan said with a laugh. "This is also thanks to the help of the two of you, otherwise with my own strength, I cannot complete all of this." Humei bowed to the two of them. "Alright, since the entrance of the Heaven Fox secret realm is open, we don't have to waste time here. Let's go in now. There should be some restrictions in the secret realm that need to be broken." The Green Snake clan leader's eyes flashed, and he said impatiently. The elder in gray robe nodded in agreement, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. After that, the two of them did not wait for Humei's reply, and their bodies turned into 2 rays of light, one green and one black, and flew toward the spatial tunnel. Humei also flew toward the entrance in a flash. However, just as the figures of the Shadow Wolf clan leader and the Green Snake clan leader disappeared in the spatial tunnel, the woman suddenly stopped, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. She quickly pulled off a red jade necklace from her neck, and the red jade was engraved with a lifelike 8-tailed fox. She bit the tip of her tongue, and a mouthful of blood fell on the red jade. The red jade shone brightly, and with a crack, it exploded. At the same time, somewhere in a remote area of Myriad Wave Mountain, a faint blood light flashed and appeared, and it sped away into the distance at an extremely fast speed. After doing all this, Humei flipped her hand and took out a talisman that emitted a cold light. Her lips moved slightly a few times, and with a shake of her wrist, the talisman immediately roared and turned into a ball of pale golden light that dissipated. Immediately afterward, 2 figures flickered at the door, and 2 gray rays of light shot out. In front of Humei's eyes, 2 Shadow Wolf clan guards, one tall and one short, appeared. "Those 2 old things went in?" The short Shadow Wolf clan guard looked up at the tunnel in midair, and said in a deep voice. "Yes. Clan leader Xiong, I'll leave the rest to you," Humei said in a soft voice. "After this is done," the short Shadow Wolf clan guard said as he looked at Humei with a hint of undisguised lust in his eyes. "Mei'er has long admired clan leader Xiong. As long as clan leader Xiong helps me fulfill my wish, Mei'er will repay you with her body," Humei said with a sweet smile, and her waist swayed. It was indescribably amorous. Just as the short Shadow Wolf clan guard was immersed in her beauty, Humei let out an enchanting smile, and her delicate body disappeared into the white spatial passageway in a flash. "Alright, let's go in." When the short Shadow Wolf clan guard saw this, his expression changed, and he said to the tall Shadow Wolf clan guard beside him. At this moment, 10,000 kilometers west of Myriad Waves Mountain, in a secluded valley that was shrouded in clouds and mist all year round, a cave the height of a person could be faintly seen at the foot of the mountain. The area of the cave wasn't very large, only a few thousand meters. In addition to a hall, it was divided into more than a dozen secret rooms. At this moment, in the hall of the cave residence, a beautiful girl wearing a white palace dress was sitting on a boulder with her beautiful eyes closed. At her feet, there were more than 20 monster race cultivators wearing milky white robes gathered. There were men and women among these people, and the highest cultivation level was only at the Jing Dan stage. The girl in the palace dress had long hair that was like a waterfall, unbound behind her. Although her face was a little pale, it couldn't hide her peerless appearance. Instead, it gave people a kind of delicate beauty. This girl was the young master of the Heavenly Fox clan, Yaoji, who Lu Ming had met once in the ruins of the Upper Realm. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. The entrance to the secret territory has been opened. What? Could it be that the sky confusion bead has already been refined? A handsome young man asked with furrowed brows. Although this Hume has the talent of 8 tails, she hasn't received the inheritance of the clan leader of the Heavenly Fox. How can she refine the clan's treasure? Another young man with thin eyebrows, who was covered in blood and looked tired, said in a deep voice. These are not important anymore. Now, the urgent task is to find the rest of the clan as soon as possible, and find a way to go to Luo City first, and then plan the rest, Yaoji said with a cold expression. Now, tens of thousands of kilometers around the Myriad Waves Palace are filled with the people of the Green Snake clan and the Shadow Wolf clan. I really don't know how many people can escape to this secret stronghold alive, the young man with thin eyebrows said with a sigh. Hearing this, everyone's face became gloomy. Seeing this, Yaoji's face showed sadness, but it was only for a moment, and she returned to normal. Then, she suddenly stood up and said in a stern voice, I hereby swear that in the future, I will make the enemies and traitors who have violated the Heavenly Fox clan pay the price they deserve. He clenched his fists, and his nails were embedded in his palms, but he didn't know it. Young master, we are not greedy for life, and we will not forget the hatred of the extermination of our clan. As long as we are alive, we will definitely protect you, young master. The young man with thin eyebrows raised his eyebrows, suddenly knelt in front of Yaoji and said. The rest of the people also showed a resolute expression, and then knelt on the ground. All of you are the outstanding leaders of our clan, who have been escorted here by the elders of each hall at the risk of their lives, in order to revive our Heavenly Fox clan one day. If you encounter the enemy, do not make unnecessary sacrifices, understand? Yaoji's heart was slightly warm, and she said in an unquestionable tone. At this moment, a figure flashed at the entrance of the cave, and a middle-aged beautiful woman quickly walked in from outside the cave. She was a celestial phenomenon realm practitioner, and her figure had not yet arrived, and she said loudly, Young master, it's not good, it's the people of the Shadow Wolf clan and the Green Snake clan, this place has been discovered. Elder Ing, let's go separately. You take them to leave on the Heavenly Fox flying carriage first, and the people sent by the Bloody Sage King should be arriving soon. If we meet them, go to Luo City first, and we will meet there. Yaoji's face sank, and she said without hesitation. Young master, you. The middle-aged beautiful woman heard this, and her expression became anxious. More than 20 young practitioners of the Heavenly Fox clan also stood up, and their faces were filled with righteous indignation, and they were obviously unwilling to leave. Elder Ing, there is no need to say more, just do as I say. Their target is me, and I will take the rest of the people here to restrain them, and then I will find a way to escape. Yaoji interrupted the middle-aged beautiful woman's words, and her figure flashed, and flew out of the cave. This? The middle-aged beautiful woman looked at Yaoji's figure, and she wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. After a moment, she stamped her foot, turned her head, and shouted to stop the practitioners of the Heavenly Fox clan who wanted to rush out. In the valley outside the cave, at this moment, there were more than 100 practitioners of the Heavenly Fox clan standing densely. After Yaoji flashed out of the cave, everyone flew in front of Yaoji, and firmly protected her in the middle. Yaoji glanced at the hundreds of black spots in the distant sky that were rapidly enlarging, and with a wave of her long sleeve, an ancient scroll flew out from it, and rose up against the wind. Then, an obscure incantation came out of her mouth, and with a shake of one hand, the magic power in her body continuously flowed into the scroll. At the same time, behind the valley, a white light flashed, and a white flying car of 100 feet suddenly appeared, then turned into a white streamer, and flew to the north. Yaoji glanced at it, and her eyes flashed with a hint of relief, and her incantation suddenly sped up. The next moment, a large milky white glow rose from the scroll in midair, and an 8-tailed fox phantom of 1,000 feet flashed out from it. As the 8 tails behind it swayed, the white glow flew out, and instantly turned into a huge milky white light curtain, quickly spreading in all directions, and shrouding the entire valley in it. At this moment, the sound of breaking through the air came in an instant, and hundreds of escape lights came in an instant. Looking at the clothes that these people revealed, they were the practitioners of the Demon Clan of the Wolf Shadow Clan and the Green Snake Clan. As soon as these people appeared, they were divided into 2 distinct camps. Among them, those in cyan robes were naturally the cultivators of the Green Snake Clan. There were about 200 or 300 of them. Those in gray robes were the cultivators of the Shadow Wolf Clan. Although there were not as many of them as the Green Snake Clan, there were still nearly 200 of them. Most of these Beast King cultivators were at the crystal level, and some were even at the Jin Dan realm. The 2 leaders were impressively 2 celestial state Beast King cultivators. Their strength seemed to be several times stronger than Yaoji's side. The celestial state cultivator of the Green Snake Clan was a slender and coquettish young woman. Her eyes were long and narrow like that of a poisonous snake. On the side of the Shadow Wolf Clan was a thin, dark-faced middle-aged man. As soon as these 2 saw Yaoji and the others in front of them, they could not help but show ecstasy. "Hee, young Master Yaoji, you are really here. Now that the Sky Fox Clan only exists in name, why do you still struggle so hard? Speaking of which, our young master has admired you for a long time. As long as you nod, you can immediately become the wife of our Green Snake Clan's young master. Our young master is young and handsome, and his cultivation is not low. He can be said to be a good match for you. Why not?" The coquettish young woman curled up the corners of her mouth and said cunningly, "Don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability, come and take my head." Hearing this, Yaoji's pretty face tightened. "I call you young master. Do you really think that you are still the young master of the second largest clan in the wilderness? Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame us for being impolite." The dark-faced middle-aged man of the Shadow Wolf Clan said with a fierce look. "Yaoji, as far as I know, if your heavenly fox totem formation can only form 8 tails, even if you can withstand a mystic enlightenment attack, I am afraid that you will not be able to withstand our continuous attacks. Since things have come to this, why are you so stubborn?" The coquettish young woman continued to persuade. Yaoji no longer looked at these 2 people. Instead, she focused on activating the hand signs and injected them into the totem formation. Seeing this, the dark-faced middle-aged man said to the coquettish young woman with an impatient look. "Fellow Qing, anyway, as long as we can bring Yaoji back, whether she is dead or alive, it will be a great contribution. Why do you talk nonsense with this girl? If we delay any longer, the others will arrive, and the credit will be divided." As he spoke, he ignored the flirtatious young woman. With a shake of his arms, 10 pitch-black claw projections that were several inches long appeared in a flash. Then, he fiercely slashed in the distance. Chi-chi sounds of breaking the air were heard. Dozens of black claw lights formed a huge net and swept toward Yaoji and the others. When the flirtatious young woman saw the dark-faced middle-aged man's action, she cursed secretly. She quickly spat out a fist-sized green bead. As a few symbols went into it, the green bead suddenly expanded. 100 meters long green python emerged from it. It opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of pungent green liquid that blasted down. The demonic cultivators of the 2 clans behind them also followed suit and unleashed a series of attacks. For a moment, the sky was filled with flashes of light, hurricanes, and thunders. Numerous attacks fell on the protective cover above Yaoji and the others' heads. All kinds of strange lights turned into various explosive light balls. They instantly uprooted the trees around the valley. Boulders flew in all directions and tore them into a pile of powder. Under such fierce attacks, the totem formation above Yaoji's head was on the verge of collapse after the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The surrounding smoke and dust had yet to disperse. The second wave of attacks was about to arrive. Yaoji's complexion changed several times. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Her 2 slender arms started to spin like a wheel. The next moment, an extremely dazzling multicolored light shot up from the totem formation. Wherever the multicolored light passed, a long scarlet tail appeared behind the 8-tailed demonic fox in the void. Then, the 9 tails and the Dharma idol swept at the same time. Suddenly, a scarlet ripple spread out as if it was real. The attacks within a radius of several hundred meters were forcibly shaken off. Not good. This is the 9-tailed celestial fox formation. Retreat. The flirtatious young woman and the dark-faced middle-aged man were greatly shocked. It seemed that they were somewhat afraid of this formation. They didn't hesitate to use some of the defensive methods in their hands. When the rest of the cultivators of the two clans heard this, they stopped their attacks in horror and retreated hundreds of meters away. However, at the moment when the two of them attacked the scarlet ripple, the flirtatious young woman's complexion changed and she said, "No, it's just an illusion that was forcibly cast by a secret technique." "That's not right. It's just an instant projection that was forcefully cast using a secret technique. It can't last long. Let's go." With a low shout from Yaoji, the phantom of the 9-tailed celestial fox above the formation collapsed with a loud bang. The whole totem formation also collapsed. At this moment, Yaoji's complexion was pale. It was obvious that the forced activation of the secret technique had caused her a lot of backlash. However, the previous attack had also suppressed the opponent's offensive momentum and tore open a gap. More than half of the cultivators of the Heavenly Fox clan had a resolute look on their faces. They rushed into the enemy's ranks without hesitation and used all of their trump cards. It was as if they were fighting with their lives on the line. Yaoji flew to the north under the protection of several Jin Dan Realm Heavenly Fox clan cultivators. On the other side, the flirtatious young woman and the dark-faced middle-aged man were annoyed when they saw this. They raised their hands and killed several cultivators of the Heavenly Fox clan who came to stop them. Then, they ignored the others and turned into 2 flowing lights, one black and one green, chasing in the direction of Yaoji's escape. With Yaoji's injury, the speed of the few remaining Jin Dan Beast King cultivators was much slower than that of the 2 Celestial Phenomenon Beast King cultivators. In just 15 minutes, they were less than 1,000 miles away from the valley. The 2 flowing lights behind them were less than 2,000 feet away from Yaoji's group. Seeing this, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe beside Yaoji suddenly slowed down. He waved his hand backhandedly and the remaining few cultivators of the Heavenly Fox clan turned around and shot backward. All kinds of offensive spells swept toward the 2 of them after a tremor in the air. Overestimating yourself. The dark-faced middle-aged man showed disdain on his face and waved his hand casually. A giant black wolf phantom suddenly rose behind him. After it held at the sky, a powerful and unusual spiritual pressure descended on this space out of nowhere. Then a black shadow flashed, and the giant black wolf phantom pounced forward with a series of afterimages. Wherever it passed, all the attacks of the Heavenly Fox clan cultivators collapsed. Then after a few puff-puff sounds, these Heavenly Fox clan cultivators were like paper. After the black wolf phantom flashed past, they instantly turned into a pool of blood mist and scattered in the air. Only the middle-aged man in a brocade robe, who was the leader, escaped this blow by a hair's breadth. With a stern expression, he waved his long sleeves and was about to use other means. The next moment, a green light flashed behind him, and the flirtatious young woman of the Green Snake clan suddenly appeared. Her slender palm instantly covered the head of the middle-aged man in a brocade robe. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Before the middle-aged man in a brocade robe could let out a scream, his head was separated from his body, and he fell to the ground without a trace of breath. Yaoji, who saw this scene from afar, gritted her teeth and urged the spiritual power in her body. She continued to rush into the distance without looking back. It's a waste of my kind advice. You really don't know what's good for you. In that case, even if you are the person favored by the young master, don't blame me for being ruthless. The flirtatious young woman's expression was stern. She raised her hand and pointed at the void. The next moment, 1,000 feet behind Yaoji, after a green light flashed in the air, exuding an astonishing pressure, a giant green python phantom emerged. As soon as the giant green python appeared, it opened its mouth and suddenly a green light rolled out, covering Yaoji in front. However, at this critical moment, something unexpected happened. Seeing that the green light was about to engulf Yaoji, the nearby void fluctuated, and a heavy pressure suddenly swept in all directions. Then, a yellow bead appeared out of thin air. After a flash, it turned into a yellow hill phantom in the blink of an eye, blocking in front of Yaoji. The azure light fell upon the small yellow mountain, but it disappeared without a trace amid a flash of yellow light, as if it were ice and snow melting away. The yellow hill phantom didn't seem to be affected at all. It still stood in front of Yaoji like a mountain, firmly protecting her. This sudden turn of events caused the young woman and the dark-skinned middle-aged man to be greatly alarmed, and they stopped in the distance before looking around in bewilderment. At this moment, 1,000 feet behind the black-faced middle-aged man, there was a fluctuation. Then, a black light flashed, and a figure with black gas appeared. He shook his sleeve in front of him. Following a burst of yellow light, 3 earthy yellow beads shot forth, then transformed into an earthy yellow mountain amid a flash of brilliant light. As the small hill grew, it instantly became 1,000 feet tall, smashing toward the black-faced middle-aged man. At the same time, a yellow light swept out from it and covered his body. The middle-aged man with a black face only felt that the air around him was tight, and his body was a little sluggish. As his mind turned quickly, his arms immediately made a crackling sound. He wanted to lift the mountain, and a pair of black giant palm phantasms appeared. He wanted to lift the mountain. As a result, as soon as the two collided, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the black giant palm collapsed, and a ripple visible to the naked eye swept in all directions. The black-faced middle-aged man only felt a huge force hit him, and suddenly his body fell from the sky as if he was lifting 10,000 kilograms. After a loud bang, the ground shook violently. The nearby trees and rocks were sent flying in all directions, and a pit that was over 1,000 feet deep was formed. The dark-faced middle-aged man's face was deathly pale, and half of his body was deeply embedded in the soil and rocks. His hands were trembling as he struggled to support the earthen yellow hill that was pressing down on him. "Be careful." At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly heard Yaoji's exclamation. With a thought, Lu Ming flicked his sleeves without thinking, and a purple sword light blasted out, breaking through the air in the direction of 1,000 meters away. In the empty void, a green light flashed, and a green giant python emerged. Together with the purple sword light, they turned into a green and purple wind pillar and soared into the sky. From a distance, the scene was very spectacular. Seeing that her sneak attack was easily seen through, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the coquettish young woman. However, Lu Ming didn't look back. Instead, his figure rapidly descended. His feet fiercely stomped on the earthy yellow mountain below. Immediately, a huge force fiercely passed on to the black-faced middle-aged man's body. In an instant, the sound of bones cracking came from his head to his feet. His whole body was covered in blood and buried in the ground. The next moment, accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, several pitch-black phantoms of dragons and tigers gushed out of the rolling black gas on the surface of Lu Ming's body and rushed toward the coquettish young woman. The coquettish young woman saw that Lu Ming had easily subdued the dark-faced middle-aged man. Knowing that she was no match for him, she gritted her teeth and her whole body shone with green light. She turned into a green cloud and was about to retreat. At this moment, the phantoms of dragons and tigers that filled the sky suddenly burst open and turned into black light that quickly rolled forward. The speed was so fast that the coquettish young woman couldn't react at all. In an instant, she was covered by the black light. But after a breath, a sharp strange cry came from the black light ball. "Pooh!" 2 dense fangs were half exposed from the black light. Then, it tore open a hole several feet wide in the surrounding black light, revealing a green snake head the size of a loft. The coquettish young woman's voice came from its mouth. "Who are you? How dare you intervene in the affairs of the Green Snake clan and the Shadow Wolf clan? Aren't you afraid?" But before she could finish speaking, Lu Ming raised his hand and pointed at the black light ball. The coquettish young woman, who had transformed into a green snake, felt her whole body tighten. Rolling black gas gushed out of the black light ball and condensed into huge white bones. As they intertwined, they formed a huge bone prison and dragged her back into the nether realm. A series of crashing sounds and the sounds of ghosts and snakes came from the nether realm one after another. This situation lasted for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. Then, the movements inside stopped abruptly. During this time, Yaoji was still hovering in the air. Although she couldn't see Lu Ming's face clearly, her beautiful eyes flashed with fear when she saw the phantoms of the dragons and tigers. Lu Ming flicked his sleeve, and the black light ball dissipated into rolling black mist. Then, a 200 to 300 feet long cyan serpent's corpse fell from the sky. Its body was covered with wounds, and it didn't look like it was going to survive. Right at this moment, a violent rumbling sound came from below. A black blazing sun that was 1,000 feet in size suddenly appeared. The power was so great that even the earthen yellow mountain formed by the pearl of mountains and rivers was blasted away, and all the trees and rocks within a radius of 50 kilometers were turned into powder. Lu Ming was shocked. He hurriedly cast a protective light screen in front of him and flew up. A massive gray light took advantage of the opportunity and flashed out of the blazing sun. Then, it dashed away at lightning speed, leaving a series of residual shadows behind. Its speed was unimaginable. The dark-faced, middle-aged man of the Shadow Wolf tribe knew that he couldn't escape from the mountain formed by the pearl of mountains and rivers. So, he exploded his body and forced the soul essence out of his body to escape. The Shadow Wolf tribe was known for their speed, and the soul essence was even faster than their bodies. Seeing this, Lu Ming was hesitating whether he should chase after them or not. Suddenly, Yaoji's voice came to his ears. "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist." Lu Ming's heart moved. He waved his hand and put away the pearl of mountains and rivers and the bitter wheel sword. He slowly turned around and glanced at Yaoji's beautiful face. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Yaoji's beautiful eyes looked at the dark figure in front of her. It seemed that he didn't want to answer her. She couldn't help but frown and put up her guard. "Yaoji, long time no see." Lu Ming sighed. The black smoke on his body dispersed, revealing his real face. "It's you, Lu Ming." Yaoji cried out when she saw Lu Ming's face clearly. "It's me," Lu Ming said with a faint smile. The surprise on Yaoji's face slowly disappeared. Her eyes revealed a complicated expression. She remembered that she had lost her chastity to this human man in front of her in the ruins of the upper world. As the proud daughter of the Heaven Fox clan, her first thought after losing her chastity was to chop the other party into pieces to vent the hatred in her heart. However, she didn't know why she couldn't do it, and in the end, she let the other party go. Perhaps it was because she felt that this matter wasn't his fault and he had helped her a lot at that time. Or perhaps this human man's cultivation was a little weak at that time, but he had an indescribable stubbornness in his bones. He might really be a match for her in the future. That was why she said those words when they parted. However, at this moment, when he really appeared in front of her and saved her in danger, Yaoji suddenly had an indescribable feeling in her heart. "You're not a cultivator from the Middle Sky continent. Why are you here?" After a while, Yaoji let out a sigh and asked slowly. "Now is not the time to talk. There are more pursuers coming. Let's go." Lu Ming looked in a direction in the distance and said with a gloomy face. Yaoji was startled. She spread out her divine sense instantly, but she didn't find any trace of the pursuers that Lu Ming mentioned. However, the next moment, at the limit of her divine sense, there was a trace of mixed mana fluctuation. Yaoji gasped and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. She had experienced the inheritance of the nine-tailed celestial fox in the ruins of the upper world. In terms of mental strength, she was not inferior to a cultivator in the late stage of celestial state. However, the coverage of Lu Ming's divine sense seemed to be even greater than hers. Lu Ming didn't speak anymore. He waved one hand and a black gas wrapped Yaoji's delicate body. At the same time, a purple sword light carried their bodies and sped away. In a few breaths, they disappeared into the sky. Yaoji's face was slightly red, but she quickly recovered. This was the second time that she was so intimately taken away by him. The last time was when they faced the celestial state demon in the ruins of the last upper world. At this moment, a similar scene had appeared once more, and it caused traces of indescribable ripples to arise in his heart once more. Everything around them was moving backward rapidly, but it seemed that Lu Ming was not fast enough. A silver light flashed on his back, and a pair of fleshy wings appeared. With a slight flap, his speed increased by nearly 50%. "Go to the north. The Bloodvine tribe will meet us at the Redwater River." Yaoji hesitated for a while and said to Lu Ming. Hearing this, Lu Ming was surprised. Then, a map of the nearby area appeared in his mind. Soon, he found the Redwater River. He nodded and changed the direction of the conveyance light, continuing to fly away. Half an hour after Lu Ming and Yao Ji left, a black wolf-shaped flying boat with a length of more than 30 meters flew over and stopped at the place where the battle had just taken place. 7 or 8 figures descended from the flying boat. The leader was a middle-aged man in a black robe with messy hair. Impressively, he was at the middle stage of the celestial state. In addition, there was a masked young woman at the early stage of the celestial state. The black-faced middle-aged man who had escaped from Lu Ming was also here. The rest of the people were Jing Dan beast cultivators. The middle-aged man with messy hair looked at the messy ground below. After a few glances, his face gradually became solemn. Ji Meng, is it true that a stranger who appeared out of nowhere killed Qing Tian of the Green Snake clan, destroyed your body, and rescued Yao Ji? The masked young woman also looked around and turned her head to ask the dark-skinned muscular man. Why would I lie about this kind of thing? If it wasn't for that person's sudden sneak attack, I wouldn't have fallen into his trap. The great hatred of having my body destroyed, I must take revenge with my own hands. The black-faced middle-aged man's voice came from the soul of the black-faced man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with messy hair looked at the black-faced man with disdain. Eldering Yao, did you see anything? The masked young woman asked. From the traces of the battle here, the strength of the person who rescued Yao Ji is indeed not to be underestimated. However, the Sage King has strictly ordered that we must bring Yao Ji back. So no matter who that person is, what background he has, we must complete the Sage King's order. The middle-aged man with messy hair said lightly. Hearing this, the other people's expressions became solemn and they nodded. We can't delay any longer. Let's immediately chase after them. Ji Meng, can you sense their position? The middle-aged man with messy hair asked. There's no problem. Although that person managed to avoid my self-destructing fleshly body attack, his body still carries my aura. No matter how far he flies, I will be able to sense him, the dark-faced middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man with messy hair nodded. Everyone immediately boarded the black wolf-shaped flying boat. With a blur, it sped forward. When they were far away, a pink light flashed in mid-air, and a graceful figure appeared. Looking at its appearance, it was impressively Hume. However, her body looked somewhat transparent, as if she didn't have a physical body. Hume looked in the direction where the flying boat of the Shadow Wolf clan was flying. A trace of gloominess flashed across her face. Then, her figure moved, and she once again turned into a pink shadow. She silently followed the flying boat. Lu Ming used the flying sword technique and the beast armor incantation to fly for more than 4 hours. Only then did he gradually slow down. He had already flown a considerable distance. During this time, he had changed direction several times. If he didn't have a special method, the people behind him would certainly be unable to catch up with him. Moreover, the two of them weren't far from the Redwater River. At this moment, Yao Ji was sitting cross-legged on the bitterwheel sword. Her body was shrouded in a layer of red light. She let out a long breath. A red light flashed on her face. Then, she opened her eyes. Her aura seemed to have eased a lot. How is it? Are you all right? Lu Ming stood in front of Yao Ji. His eyes moved as he asked. I'm almost fine. Thanks to your pellets. Yao Ji stood up and said with a relaxed face. Lu Ming smiled and looked forward. At the end of his field of vision, he could faintly see a huge scarlet river. Where exactly did you and the Bloodvine clan agree to meet? Are they reliable? Lu Ming asked lightly. Mother and the Holy King of the Bloodvine clan have a good relationship. I think the people sent by the Bloodvine clan are reliable. Yao Ji was dazed. Then, she told Lu Ming the specific location. Lu Ming took out a jade slips and found the place that Yao Ji had told him. It was not far away. Lu Ming nodded slightly and was about to drive the sword light to fly there. Suddenly, his face changed and he turned around to look behind him. A long black shadow appeared behind the two of them. It was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. It was almost twice as fast as Lu Ming's flying sword. Oh no! That's the Shadow Wolf tribe's mystic wolf flying boat. Yaoji's face changed when she saw the black shadow behind them. Lu Ming's face was as calm as still water. His two hands moved like a wheel, and the bitter wheel sword under his feet shone brightly. At the same time, a silver light flashed on his back, and a pair of silver wings appeared. Boom! The two of them instantly turned into a purple and silver evasive light, rushing toward the Red River. Yaoji stood behind Lu Ming, her eyebrows furrowed. She had been fleeing from the two clans for a long time, which had exhausted her physically and mentally. Although her wounds had recovered a lot, it didn't mean that her combat capability had recovered completely. Now, she could only exert 20 to 30% of her peak strength, which meant that she could only deal with 2 or 3 opponents at the middle or late stage of Jingdan realm. Among the black light chasing them, there were 2 or 3 celestial phenomenon realm experts. With the help of the beast armor incantation, Lu Ming and Yaoji's speed was greatly increased. However, they were still a lot slower than the black evasive light behind them. Soon, they were overtaken. At this moment, Lu Ming also saw the true body of the black phantom clearly. It was a wolf-shaped flying boat. There were several wing-like boat wings on both sides of the flying boat. Every time it waved, the flying boat would move forward thousands of meters as if it teleported. With a muffled bang, a huge black beast palm shadow flew out of the black flying boat. It was several acres in size, and it suddenly slapped toward Lu Ming and Yaoji with a fierce wind pressure. Lu Ming snorted coldly and changed the incantation gesture. The evasive light suddenly sank, and then moved horizontally like a fish in water, dodging the attack of the huge black palm. However, this delay gave the black flying boat enough time to catch up with them. The boat flashed and blocked their way. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He made a hand gesture and simply stopped the escape light. Yaoji's face was a bit pale, but when she saw Lu Ming's calm face, she took a deep breath and calmed down. Swish swish swish, 7 to 8 cultivators from the Shadow Wolf clan flew out from the flying boat. They were none other than the disheveled-haired, middle-aged man's group. The dark-faced, middle-aged man's soul essence was enveloped by a black energy, and a small, semi-transparent silhouette of a gray wolf could be faintly seen within the black energy. The wolf glared fiercely at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the group of people in front of him. His gaze paused on the black soul essence for a moment, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. The messy-haired middle-aged man glanced at Yaoji and then fixed his eyes on Lu Ming like a poisonous snake. He was a little surprised. Human cultivators. The other cultivators of the Shadow Wolf clan also looked at Lu Ming with a trace of surprise in their eyes. I don't know who you are, but the Heavenly Fox woman beside you is someone our Shadow Wolf clan wants. If you're smart, hand her over. I can make the decision to let you go unpunished for your previous behavior and let you go safely, the messy-haired middle-aged man said coldly as he looked straight at Lu Ming. The dark-faced, middle-aged man's soul essence trembled. It seemed as if it wanted to say something, but when the messy-haired middle-aged man cast a cold glance at it, it suddenly became as quiet as a cicada in winter, not daring to say another word. Lu Ming's face was expressionless. He directly responded to the messy-haired middle-aged man's proposal with his actions. He shook his sleeve and a purple sword light shot out. It blurred and turned into a purple sword rainbow that was dozens of feet long, slashing toward the head of the messy-haired middle-aged man. At the same time, the sword rainbow blurred, and dozens of identical sword shadows appeared around it. Impressively, the other members of the Shadow Wolf clan were swept into it. You don't know what's good for you. The messy-haired middle-aged man was furious. He could see that Lu Ming was not someone to be trifled with. He originally wanted to use the prestige of his clan to scare Lu Ming away, but he didn't expect that the other party would directly attack him without thinking. As soon as his voice fell, he made a hand sign with one hand, and gray rays of light flashed behind him. Suddenly, a gray beam of light rose into the sky. The next moment, a giant gray wolf phantom that was dozens of feet tall appeared in the sky above his head. Its body was covered in gray light, and its eyes were filled with blood flames. A huge aura of the middle stage of the celestial phenomenon exuded from the giant wolf phantom, filling the entire sky. A claw swiped out, and there was a loud sizzling sound. Several long black claw marks crisscrossed in the void, as if it had been directly torn apart, protecting everyone on his side. As soon as the purple sword rainbow that filled the sky came into contact with these claw marks, purple electric arcs burst out and intertwined with the black claw marks. Bursts of explosive sounds rang out as they collided with each other. The momentum was extremely astonishing. Under the drive of Lu Ming's pure spiritual power, the Kirin flying sword cut through many of the claw marks with irresistible force. But there was a loud explosive sound coming from the mouth of the giant grey wolf phantom, and a grey wave of air swept out from it, creating a grey hurricane out of thin air. The purple sword rainbow that filled the sky, formed by the Kirin flying sword, gradually collapsed under such a dense attack, turning into a purple flying sword that flew back. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He waved one hand to put the Kirin flying sword back into his sleeve, and quickly made a hand sign with both hands. Then a black ray of light rolled behind him, and a pale golden giant phantom emerged out of thin air. It was surrounded by black chi, and the 6 dragon and 6 tiger tattoos on its body were clearly visible. This kid is not simple. I'll hold him back. You guys act according to the situation. As long as you capture Yaoji, we'll leave. The middle-aged man ordered. His hand sign changed, as if he was activating some kind of secret technique. When the masked young woman heard this, she waved one hand, and the surrounding 5 or 6 Jin Dan Realm Shadow Wolf Clan cultivators spread out in 2 directions, leaving afterimages. In the blink of an eye, they formed a huge encirclement, surrounding Lu Ming and Yaoji behind him. Although no one attacked, they all looked at Yaoji with hostility. It was obvious that as long as Lu Ming showed the slightest flaw, they would swarm him without hesitation. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed fiercely, and he stopped his hand sign. The giant wolf phantom above his head suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering howl, then turned into a grey light and flew down, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Wherever the grey light passed, the void was distorted. Stay behind me, don't go out. Seeing that the giant wolf phantom had turned into a black light in an instant, Lu Ming gave a low shout and suddenly made a hand sign. The pale golden giant phantasm immediately rubbed its hands together and raised them at the same time. The 6 dragons and 6 tigers tattoos on its body flashed and turned into phantasms of 6 dragons and 6 tigers. Then, the phantasms surged toward the black light in front of him. Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the air. 6 giant fled dragons and 6 ferocious tigers danced wildly in the air, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, forming an impenetrable barrier in front of the 2. A giant grey wolf shadow, with a series of afterimages, quickly shuttled back and forth between the dragon and tiger shadows, pouncing and biting. Although one strike could defeat a dragon or a tiger, another dragon and tiger shadow would immediately condense out of thin air and continue to fight. This violent battle was terrifying, and almost all the mountains and forests within a radius of 10 miles were flattened. Yaoji and the surrounding Shadow Wolf Clan cultivators were too busy to take in. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. Under the covetous eyes of the surrounding Shadow Wolf Clan cultivators, he couldn't use his full strength. Although the Shadow Wolf Clan elder in front of him was only at the celestial phenomenon middle stage, he was unusually calm. All his attacks hit him and then retreated. His purpose was obviously to consume his spiritual power and create opportunities for others to take advantage of. Just as Lu Ming and the disheveled middle-aged man were in a strange stalemate, there was a sudden change in the distant sky. In the north of the Redwater River, there was a loud sound of breaking air. A blood cloud more than 100 feet in size shot over. After a few flashes, it suddenly stopped in the air in front of the battle between Lu Ming and the disheveled middle-aged man. From it came a spiritual pressure that was no less than that of the disheveled middle-aged man. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look at it. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the disheveled middle-aged man stopped at the same time, but they didn't withdraw their Dharma form phantoms. After a few flashes, the giant grey wolf phantoms returned to the head of the disheveled middle-aged man. The 6 dragon phantoms and 6 tiger phantoms also returned to the golden giant on top of Lu Ming's head and wandered up and down. After a while, the blood cloud rolled, and 3 figures appeared on the cloud. Among the 3 people, the leader was a man with high cheekbones and a head full of red hair combed meticulously. His blood-red robe was fluttering in the wind, and a blood-red octopus-like plant totem was clearly visible on his chest. His cultivation was at the celestial phenomenon middle stage. He was from the Bloodvine clan. Beside him stood a young man and a beautiful woman. The young man looked like he was only in his 20s and also wore the Bloodvine clan's robe. His cultivation seemed to be at the Jin Dan realm. However, when Lu Ming saw the woman's face clearly, he was dumbfounded. Although the woman was also wearing the blood-red palace robe of the Bloodvine clan, it couldn't hide her slim figure. Her beautiful face matched with a white jade neck. Her beautiful hair was coiled up high, and her eyes were as cold as ice and snow. Who else could it be if not Yi Tianmei? He didn't expect that after parting on Buyuan Island, they would meet again in a foreign country under such circumstances. At this moment, Yi Tianmei also recognized Lu Ming, who was in the middle of the battle. Even though she was calm, her eyes were full of surprise. Eldering Yao, I didn't expect to meet again after we parted that year. We are fated to meet again. At this moment, the leader of the blood-red hair man said with a smile. So it's Xuedu from the Bloodvine clan. Why do you have the time to come to this wilderness today? I still have some things to deal with the Skyfox clan's Yaoji young master. If you have nothing to do, then please leave. The middle-aged man said coldly. Haha, what a coincidence. Our Xuetu Saint King is also about to invite Princess Yaoji to Luo City for a talk. Now the escort team is coming. As the advance team, I came to explore the way first. I didn't expect to meet again. The blood-red hair man said calmly. Your Bloodvine clan promised not to participate in any clan battles. Are you going to go back on your words now? The middle-aged man with messy hair heard the words and was a little surprised. Now that the Skyfox clan only exists in name, why do you want to kill them all? The blood-red hair man heard the words and said slowly. End of chapter 1257. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.